HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lindell walks it in across to Robertson. Shoots. Score! Dallas has the lead.
What a preview of what this could be. Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday, and I desperately need it. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are live, 16th floor Odyssey Radio Tower on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The Friday edition of Sean and RJ starting with a 5-4 Dallas Stars win over Minnesota, who they'll be seeing when the postseason begins.
Yes, they will. They'll be seeing them. They'll be seeing them here. They'll be seeing them here. That was a huge, huge win, a must-win to get that home ice. Not a must-win, but a one that you really, really wanted to have. And I want to take you into, I'm going to break the rules, Bob, break my own rules. Take you inside our group chat. Our Stars group chat, the one I have, there are some negative Nancys on there.
Oh, yeah?
There's a lot of that going around.
9:23. This is the first text of the night. Going to start the playoffs on the road. May not be a bad thing. Quinn Hughes is so good. They'll solve for the same guy. The Stars are toast. Season over round one. Miro is such a...
Oh.
Yeah. Bite your tongue. They're winning, but they look bad. Come from behind win would be huge. I'm not feeling Myers against them in the series. Too slow. Told you guys he's too slow. And then a celebratory bourbon that was posted. Okay, the negativity.
They're down 4-3 after 2. That's it. You were down 1.
They were down 2 at one point. Yeah, they were down 3-1. They were down 3-1 to start the
Stars.
a few minutes into the second period. And Minnesota had scored 3 straight. But the negativity, the no faith. And I can't say that they've instilled a lot of faith in the fan base over the last couple of weeks. Anyway, this was a big win. No other way to put it. Big win.
Miro never came back after being knocked into the boards late in the first period. Before that, he had hit the puck that deflected off the stick of Eriksson into the face of the Minnesota center, who also left the ice and did not return. But it was Robo scoring his 42nd goal with 9:25 left. And you had Wyatt, you had Mikko, you had Blackwell, each scoring as well. They're 4 points ahead of Minnesota. They were already locked into the first round matchup. 3 regular season games left to determine the home ice. Would you guess that Bobby's going to tell us that Money Puck had the Wild as the team that should have won this game?
They take shots into account, but still, I think Minnesota
Quality
will be
of shots.
What?
It's quality of shots, time spent in certain ends, all that.
I would say it was Minnesota 56%.
No. It was Minnesota 72%.
Holy cow.
Well, maybe
your group chat was right.
Yeah, the group chat was right.
Group chat was right. They had a 4-game winning streak coming in. It was Minnesota's first regulation loss since March 2024 when leading going into the third. That's insane. They were 61-0-4 in that span with a lead heading into the final period.
When I saw that stat on the broadcast, I was like, that's not accurate. I'm sorry, that's not a true stat. It's not a true stat fact. Accurate parentheses. There's no way. I mean, that's like, even in baseball, like a closer. This is like teams go, they're 78-0 when they lead after 7 innings. Like, no, that's not a real stat. There's no way. I refuse to believe this because the one time they flashed that with like 15 minutes to go in the third. The one time they flash it is the first time that they've lost a game in 65.
That's why it's a jinx, man.
It's a jinx.
If you call it out, you jinx it.
So the Stars get the very important victory, and it looks like they will start off at the AAC. They have won 3 of their last 4. Where are we at with Masters round 1? Why are all the TVs not working?
Well, they don't tee off for about another 10 minutes. We'll get them going here. You're the one. You were the...
That's why the TVs aren't working, because they don't tee off in another 10 minutes.
You were the one that fixed it yesterday.
Yeah.
You found a remote.
We fix a lot of stuff around here.
Yeah, you found a remote yesterday. we did not think of what happens if Rory wins a second Masters in a row.
Yeah.
I wasn't really even. I mean, obviously he's going to be one of the favorites. He's always one of the favorites, but it was like, all right, he won last year. He's not going to win again this year.
Yeah, I bet on Bryson to finish top 10 and Scheffler to finish top 5, but I should have included McIlroy.
Yeah, he is your co-leader.
Especially after his food taste.
Yeah, he is your co-leader at 5 under. Now, he got the benefit of playing early yesterday. He is not getting that benefit today. He's going to play in the late group. The guys who played late, they hit the struggle bus, especially down the stretch. That course played hard and fast, very, very firm. I had a guy on the course, a caddy on the course yesterday.
RJ Ochoa?
In one of the on the course in the tournament, playing one of the leaders, the caddy of one of the leaders, and he said it was hell out there in the later group. He was playing at night.
So what changed? Because you had said that something needed to happen in terms of wind or elements. Otherwise, they were going to shred this thing and shoot way under.
It dried up. It dried up quick. It got fast out there yesterday as it heated up a little bit, and there was no more dew on the ground and no more moisture from overnight. So I don't know what they're going to do because they don't want 20 under to win this. They want about 11 or 12 under to win this. And obviously the way Rory and Sam Burns are playing, that they were on pace for a 20 under. That's just too much. So I don't know if they were just not going to water tonight or let just the natural dew hit it, but I know they wanted to firm this course up, but it firmed up on its own yesterday, and they might just wind up keeping it there. And if you happen to play in the morning, you're going to get the benefit. Come Saturday and Sunday, it's not going to matter because all those rounds were in the afternoon anyway. But it was tough sledding. If you were on that course after about 3 o'clock, you were not playing the same golf course they were in the morning.
Jason Day at -3. Patrick Reed, who my gut told me to bet on, but I think he's the unlikable one, so I couldn't do it.
He's our anti-hero.
He was at -3. Shane Lowry at -2. Schauffele -2. Justin Rose, Scotty Scheffler right there at -2 as well.
And listen, anybody but Xander Schauffele, please.
Why?
Anybody. He's just so boring. You can't have him as a 3-time major winner and one major away from winning a career Grand Slam because he has the Open and I think he has the PGA, and he just can't have a Masters because then he's just one away from the U.S. Open and a career Grand Slam. He's not a career Grand Slam player. He's boring. He's short. Way too short. You can't have a 5'6" guy out there with a career Grand Slam. I need somebody to just knock him down. He needs to have a 9. He needs a Fred Couples, Robert McIntyre 9 on 15. We had 2 of those yesterday.
Anyone shoot themselves out of it early on?
Fred was 2 under par at the time when he had his 9 on 15. Then he goes 9 and then bogey to finish out. And he winds up going, I think Fred's like 6 over now or something like that. Obviously,
and this is Fred
Couples.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean he's old, but he always plays well there. He really does. He really plays well there. Bryson is 4 over.
No, Fred Couples, Maria Olafabo, and Angel Cabrera. I thought these guys are on the senior tour. They're out here making noise.
They are. Angel 7 over. Vijay Singh.
That's
is
why Tiger
7
thinks
over.
he still has a chance.
I know, right?
He could have.
Bryson +4, Bubba Watson +4, Sungjae Im +4. Corey Connors +3, Hovland +3, Oberg +2. Those are some big names. Morikawa +2, Cam Smith.
Isn't this every year?
Patrick.
Isn't this every year? The first day or two, it's always people like, look at this upset story, and then they roll into Sunday, and it's like it's everyone that they say it will always be.
You got a lot of guys playing that are big names at even par. Spieth, Koepka, Justin Thomas. All even par. Dustin Johnson +4.
How'd that little 3D printer club work yesterday?
You know what? He's +4. I don't think very well.
Oh, well.
And I don't know how often he used it. I don't
Which
know.
one was it?
It was a 5-iron. So I don't.
How flexible is that club? A 5-iron. How where you using that?
For me, it's one of my most used clubs. I don't know how often these guys use it. I don't know if they need it.
Because that would be a shorter drive. Like, you're not going to hit your next shot after a bomb with a 5.
I don't hit the ball as far as they do. So, going into a par 4, they probably are not needing a 5-iron. I would in some situations.
Bobby, your master story of the day comes from 13-time PGA Tour winner Mark Calvecchia.
Love him.
He reportedly got booted from the course for using his phone. 13-time winner. He was out there bringing out the celly, and they had to escort him off with security.
Yeah. Get out.
Why? Why is this place allowed to be as just uptight? Why do they? It feels like something where I would think that at some point, like, people would gather together and just be like, you know what, we're not going to take this anymore. Let's rise up, use our phones, have friends of other ethnicities. We're going to do these things.
He was also scared to comment on it. A reporter reached him by phone. He said, I've got nothing negative to say about Augusta and the Masters, so I think we should literally hang up right now. And then he hung up then.
And
didn't say anything.
And then he went right back to posting on Twitter. He answered a question. It was a math problem. It was like, answer this problem. It was like, what's the next number in this sequence?
We have 2 clans and the one clan.
You know what? It's without the phone, it is magnificent.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, it's tremendous. Everyone's watching. It's tremendous. You can't take a photo, which sucks.
These guys are tyrants. The way
you would enjoy it.
No, I wouldn't. There's zero chance I would enjoy it.
Sean would enjoy it.
I wouldn't enjoy it because I've made up in my mind I wouldn't enjoy it, first off. But second, there's nothing about being told what to do every single turn is anything I ever enjoy.
Keegan Bradley had told Golf Week he once drove his sister on the property. She was busted with a phone in the clubhouse. She started crying. They were going to kick her out. She cried. They let her put her phone in a safe and stay.
That's so good.
It's the most pretentious thing in sports. The most pretentious,
in general?
the least deserving of its aura. I hate this thing.
Wimbledon might be second.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything bad
because they keep track of you. They spy
I'm
on
currently
you.
in the process of trying to get on there.
How did you get there the first time?
So my buddy, who's a caddy, got me his players' tickets. We share the same divorce lawyer. That's how I know. And he gave us the players' tickets. So the players
have not been offered since. How many years ago was that?
No. He goes there. The lawyer goes every year.
But offered to you.
One time since. But he's been taking his son lately. What am I going to say about that, right? He's got a kid now. Can't say anything about that. But I'm in the process trying to get on, so I'm not going to say anything bad.
Pepe, happy Friday. How are things going? Are you in need of the weekend, or did the week fly by?
It flew by for me. Not much going this weekend. The rain's going to determine whether I go out or stay inside, so I think we're going to get some pretty bad weather Saturday. But
Sunday, Brunoff just told me it was Sunday is what's going to be really bad.
Well, Brunoff needs to learn how to park in the right parking spot.
Boy, the Brunoff Peyton simmering rap battle. Look, we're a year removed from my rap battle with the Nosebleeds where I put them in the grave, put them in 8th. And Peyton, you should rap battle Brunoff, I think.
Saturday, cloudy, only a 7% chance of rain, Pepe, and then 60% on Sunday with thunderstorms. I need my clear Saturday.
Round 1 to Brunoff. This is round 2 to Brunoff, I guess, with Peyton.
What's Saturday?
Outdoor day. Yeah. Just outdoor somewhere day. And then Sunday, I would love to have practice canceled.
How's baseball?
It was there.
Yeah? How'd he do?
He thinks he's fast.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out a way to break it to him that
Every
he runs
kid
like
does.
frozen syrup.
What kind of shoes do you have?
It's like some Spider-Man cleats.
Yeah.
But, oh, God.
Were you fast as a kid?
No.
So is it you rose up to be a Little League All-Star? Are you just going to...
Yeah, but it wasn't with speed.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's got the same skill set. You should be able to hone it.
Man, he just, I took him out yesterday. I said, you're going to hit. I want you to hit the third base.
Oh, baby.
You'll never get out.
A slap hitter.
I want you to hit the third base. He's a righty.
Okay.
Although the game I didn't attend, Amanda sends me a video of his at bat. I said, you morons let him hit lefty. He went up and hit left-handed. I was actually proud of him. He hit the ball.
There we go.
Yeah. So I made sure, but I altered his stance. We hit, 20, 25 balls before his game. And then I go up there and I position him through the bleachers, And this coach has them, they're standing on top of the tee. They're right there. He's messing up my stance. He's messing up my strategy. He's messing up my space. And they're standing right there on top of the tee. All these kids are just hitting grounders back to the pitcher. And he's chugging along down first base. And then he puts on the brakes and he ggets tagged out. And he's stunned from behind. Yeah. So he's slow. He is slow.
Were you fast?
No. As Bobby just asked me, no.
No.
Friday edition. Off to a fast start.
I was reading the fan text. They were killing Bobby.
For what?
Your master's take.
Where?
That is pretentious?
Well, actually, they're actually saying that you would actually remove the phone's beautiful, but they're saying that people are trying to wear those Meta glasses.
They are not killing me. There is literally one.
Bobby is
clueless.
The Masters is filled with golf fans. Masters is better.
That's literally one thing addresses me.
But I was reading about the Meta glass. I was trying to think.
Rough ending for Chop to end the segment. The latest intel and rumors on the NFL draft. Next, Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys.
Our goal is to have you winning every...
for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We do so on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you did not know, that is us with the best draft coverage around. We'll prove it again this year with Broadus and Wolchuk and Bobby Belt, amongst others from DallasCowboys.com. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Roberto. All the different trade scenarios coming up. Bobby, latest intel and rumors.
Yeah, so there is the latest bit of. Hold on, let me get this story up here. On the latest with the Cowboys. I got to know which story you're talking about, Sean. Which specific story? I got like a bunch of them.
You want to start your
Did you want me to do
right now?
No,
in the morning?
No. Hold on. Did you mean
Don't justify it to me. You're gonna piss me off.
Did you mean the Barnwell one, or did you mean the one that we had referenced yesterday? Because there's two of them.
Not the Barnwell.
Okay, that's the only thing I needed to ask here.
Latest intel.
All right, the latest intel on the NFL draft. Now, we'd referenced this yesterday about the Cowboys potentially trading up to get somebody like Caleb Downs or get somebody like Ruben Bain. So over at ESPN, they had taken intel for each of the last 32 picks, and it's not good news for the Cowboys. Jordan Renan, who covers the Giants, says that the Giants at pick 5, they would take Sonny Styles over Caleb Downs. But he notes that interior offensive line is their biggest need. The problem is there's no interior offensive lineman this year worth taking in the top 10.
Let me bring up something on Styles that I'm going to need your research assistance because there's going to be surprises. We're going to come in here on Friday. It's part of the greatness of it. And we're going to say, oh, my God, we previewed this 5 billion times, but we never predicted this. I was wondering myself whether Styles could be the one to fall and drop. I know that no mock has it. That doesn't mean anything unless someone in New York absolutely knows. I was trying to think of the linebackers that went top 5 to top 10 over the past 5 to 10 years. Because now all of a sudden, magically, everyone's saying, hey, this safety thing allows them to drop and fall. So now we're going to buck the linebacker trend and all of a sudden have Sonny Styles go automatically top 5. Who have been the linebackers top 5, top 10 that have gone in the past 5 or 10 years?
The closest would have been, and it's because at the time he was considered a linebacker, was Micah, is the one that comes to mind. No, I know, that's what I'm saying. That's the one that comes to mind.
I've been trying to figure out.
He was 11 or 12? 12?
He was 12. Yeah, he would have been taken at 10.
So I've been trying to figure out like the surprises, and I'm like, common sense is telling me, okay, unless he's all world, which he could be, This would make sense that because of his position, he falls.
Yeah, here's where the linebackers have been taken. Again, this is just linebackers, so you might get edges in there too.
But I don't even want the edges.
Right.
Because he's not an edge.
Last year, the first linebacker taken was Jalen Walker at 15th.
Okay.
The year before that, it was Edgerrin Cooper, 2nd round. The year before that, it was Will Anderson. Again, that's
Will
edge.
Anderson's an edge, yeah.
So the first non-edge was Jack Campbell at 18. You go to 2022, Quay Walker was the first linebacker at 22.
2020, that was the last time. Isaiah Simmons went 8, which Isaiah Simmons is probably a similar skill set to Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
So, but either way, it's a question.
So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm not putting on the wall of hot takes as Sonny Styles falls, but I'm like, that would be one if we came in here and he went at 12 or lower, where we're like, why do we all of a sudden think that a linebacker who's not an edge is going to go 5?
And in 2020, that was the 3rd straight year we had one in the top 10. We had Roquan at 8 in 2018 and Devin White at 5 in 2019.
So Mike Sando had polled like 4 executives. We read the story at the time where he said project the top 10. And it had polled various executives and things like this. This was after the combine, so all the Sonny Styles hype was there. And on his list, he had, out of those 4 executives, only one of them had Caleb Downs in the top 10. Only one of them had Sonny Styles in the top 10. None of the other 3 did. Now, 2 of them had Keldrick Falk going 4. And that has shifted since then. So it may be that stuff has shifted, but there definitely was a period even after the combine where there were still people in the league who were going, yeah, I don't think Sonny Styles goes top 10.
Yeah.
So it very well could go that way. There is a lot of smoke around the Giants and Styles, it feels like.
Yeah.
They could take an interior offensive lineman. Maybe they would draft Spencer Fano from Utah. That feels a little high. He's a tackle, but a lot of people think he can move inside. That would help Dallas a ton. Problem here is also that on Tennessee, Teron Davenport, where he's talking about what Tennessee could do there, and he lists like, yeah, Jeremiah Love could be in play. You got this or that. He says that the dark horse to watch for is Sonny Styles, and there's a lot of chatter starting to go about that one. So the
if you talk about Fred Warner, Robert Saleh, San Francisco, defensive mindset, that makes a lot of sense.
And Cincinnati, Cincinnati's a problem at 10 because they want secondary, is everything that the chatter is there. So if you think about it,
who are their pass rushers?
Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Well, not Trey Hendrickson.
That's right.
I know.
Yeah, there's not him anymore. I can't remember off the top of my head who they have rushing the passer.
I'm just like, okay, you might need an edge, you might need a Bain, you might need a Messidor.
So they've got...
Oh, didn't they get Boye?
They did sign Boye Moffitt. I don't know that that'd be enough to just say I'm not drafting somebody, though. Number 4. So if the Titans take Sonny Styles at 4, and then the Giants are, Styles or Downs, but they lean Styles. Well, okay, if Styles is off the board at 4, Downs goes at 5, and then you've got Kansas City 9 and 10, or Kansas City 9, Bengals 10 that could go secondary and take Delane, and then somewhere in there, Bain could go. It's feeling more and more like to me, the biggest thing that would help the Cowboys right now is somebody goes, yes, I trust Jermod McCoy's knee. If you trust Jermod McCoy's knee, somebody might bail you out, snatch him in the first 11 picks, and then it pushes one of these people down to you. That would be the biggest help for the Cowboys right now based on this. But a lot of this intel right now is saying exactly what you're fearful of, which is that a lot of these teams like Styles, Downs, and a lot of these teams like, Mansour Delane. The one that could slip, I think, any one of them could, I guess. I do wonder if just on questions alone, if Bain goes down to 12. And if he does, that might be Dallas's pick right there.
Could Simpson surprise with a quarterback needy team above you?
Possible. I wouldn't rule anything out when it comes to quarterback.
I think the earliest Simpson could go is 16 to the Jets. But
but the Jets could move up to get him.
I never would have said in a million years anybody could have surprised us and picked Michael Penix in the top 10, and then somebody did it. So it's definitely
teams do lose their mind when it comes to quarterback. And I agree with the process, but they do lose their mind when it comes to them.
Well, a lot of times people will in recent history, we've seen some quarterbacks, like teams making a statement of just like, he's not good enough. We refuse to just reach.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I think you're right. I'm not seeing it at all.
Now, does somebody try to jump ahead? Yeah. Like if Miami has shown they want to keep stacking picks. Mm-hmm. And so if somebody looks at the Jets at 16 and goes, there's a trade partner for us at 11 in Miami, we'll make the swap.
And the best thing about having 2 picks is even if the Jets do some with Simpson at 16, that helps you at 20. So that's the latest draft intel around the league. Let's talk about some possible different trade scenarios.
How about all the trade scenarios? Bill Barnwell did an all-trades mock draft where every single pick gets traded. I have no idea how long this did. This has to be a maddening exercise to do.
Awful.
I don't know how maddening it has to be for him. He seems to just go like, yep, this is. It seems like just something he just churns out.
So the Raiders trade the first pick. They traded to the Jets. The Jets go from 2 to 1, give up the second round, their second round pick, which is number 33, and their fourth round pick, which is number 103, to move up 1 spot.
Now, is he taking a player with these picks?
He's not.
Okay.
He's not. Now, obviously, you would do it for Fernando.
Yeah, let's just skip to the Cowboys.
All right. Well, the Cowboys don't have to wait very far. The Cowboys trade up to number 6.
Cleveland.
The Browns get 12, 20, and a 2027 second. The Cowboys get 1. Hang on. They get the Browns' first round pick, number 24, and a 2027 fifth. So they basically basically trade.
Wait, so because Cleveland picks is 6 and 24.
Cleveland picks is 6. So you just swap first round picks. So you get their firsts, they get our firsts, and then you also give up next year's 2. And you get back next year's 5.
Yes.
So you're picking 6 and 24 versus 12 and 20.
What if Bailey's off the board, Bobby?
I'm still guaranteeing one of these other guys, Styles down, whoever, and then I still have 2 first-round picks, and Hood will probably be there at 24.
Would you do it for Down? Would you do it for Styles?
Yeah, I mean for that return, like I don't. In theory, like those point values when we talk about the trade value chart, that does not add up for Cleveland. That would definitely help Dallas. Dallas would come out ahead in that trade swap.
You know, they're also talking about teams moving up, getting, and you've mentioned this, I think, getting more value than they should for what they're trading up for.
So it's rare. Typically, if you trade up, you end up paying a tax. Like you end up paying like 10% tax on it.
So that's the first Cowboys pick. Then you got to go and you got to get to the Cowboys' actual pick. And let's say the Cowboys don't make that move with the Browns. The Cowboys trade up to number 2 with the Jets. They trade their number 1, which is 12, their 4th round pick, 112, their 2027 1, and their 2027 3, and in return they get the 2nd overall pick and a 5th round pick next year. So they get to keep 20. This doesn't make any sense to me at all. I don't know how you go from 12 to 2 and somehow keep 20, but they had them doing it, especially when you're giving away your top pick next year.
Yeah, that's odd. Now,
how are these people like Bruce Feldman, Barnwell on this missing so much on the compensation?
Feldman, I get, because Feldman doesn't cover it regularly. Barnwell, I think, is just dumb. I think he's a fake smart guy. But the other thing there is trading it as a first to the Jets. I don't know if they're allowed to do that. Now, it might be different because the Jets are the ones who have we get the higher of the 2 picks currently as it is, so you may be able to say, well, we're just trading you the 2nd one. So that's why it may not have the same rules applied, but otherwise you'd have to trade it as a 2 that escalates, and I don't know if you can do that with that draft trade.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, that seems like it's
Dallas
low.
wins on that trade, though. Again, if you're just talking trade value chart, that's 2 of them now where they trade up and they win.
Now, let's go to number 20. The Cowboys send number 20 to the Chiefs. They drop down 9 spots to 29. They also pick up the Chiefs' 3rd round pick, which is 74, and the Chiefs' 4th round pick, which is 109.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You do that one too?
Yep.
All right,
I do all 3 of those. In fact, I keep feeling like they are going to make a trade with the Chiefs on draft day, whether it's to go up to 9 or go back to 29. They'll work with them on one of those.
And that is all she wrote.
Inside the Star in your home of the Cowboys with our draft coverage and the Path to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers here on Sean and RJ along with our Cowboys Insider. It's my favorite thing to do this week. It makes me feel better as a husband with the Diana Russini update and who actually got those photos of her and Mike Vrabel. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up. I know you're thinking about the weekend. I know you got...
listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The radio bus of Diana Russini, athletic NFL reporter, continues to run over her poor husband nonstop as the entire internet has been waiting for her tweet. She sent one. It did not go well yesterday morning. But then the entire internet said, let's just go check out all of her different radio appearances and see what we can get. And here's one of Diana on with Fox Sports Radio, maybe giving us a sign of things to come.
For 12 days. I'm not going to sleep. I'm not going to eat. My family's going to hate me. My husband's going to threaten divorce. But we've signed up for this. This I didn't sign up. I was not ready. And we're getting divorced at the end of the year.
Right. Stop. Breaking news. Stop. Don't say that.
It's hard. It's hard. We're going through it.
Sorry, Kev.
Diana, with the Eagles,
he doesn't even know who I am right now.
I haven't seen
he's okay. Oh, he has. We've talked about. We've never been more disconnected in our lives. Our text messages look like two robots. Hello.
Just going through the motions.
Is he getting?
Yes.
Is he getting
Boys
Eagles
alive?
insider in the divorce?
Love you. Any of that? Love you. Love you too.
No, not even an emoji. I get a picture of Mikey and Joey looking adorable and perfectly dressed because Kevin's so good at that.
Right.
And I'll write back, miss you guys, you too. He texts the next day.
Yeah.
Going to work. I'm like, what? 15 hours just passed.
Right.
So I have a lot of work to do, guys, when I get home.
Yeah.
A lot of work to do.
Just when I think some of this is just like fun radio hyperbole,
could be.
I'm like, oh, I don't know.
It's a long time to spend on it. That was not a throwaway joke. That was therapy.
Yeah,
because it is the old radio technique of just my wife hates me or I hate my wife.
Yeah, but
Please.
There's been 8 clips though.
It's a lot.
There's a lot.
It's either that's her only source of material.
Yeah.
Like she has no personality and no material. She's just leaning into the bit.
Yeah.
Or they really genuinely do hate each other.
Pre the Vrabel exposure, like, did he hear her saying all this stuff and be like, what's wrong with you? Like, why would you talk like this?
Yeah.
If I talked like this regularly on the air, Kristen would be like, what the hell? Why are you talking like this?
Then she went on with our buddies in D.C. on the Fan, JP and B. Mitch, and she wanted to change her show intro.
Diana, what's up? How are you?
What's up, guys? I told your producer that I want to be introduced now. I don't want to be insider. I don't want to be Scoop City podcast host. I just want to be MILF. I'm going for
What
this.
the hell? that is such a...
I'm just trying. I am trying out here. It is hard in the streets, guys, to keep up. But
if you start calling yourself MILF, you're going to get a lot of follows.
No, I'm so not a MILF. But, look, I used to be like, I never want to be this. I'm leaning into it now. I'm like, all right, let's just do it.
So this is my favorite thing now. People just going and finding old tweets and old clips.
So if she takes MILF, then Vrabel can take the term insider.
Front Office Sports tweeted 10 hours ago, Florio has been like, who got the photos? Was someone tipped off? Because people are finding out more and more about the getaway, too.
But the hotel. They were photographed at the Ambiente, Arizona, an adults-only couples retreat. Now, listen, I've driven through Sedona.
No.
It's 2 hours from Phoenix. Easy.
Yeah, and that's where the owners' meetings were.
This is not down the street.
Yeah.
This is in Scottsdale.
Yeah, they're not going to meet at Cafe Pikachu.
No, it's not a surprise. It's not in Surprise, Arizona. This is not in Sun City. You're talking 2 hours away. And it is apparently it's a super high-end hotel, extremely isolated. It's not on the highway. It's off the highway. Someone's tipped off here. So either the hotel tips somebody off, they come, or either it's a hotel employee taking a photo.
Why couldn't it just be other people staying there?
It could be. Yeah, somebody like found out that they were, that who it was, or they knew who it was because they're sports fans.
Yeah,
anything, and this is the result of it, because this is at least 2 hours away from Phoenix, from downtown. In traffic.
Front Office Sports reports that the photos were shopped around before the New York Post published the story. TMZ was offered them, but they wouldn't publish it, even though the price was less than $10K for the photos. Barstool openly admits a memo went out saying not to cover this story. Awful on behalf of the lead masshole Portnoy, Patriot fan. And then other insiders and major news outlets won't even mention the story. So, Bobby, we were going through each of these and trying to figure out why. The last one is the easiest. Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter, they're not going to be on their networks talking about this.
Yeah, so that one makes sense to me why NFL insiders wouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah.
Some people would say, well, it's about a coach. I'm like, yeah, but it also, even if it didn't involve Russini, there have been times where they won't make a reference to if it's like a coach's personal life. They just don't talk about it.
This would have to be on Schefter or Rappaport on McAfee.
Now, Schefter, I guess, I saw the clip. I didn't hear it, but I saw the transcript of it. I guess he was on with Kincaid in Philly. And Kincaid's sidekick was like, what do you think about this? And Schefter just passed on it. And he said something like, just feel bad for the families.
Yeah.
And that's all he left it at. The Barstool one makes a little sense in the sense that I know Russini goes on with them a lot. So maybe Portnoy just didn't want them to like jeopardize the relationship.
Shouldn't matter.
Portnoy, if he's got any sort of just the legal perspective on it, he's like, I don't want us getting sued for talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that makes no sense. I thought he was doing like a little bit of a one-day bit of, I'm such a Patriot fan. This will give me even more Boston following. We're not going to attack the AFC champs. We care about them that much. And then I saw like a story on the website, but you can't do this.
Yeah, I don't understand. But the one that makes no sense at all is TMZ.
Yep.
I don't know. TMZ, I wouldn't think would be scared of anything. Yeah. I don't think TMZ would be like, so the only thing I can think is they just looked at it when not a story that would be worth the payment. Like people wouldn't, I don't know what they misjudged how significant a story it was. I don't know.
Busy with Nancy Guthrie.
I saw for the first time I saw one of those digital billboards on 35 yesterday offering the reward for information about Nancy.
Here are the stories on TMZ Sports currently. So it doesn't make any sense that they wouldn't touch this. LaShawn McCoy defends Mike Vrabel. Quadruple amputee murder suspect snorts substance.
That was a great video.
Fires gun. YouTuber Cletus McFarland remembers Greg Biffle. I want to be like Biff after the accident. So there's plenty of stories on here. Kristen Pulisic backtracks, cheating accusations. There's stuff on here that are way beneath what that story would have done for their website. They
misjudged this one big time.
Big time.
Big time.
Lamar and Chloe again. Who cares?
That's what I'm thinking. It's got to be just a misjudge of the news, right? Rather than they're not protecting anybody. TMZ's never done that.
No.
So I got to think they just went, oh, that's not, who even knows who that is? And they're just holding hands. There's no pure evidence about them.
Is Vrabel getting a little pass on this? I think a lot of women in this situation would go, oh, here we go. Let's just slut shame her and let's talk about her. And
Mike Vrabel,
big old bad football coach, is going to go ahead and get a pass. Meanwhile, we destroy her social media. Maybe some of it has to do with her having the social media, but we're going to try to take apart her career and discredit her moving forward. And Vrabel's just going to go back and coach in football. I hope he gets his too.
Well, I mean, there is.
He has been.
I think part of it. Part of it is the aspect of the position of power. Like he's not, she's gaining. There, people are saying that's she's gaining insight. She's doing an unethical journalism way.
Yeah.
Which to me, there's no such thing as ethics in journalism is a complete oxymoron. It's just it's one of the jumbo shrimp. Journalistic ethics, oxymoron. Military intelligence, oxymoron, right?
Oh, shots fired.
Those are the old jokes. The other side of this is, I think, there's obviously a double standard. When it comes to men can cheat and ruin a family, but women are supposed to be mama bear,
right,
and not ruin the family.
So the GIFs, the GIFs, the memes, the audio clips, the jokes. They continue to come out.
It's been a great run for Twitter. Twitter has had a really strong couple days.
Fantastic.
They have, and guys, putting Diana Russini's quote into the construct of Nick Castellanos, and there's a fly ball to left. I pride myself as a man of faith. The Tom Brenneman, where they said Diana's
Russini quote.
No, she just wrote the statement.
Oh.
I pride myself as a woman of faith, and there's a long drive to left, and a deep drive by Castellanos. I appreciate stuff like that.
Are you?
By the way, 40 atriums at this hotel. 24/7 hot tub is where they were caught in.
40 atriums?
40 atriums.
What does that mean?
Maybe all 40 atriums were taken up. They didn't have a place to meet up and
Rooftop
catch up.
decks just to watch the stars. Oh, baby.
Are you a bad dog parent if you're not using this pill?
Scientists are coming up with ready for this, a beef-flavored pill that can extend the life of a dog by several years. Are you a bad dog owner if you don't give your dog this pill?
How much is it?
It doesn't have the cost on this
It's
thing
a
yet.
beef pill?
It's a beef-flavored.
And why is it going to extend their? Because I have broth in it. Why am I extending their?
I don't think it's going to have broth in it. It's just a pill that scientists are trying to develop that will somehow extend their life. They'll keep them free of diseases, of certain diseases that can kill dogs as they get older. We have life expectancy of dogs changes based on a lot of the foods they eat and stuff like that. This is supposed to help all that. But are you a bad dog owner, Peyton? If you don't, get this for your dog.
The cost is the big thing here. Look, if you just take care of your dog in the first place, they'll live to be a long time anyways. So treat them right, make them eat, healthy food, whatever. Don't be rude to them, mean to them, lock them up, all that stuff. Sign this up.
Did you put your dog in a crate at all? We don't either.
No, not anymore. I mean, my parents growing up did because the dogs would go out and tear stuff up when they were puppies. But no, we haven't done that in a long time.
You're not going to be happy with me.
Oh no.
My godson wants to come stay here for the draft. Tight end, now receiver at Vanderbilt, and he wants to attend some draft parties from his teammates that are going to be here. And his mom last week was trying to talk me into it because they have a little dog. And I said, the condition is we have a bathroom outside by the pool.
Well.
Outdoor bathroom. When they're not here, he and his girlfriend, the dog has to be in the crate in that bathroom. It's air conditioned. It's an air conditioned bathroom. Mm-hmm. But the dog in the crate, they told me it was crate trained because I can't have the dog running around in the house, peeing and pooping everywhere and scratching and biting stuff up. Am I a bad person? Those are the conditions of him coming and staying for about a week.
No, because you have no idea what the dog is like. It's not worth the risk.
Tell your dog.
Okay.
I would assume it's not going to pee and poop because it's trained, but could mark its territory. New house.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do like to do that. They go to a new place. Oh, this has never been urinated on.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, Friday edition off to a strong start here with the 6 a.m. club. Let's make it even stronger with a wide receiver prospect that you may know locally. Josh Cameron, Baylor wideout, in studio, getting you ready for his NFL draft next.
Let's get you on over to Base Power, basepowercompany.com/the fan. This is what you're going to do. You're going to save money on your energy. Sean and I are both saving money, 15% for me per month, 20% for him per month. And you can also get the built-in backup battery so you never have to.
Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And he throws over the right side. Complete. The move into the end zone. 33 yards for Josh Cameron.
A special treat here on Sean and RJ Friday edition on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. A guy that I can already tell dominated all the pre-draft interviews and all the personality. I can already tell he's Josh Cameron, Baylor wide receiver, in studio on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He's spry. He's not half asleep. He came in here with all the energy, the positivity, and I can already all the character concerns, they're off the table. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
How was Indy and the whole interview process stuff? Did you get thrown off by anything?
Yeah, the process was actually like really smooth for me. Really just kind of talk with the different teams. I had really one formal interview that was with Atlanta, and then I had different informal interviews, but kind of like beforehand, like you were saying, I didn't really have like character concerns, so I didn't feel like anyone was trying to get under my skin or anything like that.
Yeah. Were you trained well for it?
I would say yeah. I did media training at Baylor, and I did like the Big 12 all media thing up at the Star like a couple years, and then really just kind of talking with the different people. I kind of got used to that already.
Do they look at you weird like you stayed in the same place all 4 years now? Nobody does that.
Yeah, no, they're like, that's like actually really surprising because they're like, I was actually there for 5 years, so they're like, wow, Baylor, and they like write that down, they kind of shake their head, they're like, yeah, that's really rare nowadays. So it's kind of funny to kind of see that shift, but Baylor was awesome, man.
Was there any question that threw you off, or they try to get you off your game?
So I'm a big receiver, and so they were like, I forgot what team it was. This was actually at the Senior Bowl, but one of them was just like, so you're a big receiver. If you were to like put on some more weight and play like an H-back type deal, I was like, I don't know about an H-back. No, that's a little bit different. You know? I'm more of that receiver. I'm slide. I can get in there for sure. I'm not afraid to block or anything, but that's a little different for sure. But yeah, no, that was probably the craziest question I got for sure.
Has it been weird at all? Like during this process, you'll talk to a bunch of different guys who are coming out in the draft, and a lot of them will say like, it feels so little about football. Like at times, like a lot of the training you're doing isn't necessarily for game training; it's for testing. Yeah. Or a lot of the interviews like stray away from even like we're talking about football at this point. They're trying to more figure out the person. Is that something that has been odd to you? Of just like, man, it feels so bizarre that this job interview is so little about the job at times.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's like, because some of the interviews, kind of like what you were saying, it was like no football at all, really just trying to get to know me, like my background, my family, like how I grew up, and like maybe talk like a minute about football, things like that. But then you have some interviews where it's like straight football type deal. So it's definitely that balance. And then when it comes to like training, yeah, it's like straight specific drills to be precise here, get the best time as possible. And so I think I'm getting towards the end of that process, and so just getting back to being able to get back to football training, I think that's going to be really cool. But yeah, it's just a part of the process for sure. It's definitely a little different though.
Describe your game.
Shoot, yeah, I'm a tough nosed receiver. I'm someone who has the yak ability. I make the tough contested grabs. I'm really just someone who's an all-around receiver. Same thing like I was saying before. I can get down and dirty. I love to block. I have great blocking tape. Love to just sell out for my teammates, because that's something at Baylor that we really just prided ourselves on. So really just like a multifaceted receiver that can just kind of do it all for sure.
Josh Cameron, Cedar Park High School, born and raised Austin. Texas Stars.
Yep.
So you're a little bit of a foodie. I see the Cajun pasta on your Instagram.
For sure.
Your fiance, congratulations.
Thank you.
Can cook as well.
Yep.
So are you a barbecue connoisseur too?
Yeah, that's funny. My parents actually have a barbecue restaurant called Papa's Barbecue down in Austin. Yeah, really? Papa's Barbecue, yeah.
That is a fierce battle
to
be a barbecue place in Austin,
sure.
right?
For sure, yeah. There's a whole lot of competition, but they're doing great.
Have you ever been to Franklin's?
I have.
Did you have to stand in line?
See, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
So I went when we were like a little bit younger. But yeah, they've had a line for all these years, and like they're.
Is there one that jumps out outside of your families in Austin as your one seed? If your friends are saying, I'm gonna travel to Austin, where do I need to go, Josh?
I'll probably say Style Switch. They have good barbecue as well. They have a couple Austin locations, and then I'm in the Cedar Park area. They have a location out there, so Style Switch is pretty good for sure.
Can you smoke yourself?
I see. So my first job was actually working there back in 2020. So we opened up right before COVID kind of happened, and so we didn't really know. No, literally, we didn't know that was gonna happen. So then was working there for a little bit, and then after that, they kind of transitioned to straight catering, and then they just reopened the location back in Austin. So
an entire family was Cowboys growing up.
Yeah. So we were Cowboys fans growing up this entire time. Seeing Dez Bryant, Tony Romo, those guys. I mean, getting to go to actually when I was younger, I got the opportunity to play there. They host the little kids, the little state championship type games. So got to play there as a kid. They got the little pictures, all that fun stuff.
So you mentioned that, and we're talking with Josh Cameron, Baylor receiver. You mentioned that people are always surprised, wow, 5 years at Baylor, you stayed at the same place. Why? Because I mean, in this era, there's so many people who do want to shift around, whether it be for opportunity or NIL or whatever reason is there. Why did you stay at Baylor for 5 years?
Yeah, for me, it was really just one of my core values is loyalty. And so really just looking at the opportunity that Coach Aranda and just the staff has given me just throughout the years, because I started off as a walk-on there and just kind of worked my way up and really just wanted to finish my legacy there. That was kind of the main thing. I built something there, and I really just wanted to finish it there. And so there was definitely schools kind of knocking at the door, but there was never really a doubt of me on maybe I should consider this. It was always Baylor in my heart for sure.
It always feels like there's every year we get a new Dave Aranda story that's just wow. What's your most intense experience with Coach Aranda?
Most intense experience? Probably I had to say at the bowl game in 2022. That's probably the maddest I've seen him been. It was just wild stuff, kind of before. We almost got kicked out the bowl game, actually. It was crazy. Because, one of our teammates was, fighting at the little comedy event. Things was just happening. And so he just came in. He was just, just straight up getting after us in the team meeting. So I've never really seen, Coach Aranda be like that, and he was just straight cussing us out. So I was like, oh, shoot. That was not playing. But, yeah, we almost got kicked out the event, so that was probably the craziest moment I've seen from him for sure. But most of the time, what I'm saying, what you see, that's how he is, that chill, mellow type coach. But, he's analyzing everything. Super smart dude for sure.
I want you to take us through, if you can, and you don't have to name names or anything, but, we see these guys hop in the portal, and then all of a sudden they're signed. The portal hasn't even opened yet. They've already committed. What is the process of teams reaching? They're obviously reaching out behind the back. They got. Did you got an agent the whole time you were there?
I didn't have an agent. Yeah.
So how does that work? They're just tampering, it's just completely in plain sight.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like tampering is not really a thing anymore because it's just because of NIL. Just being honest, but. How it went with me, they would go to my trainer back home in Austin. They would go through him. And so they were basically talking to him, and then he would relay the message to me. So that's kind of how they were contacting me. So it really just depends on the situation, but I guess it just kind of, they're either talking to an agent if you have an agent, or talking to a family friend, someone they know type deal that can get in contact with you. So not in plain sight, but business. Basically in plain sight for sure. It's definitely pretty wild for sure.
We hear a lot during these pre-draft interviews. Teams they want to maybe push your buttons. They want to stress you a little bit. See all right, let's see how you react to this. How have you experienced any sit downs with teams where it's okay, what are they doing here? Why they're clearly trying to lead on me or poke me a little bit. See how I react to this.
Like I said, I really haven't had any moments where they're trying to poke me or prod me or anything. Maybe just question me or something like that, some basic questions. But for the most part, it's been pretty smooth. And if they do, I may not have noticed it, and I'm just kind of being me and just talking with them for sure.
Josh Cameron, Baylor wide receiver, in studio here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. So how are you trying to plan out where you're going to go in terms of your expectation, draft party plans, getting the family together? How are you trying to forecast it?
Yeah, so I have such an awesome family, and so they help me a lot with that process. So they actually kind of already planned it for me. So we're going to be down in Austin. So the plan is to have like a smaller party, kind of draft party. And then wherever I really kind of end up, we'll have like a bigger kind of celebration. And they haven't told me the details, but they're like, yeah, we're going to have a celebration somewhere in Austin. But all I know is we're going to have like a little smaller party and then a bigger celebration down in Austin.
And you have the the family like cell phone plan worked out in terms of everyone being quiet, or it's going to be on you, or you got the ringer up, you got a special ring. How you planning out the cell phone operations? Because there's been missed calls. There's been missed calls.
Do you even know how to turn your ringer on?
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Really?
For sure.
I know my kids like no sound comes out of the phone. No sound.
Yeah, I do usually leave it on silent, but I'm going to have it on for that process. But I guess we haven't got that far, maybe. I'm going to be honest. But my mom was talking about, like, maybe put on speakerphone, things like that, and with, like, the coaches and all that, just so I can thank, like, the whole staff type deal. So.
Talk about some of your other teammates who could be drafted. Give us a little scouting report on who comes to mind and some of the best corners that you also faced throughout your Baylor career.
Yeah, so I'd go with my boy Sawyer, my QB. He's a dude that is just a relentless leader, someone who loves to compete, dang near as much as I do. I've never seen a person that's competitive. It could be tossing a paper in a trash can, and he's gonna go hard type deal. And so, yeah, really just a poised dude, someone who just kind of worked his way up, and someone who I could definitely see getting drafted. You got my tight end, Michael Trigg, too, just a freak athlete, someone who makes crazy catches, someone who can block, who can really just do it all, and who can really just make an impact to wherever he goes. So those are just some of the guys I can name. Sorry, what was the second part?
Bad two-part question on my end. It's bad journalism. Some of the corners that you faced throughout your career and who stands out with some of these names that we're going to hear called.
The best corner I probably faced in my career is he went to K-State. Julius Brents, I believe is his name. I think he's at the Colts now. But yeah, he was like I was like younger at the time. He was like a senior, and so I was just like didn't have the much experience at the time, and so really he's just like a long, like 6'4" corner, long arms, things like that. And so just kind of getting used to that was an experience for sure. But,
you know, it was reported out there, we're talking with Josh Cameron, Baylor wide receiver. It was reported out there you had dinner with the Cowboys, you and a couple of your teammates. You obviously have trained right near the Star, grew up a Cowboys fan. I think even your agency that you're with, I think they office out of the Star. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of strong connections there. Have you thought about, man, that'd be pretty cool to end up here with the Cowboys?
Man, that would be a dream come true for sure. I would definitely be a super emotional moment, and something that I've definitely kind of, like I said, literally have dreamed about just kind of growing up, and really just ever since I could remember playing football. It's always been I want to take care of my mom. I want to get drafted by the Cowboys. I want to leave an impact to the franchise for sure. So yeah, if that were to happen, man, I would be ecstatic for sure.
Who was at the dinner with you?
Coach Wells.
Okay.
Yeah, tight end.
So that's our buddy,
friend of the show,
Coach Lunda Wells.
Did you go in knowing that you were gonna what you were gonna order? If you were gonna be safe, like I can't get any fried food, I gotta get a chicken breast, or could you just go with a steak?
Yeah, I wanted the steak, and so it was actually me. It was me, Trigg, and Sawyer at that dinner, and so I actually haven't been to this. It was like a steakhouse in like a hotel, but it was a really nice steakhouse, but it was really good. So I did a little ribeye.
Okay. How'd you get it cooked?
Mashed potatoes, a medium rare.
There we go. All right.
Come on now. Yeah, we ain't doing none of that well done stuff. We can't do that. I ain't trying to chew on the tire now. But yeah.
What was your academic focus? Out of curiosity, like after football, what does Josh Cameron want to do or interested in?
So I graduated back in May, corporate comm degree. So when it comes to after football, I know I want to own my own business one day. My parents, like I said, they're entrepreneurs. They've owned like insurance businesses. They've been in the barbecue business. They touched like a lot of different areas. And so for me, the next step is just trying to figure out which area I'm like truly passionate in and really want to kind of pursue and just trying to grow. So that's just kind of like the next step for me, but definitely want to be my own business owner.
Well, look, you're a very impressive young man. We can already tell it 20 minutes in. Thank you so much for coming in. Is there anything else that Cowboy fans or just football fans should know about you before the big draft?
Shoot, just look out for the name Josh Cameron, and I'm going to make an impact for sure.
Thank you, boss. Appreciate you, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Josh Cameron in studio, the Baylor wide receiver, right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. The Eagles are just reloading. The Cowboys are spinning their wheels. The Giants are getting a receiver. What all the executives are saying about the rest of the NFC East, commercial free in the Expressway after this. And this is the Tolo team of attorneys. I get the same exact.
win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Everything good over here?
It is great.
I feel like I walked into some chaos and madness on speakerphone after getting some water.
We, so the youngest one is a mess. My older one has a game tonight. It's community night. The whole city's going to be there. The whole town's going to be there, right?
The whole state.
The whole state, really. And we're making him go. We told him he can't go to his friend's house. He got invited to his friends. We told him he's like, can't go. I initially said yes. And then I was reminded, it's community night. I forgot about that. So no, you got to go. And he's pitching a fit. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go to community night. He wants to go to his friend's house. He doesn't want to come to Luca's game.
Yeah.
I'm like, you got to go. You haven't been to a game? You got to go to a game.
Oh, he hasn't been to one?
He hasn't been to one. We have let him out. Because on Tuesdays he has baseball practice, so that's when the other games are. And Fridays, he's got FCA, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, and then he goes to his friend's house afterwards.
How much does Luca care that he comes to a game?
Luca doesn't care if anyone goes to a game.
Yeah.
He doesn't care if I go. He doesn't care if his mom goes. The only thing he cares about when I go is, did you get that on video? Yeah, I got that on video. Well, the pitcher's low, wasn't it? That's what he said yesterday. The pitcher's low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a question, because I know this word has passed my lips many times. I don't know that it's ever passed your lips once, and I'm curious which one it's going to be for Sean, which is tough.
I wouldn't make him go to the game. I would say go to your friend's house. I don't care. But if Luca doesn't care, then
if there's something you're telling him to do, because I feel like when Chop's telling him to do something, if they put up enough of a fight, Chop will go, all right, fine. Yeah. Are you going to be the parent who just goes tough? You're going.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
I have the willpower of a crackhead with $20. Okay. I have zero willpower when it comes to anything in life, really.
Have you ever said that tough to them? Like, tough, you're doing it.
I have.
Yeah, he's holding out strong for the can I say for the E thing?
Oh yeah,
you did mention
he's
that.
holding out strong for the electrical bike that all the kids want to get.
They all want to get it. I'm like, no. The answer's no.
He thought I was going to say e-cigarette.
Yeah.
But you were questioning whether you should crack.
I was questioning
because the other parents are folding.
The other parents
are screwing you over,
folded like a suitcase.
Yeah.
And Sarah said, "Look, if he gets his e-bike, we're getting a divorce." And I'm like, she goes, you have to have some courage and conviction here. Conviction's a very, very loose thing in my life.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot of it.
So did I walk in to hear you giving him permission to go to the friends?
I basically said, I don't even care what you do. I don't even care what you do. I don't want to fight with him about it.
Yeah.
It's one game. He's going to have other games, Luca.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
He's going to have another game here soon. So maybe he'll just go to another game, but he won't.
He's smooth, though, because as soon as he went, fine, what do I care? Then he went, all right, so the plan is I'm going to so-and-so's house. And then Chubby went, wait, that was never mentioned. This is a whole new plan that you're telling me you're going to do.
I'm like, no. So, yeah, now he's going to probably wind up going to the game. I assume he's going to wind up going to the game because I think his mom really wants him to, and it's important to her. Because she's like, you need to come support your brother.
Oh, so she's going.
Oh, yeah. Jana goes to every game.
Okay.
Yeah, she goes to every game. I try to go to every game. One of us is there at every game.
All right, so we're commercial free in the Expressway. We got the junk drawer coming up at 7:40, but The Athletic went and talked to executives about every team's offseason. And I kind of want to just focus on the NFC East here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks to Josh Cameron and his team for bringing him in. Baylor wide receiver. Flying colors as a kid, I can already tell.
Yeah, rave reviews on the text. A lot of people talking about how, we got one here said, as a former Baylor Bear, thanks for getting Josh on. Great young man, great football player. He's awesome. A lot of people saying nice guy. A lot of people saying hope he ends up a Cowboy. So,
nice
rave
job,
reviews.
Nice job, Bobby, setting it up along with Emmitt Smith this week. The Cowboys had the most boring write-up in this entire thing, so we'll hit it and quit it. An exec said Dallas is one of those spin-your-wheels type teams that never really gets a lot better. And I know the K&C kind of covered this the other day. I was a little disappointed in their offseason. They got Rashawn Gary, who Green Bay was not fired up about. They were not necessarily going to bring him back. What are they going to do with Pickens? Are you going to have two receivers making at least $34 million, Lamb, APY, plus Dak making $60? And that is where, after reading through all of this the other day, Bob, this is where I said, okay, Crosby for a second. I draft a receiver. Maybe I go ahead and get Josh Cameron later on.
There you go.
And I'm willing to move George because, man, when I saw the numbers written out, I've known the numbers, but when I saw 34, 60, I said, that's
a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money to commit there. And now, do you prefer?
Now, Max ain't going to be cheap.
No.
He's making money too, but I'm
Max
getting it on the other side of the ball that I'm desperate for.
And Max is a shorter-term commitment in all likelihood. Now, when you say that it's the most boring write-up, which I agree, it really was probably the most boring write-up. It does suck a little to see somebody go, yeah, that's just one of those teams that always just never does anything, to improve themselves. When you see that, though, do you prefer the Cowboys being that team? The one that, when you poll about all 32 teams, the rest of the league, is it is there something decent about the Cowboys being a little bit more boring than they've been in the past to the rest of the league? Or do you just go no, I want them to be active. I want people to be talking about them.
I want them to be active. I want people to be talking about them. Seattle can be boring right now.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle, done nothing. Denver can be a little bit more boring before the Jalen Waddle trade. I think they started off free agency the slowest. No, I don't like seeing that they just spin their wheels in the offseason.
Would we have considered Seattle boring last year?
Yes, because I don't remember anything they did.
I get what you're saying.
They did Darnold, but I kind of thought that was a boring way to address quarterback.
Tank.
Now, when you look at...
But I'm talking about, this offseason. Seattle.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, sometimes, boring could be
boring.
Good.
He's saying boring leading into a Super Bowl season. If we would have looked at them as boring, potentially.
Right.
Now, the thing that's interesting on this list here is Sando on each team. He lists what they've spent in free agency and outgoing money they've lost. And then the size of the difference between those he puts is basically here's your ranking of how much money you're spending versus how much money you're retaining. And Dallas on this list was 10th in the NFL. So if you're just talking about raw spending, maybe they weren't near the highest. But if you're talking about money they spent and the money they retained and then the gap between them, they were one of the higher spending teams in that regard.
That's good. Over to Philadelphia. Quote, these are from NFL execs. This is just a little lull in their process. They will build back up. They lost guys. That's what happens when you're in your window. They've done some for now moves. They also acquired future picks. They'll get a third-round comp for Jalen Phillips, so they will be whole there. Philly is always going to be Philly by virtue of them drafting and making strategic decisions, signing guys for extensions early, whether it was the quarterback or the two receivers. Now they're doing it with their D linemen. They got stale because their running game sucked and their offensive line was not very good. Let's see what they do in the draft and if the quarterback can get better. But another executive predicted Philadelphia could wind up in cap hell that Sean Payton put the Saints in after over-leveraging. Quote, you find yourself, and Stephen Jones kind of said this a year or two ago, they're going to have to pay the piper too. You find yourself having to extend players you do not necessarily want to extend to help leverage your books out so you can keep a competitive roster. If you don't continue to win, that thing blows itself up. When you're paying those high-priced players, they have to come through. And one more executive predicted darker days ahead for Filthy. They can't even trade A.J. Brown until June 2nd because of the cap impact. They have a lot of deals they have to pay the piper on.
So one of the new numbers that people love to get obsessed with when kind of analyzing salary cap spending and stuff like that is cap hit in void years. So we've talked about these void years where it's just an accounting trick to shift cap money ahead. And then whenever the contract ends, all of that void year money accelerates at once. So these are the top 5 teams with the most money in void years right now.
Philly's nuts.
Denver, $168 million is 5. Dallas, $179 million is 4. Detroit, $195 million is 3rd. Cleveland, with that Watson contract, is $271 second. The Philadelphia Eagles currently have $474 million shifted to void years. $500 million Philadelphia's got shifted on their cap that's going to come due at some point.
So, but they're supposed to be geniuses.
And they're geniuses. They won a Super Bowl.
They have ridiculous amounts of success to brag about.
Yeah, they
over
won.
us.
Yeah. I'd say that's worth it. They won.
Yeah, but
and they're going
to. The whole thought is that this is eventually going to come due, but it never actually does come due.
It did for them previously. They had their little bit of a reset, like 2020 to 21 or whatever that was. They reset for a couple of years. You do have to take a bath for a year or two at some point.
The year they went to the Super Bowl, they were in a reset. They were in a reset.
No. I'm saying whatever year it was because they went when they picked Hurts, like right before that. 2020 they were like 5-11 or something. You're bad for a year or two and reset your money.
New York Giants, NFL execs from The Athletic. The big free agent signing was John Harbaugh. You also have Isaiah Likely, Tremaine Edmonds, Greg Newsome, and exec. I think what they have done is pretty good to this point. To get some familiarity, Likely is good for them. The key is the two rookies from last year, Cam and Dart. They did the right thing by letting Wan'Dale Robinson go, but they do not have a lot there beyond Malik Neighbors. I could see them drafting one of the receivers early on. And I underlined that and said, please, 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 New York Giants, get a wideout instead of Sonny Styles or something else.
That's what Lions guys see what they're going to do.
If you can get the best thing in the world for this Cowboys team when they're looking at the draft is, and the thing we were hoping for early on that does not seem like it's possible any longer, but you would hope for, is you get 3 of those receivers to go.
Yeah.
If you get Lemon, Tyson, and Tate to get picked somewhere in the top 11, that would rescue you in a lot of ways.
CBS has them taking Carnell Tate. Which, that would make for a pretty salty wide receiver duo with Neighbors.
Yeah. Assuming Neighbors comes back like the guy we think he is. Yeah.
But that's some weapons.
Another exec said nothing that New York did really scares you. And then finally, Washington with RJ's boy, Dan Quinn. Entered free agency with lots of cap space, partly a mirage. They had more roster spots to fill than most after signing so many short-term contracts over the 2 past off seasons. They filled them with a league-high 7 newcomers, earning at least $6.5 million per year. Choppy, that sounds like the type of thing you would love. Go and get 5 or 6 guys making $6 million. Quote from an exec: you kind of get what you pay for with those $6 to $8 million guys. They're fringe starters. It makes some sense. You got to fill out your roster. They had to get younger. Badly in need of pass rush help. They committed $35 million in APY to Odafe Owe and Chason. Those are rotational pieces. One thing that I got from this is the 2 pass rushers that we were talking about the Cowboys maybe getting. These executives were not that high on in Owe and is it who Cincy signed?
Oye Mafe.
Yeah, Mafe.
Mm-hmm.
They were kind of like, okay, these guys have been on multiple teams. These are rotational pieces, an executive said. Owe is more of a DPR. That's a designated pass rusher than an every down guy. A little hit and miss, but they needed some speed on defense. And then they also talked about Tim Settle, under the radar signing. He was Houston's best run defender. And then on Jaden Daniels, saying they're making a bunch of revolving door moves this year, which looks a little bit like panic to me. It's all going to depend on how the quarterback plays. He can save it all. So that is Mike Sando. Very interesting piece around the division and the league from The Athletic.
He can save it all, but man, I got to feel like last year should have scared a lot of people on the futures with Daniels. Just because it was everything was coming to bear that people were worried about when he was coming out in terms of just like, can he hold up? Like last year just felt like that dude's not, no matter what they tried, it felt like he's just not getting healthy. He keeps getting hurt. And that is what people were most terrified of in the NFL with him. I wasn't high on him coming out, but universally, even the people that liked him were concerned about, like, does his body hold up in the NFL game?
The Texans, by the way, did exercise 5th-year options for Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. C.J. will make $26 million. The great Will Anderson will get $21 million In 2027, the salaries are fully guaranteed. Odds are out for Dexter Lawrence's next team from Vegas and Bet Online after requesting the trade from the Giants, Chargers, Texans, Bengals, Titans, Patriots, Steelers. So there you go.
The Giants don't want to trade him to the NFC, it sounds like, if that's the case.
Yep.
Wow, yeah.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the home of the Cowboys. It is DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's get some laughs on a Friday.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Let's clean up the mailbox, as you maybe do every single Friday here on Sean and RJ. And we got a couple of Tennessee stories. Bobby, let's start with your audio, and then we'll get to the aliens.
Let's do it. This one might qualify for 9 a.m. today as well.
Oh, no.
We'll just have to see. This is, boy, you got to be really stupid to do something like this. This is in Jonesboro, Tennessee. And this one had gone viral recently during a education board meeting, the Board of Education in Washington County. It was being live streamed, and they had a student there, a student representative that was going to be there to speak from one of the high schools, and board member Keith Irvin dropped this wonderful line to the high schooler in front of everyone.
God, you're hot. You know that? Damn. Where do you go to school at?
I go to Crockett.
All right.
God, you're hot. Where do you go to school at?
Oh no!
This is so bad. This is high school. So
God!
So bad. Here's the thing.
Are on their way, mofos.
Here's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh man!
This is an all-time stupid move. A, you say this to a child. B, you not only say this to a child, you say this to a child in front of other people. You not only say this to a child in front of other people, you say this to a child in front of other people on a live stream. Not only that, you say this to a child in front of other people on a live stream in your official capacity as a government official. You moron.
I don't know if I like that.
They have caught so much heat for this, and now they're backtracking and trying to say, this was inappropriate, shouldn't have been said, and he's apologized for it. But this is now there's a 2,500 signature petition all ready to get this guy removed from the school board.
He has to go.
I don't even. I know this town. I didn't think there was 2,500 people
I'm not a fan.
That should tell you. How
it's
wild
like an
this is
80% approval rating on this removal. Holy cow.
Yeah, they had an emergency meeting on Wednesday to discuss this, and further action is waiting to take place.
I can't say. Look, this is East E. This is by Bristol. This is by the Motor Speedway.
Okay.
No, this is where, I just drove through here.
Yeah, this is like by Johnson City, and it's about an hour-ish, hour and a half.
Blaming NASCAR.
East of Knoxville. About an hour and a half
This is an all-time moron, right?
All-time moron.
Great. He has to go. Has to.
Now, let's go. Let's stay in the state of Tennessee. Congressman Tim Burchett claims Americans would be, quote, up at night worrying and come unglued if they knew the truth about aliens. He is a member of the House Task Force on the declassification of federal secrets. And he says, I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is. And I'll say this, if they were to release the things I've seen, you'd be up at night worrying, thinking about all this stuff. This comes on the heels of claims that the government briefed Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz.
Anything you need, Matt
Be careful.
Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz, maybe in the previous story.
Yeah. Matt Gaetz grew up in the Truman Show house in Florida. The house where they filmed the show Truman Show.
Really?
He grew up in that house.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a creep.
Top secret alien human hybrid programs and all this crap. And he's like, I'm being serious. And all of a sudden, this has come out that you'd be scared to death. So my question to you guys is, if aliens are real, would you actually want to know? Sure. Or would you want to just be kept in the dark thinking they're not real, I don't believe they're real, they are of no threat, and I can carry on with my day? Because if you find out that they are real, are you not looking up the sky, like everything that flies by, you're like, what the hell is that?
Yeah. I think I'd rather be in the dark.
I would rather know they exist. I also don't know that there's anything they could say short of like putting me in front of one that I'd believe them. I think it'd be like, they're just making this up, like, because I don't think it's true. But
we also think that they're just going to come capture us and abduct us.
See, that's the thing.
Why do we think that?
I am of the opinion. I want to see somebody write the screenplay, an alien movie, where the aliens get here and we find out they're just dumb. Like, they're not smart.
I got a great question from a Tolo who just texted. If aliens are revealed to be real, who's the one? It's a great Ask Reddit question. Who's the one person on the planet you would want to speak on behalf of all of us?
Oh, I think we did do this as an Ask Reddit question before. I'm trying to think. Probably somebody who's gonna make them laugh.
I think I might go Jon Stewart.
I guess that, yeah, because I don't have any vibe on, like, are they going to be serious? Do we need to diffuse this tension?
Right.
Do we want somebody smart? Do we need somebody, if they are dumb, do we need a dummy to talk to them so that we know, like, they're on the same level? I'm going to go...
nominate someone for Civilization to do the speaking. Speaker of the world.
Jim Carrey.
I called that one.
Jim Carrey.
So here's why. Here's why. There's going to be a language barrier there. And I think he'll walk up very gently. I'm not even a big Jim Carrey fan, but he'll walk up gently, and if all else fails, he'll resort to slapstick stuff, and slapstick is universal language, and they'll maybe think it's funny. So I'm picking Jim Carrey.
Oh, horrible.
Oh, Lincoln Riley.
It's got to be somebody.
Payne's just emptying all his drops.
I know, right? It's got to be somebody who can act. Put on Bradley Cooper. Got to be a good-looking guy.
He might be a jerk.
I listened to. I saw him on.
I'm sending Russini.
He was on Rogan. He was very likable. Very likable.
Why are you sending Russini?
She speaks the universal tongue.
Hang on. Rip from Yellowstone.
You're sending Cole Hauser?
Yeah. Rip from Yellowstone.
just
some muscle. Yes,
the meathead muscle from Good Will Hunting is who you're sending. Okay.
It.
All right. Yeah.
Junk drawer continuing right here on the Fan.
All right. We got new COVID here.
Oh, God.
We got the new COVID, the new cicada variant. Maybe it's cicada, however you want to pronounce it.
All the stories I didn't list.
The new cicada variant. Well, I would read your email if I would have had to have read it.
Good point.
Variant detected in more than 20 states. 20 states, including Texas. So be careful. Maybe that's what Sarah's got. She's been throwing up the last 24 hours.
Maybe she's pregnant.
Damn. You went there first. Crap.
Well, that is possible, I suppose. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Texas is among the 20 states that has this new BA 3.2 variant thus far. Symptoms include, see if you've heard these before, a stuffy nose, a fever, a cough, a headache, shortness of breath, sore throat, congestion, muscle pain, body aches. Basically everything Bobby says he has when he walks in here every single morning.
No, I have much more exotic symptoms than that.
If you have that, you have the new COVID variant. It's a cicada.
I don't know. 7 variants ago, I stopped caring about variants.
Thank you.
I did too.
No, you didn't, RJ. Stop. You put it in all your emails.
It's news.
Every new thing, every disease. Of all the things he's listed, which one has actually been legit or came to fruition?
They've all come to fruition.
Yeah, but I mean,
no, none of them have hit us or affected anyone in our inner circles.
We don't know that.
Right, okay, sure. Choppy's warnings about stuffy nose and ticklish throat did come to bear. We should have had our eyes more open. So apologies for that. All right, let's go ahead and shift over to the 4-day work week, something that RJ Choppy is a big fan of.
Yes, I am.
The 4-day work week study.
And I've been thinking about this a little bit more. I don't know what got me thinking about it, but I was like, it really is unfair to people. Like, we always talk about shifting show hours. Like, would you swap with the other shows? It would suck to be G-Bag.
I know Walchuk would swap with our show.
Well done. Well, we have good ratings right now, so everybody would. But
it would suck.
It'd be awful. So let's just take a 9 to 5. I think I was stuck in traffic the other day, and I was like, I would get home at 6:30 or 7. So I have 7 to 10. I have 3 hours to enjoy my night. If I go to sleep at 10, I may go to sleep even earlier. I have 2 or 3 hours after work, and that's my free time in my day. That would be awful. Because I don't consider free time before work. Like, if I work G-Bag, I'd be so miserable because I'm not going out and having fun or doing anything recreationally before my show.
But your night can go later.
Yeah, your night can go later.
Yeah, every night can be a party because you can wake up later.
Okay, but I'm getting home at 8:30. I'm not going to stay up every night until midnight. I'm 45 years old.
See, I feel like, but okay, then at 28, would you prefer the afternoon show?
Prefer the afternoon show?
Or the afternoon just shift?
Right.
Because I definitely do feel like nights are just killed for us during the week. I'm just like, we got to be back in, like, got to be home by a certain hour because you really can't stay out too late.
I mean, like,
it really shows up when we're in Cali.
But it ruins your Friday.
But my whole day would be gone. No one's going home and doing something at 8 or 8:30.
No,
no one's doing that on a weeknight. You're not like you don't want to eat dinner at 8:30. I'm not going out to a bar on a weeknight anyway at 8 or 8:30. It'd be terrible. So
no, but watch a movie. Like watch a movie with the wife till like 10 or something.
I have to go home and watch the sporting event. I have to go home and I've missed an hour of it already, and I have to watch the Mavs, the Stars, or whoever else, the Rangers, up until 10.
You know what?
I'm not watching a movie.
You can be like Angelo. Watch it at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Just shut up.
Although, I mean, and by that time of day, that's old news in today's world.
What is?
I mean, a lot of times the sporting event for the night before is old news by 4 o'clock. You know, I mean, you still discuss it, but you don't discuss it like we would discuss it. I would hate that. I would hate the afternoon. I would hate.
So anyway, I just thought it was just unfair. A 5-day work week for the 9 to 5 or getting off even later is unfair.
It's stupid that somebody somewhere along the line we agreed to say, hey, we'll work 5 days and only take 2 off. Somewhere along the way we agreed.
Here's the deal: the 4-day work week advocates are studying this question more. 4-Day Week Global, a nonprofit advocacy group, decided to study workers across the U.S., Canada, Britain, and Ireland over 18 months, and they found that employees can accomplish exactly as much in a 33-hour work week as in a 38 or 40-hour work week. Those extra hours that are missing are not being spent on productive work. It's being spent on procrastination, unnecessary meetings, and the kind of low-grade busyness that fills a calendar without moving anything forward. This all sounds great. Choppy's nodding his head already.
Yeah.
It's positive development, right? Wrong. Here's what we're not thinking. I think this is one of those DJ Khaled memes. Congratulations, you played yourself. When you start drawing too much attention to no one really works that full 40 anyway, then companies I don't think are just going, well, you know what? Let's just have you work 32 and pay you the same amount of money.
Right.
That's what we'll do. No, if you work it down to 4-day work weeks, Chop, and say, all right, here, this is what we're doing, companies are going to say, you know what we can do? We can create an entire workforce, since all y'all are working 30 hours anyway, we can create an entire workforce of part-time employees. Nobody's full-time anymore is what we're going to do. And you know what? We're going to move everybody to hourly. Everybody's hourly paid now, and you're all getting your money reduced because you're not working those full hours anymore. That's what's going to happen. They're going to do too much research into this, and ultimately, we are going to go to the 4-day work week, and it's going to be, you're all getting paid less. This is how we're going to save money now.
Well, I would take less to work 4 days. Now, that's me.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I have all these reads.
10%.
but would you take 20% less?
I mean, that's
because that's what they're going to cut a day.
Yeah, it's cut a day.
I think I.
It's more. I
think I would.
So is a.
Let me calculate. Let me calculate.
What percent decrease in salary is worth increase in your life, in your happiness, your mood, your mentals? You know what? That's the question. And also
But the follow-up is what I always say. We'll eventually become bitter and miserable with 4 and 130.
In this economy, just given how, most people that you know, can most people afford to lose 20% of their salary?
No, but you're also, and I think that article.
You're asking about me.
No, I know, but I was just saying in general, though, when he says, how much happier would people be? I'm saying I don't think society's happy if mass 20% salary is lost.
What I think that's missing is that people get caught up in hours. We're not paid for our time. We're paid for our production. So if you produce the same amount of less time, it doesn't matter how many hours you work.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be doing an extra show.
They would move.
We would not. No, yeah, right.
So, and other people, they would move them to hourly. You would just stop having salaried employees.
There would be some people that you moved to hourly for sure.
I'm in. I can do it. I think I could get away with it.
Ooh. I work 2 jobs.
My dad's 89. Junk drawer right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, you want TikTok convincing everybody that were
By the way, a
autistic.
lot of people nominating Morgan Freeman as the voice of the people for the aliens. Tolo Chris.
Google is wrong, or a Hollywood guy is spilling the tea.
Let's go Google is wrong. Bobby loves the AI stuff.
Google is wrong. How about this? Google's AI overviews. They did a study on this.
Gemini?
To test accuracy of Google's AI overview, the startup Umi reviewed their search results from their Gemini 2 model and the same number of results generated by its more advanced Gemini 3 model. And they found that it's accurate 85 to 91% of the time. But they're also finding that this is spitting out fake news or lies or incorrect information at a rate of hundreds of thousands of mistakes every single minute, with users having no idea of this.
Yeah.
No idea.
I have, at least on Grok, right? When I go on Twitter and I like to see how many people just say, Grok, is this real? Is this real? I have caught Grok like 3 times in the past month being wrong.
Oh, yeah?
Flat out dead wrong about their facts.
Yeah.
And now I will a lot of times go to, like yesterday I wanted to check the master scoreboard for our underdog bets. And rather than go to the scoreboard and look for every stupid name, I would type it into the Google AI and be like, where's this person on the leaderboard? And I'm trusting that kickback's accurate information. But I've caught Grok 3 times recently, dead wrong.
I caught Gemini when I was doing some of my Masters bets. I was looking at, like, where did they finish? Where did these golfers finish? And they were wrong on, like, 2 guys.
This is why when you said to implement your picks for the tournament, I was like, I'll put them in there. I was like, you cannot just put in the rules and then ask it to do it, or put in the rules in the bracket. You have to go grab the Ken Palm ratings. You have to go grab the capsules, and you have to input it directly to the system. It's a great tool if you give it.
Can I take the link? And is that as the input?
No, a lot of times it can't just grab out of the link. So it's a great tool. People get way too comfortable, I think, with just trusting that it's going to grab things accurately.
Yeah.
You have to put the data directly into it and say, here's the data. Tell me, like the way I use it whenever we're like getting ready for anything, the way I like to use it is if I'm looking for a story and there's a 6,000 word story, before I sit there spending 30 minutes to read it, I'll go, hey, what's the general takeaway from this? And if I look at it and go, oh, okay, that's something I'm interested in, let me read it. If it comes to a conclusion, I'm like, well, that's not what this looks like it was about, then it's like, all right, well, then I'm not going to waste time reading that. I'm going to move on to something else. But you have to generally feed it the information to get it accurate.
The thing I've been interested in, and no one will admit it because that's not capable for the majority of society, how many people AI something, and I see it a lot with politics. Was that said? Is this stat true? And when AI tells them the opposite of their belief, do they accept it as fact? Or like, no, you're just wrong? How many people are allowing it to correct what they thought was the case when it's like, no, this is actually a fake story, or no, this was actually never said, or no, this person did actually say it? That's what I wanted, the study of human behavior.
I would assume nobody.
Or maybe they quietly.
They may quietly, or they may, like, and I would have no problem, like, if they saw it, they were proven wrong, they went and cross-referenced it for, like, more nuance, which happens. But I
think a lot of people are relying on it, though.
Too many people.
All right, the grades are in for the Rangers' new jerseys. What is yours? It's part of Choppy's Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers as we get you set for the Dodgers next.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about brand new, sparkly, alternate jerseys?
Beautiful ones.
Beautiful jerseys. Wonderful jerseys.
Man, did this set off some firestorms.
Yes, it did. Had a lot of hot takes on these jerseys. Some love, some bad.
And got a ton of internet traffic with KNC getting the designers on yesterday. I went and looked at some of those numbers. They were very, very high.
Yeah, so I went and looked at...
Apparently also some race involved that I didn't even think about. This is why I'm happy to be... Abe looked over and he goes... Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, yesterday I didn't want us to go down that route, but as soon as I heard the whole Barbosa video, I was like, oh, there are going to be people who have a problem with this.
In Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
I have no idea.
Be racist, cool.
I'm just saying that there were definitely, it's just such a hot, it'll be such a hot button thing of just like, what do you mean Tejas or Texas? It's Texas. Like, yeah, I knew people were going to be like that.
So they obviously unveiled, and they along with about a half a dozen other teams, unveiled new jerseys yesterday. And I wanted to go check out the grades for these. Half
of you are probably married to Hispanic people anyway. They had complaining about it. Like by numbers, like Bobby had to go Hispanic, I had to go Hispanic. My favorite. Pepe went white, Choppy went white, Aiden will probably end up Hispanic, and then y'all bitching and moaning about a freaking jersey.
He's got native. Native in her.
One of my favorite things on earth is when we've said something that Sean just goes, I'm going to bite my tongue. And then he sits there for like 5 more seconds and goes, you know what? Come back.
I can't let that slide. I hung out with my father-in-law last night. He gave me the inspiration.
All right, so
as we ate brisket, bean tacos, and cheese.
2 and 4, we forgot the Alamo.
All right, so the Braves had.
But this is where I like being naive. My wife goes, "You're not." I liked that didn't enter my mind. That's an innocent thought for me, and I'm like,
normal.
I'm like, I saw someone tweet or like, "Oh, this became a race issue," or the fan Instagram page, and I was like, "What?" Like it didn't even click. I like being ignorant to that.
I could, I feel like I could generally tell when something's going to happen, and then I realize that I just can't tell when something's going to be.
Yeah, I just wouldn't have thought in Texas I wouldn't
have thought like, oh, it's just
gather the foreigners.
So the Braves had one. They got an A- for their City Connect jersey. They lean into that stupid lowercase a way too much. The Orioles had another one. It just says "Be More" on it. The Reds, they went really red. I mean, they're just red on red on red.
Oh.
The Royals is getting destroyed. They went with kind of a purpley bluish. It's getting destroyed, though. And then you get the Brewers. It says Wisco. I would have thought it would have said whiskey instead of Wisco. I would have thought whiskey. I think if they had whiskey, it would have been better. Pittsburgh, guys, can anybody in that city do something other than black and gold?
No. That's their whole city. That's Wiz Khalifa, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Like,
that's
let's
their
go
city.
with a different color for once.
No. I mean, if you are City Connect and you're trying to plug into the city, that whole city identifies with black and yellow. I think it's
that
fine.
color combo is tough to beat.
It's a tough,
really good look.
Every now and then, just give me one other thing.
Way too many people though are becoming the Astros. Like this Padres jersey looks like the Astros jersey, and then Tolo Chris said the white connects. It looks like the Astros home whites.
Yeah, which is that's embarrassing.
And ours looks a little Angels-esque too.
Yeah.
The all red looks a little Anaheim.
A little bit does.
I think they're beautiful.
A little bit. The Padres jersey, like you said, they got a D grade, so they go to the Rangers. Take 2.
Thanks, Bassick.
It will debut on April 24th, so 2 weeks from today. And the design inspiration, paying homage to Mexican influence on the state's identity. The Tejas across the chest.
You know what I want to happen?
Careful.
I want the Cowboys to switch something up just to have people lose their minds. I want the Cowboys to get involved and watch the implosion, watch people's heads just detonate.
Call it like Los Vaqueros
because they've just changed up the Cowboy jersey a little bit.
So it says Tejas. I did not know this. It means friend. I had no idea. I thought it meant Texas. I didn't know it meant friend. In the Caddo language, That's a Native American tribe with roots in East Texas going back centuries. The letter style is inspired by the Rangers uniforms from the 80s. Piping on the sleeve and pants is a nod to embroidery found.
And how can you dislike Ralph Barbosa? Like
I love
Ralph Barbosa is like the most likable. I think his writing needs a little work. When I went and saw him, his delivery is amazing. Whoa. He needs a little bit better content, in my opinion. His delivery, he's so likable.
I think he's funny.
Yeah, how can you dislike Ralph Barbosa?
Your biggest issue with the outfit yesterday, the uniform yesterday, was the T on the hat.
Yeah.
You didn't like that.
I didn't like the red T on the white. It looked weird.
The font is weird. I mean, it's great. The font's great. But when you look at it,
school logo.
I was gonna say it's the old school like 80s T they used to use, but it's in a different color scheme.
A little too cartoony for me.
So, what is the grade they gave?
I'll still take free ones.
A+.
ESPN gave it D. The Rangers' first City Connect attempt was a hot mess.
Pretty negative.
There was too much going on with the Gothic TX logo and the Peagle shoulder patch, a mythical combo of the mascots of the Dallas Eagles and the Fort Worth Panthers. This one is simpler and boring.
No.
Bring back the Peagle. That is from ESPN.
Bad call.
Let's head on over to Sports Illustrated. They give the Brewers the worst one, and the Rangers the second worst.
I didn't look at did you look at all of them yesterday?
I just am looking at them now.
I didn't think there were any that stood out as just being awful. They all looked generally fine to me.
Pretty weird.
The Royals one was weird with the hat. The hat looked really weird. But I mean, in general, I thought most of them looked decent.
And a lot of them don't look that different.
No, they don't.
The Reds one to me doesn't look that different.
The Reds one is just red. They're literally leaning into red.
I don't love the Orioles one. The Braves one to me kind of looks like, didn't they have a powder blue already?
Yeah.
So that didn't look that different to me.
So the SI one, this is
the Royals one's awful.
SI murdered them. It's unfair.
Who cares what they say? It's fashion. It's style.
It's fashion. It's subjective. None of us get fashion.
SI's website is a D at best. I thought they were out of business already. So why is SI even talking?
So here's what they write. First off,
who's next? Deadspin? We care what Deadspin thinks?
Tejas across the chest is very, very cool. I love it. However, the uniform design looks like it was plucked off a Walt Disney Studios set as the jersey for a generic high school team in a cheesy sports movie. If Troy Bolton played baseball instead of basketball in high school musicals, these are the jerseys they would wear. Go Wildcats.
I do have to give credit. That's pretty creative. Someone put a lot of thought into that.
Yeah. And then on CBS, Milwaukee, again, the worst. It's the second worst one.
I looked at the Milwaukee ones. I don't think look bad. I just don't think so? No, I think they look fine.
Wisco.
Let's see. They say a water tone base and cream accent evokes their endless lakes. A Wisco watermark on the chest. It's affinity for a ball glove logo that I saw growing up, the best logo in sports history. Wow.
Yeah.
Clouds every judgment I have on these boring jerseys of the Milwaukee Brewers. The Rangers here are 5, so basically smack dab in the middle. The take is it's a noble effort to blend Texas and Mexican heritage. I love that it's Tejas on the chest. Universally, they're applauding the Tejas on the chest. But could we not mix in more than one color? Something in the piping, maybe, on the arm patches. These are overall positive. Absolutely. Just wonder if there's a way to jazz them up slightly. The basic design is sharp.
We're still seeing, there's a bunch of people on the fan text who have said this is basically like a promo jersey they've given away before, so people say they don't like that. They feel like they mailed in the design.
Did everyone basically, normally love the Mavs City Connect jerseys? I feel like we didn't get this type of reaction.
Are those the ones that have
There's multiple ones, right?
Ones?
There's a lot.
I think most of the City Connect jerseys are in most sports just are kind of lame. They try way too hard to look, this is for us, and we're gonna. This is our community, and it's it never comes out looking the way it's supposed to.
Look, to me, there are certain teams that should never do these. Ever. I don't think the Dodgers should ever do these. I don't think the Yankees should ever do these. And the Yankees have never done them. And the only two teams that have never done them.
The Lakers have done it.
Yeah.
Why can't you? I mean, God, we're taking this really seriously.
Sometimes you shouldn't mess with perfection. And there are, I think, 3 perfect uniforms in Major League Baseball.
All right, and who are they?
The Dodgers, the Yankees, and the A's.
Ew.
The A's with the Kerry green or Kelly green, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Those are just such a pristine color. You want to eliminate them. I don't think the Dodgers or Yankees should ever touch her.
You don't like the Cubs? I think the Cubs are a more perfect uniform than the Athletics are.
I like the Athletics, but I like yellow in every team jersey, basically. Pepe,
Yellow's a good look.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying before we move on?
A lot of negativity, some positivity, though, in here. 940, this one sucks. 903 says, I wanted it until I saw what it looked like. 817 says, boring design. 972 and 214 both say they really like it, and they would pay the $200 for it.
200?
That's what they're saying on the fan text.
Sweet mercy.
Better be pesos.
Boy. Bobby.
Rangers, Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess he could say because his wife is half.
Yes, there you go. MLB average salary hits $5.34 million, which means one thing. There is 0% chance that the players sign up for the salary cap because we are talking about a 30% increase over the last, since COVID, essentially. A 30% increase in average salary across the sport. You're never going to get these players to sign up for the salary cap. But I hope Manfred caves, and I think he will because this is his last negotiation before he retires, and he's never had a work stoppage, and he's hanging his hat on that. I'm one of the handful of owners that have never had commissioners that's never had a work stoppage in Major League Baseball. But over 5 years, to have the players have their average salary raised by 30%, they're never going to say, oh, you know what? Let's vote for a salary cap and let's lower this. Because the players, I can't believe Steve Phillips said this into a microphone. He says the players don't care about parity. They care about their own. They don't care about winning necessarily. They'd rather get paid over win. And they don't.
What surprises you about that?
I would think a lot of players want to win too. They want to get paid, obviously. Yeah, but I'm surprised. If you said,
but if it comes to one over the other, everyone's going to pick their pocket.
Yeah, but if you played for Pittsburgh, would you be cool never coming close to the playoffs? You know what I mean?
What did he say exactly? I feel like you're twisting it.
He said players don't care about parity, competitive balance, whether or not all the teams are competitive over a 5 or 10 year stretch. Good.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That surprised me.
Versus over payroll? Did he compare it to picking the money or parity?
He compared it to. He said they're not going to give up a single penny.
Where did you see this quote? So
let's get the exact quote.
It was on MLB Radio.
9 o'clock first pitch tonight. By the way, Rangers, Dodgers, 74% chance for LA to win this game, according to ESPN Analytics. It'll be Glasnow versus Rocker.
Speaking of the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're giving Connor Griffin $140 million over 9 years. He's played 6 games.
Wow.
And they gave him generational money. They haven't paid Paul Skeens yet. And if you're Paul Skeens, you're like, hey, guys, what are we doing here? Now, maybe they've offered Paul the same thing, and Paul was like, not happening.
Yeah.
But if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm saying, here's 10 years, here's $500 million, Paul. Say no to it. Say no to it. Enjoy life. This is my offer. But this is a trend in the sport. They're giving gobs of money to guys who have never played before. Ever. And Seattle's done it. And Milwaukee's done it. And now Pittsburgh has done it. And credit to them. But I'm surprised.
Did you find the quote?
No, I could not find the quote. I did find something better, though. That I'll tell you about during the break.
Oh.
A Stars playoff preview and a Masters second round update next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com.
Restart, your mic was off.
Oh, after we get you over to basepowercompany.com.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Harley, shot pass, score! Rantanen tips home the shot pass from Harley. We are tied at 4.
What a preview. ESPN Plus with the call as the Dallas Stars beat their first-round playoff opponent, Minnesota, last night, 5-4.
Dude, there was a point in this game where it was like, okay, Minnesota's really cooking. You know, they had scored 3 straight goals. They had taken a 3-1 lead, and credit to the Stars. I mean, they fought back, and this is not a team. This Minnesota team is not a team that gives up leads. I still refuse to believe the stat they showed last night, that Minnesota was 61-0-4 in the last 65 games, entering the third period with a lead. I can't believe that. I mean, only 4 times they've even lost in overtime. Like they literally just never lost in regulation, and 15 minutes after they post this, the Stars actually win it in regulation. All right, let's go.
Does this worry you, man? Does it worry you about the first round?
Oh, look, Minnesota's a great team, and Quinn Hughes. You know,
and last night, right? Certain percentages say they had a 70% chance that they should have won that game. You're going to get the home ice, but first round.
Quinn is he skates at a really high level. He's amazing. The nether region of the Hughes parents is just amazing. I mean, those two.
The nether region of who?
The Hughes' parents, Jack and Quinn. I mean, my goodness.
Nether region. What is that being referred to as?
He's trying to talk about their baby making ability.
The nether region.
Oh, well, I was thinking south. Yeah, Aiden. Yeah. Aiden gave me
this is more of a DNA thing than I think their nether regions.
I think.
What's their mom look like?
I don't know. I haven't seen her, but they're a spectacular hockey
lowest
family.
Or furthest parts of a place. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I had heard of it. Usually genitals or buttocks.
Yeah. I was
and then Peyton gave me the old sex ed class.
Oh, she played hockey.
Visual.
She played hockey as well, so that's probably part of it.
All right, if the current standings hold, here are the first round matchups. Colorado, Nashville.
That's got some juice.
Edmonton, Utah.
What, did you see the Mammoth Zamboni?
No.
In all the years of watching hockey, I've never seen a team put this much intricacy into their Zamboni. And, you know, obviously they're mammoths. What is a mammoth? The woolly mammoth.
Nether region.
So they outfitted their Zamboni. It's not just a truck. It doesn't look like a box. It looks like a literal mammoth going down the ice. Lights up. It lights up.
That's cool.
It's very, very cool. They did a great job with it.
And then it would be Anaheim and Vegas.
Boring.
So there you go with some of the matchups. Humongous win and comeback for the Dallas. Huge comeback and win for the Stars last night.
By the way, quick update. The Hughes mom, not an unattractive lady. So
okay.
I just wanted to update that since we were curious. Right. You were asking a lot about it during the break, Chop. So
Masters second round update.
So Rory and Sam Burns are your leaders after day one. They have yet to get on the golf course here at day two because they were part of the earlier rounds, and the earlier rounds did much better. They don't tee off till around lunchtime, but making his move. He made his move kind of on Kay Adams a couple weeks ago.
Shams?
Wyndham Clark.
Oh.
Wyndham Clark. Yeah.
Kay Adams, for some reason, has been catching Russini strays on Twitter, too, and I don't know why.
Because the people are saying the accusation from social media has logged that they just assume that Kay Adams is the same. So that's why.
Oh, wow.
So they're saying one of you busted.
Dang.
There's nothing behind it. It's just people accusing it.
Wyndham Clark,
behind it.
3 under this morning through 5 holes, up 14 spots. He is now tied for second place at 3 under par, along with Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, and Shane Lowry, Xander Schauffele, Justin Rose, Scotty Scheffler. They're all 3 or 2 under. I'll tell you.
What did Wyndham try to do with Kay?
Kay was on Kay's podcast, and they just flirted. They were just flirting back and forth.
Because Wyndham Clark's girlfriend, I guess he announced it, Emily Tanner.
Oh,
and he wrote
Danny Tanner's daughter.
This was his good luck charm.
He was making a play on.
Here you go.
Oh yeah,
there you go.
It was getting kind of punny, if you will, with not committing to a driver.
Let's put her
as
through the
in
clean
not
video
committing
filter.
to a girlfriend. You know, that's kind of how he was getting with Kay.
You're such a girl with this stuff.
Well, hey, listen.
I
could read through.
Bobby.
Oh, okay.
Bobby. The way he analyzes a woman, and he's like, oh, look at her lips. Look what she had done. What injections are there? Let's put her through the clean filter. He's such a woman.
No, it's a
taking
clean filter. I was talking about the video filter that I've been showing them the last couple days.
Look, after one day, I got to say, you could not really have asked for a better top 10 here. When you have Rory, Wyndham, Jason Day, Patrick Reed, Shane Lowry, Xander Schauffele, Justin Rose, and Scotty Scheffler. Big names. They're all major champions, and they're all in the top, tied for the top 7, if you will. Pretty good.
Wyndham does not need to be going after Kay Adams.
No, he does not.
With Emily Tanner. Does not need to be doing it.
Then you got Tommy Fleetwood. You got my guy Gary Woodland. It's Sergio. They're all 1 under or even par. Max Homa, Keegan Bradley, Brooks Koepka, Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas. They're all even. I mean, all those guys are within 5 shots, Matsuyama, of the lead. This is setting up to be potentially a really good weekend. If these guys, play as well as they did on day one, you can't ask for a better weekend at the Masters.
Look, screw all that. The underdog bets that you had me make.
Oh, how are they? How are they doing?
Need you to tell me.
Okay.
Young, Lee, Gotterup, Straka, Kim. That's what I need to know. Did you bet these?
I bet them all, yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I bet them all.
All right. I need Cameron Young to finish top 20. I need Min Woo Lee to make the cut. I need Chris Gotterup to make the cut. I need Straka to make the cut. And I need Si Woo Kim to finish top 20.
All right, Straka is 1 over.
And what's the cut going to be?
Cut line is going to be, right now it's projected at 3 over.
All right.
Si Woo Kim is at 3 over, so right now he's going to make it. Right now.
I need him to finish top 20.
He just finished top 20?
Yeah.
He just needs to get,
a lot better.
He needs to make about 2-3 strokes.
All right.
Gotterup is even par.
Okay.
For 16th.
Okay.
Who else did you have?
Min Woo Lee.
Min Woo he's out. He's 7 over.
Well, there goes my bet.
Oh, it was a whole parlay. It was a parlay?
I did a whole parlay, and I flexed it. So on one of my other ones, I think I can lose Lee.
Okay.
7 over.
Yeah, he's out.
Okay.
Yeah, he's out.
So I'm just curious, as we're watching Masters coverage in the background, does ESPN not have anybody that covers golf?
Like Andy North.
The two reporters they have on site are Jeff Darlington and Marty Smith, and I know Marty Smith is very miscellaneous.
Yeah.
But still, it's Marty Smith, it's Jeff Darlington, and then they were catching a bunch of heat for throwing Jason Kelsey out there this week.
Yeah, there was the Kelsey, Kevin Hart.
If the Masters is supposed, I just would think with the Masters being so uptight like they are, they're just cool with ESPN like sending out there for coverage a football player, a football reporter.
I'm very surprised they allowed Kelsey and McAfee to jump into the pond.
They did let McAfee go out there because they've blocked him before.
Yeah, they let him. I'm surprised they let him jump in the pond.
Well, they're white.
Well,
so they let him.
I
think we finally have gone overboard with Jason Kelsey and the American public interest.
It's law of diminishing returns.
Yeah, it is the law of diminishing. I don't really care about Kelsey. Like I find him like mildly entertaining.
I loved him at first.
Yeah, I did too. But you get overexposed, and it's like, all right, there comes a point. Bobby's like, the law of diminishing returns. I mean, you're only so funny.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So there is your second round Masters update. Bob, do we have another fallback and spring fight that's taking place?
I refuse to believe that this is true. And I know that, Choppy has long been a fan of the spring forward and keeping that the same. And my argument the whole time has always been that spring forward is just you lose that hour's sleep. Everybody's more tired. It's just not good. It causes for crankiness. New research says, no, that's actually not true. It's actually the reverse. And I think this is just A lot of money spent by the Spring Forward lobby to get this result. But they say that falling back makes us more miserable than springing forward does, finds a new study. A study using U.S. online and social media posts found that people's moods tend to worsen during the biannual transitions to daylight savings time. This worsening of mood is more pronounced after the change to standard time in the fall. The paper was published in PLOS 1. I think that's total placebo effect. That's people going, I like the sunshine later. I don't like that now we've changed this. It's going to get darker earlier. Because there's no way you feel better waking up earlier every day.
Well, I'm definitely more tired when it gets darker early. Is that
really?
How would that not make sense to you?
Because we get up at 5, so a jump to 4 would be more significant for you, I would feel.
That has nothing to do.
We're not jumping to 4.
You wouldn't feel more tired that first week of springing forward, you don't think?
Yeah, after a week.
Right, but I'm saying that they're talking about only the transition time. People are more miserable during the transition time of falling. I
agree.
Fall back.
Just the transition time?
Yes.
I feel more rested that morning when I wake up.
Yes.
By the night of that first day of falling back, I'm already miserable because my body, I fall asleep when the sun goes down.
I just think we should have it.
I'm like a parrot.
You don't go to sleep that early.
No, that's when I get tired. That's when I wind down.
We should keep the sunlight. Well, however the clock is set up, we should keep the sunlight as long as possible.
It was really brutal when we went to South Carolina. We were just fresh off of the spring transition, and then Kristen was getting us up at 5 a.m. Eastern time. So, my body has adjusted to where that's normally 4 a.m. Dallas time, and then with the spring, it was I was getting up at 3 every day.
And you're on the eastern part of the time zone.
That is what I just said.
No, the eastern part of that time zone.
Yeah.
So, we're on the western part of the central time zone.
You had an Alzheimer's moment as well. Your memory
on what?
Your memory's going a little bit like Choppy's.
With what?
Josh Cameron. You asked him the same exact question that I asked him, and you've had two other. You've had 2 other space out moments this week as well, where you've repeated something, and I've stayed quiet about it until today.
Well, you're supposed to speak up because then I
don't care.
I can't know to treat it. You want my brain to be worse? You don't want my brain flying at optimal level?
Yeah, you.
I've not taken Adderall the last 2 days.
There it is. But I haven't noticed.
That is a brain problem. It's literally a medicated problem.
I haven't noticed a major difference. The other day I did, but no, you asked Josh Cameron, so did any teams try to stump you? And he's like I said.
No, okay, so I heard him say that, and then I was like, but that's different than what the question you asked.
No, it isn't. He literally confirmed it by saying, like I said. You lose. You lose on that.
What a loser.
What a loser.
A terrible loser.
Anything else that I left out?
I don't think so.
What were we just talking about?
The time zone.
There you go. All right, we got Sharp Chop. Sharp Chop.
The creatine, man. Listen, this thing's a game changer. It really is. Now, I haven't been drinking as much water last 2 days.
Yeah, 6 o'clock it wasn't a game changer for you.
We have been getting several texts on here praising Peyton this morning for his drop game.
Oh, they've been so good.
People have been really impressed with it. He normally stops working Thursday at 7, so this is different.
But why don't I ever get mental slips? I'm by far.
Hang on.
Please tell me my mental
You
slips.
do, but we don't like to hurt you. We don't like to bring it up.
All right, give me the last one that you didn't bring up.
It's like trying to go get money from Offset. We don't want to anger you.
Yeah, we don't want to bother you.
The player that analytics say is the best fit for the Dallas Cowboys. Next in Below.
D-Bill.
Right here on The Fan.
But if that brain's not working, maybe some coffee will...
market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
The Dallas Cowboys, a Super Bowl contender? Or is it not their night? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. The Cowboys enter the draft in desperate need of some defense, as we've all covered extensively. The biggest problem here is that there's not like it doesn't feel like a super stud draft.
Is this putting you on the spot here, but is this the worst draft in the past 5 years for the Cowboys to be in this position? Is this just typical Cowboy luck that they get 2 first-round picks with this draft class?
Probably, yeah. Maybe there was a couple years ago that wasn't great, but yeah, this is going to be near the top.
But this is a deep draft, not a star draft? Or
a lot of these COVID drafts turn out that way. Like a lot of these COVID-era drafts, like, for instance, I'm just looking at last year. Last year, them picking 12 was, I think that class was probably a little bit better. And having 2 picks, it was a little bit better. 2024, that was a better group. So, this has been probably the worst since, I think 23 was the one where they picked Mozzie. That wasn't a great group. That was one that at the top, a lot of people were just kind of like, what do you really have here? But
awesome.
Yeah, that's not been the best break for them. But you could see them making a couple decent moves, finding a couple starters here. And if they were able to do that, do they just automatically vault to the list of Super Bowl contenders? Kevin Clark on First Take yesterday?
Yes. You only need to get to average. I'm not saying Bain or Downs or whatever combination of that, and then when you get another guy at 20, maybe you get a corner at 20, okay? So let's take one of those guys in a corner. And then you're talking about just getting to 15, 14, 13, something like that. They don't need to be top 5. They don't need to be top 5. They're going to score so many points. They have a new DC, as you mentioned, in Christian Parker. You just need to be mediocre. I wake up every day and say, just be mediocre. And look at me. I'm thriving. And so I just think there's something very tangible about both Bain and Downs. And first of all, Downs, I had Ryan Day on my show last week. He said that Caleb Downs may have been the best high school player he's ever seen in his entire life. He could play running back, Day said, in college or in the pros. That's how athletic he is. That's how good he is in space. So yes, day one, he can play in the NFL and make a difference. Bain, his motor, his run defense, the ability for him to get to the quarterback, the fact that he plays so smart. And I think a lot of times when you play defense, so you'll get this, but a lot of times we don't talk about clutch pass rushers enough. He knows how to set up a move in the second quarter to get to winning time in the fourth quarter and get to the quarterback. That's going to translate in the NFL.
I like Kevin Clark a lot. I think Kevin Clark does a really good job. I think his interviews, he's a really strong interviewer. He wouldn't have asked Josh Cameron the double up question, I don't think, if he had him in front of him. That feels like a bit of a stretch.
I agree.
I do agree that they need to get to, if you can get them to about average defensively, their offense is good enough to potentially where they could be one of the better teams in the league.
Yep.
I just don't know that how realistic it is to say they can get to middle of the pack defense right away.
Well, they're still, I think this Twitter fight broke out on my timeline yesterday between a couple Tolos. And RJ has brought up a couple of different offensive questions. Let's just say they have an average defense. The Dallas Cowboys, since I've been covering them, have still shown a consistent inability to beat good teams over 500. I have very little confidence.
Especially on the road.
Yes, you've talked about road offensive numbers. And I have very little confidence when you face, and I think Dak is a very good quarterback, it's a very good offense. This isn't some foolproof offense to where when you face Brian Flores or the Denver Broncos or a really good defense, that you're going to see a really good, maybe elite defense that you're going to see come playoff time, that the Dallas Cowboys offense is going to have that advantage. So I still need to see toughness, over 500 wins, doing enough offensive damage against elite defenses in order to think of you as a Super Bowl contender. Sorry.
Yeah.
And you can have an average defense to go along with these numbers.
Yeah, but you still got to like you said, you still got to come to play when you're playing good teams. And for whatever reason, they do at home, kind of, definitely not on the road. And that's just the reality of it. I mean, their yards per play at home this year was 6.26, and it was 5.66 on the road.
How much of that aspect of it that you're just talking about, the toughness, or, and you didn't use this word, I'm just translating some of it here, the meanness or the, like, just spit and vinegar type of attitude, how much of that is as much of what you want addressed on the defense as it is the talent deficit? Like really just like get an edge about the way that you play on that side of the ball. Because they don't, even when they've had Mike over there, it's never felt like, oh man, they're mean. They're mean and they hurt
Nasty.
people. Yeah, there's no.
I always feel intimidated taking on the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
I feel like they're gonna get wedgies.
Yeah, and like it's one thing to be mean on defense. There are teams that are mean on offense too.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboys are great on offense. They're bullies on offense. But like I feel like
I would disagree with you that they're not mean on offense.
I think it has been.
I think last year they were a pretty mean offense.
I think you're confusing like explosive.
No, I'm talking about mean. I think they hurt people on offense last year.
Okay.
Just in general, I mean, like the offensive line was not great consistently. The offensive line would make you feel the game. Like I think last year the offensive line played pretty physical. I thought Dak was playing a little bit more physical last year. I think Pickens is a physical receiver. Like I think they definitely made it difficult.
Yeah, I just
Javonte.
Javonte. I mean, Javonte was a tough, imposing runner. Even when Malik Davis would get out there, he'd generally make you feel.
But
it a little
to answer
bit.
your question, they are. I mean, the lack of talent last year on defense was so embarrassing and so terrible. 70-30, like, and usually, that. You can't be mean if you're not talented, in my opinion. Like that, like that. The meanness will come with dogs that are really, really good. So I would go 70-30 talent to meanness, toughness.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you remember we had. It's so funny. Nate Newton, who is,
was mean.
Nate has joked before with us that when we've had him on, he'll be like, "All right, there's your free one. Yeah, we're paying up next time."
Yep.
So Nate values his time. Nate made sure to tell me when we were in the middle of that year last year, he's like, I'm coming in your studio next week and I'm going to sit down for an hour and I'm going to, because this just is on my heart and needs to be talked about how they're not tough enough and they're not mean enough. And so like when it really stands out to a player to where like Nate's like, I'm going to set aside time. I'm going to go sit down with you guys and just launch into this because people got to understand they've got to be better there. That screams that they have a deficit there. And I do think, when you watch Downs and some of the stuff of him on tape, tough. I don't know that he's mean, but he's tough. He's physical, he's tough. Bain plays mean.
Yeah, who are the mean guys?
Bain is mean. I think Downs is really tough. Colton Hood, I think, can play mean sometimes. And that's a guy that we've talked about, the cornerback at Tennessee, who potentially could go at 20. Delane, not as much. Styles plays physical. I don't know that it comes off as like mean. Reese is mean. Arvell Reese plays mean. So you've got some different guys there. David Bailey is like that. Some people say David Bailey's a little too mean. Some of the post-game interactions he's had before, but I like it. I'll take a little bit of an edge like that.
Any interest in Colts corner Kenny Moore?
He can play the slot. He can play nickel.
Adam Schefter reports the Colts and Kenny Moore mutually have agreed to seek a trade and a new home entering the last year of his contract. Both sides feel it's time to explore a deal.
He's 29 probably, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what the cost is, he's not a bad player.
Sorry. I think he's 32.
Is he that old? No, he's 30. He's 30. So he's 30 right now.
Nobody knows.
He'll be 31 in August.
All right. This is PFF.
Oh, well, then he's definitely 30.
What could this be?
That would be 32 years old.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, they're wrong.
Okay.
His birthday is August 23rd, 1995.
I'm not going to do that math.
That means he'd be 32.
In August, he turns 31.
Yes.
He
does turn 31.
Anyway, you know what? We should just turn this over to analytics since you mentioned PFF. Let's turn things over to analytics. Let's let them pick. A couple weeks ago, Matt Bowen from ESPN talked about the perfect player fits to scheme and to teams and different things like that. And Will McClay told us that was very important. So Matt Bowen had found that the player that he paired with him, and I think he was right, pick 20, he said, pick for Dallas that fits them, Colton Hood, cornerback from Tennessee. 100% agree with that. I think that's a strong fit. Over at NFL.com, they use next-gen stats and other analytic tools to try and figure out which players that might go in a certain range, given Daniel Jeremiah's rankings, would be a fit at a couple different picks here, and who could be just a perfect hand-meat-glove fit. So the Tennessee Titans, for instance, they've got Jeremiah Love. For the Cleveland Browns, they put Carnell Tate, Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon for the Chiefs. And I was looking around, I was trying to say, all right, who do they say is the best fit for your Dallas Cowboys? And they have a fit for the Cowboys at pick 20. Cassius Howell, edge rusher from Texas A&M, which a few weeks ago you had asked me when we were talking about the way they'd cooled on Clowney a little bit and some things where I said they clearly have some things in mind. He said, well, who's a guy then in this draft who stands out as not being a fit potentially for the scheme? And the first name that came to mind for me was Cassius Howell, edge rusher from Texas A&M.
Oh, no.
So I don't know how much I trust next-gen stats on this particular instance.
And that's because what?
He is a straight edge rusher. He is a straight get to the quarterback guy, which is great. I'd love to have it. But if Clowney didn't do enough for you and he plays the run, which Cassius Howell does not really, then I don't know how Cassius Howell would do something for you. Cassius Howell's arms are shorter than Reuben Baines.
Dang.
Yeah.
Man, this is like the shortest arm draft I can remember hearing about.
I was just thinking that.
Something about those COVID kids. Their arms didn't develop.
It's that dinosaur Netflix documentary.
It's like you're punching a little person. Morgan Freeman. It's good Netflix doc.
This is what they write up. They said the Cowboys will select twice in the first round, and while linebacker is the defense's biggest weakness, the pass rush could certainly use some juice. Jadeveon Clowney led the team in pressures. Dante Fowler led in quick pressures, and Osa Odigizua led in interior pressures. All three of them appear to be gone. With a deep class of edge rushers, Dallas probably can wait until its second first-round pick to address this need. Howell will likely be available, and he could be a serious weapon opposite trade acquisition Rashawn Gary. The Texas A&M star can explode off the line like almost nobody else in the class, and he has the agility to get home on a consistent basis, even against effective blocking. That's all true. It's just all he does.
I wonder if the hormones they're putting in that we all eat. I wonder if
Ask RFK.
Well, hey, look, everything.
Who wants to do the RFK
The old
impression?
Tylenol draft class.
Who wants to answer it as RFK?
All the food that's banned in Europe, we eat here. That's for sure.
I need the best five. We need to do this short arm study on the best pass rushers who've had the shortest arms or the highest drafted kids over the past 10 years who failed.
Well, I think we saw that we did the stat. Nobody with arms under 31 has ever been drafted in the first round. Is that?
Or it's been like 25 years
something
or
like
something.
That. Yeah. And it makes no sense that all these kids would have short arms. Like none.
I think I'm trying to look here. R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma, who's a top pick, he's 31 and a half too. So like, I mean, he's not very long. It really is a lot of people this draft. If you look at people who have similar, like athletic makeup profile, it's nobody who's like really, really good.
It is time for Worst Take. We need your biggest loser on the Franklin Frankel text line. Is it Russini and Vrabel for the friendly finger lock? Is it Kevin Kugler for Taylor Swift? Or is it Drake Toe for Fernando Mendoza? And who else are we leaving out from the biggest losers? Worst Take is next.
After we get you over to Platinum 4.
Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
What will you learn?
It is now time for Worst Take. Still getting some fist pumping from RJ Choppy and Aiden here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo and being with us this week. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, Red Zone, more football at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ. Who are this week's Worst Take nominees?
Oh, we got so many. There's so many that are worth covering and going over. So actually on the first one, because I want to make sure that there's space to everything, and then I can fill after that. I know Choppy has one, so I'm going to let Choppy throw out his initial nominee for Worst Take before I circle around to some of the ones we got.
Fox Sports. They still have a website. They're still on that guy's side, they're still an organization. They listed the top 10 rivalries in American sports.
Item.
Number 10, Dodgers-Giants. Fine. Number 9, Cowboys-Eagles.
Okay.
Number 8, Steelers-Ravens. There is no more boring. That is such a tune-out game for me. I can't stand that football game. They don't even not like it. The Browns are the Steelers' biggest rival, not even the Ravens.
Even Cowboys-Eagles feels like a stretch if you're telling me it's in all of sports.
Yep.
Number 7, Army-Navy.
Okay.
Number 6 is Duke-Carolina. Seems low.
Oh, I thought you were complaining that it was in the top 10. I was like, no, that seems fair.
Number 5 is Lakers-Celtics. Number 4 is USA-Mexico. I think we're talking about soccer. Number 3 is Packers-Bears, another snooze fest. Number 2 is Michigan-Ohio State, and number 1 is Yankees-Red Sox. I don't have any. You tell me that Auburn-Alabama's not on there, and that Cowboys-Commanders isn't, and Cowboys-Eagles is that low.
I mean, Packers-Bears is the best in the NFL right now.
I don't have an argument. I'm not going to argue
because of Ben Johnson and LaFleur.
You just called it a snoozer. What do you mean?
It is a snoozer because the Bears are generally historically boring.
But Ben Johnson's been stirring it up.
He has. You can't have Cowboys-Eagles behind Steelers-Ravens. Steelers-Ravens is boring. I would not put Cowboys-Eagles is fun to me. It's a lot. It's a lot of fun. Dodgers-Giants. Whatever. I think you could argue Cubs-Cardinals.
So why are you nominating this list for what exactly?
I don't think you have Cowboys-Eagles as the third NFL rivalry.
Okay, I mean, it's not that.
And I also don't think you can have 3 NFL rivalries on here and only one real I'm sorry to Army-Navy. Only one real college football rivalry. You're not going to have Auburn-Alabama? You're not going to have Texas-Oklahoma?
Cowboys-Eagles feels more fan to me than the two.
I think it's more city to city. Yeah. Although, I mean, Jalen Carter spit on them, and then Christian Parker's over here. Maybe that could get some juice in there. And historically, when Buddy Ryan was there, it had more intensity. But this sounds like they're trying to make this list based on, like, also present-day rivalry, which I don't know that it's that strong.
Okay, that's fair. If you want to, but then again, I'm not having Packers-Bears over Texas-Oklahoma. I'm not having Lakers-Celtics over Texas-Oklahoma. I'm not having USA-Mexico. Nobody cares about soccer. Sorry.
USA-Mexico could have just been broader than just soccer.
Ohio State, Michigan.
Lakers-Celtics doesn't belong on there.
You don't think?
We're talking about today?
Again, it's like, I don't think we're just talking about today.
That's all that matters. Who gives a... It doesn't... Bird versus Magic doesn't matter. What are the best rivalries in sports today? It doesn't matter.
To me, that's not how rivalries are. Your rival.
What are the best rivals today in sports? That's what the question is. Lakers Celtics is not a rivalry.
It doesn't. It didn't say today in sports.
What does it say?
It's just best rivalries in North American sports.
Okay, and they're listing the ones currently.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, because
not necessarily, Sean.
Because what? Explain to me how it's not the current ones.
Explain it, Chop.
Well, I mean, do you think? Well, I mean, obviously, Lakers Celtics is one of them, right? So
I think it's a reach. Okay. I think they're desperate to get Lakers Celtics on a list.
Okay. I mean, like Yankees Red Sox it's the peak was 20 years ago.
Why would I care about the
because that's how rivalries
all-time rivalries? Why would I care about that? What do I care what happened 20 years ago?
Because that's what
why would I make a list about
You're
that?
a sports fan.
Currently today, the rivalries can take place currently today as well.
Why this list is good.
No, it's stupid list. Or you did a bad job of describing it.
That's why
or
it's
you have bad opinions on what should be.
Well, no, I mean you don't. your rivalry list, you're a sports fan. You know who your rival is. Your rival doesn't change year to year.
But they change over decades.
Over decades? We're not talking about over decades.
I think we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
I think you're. I think. Send me the list.
Michigan, Ohio State. I said that was in my email. Michigan, Ohio State has been a great rivalry, and it's always going to be a great rivalry. Auburn, Alabama is always going to be a great rivalry. Texas, Oklahoma is always going to be a great rivalry, even if it's hammer versus nail for a decade.
Disagree. To me, the quality of the matchups matter.
Quality of the matchup matters.
Like Ravens-Steelers was great.
Yes,
you didn't like low-scoring defensive football, but Ravens-Steelers was a great rivalry. It also helps that you face each other in the postseason, which the Cowboys don't get to the postseason enough to make the Eagles game a rivalry.
You would like to add that in.
And, Bobby, you can make all your dumbass faces. It's not doing anything. You can make your little stupid side eyes to Peyton. I'm still right about the whole topic. It's the current list of rivalries today in sports.
Can someone get Sean a Snickers?
Wow. So they think Sean's
I just don't like things being like, don't tell me what the list is. I know what the list is. And the list is wrong. The Lakers and the Celtics are not a rivalry today. They're desperate, like all these stupid lists are, of throwing the big-name teams into it. They face each other when Kobe was alive. Whoop-de-doo. What a rivalry. They play each other a couple times a year being in different conferences? Dumb. What's next?
Do you have any nominees before we go on to the next ones?
RJ.
Okay. No, I was cheering. I was hoping it would get more. It was bubbling and it never got up to. I watch more football than you, and that's what I was hoping was going to happen. Yeah. That's why I was getting excited. All right. Next up, let's. We got some audio clips for these next several ones. First off, we're going to nominate Drake Toll when I heard him whining about Fernando Mendoza earlier this week.
But there is a sort of tradition that you're ignoring here. Did you know this? Fernando Mendoza had a 486 GPA while getting his master's. A 486 GPA while getting his master's. So I don't think he's being difficult. I think he's being analytical. I think he processes this decision, but at some level for the fans, right? For people who love the Raiders, people who love Fernando Mendoza, people that love the NFL. You are not bigger than the game. This is what you do. This is part of the marketing machine.
And this is about him not going to the NFL draft, which I think is hilarious that I've never once heard anybody say showing up to the draft or deciding not to show up to the draft is someone who believes they're bigger than the game of football. This is not the game of football. It's literally just, it's actually considered, for the most part, pageantry and a marketing machine or whatever else behind it. It's not considered the game. You're not bigger than the game by not showing up. And as we saw, Trayvon Walker, I don't believe, went to the draft. Trevor Lawrence definitely didn't. Baker Mayfield didn't. Myles Garrett didn't. And so the one you're going to pick on is the Boy Scout with a mother who it's probably difficult for her to travel very publicly.
He either didn't remember, or didn't know the family situation. But I think I could nominate. I do have a nominee. Okay. It could be our bosses.
This is the fan text nominee.
If Drake Toll continues like this, the bosses can be nominated for replacing the Snacks. I think they can be up for nomination.
Let us know in the fan text. All right, next one here, and this one I had.
Who else wants some? Who else wants some? That's my bite.
This
one wants some Debo.
This one felt like on Tuesday this was going to be the winner. This is Kevin Kugler nominated for worst take.
The Cougs.
Smith on the drive to the rim, missed the layup, rebound loose, scooped up by Gale. He'll throw it to the other end of the floor. Caravan tracks it down with 2 seconds. With one, he throws it to half court. And since 1989, there's been a blank space in the Michigan trophy case. Well, write their name, Michigan, the 2026 men's basketball national champions.
Makes me mad all over again. The Taylor Swift final call for the national championship. Since 1989, there's a blank space. They'll write their name. Awful call for the national title.
Are those the three? We have anything else?
We have two more.
All right.
One, Diana Russini and Mike Vrabel. We don't have audio to go around for this, but just the...
plenty of audio.
Oh, yeah. There's
disrespecting your husband.
Diana Russini, this is probably more a... See, I don't want to say it's a Diana Russini nomination because Vrabel's an equal participant in this bad look.
Yeah.
But it's just a lot of her old audio coming out tilts it probably a little bit more her way. And then finally, something we played a little bit earlier this morning, this Tennessee school board member who thought it was a good idea to talk to a student this way.
God, you're hot. You know that? Damn. Where do you go to school at?
I go to Crockett.
All right.
God, you're hot to a high schooler from a Tennessee school board member. So they're your nominees. You've got Choppy from Sean. We've also got
Sean for the fan text.
We've got Choppy's list from, who was it, CBS?
Fox.
We've got Drake Toll complaining about Fernando Mendoza, Kevin Kugler for his Taylor Swift final call of the national title, Russini and Vrabel for their friendly finger locking, and then finally we got the Tennessee school board member who decided to tell a high schooler how hot they were, and that's my vote.
I'm going to vote with you on that one as well.
Tennessee board.
Yeah.
Peyton? Make it a sweep, 4-0.
Ah, look at that.
What could he have said that doesn't make this fireable creepy?
You're hot. How are you wearing that sweater? It's so warm in this room.
No.
I don't know. That's the only. If you're scrambling for an excuse, I don't know what you're supposed to say. There's nothing to say on it.
You could have been like, nice looking young lady here in front of us today.
Something like, I mean, it's hard to not sound creepy if you're commenting on her looks.
Yeah, I wonder, like, could you even say, like,
but if you're just to
say, we got
young lady. Yeah, if you're to just say, we got this beautiful young lady with us here today, blah blah blah. You know, like maybe,
right?
But man, to just flat out like, because it sounds almost like you remember the years ago the Wisconsin basketball player where he was sitting up there for media during the tournament and they said something about the stenographer and he looked over and went, God, she's beautiful. And the hot mic picked it up. He's like, did y'all hear that? And he was all embarrassed. It felt like that. Like it just felt like it was in his soul to tell a teenager she was hot. And it was again, it blows my mind that you would do this in front of people on a live stream in your capacity as a government official. All of them are moronic decisions.
And that is the winner on the fan text, by the way.
And she was in the room?
Yeah, she was sitting next to him. She had to sit next to this guy while he did this. This dude better get fired.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco fan text to hit us up every single Friday at this time for Worst Take. This is a rock star head coaching name that many people have wanted back in the National Football League. The article explaining why he's not as part of the Red Zone on the home of the Cowboys.
truck right, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Why is the DOJ looking at the NFL? This is the Red Zone, your football fix here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece at 9:40. What's going on, Bobby?
Yeah, they're getting their, I don't want to say they're getting their hands slapped, but they are definitely getting reminded a little bit by the federal government that, hey, you need to slow down a little bit with some of your TV deals. So it has been announced that the Department of Justice is opening an antitrust investigation into the NFL's TV deals. So typically the Department of Justice or the NFL has been allowed to, from my understanding of it, they've been allowed to not have antitrust laws apply to their negotiated TV deals. Typically, they're not allowed to, given rules, negotiate as a group together because it's considered collusion. The owners would be. But they've been free from that due to the Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961. But that law was written for free broadcast TV. Right. So now the DOJ is saying, does that protection still apply when your games are behind streaming paywalls, cable bundles, all these different overlapping subscriptions? And the federal government is now looking at it and going like, it might not be. Now, I don't think they're going to tell the NFL you're in trouble and here's a giant fine for you.
Hope they do.
But what I think this is because, there's already been talk about, well, the TV, the NFL could go back to the negotiating table earlier than's been thought previously. If all these TV deals like the NBA and others are so sweet, sure, we can go back and do this. I think that this is a reminder from the federal government of, hey, we're not going to do anything to punish you, but we're going to shine a light on this because if you go back and keep doing more of this, now you're going to have a problem because we're going to crack down on it if you're going to negotiate the next deal like that. So basically, I think this is sort of a reminder of you guys are sort of running afoul of antitrust laws, and you need to rein it in a little bit. But they're under investigation.
I mean, look, I don't think it should cost you over $1,000 to be an NFL fan from your couch each year.
Sure.
And that's the reality of it right now. Now, it's less than that if you don't get the package, right? Where the Sunday ticket.
Yeah.
It's a little bit less than that, but still, I mean, you got to get Netflix. That's now what, $20 a month. You got to get Peacock. That's what, $10 a month.
If the NFL finds violations, analysis says that the DOJ could force the NFL to unbundle their rights, sell games more individually. They could restrict exclusive streaming deals. They could open the door for lawsuits from consumers or competitors related to it. And they could narrow how the exemption applies, broadcasting only and nothing allowed with streaming in terms of those sort of negotiations.
We got one problem here. The NFL, as all companies will do, they don't just sit there and wave the white flag. They'll say, okay, Bengals, Steelers, pay-per-view. All right, you don't want to let's bundle? We're just going to pay-per-view these games, and you're going to buy them on your own. And that would suck, too.
That would suck for the NFL, though. They would lose a lot of money.
I just want the DOJ to get the energy company that I complain about all the time. That's the real, true, unfair monopoly. That's ridiculous.
And you're certainly not talking about the energy company Base Power, which does a great job supplying power to y'all's homes.
Gasp company.
Yes. Atmos. There you go. That's what I've been talking about. All right. Why? I love this article. I'm going to love talking about it. I just don't know why we're talking about it. Inside John Gruden's disastrous second run with the Raiders, a long profile breakdown in The Athletic. Why is this complaining? Why is this out right now?
It's a good question because he's been so out of the public eye for forever. I mean, he started to build back his profile again in the last year.
Barstool.
Opening boxes from SMU.
Shredded, baby. Doing his different things. He started to build himself back. That's been great. I think he's pretty much rebuilt his media image with people. People at this point now find him to be a lovable, fun character. He goes viral for all of his different things. But to bring this up when he's been out of the job now, 5 years?
Yeah.
He's been out of the NFL for 5 years. He left for something that seemingly was hot enough that it has not been it has not allowed him to find another job since.
It's f***ing crazy
with the email scandal. But still, yeah, why this came out from The Athletic, I don't know. It's still really fascinating. The only thing I can think is they finally just got some people to talk on the record about it, or finally got some people who are going to share some details about it, which basically went over the tight squeeze that John Gruden had created with the Las Vegas Raiders. And
it starts with Mark Davis's obsession. This is his white whale. Mm-hmm. People think that Sean Payton could have been to Jerry Jones. That's what this is.
Yeah.
The pursuit lasted 6 years and required 15 cross-country flights to track Gruden down and try to convince him to come back.
Yeah, and because you remember they were so close with Gruden, then he gets swapped over to the Bucs, and then beats them in the Super Bowl the following year or 2 years after.
2 firsts, 2 seconds, and $8 million in cash. Can you imagine a coach?
Good gosh.
Getting traded for 2 firsts and 2 seconds right now today?
Yeah, because what was the closest? Did Peyton go for a 1 and a 2 or something?
I think so.
That was it. And then Peyton, I think his profile was considered larger at the time. But no, this whole thing paints a picture of total dysfunction, Gruden recognizing a power vacuum and going, how can I create as much power for myself as possible? The most damning thing that's in here to me is, so you've got Mike Mayock, who they hire from television to be their general manager, no experience. He's painted very much as, I don't think this makes him look good at all from a strong presence standpoint at all. This article, this makes him look like, hey, you're my B. You're going to be the face that you can look like you have some power, but I call the shots here. I push you around.
But I did leave it giving Mayock more credit for team building than I originally had.
Yes, yeah, I think that makes him look good. It just makes him look totally like Gruden didn't respect him and thought he was a total pushover.
It was John's show.
Yes.
Everyone knew it was John's show because Mark Davis gave him all the keys.
The thing that a lot of people were going off about.
And John wanted to pick a general manager that didn't have skins on the wall so he could boss them around and make every call.
Yeah, push out Reggie McKenzie and go to Mayock.
And draft Cleveland Farrell.
So, yeah, 100. They ran down the list of a lot of the draft picks that he had here, and it was a bad run for them. Max Crosby was a nice pick. That was 1 in the 4th round.
Yeah, but that is also when they're talking about Gruden bailed on day 3.
Mm-hmm.
He's disinterested in the draft, and that's when they said Mayock started to cook a little bit. Crosby, he had to convince John to take Josh Jacobs. There was a lot of pushback there, and they got some other pretty decent players afterwards. There was a safety maybe, but basically Gruden was disinterested in day 3.
Hunter Renfrow, Foster Moreau.
There it is.
Those were the guys that they really did well with. But one of the things he would do, he still received some resistance from the scouting department. The scouting department is going to have their own thoughts on things, and scouts are they believe, and I think they're right, most personnel guys across the NFL believe we have 2 different skill sets, us and coaches. Coaches, you coach, you teach. That's it. That's great. Identifying the ability is our department, and that's a different skill set. So they fight with coaches pretty routinely in all teams to fight for their viewpoint. John Gruden decided that he would make kill tapes to override scouts, and these highlighted only the players' worst moments.
That's amazing.
It's amazing, and it's also toxic as hell.
Holy cow.
So, it's funny. I can't. I know that this is something that has existed before in every, this dynamic exists with every team. I know that in the past there were concerns at times that when they would go over different things evaluating players, and if Mike McCarthy happened to look up at the wrong time and see a good moment from a player who wasn't a good player, that they'd have to be like, crap, he looked back down, rewind it so he could see some of this stuff. Because they were worried he only got a partial picture. And it's you need to see the partial picture is dangerous.
Of course.
Because and that's where a lot of, I think, personnel people say.
The quote in here is I can cut Tom Brady up to look bad.
Yeah.
Of course you can.
The partial tapes say, okay, generally a lot of teams, I think here in Dallas, when they're presenting players and different things, you get a 45 play cut up, right? Like as part of the presentation, where you got to show a mix of here's some good, here's some bad, that kind of thing. The problem for a lot of, I think, personnel department people is that they go, we have watched everything with this player. You see 45 plays and then you think you know them, and then you're the one getting to make the call in that room. That's really dangerous for us. And that's what John Gruden did here. He would basically go, I know how to manipulate this the way I want so that I can ultimately get my way.
And this is the reason that a lot of people don't think that coaches should ever be in charge of personnel. Because it's when it came to, first off, John Gruden has always been a quarterback whore.
Yeah, he loves them all,
and he says that in some of his sit downs. Yeah, that's my problem. I love them all. Gruden had a type that the pro scouting staff came to know well. Quote, John loved veterans who were all pros like 8 years ago and were on their way out to pasture. Anyone who had a name he remembered or had a big game against him in the past. When those types of players became available on the wire, the scouting staff would chuckle knowing Mayock would get the question as soon as he stepped out to practice. That was Gruden's crutch. This happens around the league with some coaches. They just want their guys. They don't want to teach or develop.
And how bad was this note in here, though, about how bad does this make Mark Davis look, too? This stuff in here about him, they talk about Davis, who declined to comment through a team spokesman, could be both odd and indignant, former employees said. And they read off that one remembers him screaming at his mother on the team plane when the Wi-Fi didn't work.
Yep.
Another time, he complained about play calls loudly enough for the offensive coordinator to hear, but wouldn't address the issue directly with the coach. This is like, that's a top line item to me of like, that's toxic. When you will complain to other people about something and then you go, that person goes, talk to me about it. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong. What are you talking about? That is
coward.
That is total coward. Where you're going to complain loud enough for other people to hear, but you're not going to then address it directly with somebody. But you would address it directly to somebody if they came to you, right?
Not.
Well, then, okay, never mind. You should own the Raiders. Then it sounds like.
I would never talk to somebody about it.
One time on a flight home after a loss, one of the assistant coaches asked someone from IT to help him with his computer, the staffer remembers. Afterwards, the IT person walks away and says, what's the point? He's going to be gone in a couple of months anyway. We had 12 games left. I just can't imagine anywhere else in the league where the coaches are being talked down to by the IT staff. But that's the way it had been there forever. And maybe that's part of this here is that it's a takedown of Gruden in one way, but part of this article may just be a shining the light on Mark Davis and how awful he has been in that position.
Antonio Brown arrived for camp. His feet were frostbitten from a cryo session in Paris. He showed up in a helicopter. Remember, he had the fight over his helmet?
Yep.
He called Mayock a cracker at practice. Had to be held back by Vontaze Burfict. They released Antonio before he ever played a snap.
Is that the most damning statement about an individual ever? You had to be held back by Vontaze Burfict.
And the quote here is, John didn't respect a player's football background or football character enough. That is why he whiffed on so many guys.
This is why a lot of people said Amari Cooper got driven out of town. Is that Amari Cooper, who was a very cerebral football player, would interact like that doesn't make sense, or he'd try to talk through something, and that this would piss off Gruden, where it's like no, you don't tell me at all.
He doesn't want the why.
That's ultimately why Sanjay Lal didn't work out here. Same thing. He could not respect that Amari Cooper had a perspective on how things should be done and wanted to talk through it.
In a way, Mark Davis, quote, he's great to work for because he lets you do your thing, but he's nothing like his dad. He doesn't know anything football. Oh, my dad liked fast guys? Where are all the fast guys? It was all about the Raider way. That thinking is so archaic. It's not even relevant anymore. They got to be good football players, too. And, right, whenever we saw someone run a 40, we'd go, oh, we're going to be a Raider.
Yeah,
Silver and black.
But and that's
Hayward Bay.
And to that point, though, and Al got rough at the end. But to that point, it is true. A lot of people do forget that Al Davis was a football coach. Like Al Davis was a guy who understood the game of football.
And Mike Mayock did not know how NFL front offices worked. But man, Mayock was great with us sitting down at the Super Bowl. Put a big YouTube number. But he's gone.
He's got a new podcast out with Sumer, which is a really good one, actually.
We should get him on.
Yeah.
We should get him on next week.
Yep.
Since Todd McShay doesn't write back.
He's doing other things.
877-881-1053 to hit us up always on the Frankel and Frankel text line. Let's finish up the week with a crazy crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece after this.
by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Lindell walks it in. Lindell across to Robertson. Shoots. Dallas has the lead.
What are you squinting at?
Yeah.
What's your hat? Is that North Texas Water?
Water District.
Men of Water?
Yeah, we both got one.
Municipal
Water District.
Yeah. Whatever is free. Someone gave it to me.
We wear free stuff.
I like the hat.
Hats are
somebody
awesome.
gave it to us at, I think we're at a firehouse, which we'll be at next week. DeSoto, 261.
That is a dope hat. I like it.
Yeah, I determine my hats sometimes based upon my mood with the companies or the advertisers. So I'm not in the best of mood with one of them.
Did you like the
No official radio advertiser.
I liked that you're sporting the Marcus hat that they had sent us previously. You were in that one yesterday.
Yeah,
it's a good looking hat, the black and red.
Some are too high up, you know?
Yeah.
If it comes to here, like the Keller hat, I was going to wear the Keller hat.
Mm-hmm.
It's too high up.
Yeah.
It's got to come down farther.
I do not like the flat dad hats anymore. The ones that are like they don't have the hard stuff here. You know, the ones that are floppy up top. I don't like it to be floppy up top.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. That's a wife's beach hat or a wife's walking hat now.
Yeah.
Speaking of apparel, what approval, disapproval numbers did you guys get yesterday in the fan text over the Rangers gear?
100%.
Oh, not 100%. It was mixed. It was variety of people that really liked it and people that really do not like it.
Is it 50-50?
Yeah.
Maybe 40-60?
Yeah.
60 being
against.
Against?
Yeah.
Wow.
My Facebook and Twitter were more positive.
I agree with you there.
But on the fan
Hang on a
text,
second.
it was more
Twitter
negative.
was more positive?
I know, it's weird,
Whoa.
right? That's why I thought it was particularly noteworthy. But the fan text, I thought was probably 40-60 not in favor of.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I was there with it. It looked really cool. I love the lids. I really do like what they did with their hats.
That hat you got is cool.
I like this one a lot.
That's
It feels comfortable too.
Does
One
it?
thing I just realized though is I don't have a lot of red in my apparel.
Shocker.
And I don't have a lot of. I don't have a lot of.
Oh, no. Kevin's got red shoes.
There we go, baby. All red.
And I don't have a lot of cream. So, like, I have black and gray is what I do a lot of. So I guess the hat goes with either one. But yeah, black and gray is a lot of what my colors are.
What's
between?
Look at that golf club just resting. Holy cow.
God, that's like,
Oh, jeez, dude.
Third, yeah.
My word.
It's Gary with
That was all the way up in there.
Gary's popping the bulge there.
Resting right underneath it.
Man, is that Ric Flair? Oh, no.
Because he's not trying to scam somebody in that clip, so it can't be Ric Flair.
Oh, that's negative.
You don't love the Nature Boy?
He's a piece of trash.
Is he?
Yes.
Corey, what's coming up?
Right out of the gate are the Rangers.
Ooh, RJ, piece of trash.
You know,
What about Hogan?
We saw him once.
He's dead.
I know. But
I mean, he has done some very bad things too.
I'm not a fan.
worse than Rick?
Man,
game
I
on
always,
fire, bro.
I always have a
It is
hard
today.
time
He's on it.
comparing like terrible things.
Yeah.
Like, is assault and thievery worse than racism? Like, that's a weird question to answer. They're all bad.
So what's your answer?
They're all bad.
Are we ranking the sins?
No,
again?
they're all bad.
Who do you think? Is Ric Flair the worst, like, biggest wrestling name as a person that people don't know about, like, behind the scenes?
Oh, behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I already know what Bobby was going to say.
Like, who else is a really bad guy
Does it rhyme with Renoir?
that people
Yes.
wouldn't really know?
well, I'm
talking about like a jerk.
No, I know that. I think for a long time it was CM Punk, right? Because people would just be
I
like,
don't know.
Oh, yeah. People would try to be like, hi, how's it going? And he was like, this is my private time. Leave me alone.
Oh.
And so I think he's really mellowed over the years. And sometimes fans are intense, man. If they show up to your hotel and they're like, hey, can I get an autograph? I could see how you might be like, you need to calm down.
Who smacked the S out of John Stossel years ago?
Vince, wasn't it?
No.
Oh, I know.
Not Dr. Death. But it was Dr. Death. It just wasn't Steve Williams. It was
wasn't it Sid Vicious?
Sid Vicious is a singer.
What else you got, Corey?
I know who you're talking about.
Brian Ray joins the show. Dallas Stars Emmy Award winner and man.
David Schultz. Yes. Sorry. I'm sorry, Corey.
I hope he picked the Stars to beat the Wild last night, but I bet he did. Brian Ray will join us at 10:20 to talk about what was an awesome game.
He also sings the national anthem before Stars games.
That's Selena Ray.
Oh, damn.
And I think Ray's spelled differently for her and him.
What do you got on tap the rest of the day and weekend, Bob?
I got to go work at my other job. Mm-hmm. Takes 2 jobs sometimes to sustain.
What about, well, you can let your wife get her full-time job.
Do you read the Bible?
Oh, boy. My goodness.
The Bible says your wife shouldn't work.
I'm joking.
You wouldn't have referenced it. It was a total joke. Now I need.
There's plenty. It's like when you said she was homeschooled, and then I said, "Yeah, we didn't want to be in front of the devil." It's a sarcastic joke.
Oh, okay.
So Steven told us that we might need to get a second job if we want World Cup tickets.
Dude.
Steven who?
Jones.
Oh, I thought he threatened your job.
That's true. No, that's never mind.
Both of them.
I looked it up yesterday because American Airlines was like, you can buy exclusive World Cup tickets with miles. I looked it up for the semifinal for 2 tickets. It's more than 1 million miles.
How many miles do you have?
Not that many.
How many do you have, Chop?
400 something.
See, ours is like 150, and I was like, that's a lot.
Chop takes advantage of these, man. You're smart with it. I'm terrible.
I never use them.
You can transfer them to me.
Yeah, I'll take them.
Let's get a Masters update.
We got a Masters update.
By the way, real quick, I got stopped at the coffee machine by someone who said, man, that guy Kevin really hates the Masters.
Mm-hmm.
That happened this morning at the coffee machine.
Fair.
A random KNC commentary comment.
Oh, we're the same. Oh, knuckleballs.
We got some movement here. Wyndham Clark was 3 under. He's now 2 under. The leaders have not teed off yet. None of the guys in the top 5, Sam Burns, Rory, Kitayama, Day, Reed, none of them have teed off. None of them will tee off until after 11 o'clock. Scheffler, he is in the you-know-what on the second hole.
Oh, no.
Which is a birdieable par 5. Now, he should still be able to save par, no problem.
How's Rahm doing?
Rahm is doing poor. Damn it. Like, very bad.
That was my pick.
Very bad.
CD Rahm.
Jordan Spieth.
Yes.
Jordan Spieth just he missed a very makeable birdie putt on 3, so he's 1 under par. Koepka birdies back-to-back holes. He also is 1 under. Good leaderboard. Very good leaderboard.
Did you say
your boy
3D?
got her up? Your boy got her up.
Yeah.
1 under now. He is in 10th place.
What about 3D printer man? Did you say
Bryson?
him? Yeah.
Bryson had a day, and not a good way.
Oh.
Yeah. But I don't think he used the club. I'd be surprised if he used it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Patrick Reed's my pick right now.
P. Reed, baby. He's the anti-hero. I like him. You know why?
P. Reed?
Yeah, P. Reed. That's what we call him, P. Reed. I call him P. Reed.
Preed.
Because he's like, I can't use a foot wedge. Watch me.
Somebody told me once, they're like, if you followed golf, you'd be a Patrick Reed fan. And I said, why? And they said, because you're a lot like him. And I said, is that a good thing? And they said, it is not. I said, I don't know what that means.
That's very true.
No.
He wants to be. He's a loner. He wants to be off on his own with his headphones
Very hateable.
on.
He doesn't really believe in the rules.
Yeah.
Go around the room and tell us what golfer we'd beat, Chop.
Oh, man.
This is a fun bit. Nice.
Hagelin is Brooks Koepka.
What?
Because he hates golf.
Yeah. Koepka
Is Brooks the real
great.
cerebral one about everything? Or is that Bryson?
No, he's a meathead.
I would think
Brooks
that
is
he's
a meathead.
Bryson then.
Brooks is a meathead. No, but like Brooks does. Brooks actually he wants to be a baseball player.
Doesn't Bryson do all the math calculations and stuff?
No, he's doing it for a different reason.
But
He's saying he hates the sport.
if you watch Full Swing, you also saw that Brooks dealt with some mental health issues too. Like that dude looked bad during Full Swing. Like he looked like he was going through
Better
it.
help.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is Bobby Patrick Reed?
Yeah. I was thinking I could be Patrick Reed too, because I don't really care about the rules either. But Bobby does have the personality.
Yeah.
More so.
There's some
Patrick
gruffness
Reed,
to it
Patrick
that Bobby
Reed.
has.
I'm gonna say you're Gary Woodland.
Thank you. I like Gary Woodlands.
Because everybody kind of likes him, and he's not really that good.
I'll take that. I was taking more Scotty Scheffler, but I appreciate that. Yeah.
Oh, my VJ?
Dang!
No.
Well, I'm trying to think.
That was on yourself, too.
Can you read that fan text, Hagee? when they were talking about Sean being a wrestling fan?
It is very similar to the VJ comparison. They said you strike them as an Iron Sheik type of guy.
Oh wow. What a race.
He was a former world champion.
That person probably hates the Rangers jerseys too.
You are Rory.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you won last year. Good job.
You're very good. Everybody respects you, but nobody really likes you.
You stand up for the company, and the company stabs you in the back.
Hate Irish food.
I hate Irish food as well.
And who are you?
Oh, man. Sean, are you up for jokes this morning?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's too far.
Well, now you got to do it.
Would you-
Sean's going to assume the worst from you.
Because you'd also back out of a wedding before it happened?
Oh, dude.
Who did that?
Rory.
Oh.
It happened to me, too.
I didn't. No one backed out of a wedding on me, and I didn't back out of a wedding.
Oh.
Yeah. So that doesn't apply.
What happened? I have questions off air then.
Yeah,
I have questions off air then.
I never scheduled any weddings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I never had any weddings scheduled. If you want to make fun of leukemia. If you'd like me to retort and come back at you with that, if we can.
I have more questions.
Let's pivot to something less controversial. What we were talking about during the break.
We're here. Fun games. Let's play. Let's play. Let's play.
We look at these as teaching moments, you know.
And who are you?
I think I'm Jordan Spieth. Everybody thinks I'm better than I actually am.
That's pretty good.
Oh, everyone thinks you're better?
All right, fine.
You have his hairline.
I'm Dustin Johnson. I'm an idiot.
Coke. Oh, Coca-Cola. That he likes.
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody on G-Bags, Dustin Johnson.
I don't get the. I don't know the references enough to know.
See, that's worse than what I did, probably. Maybe not. I don't know.
Who do you hate the most on the tour? And is that Fred?
No. Oh, I like Fred.
He secretly admires Fred Davis a lot.
Is Alec that guy who dresses in all the different funky colors?
Jason Day? No, you know who Alec is? Tommy Fleetwood.
Tommy Fleetwood? Why?
Short, long hair.
Okay.
Yeah. And then always gets passed over for something. that's who Alec is.
Golly. Well done.
Thank you. No.
Anyone else on the other
I hate on tour?
Hop's ability to steterotype.
I don't like Justin Rose.
He might have sent
Why?
that Iron Sheik.
Say his qualities, and I'll say the fan personality.
Justin Rose is he's very, very good. He's stately, right? He's very respectful. Like, there's nothing not to like about him except everything. It's the guy. It doesn't make sense. Like, you respect everything about him, but you also hate that he does all of those things because he's like the goody two shoes, but he says it in a British accent, so that makes him a little bit uppity. And plus, he robbed Phil of a U.S. Open at Medina.
Goody two shoes.
Marion.
I think of expenses around here with that. Like, it used to be TMP. I don't think Tim turns in many expenses. Is there anyone else who's like, oh, no, I don't want to cost the company any money?
I mean, I never turn expenses.
Well, that's not because you're caring about the company.
Yeah,
You're
that's
just lazy.
that's the way Mike was, but he was like, I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. All right. Good job.
Thank you.
What a crosstalk. Hopefully you have a fantastic weekend. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
The more time you give, the more...
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it already feels like a good day because the Dallas Stars were victorious over the Minnesota Wild. In about 20 minutes, we will ask Brian Ray if they won the battle, but potentially lost the war on that front. But Shout Out Friday, we'll start with a shout out to the Dallas Stars for getting things done. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
That's true.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck you doing out there? How is everybody in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
I'm doing great today, Alec. I woke up. I did go to sleep a little late last night. After that Stars game, couldn't wind down.
That game was crazy.
Yeah, so I was kind of about everything. Got a big weekend coming up. I'm dadding alone. My wife's leaving me.
Oh no!
Hopefully she'll be back Sunday. When it comes to
how confident are you in that?
90.
Okay, that's pretty high.
% that no, that's I'm just. I'm concerned. I have concerns, but hopefully she comes back because she still likes me. And but I'm dadding on my own. That being said, told you earlier, Kevin, my kids are kind of independent now.
Yeah.
The boy, he's got a girlfriend. The oldest one, he's also got a girlfriend, and he can drive himself around. He likes to drive the other kids around. So all I really have to do this weekend is focus on taking Lucy to dance and making sure the backyard gets into pool mode because we're on our way to that right now.
Ooh, what all does it take to get into pool mode?
Well, if you just ignore the backyard the entire winter, things kind of happen, especially when you have a young dog and that dog decides to dig some holes and then pull, sheets that you have lying around all over the place and tear up all your pool floats. So I got a little work to do.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
But the pool's looking good. The pool's looking sharp.
I'm doing wonderful, especially after Choppy compared me to my Masters pick in Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I was like, you know what? The synergy is just amazing today.
I like it.
And then the reasoning behind his pick was also perfect as well. So, yeah, I'm doing great. I'm trying to talk myself into going to the ballpark today to go pick up some City Connect gear.
Oh,
because
yeah.
It made me sick to my stomach watching you guys hold up the hat every segment. And I was like, I just want to grab one of those and put it on my head.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and mark that for today. Thank you, Aiden. I appreciate you.
He might not necessarily do that. That is unfortunate.
No, I don't know where Vrabel is this weekend, but I will keep an eye on Life 360 to see where my wife is. Thank you very much for putting that in my head.
Can I ask you just a quick question about that?
Uh-huh.
Do you think, because it feels like people don't really learn lessons, do you think they, being Vrabel and Russini, would have been better off if they just came out and they were like, look, we made a massive mistake. We spend a lot of time together. I feel so bad. And just try to repair instead of deny, especially now that that's just going to encourage certain media people to track them more.
Here's the other part of things for me is what if you... I feel like and you're flirty. But what if you're just like, no, this is how we've always been. We're just close like this. Remember the episode of Friends where Rachel was trying to hook up with that guy and his sister came into town and they just wrestled each other all over the carpet and they were like, this is weird, right? And then she was like, I just can't deal with this anymore. What if that's how they are and they don't realize that they're just being too close? I don't know, man. That's my question about that.
I mean, I would think then if that was the case, if your respective spouses said that makes me uncomfortable, then you should probably not do that.
What if Diana Russini in that one picture was running up and she was just holding her hands out? She's like, I just got my nails done. And Vrabel's like, they look so great. And that's why he was holding her hands, because he was looking at her nails.
It is entirely possible. I think the ancillary evidence of, hey, there's all these people there, but but not when we're alone in the pool and not when we're alone having breakfast and not when we're alone doing these other things. That's what doesn't really help.
Yeah, from the 561, sorry your wife's leaving you again, Corey. She seems to always come back, so it's curious how you framed her planned absence. Somebody said, oh snap, party at Corey's Plano Mansion this weekend.
Oh.
I feel like I want to throw a party, you know?
When's the last time you threw like a real party? Like not for like, oh, it's our friend's birthday party. You just threw like a party for no reason.
Man, that's a good question.
Been a while?
Probably before we had kids. No, because we had kids. You came to one of my house parties and we had a kid.
That sounded weird.
The one lady that kept talking about the fighter's legs. You just were kind of enamored by all that. So it's been.
Oh my gosh, that lady could not stop talking about GSP's legs. Did not give a damn about how he was as a fighter. She was just like, my goodness, though, those legs every round, and I was like, man.
She has two teenagers now.
Great.
Good for her.
With GSP?
Probably not.
Okay.
No, he's a good dude, though. It's probably been about 12 years, I feel like. If I'm going to go out on that number, I feel like it's been about 12 years.
This is a good question. What's the point of all those tables if you don't throw parties?
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Kevin also told me, though, Alec, do you agree with this? Don't mesh your party groups. So don't bring work friends, family friends, and friends all together at one time because it's an awkward situation.
Unless you're ready to do work all night. Because what are you going to have to do, Alec? Oh, this is Janet from my office. Oh, this is Steve. I've known him since 3rd grade. That's what you're going to have to do all night is like try to merge these groups. Screw that. I want to have some fun, man. I'm not here to give you a bibliography about all these people.
Oh, that's a big word. I agree, because I learned the hard way with my birthday last year whenever I had Wolchuk, Bobby, Will Chambers, and then my like high school and college friends were there too. And I know for a fact Bobby didn't like one of my friends, and one of my friends didn't like him. And yeah, so that went very swimmingly. And I said, yeah, never again.
But that's why I do like having people like Kevin at a party, because Kevin doesn't want to go to your party. Okay, but if he's there, he's like, I might as well make it a good time for myself.
Sure.
And so he will bring up conversation and have conversation. Kevin's a good party member, even though he doesn't want to be there. And I'm like that too. I don't want to be there, but give me 2 drinks and I will be a good party member.
And it has nothing to do with that particular individual. I just don't like to go do stuff. Mm-hmm. So it's as simple as that.
Oh, from the 469, I want to go to Corey's house to see the custom paper towels. That's
man.
If I could just get them monogrammed by Bounty, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Bounty, hook it up.
Okay, that's a good idea. All right, go ahead and give me cut number 5, will you please? Because I want to ask this question. Are the Rangers going to be a fun team to watch this season? And for some folks, is it only offense that equals fun baseball?
Biggie's 4 for 12 now, hitting .333 for the year. The runner goes. The pitch is swung on and slammed to deep left field. Going back to Rosarena. That ball is history. Higashioka, a 2-run homer, turns the game around. The Rangers lead it 3-2, and they have hit their first home run off George Kirby since June 5th, 2022.
God, what a wild stat that is. And so the Rangers have a winning record. They are in first place of the AL West. But I know there are plenty of people out there that once you got past, the first 5-6 games of the season, they're worried that it's going to look an awful lot like last year, which I don't think a lot of people thought that team was fun. So do you think this Rangers team is going to be fun? And for some people, does fun only mean offense?
Yes. I think it's what you grew up with.
And
what you know.
True.
Because we grew up with Juan Gonzalez, Rafael Palmeiro, Dean Palmer, dudes that absolutely bombed. And I think that at one point, weren't they like the Air Squad or something? Like they had some sort of the Bombers.
Well, I'm not disputing that. I just don't remember that.
Yeah, that was something that just that's what we watched was home runs. And I'll be honest, I love doubles. Doubles are so much fun for the game. So offense, runs, I want base runners. Those things absolutely make the game fun. Can I get down with an amazing pitching performance? Yes. Do I feel like every single pitcher that we're going up against is the best pitcher on the planet? Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it makes it feel like when you don't have offense. But I also understand, Kevin, the weight that gets put on our starting rotation and every single one of these bullpen guys when they come in and they only have a 1-run advantage or they're in a 0-0 tie. Like that's the stress for me. So it is right now a little more stressful baseball than fun baseball.
Okay.
But I do think that they can. I think I'm stoked watching Leiter. Dude, I know you got terrified early, but you got to love what you're seeing from Mackenzie Gore, too.
Yes. Yeah. Look, and it was that first inning and then that first hitter he faced in the second inning on Wednesday. But after that, control, locked in, he was phenomenal. And I think you've already seen that so far with Gore and Leiter, especially if their control is locked in. Oh, baby. These pitchers could be tremendous. So I saw an article that rated the fun value of the Texas Rangers.
And just on the on-field product, not the...
Correct.
Okay.
Part one is star power. So it's not all technically 100% on the field.
Well, they have Mike Bassett, Kevin.
I don't think they counted that in the star power, but I will double check on that. So out of 15, they got a star power rating of 7. Does that feel right that they're about average in terms of star power with Wyatt, Corey, DeGrom, Evaldi?
Yeah.
Because no matter what you thought about them, it felt like Simeon and Adolis had some star power to them.
As good as Seager is, he's not a star. Like he's a great player in the game, but I don't think anybody's out there going, dude, we need to do a documentary on Corey Seager's life. And he would never let you either.
Right.
Because he loves the privacy. Or privacy, if you will.
Oh.
And he also, like, even on the field, he hits a home run, unless it's the World Series, he hits a home run, and then he drops around the bases like he's done it 1,000 times.
Right.
Which is cool, but I do love some of the emotion. So, yeah, as far as stars go, we have some. Jacob deGrom's the biggest star on this team.
Yeah, I think I get you. That's probably true.
Evaldi, we talk about how he never gets the respect that he deserves because he's just that gritty guy that's going to go to work and do his thing.
Yeah.
Even though he's the best in the biggest games, but in Wyatt's just not there yet. Like he's just not. He hasn't had a stretch that people are like he might be the next Aaron Judge.
For young players, young talent, it's on a 10-point scale. The category focuses on players in their first or second seasons in the majors, plus potential call-ups from the minors. The Rangers got a 2. Got a 2 out of 10. And unfortunately, I think that is very fair. Because who are those young players?
Wyatt.
He's not. He's in his third year. Doesn't count.
Evan.
He's past that. Doesn't count.
Berger.
Definitely not him.
Zeke.
I mean, he's past that, so I don't think so. Leiter's in his third season. Doesn't count.
Nimmo. He's in his first season.
I think it's in all of Major League Baseball.
Oh, dang it.
So you can see why that's so low. Baseball stuff. This is where the Rangers excel. It's a 10-point scale, and that includes stealing bases, running the bases, good defense, not striking out on offense, having starters who go deeper into games. Rangers got an 8 out of 10. Easily the best category, which makes sense because they haven't been striking out as much. They've been drawing walks. They have starters that we feel like as we go along in the season will go deeper into games. So that makes a lot of sense. Now, all of that compiled, they also got a bonus of 1.5 points. Half a point for Andrew McCutchen and 1 point for the Nolan Ryan Bloody Lip jersey giveaway. So those bonus points gave them 18.5 total points, which is 21st. So you have the Texas Rangers at the top, but of the bottom third of Major League Baseball in terms of fun. Does that feel fair?
Yes.
I think so, too.
Start producing offensively. Start being a fun offensive, like on the bases. Wyatt's stealing 35, 40 bags. He's also hitting 35, 40 home runs. Get that going. Well, Wyatt is a guy that we like. but there's another level we're hoping he gets to. And Kevin, there's a couple other dudes on this team that if they can turn that up a little bit more too. Jack Leiter continues to do what he's doing. That's fine. But it's definitely on the offense. Somebody said watching your pitcher go 6 scoreless is great until you lose a 1-0 game.
And I think that is perception more than reality. That has not necessarily been the case so far with the Rangers.
They've won the 1-0 game.
Well, the last couple, yes. I know earlier they had a couple of trip-ups.
You want Kevin, you want your your run differential to be 34. All right, that's fun.
Okay,
that's the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Braves. Those are the fun ones right now.
Well, it probably won't surprise you to know. Well, actually, I was a little surprised. The Dodgers were second behind the Phillies. We'll see about that. And then the Mets, Red Sox, and Yankees rocketing up the charts. At number 13 were the Pittsburgh Pirates, in part because they got a 10 out of 10 on young talent, which,
Because of Skeens?
Well, because of Connor Griffin.
Dude, did you know that he got a big contract?
We talked about that like 2 or 3 days ago.
I will add to that I don't care about the fun factor as long as you keep winning and staying in first place.
I agree. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas Stars broadcaster, Emmy Award winner, and man who better pick the Stars to beat the Wild in the playoffs. It's Brian Ray. Next, right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn.
free. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Harley, shot pass, score! Ramsey tips home the shot pass from Harley. We are tied at 4.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan after a big and potentially consequential win for the Dallas Stars. We bring on Dallas Stars broadcaster, Emmy Award winner, and the man who better pick the Stars to beat the Wild in the playoffs. It is Brian Ray. Good morning, sir.
That's like a veiled threat right off the top, gentlemen. Wow.
I thought it was pretty straightforward.
Is my co-host.
Yeah, well, you're right. It wasn't veiled. It was a Tommy Boy 2x4 to the face. Not so much here, but here.
Exactly. So I got to ask this, and I know we're still waiting on information, but are you concerned that the Stars won the battle last night but lost the war potentially with the Miro injury?
Concerned, I think, is a fair word when you have players leave with injuries this time of year, and especially with the injuries Dallas already has piled up. However, they will skate around 12 noon today, and that will be our next opportunity to chat with Glenn Gulutzan. And I agree with Gully's demeanor last night, where get them looked at, see what the information says, and then you go from there. So concerned is a fair word. When your best player, arguably, or one of your two best players leaves the game and doesn't return, sure, you want to be concerned 3 games out from starting the playoffs. But let's let the information come in, and hopefully we have an update a little bit later today on the Miro situation.
And I know we were all curious with home ice essentially at stake. Did this feel like every bit of a playoff game that we thought it would?
Oh, totally. Yeah, whether you're at the game or watching the game. Look, I was at home watching the game, and watching it, it was a very interesting game for me, not just because of the home ice thing, but Minnesota just gave you a clear glimpse as to how they are going to play your first round series. You know exactly what they are going to do. There are no state secrets. That is the MO and the game plan that is coming for you over the next 6 or 7 games in the first round. It ain't going to be 5, I'll tell you that. Over the next 6 or 7 games, that is what's coming on the other side of the ice. Now you know, and you make the adjustments to deal with it.
How blessed are we then as hockey fans to be able to get that many games of that potential between those two?
I'd prefer 4.
So would I. If you're going to get through them and you got to deal with Colorado on the other side, I don't want to go through 6 or 7 games of that. I'd rather go through 4.
But it's so much fun to watch.
Colorado's going to dust whoever they're taking on Nashville in that first round or whatever. So we'll see what happens. But from a hockey fan perspective, it's going to be an awesome series. I think it is going to boil down as the best series of the first round when it's all said and done. I really do believe that.
The physicality that I saw Mikko play with late in that game, and I feel like he's done this a lot this season. Kevin, we brought up recently. It looks more like Robertson's kind of grown into this role. He's like, I'll stick my nose in there and get into some fights and all this. That started to turn up throughout this season. And you talked about this, that 1 degree that Gulutzan talks about a lot. They do look like they are starting to gear up for a physical playoff run.
Yeah, and as you said, that is the attitude and the philosophy that Glenn Gulutzan wanted to bring to this team. And over the last handful of games, like they won the Calgary game, but they didn't look good for 2 periods. They've had games they've won, but it hasn't looked like the team they want to be entering the playoffs. The message has been clear that they're focused on the details of themselves and putting themselves in the right place. They aren't focused necessarily on the opponent. But I look at a game like that last night, and I think it can accelerate putting your details in place because you knew that opponent on the other side last night was coming for you with everything because Minnesota has to not just tie Dallas, they have to be 1 point better than Dallas if they wanted home ice. So you knew they were coming. And when you get into a game like that, the adrenaline spikes a little quicker. The senses get a little more intense. Everything just sort of locks in a little bit quicker when you get into a game like that. So I do think playing that game against that team, the way that team played that game, you almost build up scar tissue at an accelerated rate of, okay, now we know what we're in for. Let's go.
Okay, so that being said, you still have 3 to play. And you still need the
8 points.
You need something because this thing is not complete yet. So how do you get yourself back up for these opponents too?
That is going to be a very difficult challenge. But the bottom line is Dallas needs 2 points right now. They can get them. However they get them, them. But they do need 2 points right now. And Minnesota has a favorable schedule as well in their final 3. I would hope the maturity and the presence of this team with what they've gone through understands these are 3 very winnable games. Well, Buffalo's going to be pretty tough. That's going to be a bonkers game at the end of the season. But the Rangers this weekend or in Toronto, both of those games are winnable. Don't dip your toe into the water. Go get it. And it's tough to get up for games against non-playoff teams that have nothing to play for. And the other thing too, it's not just they have nothing to play for; they can play so loose, and they can just throw Hail Mary bombs down the field as many times as they want because they have nothing to lose. That can be a tough team to play against because you're so used to playing within a structured system against the other team on the other side. So it's similar to the Calgary game. You're going to have to find a way to activate yourself and say, we need to go get these 2 points as soon as we can. I'd rather not let it linger into a third period, come back in overtime like they did against Calgary, but you're going to have to find a way to get yourself to that place. And we know Dallas can get themselves to that place. You just would like to see them take care of it in the first period on Saturday against the Rangers.
I loved the goal from Robertson last night. It was a Robertson type goal. It was beautiful, but that pass from Lindell was fantastic. That his play last night, I thought was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue he was the best player on the ice for the Stars with everything he did. The one caveat, and I'm going to use as an example of what to expect in this series. You gave up 3 power play goals last night to Minnesota.
And 2 of them at the very end of periods.
Yes, but if Lindell doesn't punch Ryan Hartman in that scrum, one of those power plays and power play goals is coming off the board. And that's where Dallas, I think, is going to have to be very careful in this series. Minnesota's going to start something every single scrum. They want you to do that. Don't throw the punch, give the face wash, grab the collar, keep it right at the line because they are trying to get you to throw that punch in those scrums. That's the one thing, and I'm using Lindell as an example, but the entire Dallas Stars team, that's what you need to be careful of in this series because that's what Minnesota told you. They showed you everything they're going to do, and they were able to get 3 power play goals out of it. But once that game turned back to 5-on-5 and even strength, when Dallas got it to 3-2, if you watched that game last night, and I know I'm kind of shifting gears on where your question went on Lindell, but when that game got to 3-2, now Minnesota had to worry about protecting a lead and not letting Dallas tie it.
Which they're good at.
Yeah.
They're pretty good at typically.
But it became a 5-on-5 game. It was no longer shenanigans after the whistle. It was no longer goading Dallas into penalties. Now it was 5-on-5 hockey. And Dallas was able to wear them down and get that to the finish line once that game shifted into 5-on-5 play. That's what I look at first in this series. If Dallas can keep it at 5-on-5, it's going to, I think, really benefit them. And it's going to benefit somebody like Lindell, who has to kill every freaking second of every freaking penalty the Dallas Stars take unless he's the one taking it. If you keep it at 5-on-5, somebody like him also stays fresh.
How long do you get the sense it usually takes to get a feel for an officiating crew in the series? Like, I hear what you're saying, just don't engage in nonsense and hopefully you'll be fine. But, like, how long do you, let's say they do fall into that trap, how long does it take to get a feel for, they're going to call this really tight or not?
Yeah, they change the officiating crew every single game. So you have different referees and different ways the game's being called game to game in a series. I've always felt for players, like, they're so good at this. They should know after playing the first period what direction the game is going. They really should. The tough thing is when you determine how the game is going in the first period and you adjust to that as a player, and then it changes on you for some reason, that's where things get frustrating. But players, they're so good at understanding how a game is going to be called, and they can adjust to that. Usually in the first period, players should know how the game is going to occur.
I'm based on what you've told me about what Minnesota's plan is, and I don't know if you've seen it, but I suggest everybody go out and watch the season finale of Shoresy and how the North American hockey team went after the European group, and they just
set the tone.
Yeah, wear them out for 2 periods and then try and get your goals in the third. Like, I think that's Minnesota's just gonna be like, we're just gonna wear you out, engage in all the shenanigans. We're gonna get you when the referee's not looking, kind of stuff.
Should they also have potentially problematic thoughts about women's hockey?
No.
That's right. I'm aware of that part of the show.
It's a very fun show. That's the one thing I keep seeing over and over is, as he's saying, don't engage in the shenanigans. Those are the things that they waste your energy, as well as put you in a place in the box or in a place where you're in a little bit of extra trouble that you don't need to be in. So that's what But I think I can't wait for this series now. At this point.
No, it's going to be an excellent series. And by the way, every time somebody brings up Shoresy, I just have to all of a sudden go, for what? Because that might be my favorite line in the entire series.
Yes.
Just anytime. But it's not that you necessarily have to wait it out and get your goals in the third period. It's more keep the game at 5-on-5. If Dallas doesn't take those early penalties, you're not spotting Minnesota that early lead. And Dallas even got the first goal last night.
Yeah.
They scored the first goal, and then you take the penalties, and Minnesota finds a way to get themselves on top and ultimately push it to 3-1. And it's really hard because the Stars are not going to back down. They're not going to be pushed around. They've talked about that, and even Glenn Gullitson has talked about the hand-to-hand combat of a playoff series. And the Florida Panthers have been the example because they've won the last 2 Stanley Cups. They might have been the best team in the NHL of knowing where the line is, taking you all the way to the line, and then letting you cross it, and they turn away. They have been the best at that in the playoffs the last 2 years. And I think that's a similar direction that Minnesota is going to try and play this game, because I do believe at 5-on-5, Dallas is still the deeper team and still a little bit ahead of them. And then even when you looked at advanced metrics and the numbers there, Dallas has better numbers at 5-on-5 than Minnesota does. But Minnesota's power play this year is just as lethal as the Stars has been, especially adding Quinn Hughes. That is now, the power play is now a true weapon for Minnesota, and you learned that the hard way last night. That is an area where I think they can even up the series with the Stars.
But we have the best Hughes, Kevin. We have Cameron Hughes. So
goal scorer.
Well done.
I like that.
By the way, I just got to say, how awesome are hockey smiles? Did you see any photos on social media after he scored that goal?
Yeah.
Like Jack Hughes when he scored the gold medal, that was a great hockey smile. Cameron Hughes went, hold my beer. That is an awesome hockey smile.
I love that. Now, I realize what the points and the numbers say. I want to put that to the side for just a second. Will the Dallas Stars have to beat the best 2 teams in the West just to make it to the Western Conference Finals?
Yes, they will. I don't see any way how Nashville or whoever ends up in that wild card spot is going to beat Colorado. I really don't. So, yes, Dallas will have to go through Minnesota. They will have to go through Colorado if they're going to get back to the Western Conference Final.
And do you think Colorado's primed to fall because they fell into the trap of probably winning the Presidents?
Yeah, well, they won it last night, so they have the kiss of death.
They're done,
suckers.
I believe. I also believe if there is one team in the West that can beat Colorado, it is Dallas. I don't know about Vegas or Edmonton because I think one of those two teams is ultimately going to get to the conference final on that side of the bracket. You know, if Colorado somehow gets to the conference final and they're that banged up, maybe that opens the door. But just right now, today, when you look at all the teams that are lined up, if you had to pick one that was best set to knock off Colorado, I do believe it's Dallas.
Appreciate the time, as always, good sir. We'll probably catch up with you again next week before that series officially kicks off.
It's going to be fun.
I love it.
For what?
Thank you very much, Brian Ray, right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, another note from last night, Thomas Harley scored his 100th or got his 100th career NHL assist. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, tearing the cover off the ball. And is the Rockies' dream dead? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Friday. We got What You Drinking and What...
Get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And you might think I'm overreacting. Remix. But is the Rockies' dream dead? Last night, 1-1 against the Padres. Going to extra innings, 2-2. Further extra innings, 3-3. Then we get to the bottom of the 12th. And Xander Bogaerts crushes a walk-off grand slam. Padres win 7-3. The Rockies are now 6-7. And you might be like, I don't care about the Rockies. I hear you. But you should, because the Rockies haven't been above 500 in 3 years, and this was their chance. They could have been 7-6, but they lost. And I fear, Corey, that this was their last best shot, and now they're doomed.
So now they're 6-7?
Correct.
Dude, they could win.
It's over, Alec.
They could win tomorrow.
No.
They could.
And today, if they play today.
Mm-hmm.
And they could be right back in the game.
Yeah. They could.
What are you going to do to celebrate them?
Oh, I'm popping some, I was going to say champagne, sparkled apple juice. I don't know. Whatever.
Have a sheet of brownies.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it is the Colorado Rockies.
Just regular brownies.
Regular brownies.
Yeah.
And just imagining,
yeah.
They might
I am the most boring person you know outside of this show.
Yeah, I mean, you are paying attention to this like you were expecting this to be delivered as a child soon.
Yes.
You were just like, when is it going to happen?
Yeah.
It's
been 3 years.
He tried to start a company pool with and he's like, what days do you want? And everybody's like, I don't want in on this. And he's like,
okay, I'm going to mark you down for the 17th. That's probably not helpful.
But again, that's why I'm excited about Connor Griffin.
Yeah.
That's why I'm excited for the moment. Because Kevin, listen, man. There are so many things in this world that can bring us down. So let's look for more reasons to celebrate.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I like that. All right. Well, let's talk about Jacob Wilson imitating the Sandlot. Jacob Wilson hit what looked like on first inspection a weak dribbler down the first baseline. It had an exit velocity of 14.3 miles per hour.
Nice.
But that's partially because he broke most of the cover off the baseball. And it was one of those things where then it kind of looked like a helicopter, especially guys probably know more about the helicopter. And it just kind of rolled down the line. Are you always impressed when anybody breaks the cover of the baseball? Like, the whole cover didn't come off, but still, he ripped part of the cover of the baseball on a hit.
Did he hit the end of his bat? It was like because if you get all of the ball and the cover comes off, that's impressive. But whenever you just kind of, that's like, okay, there was a loose seam on that.
Okay, and so it was kind of off the end of the bat, and it was also off a changeup. So that's probably going to be difficult.
Yeah.
But I still thought it was neat.
So what happens? You hit the cover off the ball. The cover lands on the ground, but the inside travels over the fence.
In that instance, I believe they would call it dead. In this instance, since the cover stayed mostly intact, somebody picked it up and threw it to, the pitcher picked it up and threw it to first base, and he was out.
And the pitcher was like, give me that ball back. I want to use it.
Oh, yeah.
I want to throw something nasty.
Yeah, that's going to kill any upward trajectory
like
you have on a fly
Greg
ball.
Maddux was like, there was a hole in the side of it, and I could not wait to throw the next pitch.
Now,
it moved 4.5 feet.
Exactly. Let's talk about the rankings of the City Connect jerseys. I did not put these rankings together because I very much disagree with a couple of these spots. Number 1 on the list, the San Diego Padres. Personally, I would have put the Braves at number 1. I think the Braves City Connect jersey is unfreaking believable. They finished 3rd behind Baltimore. And that's one of the things that's tough is, like, if you're not from this place, I think it looks kind of dumb that on the front of their jersey it says "Be More," but
that's what they want you to do.
It's not for me.
That's what they want, Kevin.
Okay, well,
they want you to be more.
Okay, well, that is oddly inspirational now that you bring it up. But, like, it's the same thing with the Brewers one. It says Wisco on the front of their jersey. That's not for me, but guess what?
Short for Wisconsin.
No, I understand that, and it's just not for me. But Baltimore tied for first with the Padres, 3rd, the Braves, 4th, the Royals, and I do not care for that jersey. And that's where people...
I don't care for any of it.
Yeah, that's where people have... I don't like the hat either. That's where people have difference of opinions. Because we heard from some of the people who didn't like the Rangers City Connect, and we'll get to that in just a second, because you just heard they're not in the top 4. But I definitely like the Rangers gear better than the Royals. But the voters for The Athletic, they said, no, disagree. The Brewers are 5th. The Reds are 6th, and the Pirates, who I might just have a bad fashion sense. I actually like the Pirates one. I thought the patch on the side was really cool. They finished 7th, and of the 8 released, the Texas Rangers score was 8th, which would put them in last place.
I've seen a lot of people regarding the Rangers thing. They'll point to the Angels uniforms from a few years ago, whenever it was like Mike Trout was standing next to a cream and red surfboard, and everybody was like, oh, they saw that surfboard and made a uniform.
Right.
And so they look a little similar to that. Again, I go to the details of it. I'm looking at the details on the Padres and the Baltimore ones. They're cool.
Yeah.
Like the Padres. I
like the Padres one.
Sick, dude.
No, I like the Padres one. I just like the Braves one better.
Yeah, no, I understand that. The Padres, I would probably rank theirs 1 in my opinion.
Okay.
I think it's sick looking. I love that hat too. I know some people care about the jersey. Some people care about the whole uniform. I love hats. I'm a big hat fan. So some of these hats really stand out. But I think there's some really good ones. I don't like the Royals one, but I can understand if you love waterfalls. then that's why you're probably into that.
It kind of feels like the jersey that people would wear for their competition at the esports arena. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought when I saw it. Alec, does that feel like a fair description of that jersey?
I think that's actually perfect, and it's kind of rocking my world now that I think about it.
All right, let's stick with the Padres and talk about Mason Miller. And you might be like, well, you already talked about Mason Miller earlier this week. Touché. We're going to talk about him again. Of the last 15 hitters that Mason Miller has faced, Alec, how many of them do you think got a hit?
One.
One is correct if you count a ground out as a hit. They are 0 for 15 with one ground out.
I do not count ground outs as hits.
Okay, well, and 14 strikeouts. He has struck out 14 of the last 15 people he faced, and last night he touched 103.4 on the gun. Hit that. You can't.
I was trying to figure out earlier, because and anybody out there that watched the Mariano Rivera era, what was that extended period of time that he just struck out 14 of 15?
Right. It felt like every playoff game.
And who's a closer that did, that was that kind of dominant, where it was just like, you're not hitting. It's just not going to. Now, Rivera, his cutter, you were going to get weak contact. There are all sorts of things were why you weren't getting on base. Chapman felt like he was going to throw it past you, no matter what. I feel like Mason Miller is the great combination of both of those two guys, where it's just like he can throw the heat, but you're also not going to hit the ball, but you're also going to get weak contact even if you do touch it.
Right.
Weak ground out. But then I think the big thing about that is, will he ever have a big moment to show off like that?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would say no.
Because the Padres,
if they get there, he'll be a big reason why.
6 City Connect unis, lack of success in the playoffs.
Yes, exactly. All right, World Baseball Classic, real quick. Rob Manfred has brought up the possibility, and he said since the World Baseball Classic was so successful this time, and honestly it was really successful last time as well, we have talked about the frequency and regularity of the schedule. They said they've had discussions about making it every 2 years. Right now, the World Baseball Classic is every 3 years. What would you think about that change? Would that take away any of the specialness, or you'd be like, oh, great, I get it more?
I think, oh, great, I get it more immediately.
Okay.
But then my second thought is oversaturation and over-injury.
I got you.
If every 2 years you're injuring a significant group of players, then people are going to be like, we got to stop this. So I kind of like the every 4 years, every 3 years, whatever, like stretch out just a little bit more. That way we forget about the players we lost.
Yeah.
And then so that's just the way I feel about that.
I gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for NFL Draft Overreaction or Reality. Next, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we want to remind people, including our boss, not to get tricked by a movie on Amazon that says something Hail Mary for $8. It is not the Ryan Gosling movie, and the reviews are brutal on it because of that.
Will Ryan Gosling's handsomeness ever take a hit?
I don't think so.
Right.
I think he's going on the Paul Rudd trajectory of agelessness.
He's vampire then. He also
could be,
but he's tan, so that's a little weird. Maybe it's spray on. But he's also funny and like seems down to earth, cool.
Right.
So that's always one of those where you're just like, dang, dude, what's wrong?
I'm with you. What?
It's like you see a girl super hot, also super nice. You're like, what's going on there? Doesn't make any sense.
Instead of being like, what a great combination.
It is a great combination.
Like,
you just don't get it. You don't get it that often.
Mark that. All right. NFL draft overreaction or reality. If he was available for some reason at pick 92, would you be okay with the Dallas Cowboys drafting Garrett Nussmeier? Seems like the consensus QB3.
So at the moment, you have Sam Howell competing with Joe Milton.
You do.
Nussmeier is just of what I've watched, sometimes makes special throws.
And sometimes makes some really curious mistakes.
The decision-making for again, the family there too. There's a long history of football in that family. So
coming into the year, some people thought
it's not.
He might be able to be QB1.
I just don't know where I rank that on my needs right now. And I feel like at 92, I still can get a good player that is not a quarterback. So I just have Kevin, I have so many needs.
You're right.
I'm a needy one this year when it comes to the defensive side of the football.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? You would be okay with the Cowboys taking Garrett Nussmeier at pick 92.
Overreaction. You have way too many holes on this roster. You have way too many. And in my mind, you kind of went and signed Sam Howell for no good reason.
I get you.
If you're making that pick.
Okay.
So I'm okay with having Sam Howell as my backup quarterback. I'm okay with having Joe Milton still at this point just because, I don't know, at least I'm going to get the fun factor. At least I'm going to see the most majestic and complete pass I've ever seen thrown in my life, and I can talk about that for a couple of segments. Why not? But no, you're reaching at that point. I understand best player available, but I'm leaning towards the Stephen Jones mentality, best player available at a position of need this year because you have a lot of those.
Two things. One, never from the 817, never forget Gosling was an absolute liability in the defensive backfield for the Titans. And two, that's Remember the Titans, Kevin. If you haven't watched that movie lately, you should.
You know what? For half a second, I was like, who is that in reference to? Because I was thinking about the Tennessee
Remember
Titans.
the Titans.
But yes.
And two, where'd you pick Dak?
4th round.
You're going to try and pick him before you pick Dak? No. What are you doing here, bro?
That means he'd be even better.
Stop it.
I'm just kidding.
Stop it.
All right. Overreaction or reality? The New York Giants are going wide receiver at pick number 5. Then you could have the combination of Carnell Tate and Malik
I'm
Neighbors.
sorry. I can't focus on this right now because I'm focused on something else. Is that okay?
Okay. As long as it's not Angel Reese.
Have you, after what you saw this year with this offense?
Yeah.
Are you just settled in that you think Dak's a really good quarterback? And, I don't have to worry about that right now?
I think Dak is a good quarterback, sure.
And do you believe that if they could have played a lick of defense, that record would have been turned around?
Sure.
They're a playoff team, probably?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes.
Maybe not a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing.
But they could compete with pretty much everybody.
I agree they would have been a playoff team for sure. Where it would have gone from there, I have no freaking idea. But yeah, I think you've seen. I'm
done complaining about Dak as a quarterback when you have so many other problems.
Sure.
And Dak was the good thing for you.
And I think the thing people get caught up in, and this is 100% fair, is there is no question in my mind, and I think you've seen it proven again and again, that Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get you to the playoffs. End of story. What can he do for you in the playoffs?
I think we all have that.
That's a whole different.
And it was very similar to Romo.
Sure.
In that what's the next place for him?
Fair.
If you get there and you're like, well, teams. Anyway.
And wouldn't some people still argue about that, about Lamar Jackson and people like that?
Yeah. So that just kind of, with the whole question of the court, I'm not worried about it because I know I have Dak. Now, that being said, a backup is going to be essential for a couple games, hopefully. Hopefully you don't go into a situation where you need him for half the year. But I got a little caught up in that.
Okay.
When it comes to Dak, I'm just done worrying about replacing him for the next 2 to 3 years.
That is the exact timeline because contractually that would be complicated either way. All right. New York Giants. They're going wide receiver at pick number 5. Which could potentially mean running back and wide receiver back-to-back to close out the top 5.
With that, too, I mean, Malik Neighbors is special. But injury-wise, concerning.
For sure.
And so last year when they didn't have Malik Neighbors, they were like, Darius Slayton. And he was like, I'm not ready for that, nor will I ever be. And they were like, all right, anybody else? And they were like, no. Good, just let Jackson Dart run was their goal. So I think they should. I think they should absolutely go wide receiver.
Alec? Overreaction or reality, the Giants may well go wide receiver at pick 5.
Reality, I could see it. I could definitely see it.
Would you assume Tate?
Probably, because I think they could start to feel the pressure of a team like New Orleans, who's just a few picks behind them.
Yep.
Starting that run of wide receivers, because with a position like that, it feels like once somebody kind of opens that gate, everybody else is like, we need to start thinking about if we need to start jumping in on this party. So why not start the chaos a little bit early and make sure that you get one of the guys that you love? Because maybe Jordan Tyson isn't on their board, because of injury concerns. So they're like, there's not many other guys we like at this position. And, Broadus was talking about it the other day. This class, the general feeling is any one of them kind of makes sense because they're all just kind of there in the first round outside of Tate in my mind. And Tyson, if he wasn't injured, he would be the runaway guy.
And there's a generational wide receiver waiting for you in next draft.
Exactly. So I could see it, and I would kind of like it.
Let me present a couple things for you that I have questions about.
I have a question. Did you whisper into the microphone?
I think I did. Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, that's why I said yes on mic.
Jeremiah Smith is what I said. Sometimes I just assume my voice is so booming and deep that even if I whisper, it's okay. I don't know what philosophy Harbaugh's going into this thing with. Because for years, the Ravens have always been like, yeah, if a great defensive player is there, take him.
Yeah.
We'll just keep adding to our defense. And I don't know if that was a Ravens philosophy with DaCosta and Ozzie Newsome or if that was a Harbaugh thing. But if Sonny Styles is there, doesn't it feel like a very Ravens thing that they just be like, yep, we'll take Sonny Styles? Like if Sonny Styles is there, Harbaugh would probably do the same thing and go, if he's using their philosophy, take the best defensive player that's there right now. And so I can see that. And with the Ravens, they never had good receivers.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that was something that he was always fighting, or if that was something that he was always like, I don't care, I don't need good receivers, I just need good defense. So that's where whenever it comes down to this, I would love, if I'm the Giants, to be like, let's add another one, give Dart so much ammunition.
NFL draft overreaction or reality. The New York Jets have switched their preference from Arvell Reese to David Bailey. We talked about it yesterday that it felt like it was shifting that way because it feels like it's already turned several times. It was definitely Reese, then briefly to Bailey, then back to Reese, and now it feels like it's moved back to Bailey or is moving back to Bailey. Overreaction or reality. The Jets have switched their preference to David Bailey at pick number 2.
I'll just say overreaction because I don't have a good pulse on this one.
I think this is reality for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, okay. If they get either one of those, it's going to be a really good player for them. But, I like Bailey more.
Yeah, me too. Alec, overreaction to reality. The Jets have moved to David Bailey for pick number 2.
I'm going to go overreaction just because I think it's getting close enough to where it's really smokescreen time.
That's fair.
And they're just trying to drum up conversation. And, hey, maybe they are just lightheartedly saying, oh, let's kind of take another look. Let's take another look. Let's have the conversation. Let's open it up to the scouting department and say, let's just clean slate. Before we go into this thing, let's not make our commitment too far in advance. Their process is probably different than all the other 31 other teams. The only reason I could see that being a reality is if they look and they say Arvell Reese is not exactly a one pure position player.
Yeah.
And they say David Bailey, that's an edge rusher. That is a pure defensive lineman. We know exactly what his spot is going to be. And maybe Aaron Glenn looks at Arvell Reese and says, I don't want to experiment. I don't want to move him around. I want a pure pass rusher. That's the only way I could see that. I think Arvell Reese makes a lot more sense for them and what they're trying to do right now.
NFL overreaction to reality. Don't know what it looks like. Just going to make the statement. The Cowboys are going to make a first-round trade.
What does it look like?
Nope.
Oh, reality.
Okay.
Again, where you are. This is like being 6 in your fantasy football draft. Alec, you know exactly what I'm talking about here. When you're 6th, you can do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Everything ahead of you depicts what you're going to do. You're probably going to get a good player, though, if you stay there, but there's a chance that you don't get one of those top 5. And that's where the Cowboys being at 12, they're just out of that premium slot unless somebody in front of them F's up. And you're kind of hoping that somebody in front of them either F's up or needs a couple offensive linemen. You need 2 offensive linemen to go in front of them, maybe somebody else that you were like, whoa, we didn't expect that. And then your Downs, Delane, maybe a Styles. I don't think Styles is slipping. But,
sure.
So if one of those 3 isn't there, then I'm moving out as quickly as I can. So that's why I feel like just the odds, the ratio, the number that puts me in the opportunity for it is bigger to say yes here. So I feel like it's a better place for that. Now, Kevin, we also know that the Cowboys love that even if you think it's a reach, they're like, that was the dude we wanted the whole time.
Yeah.
So they might just be like, instead of saying we couldn't get a trade done.
Yeah.
Or
this is the second highest guy on our board.
Yeah.
They're like, whatever. All right, Alex, same question for you. Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys are going to make a first-round trade.
I swing back and forth on this. I feel like every other day. I'm going to say reality at this point. I'm starting to lean into the idea that they're going to move up for somebody. And I don't...
Possible, for sure.
I don't really know who. I know that David Bailey would be my choice. If he starts to slide, if he doesn't go to the Jets, I think that's a very, very real possibility. But I could even see at 9, Caleb Downs still being there and them saying moving up 3 spots isn't going to cost us as much as we probably think. Let's just go get our dude. So I think a move up. I think I could see that happening today.
NFL overreaction or reality. Ty Simpson will only get taken in the first round of the draft so teams can have that 5th-year option.
Oh, reality.
Okay.
Not because he's great, but I think the Jets, I really do think they are interested. And I think that they might make a move to go up there and get him. So yeah, I'm about it, dude.
Alec, same Ty Simpson based question for you.
Ooh. Yeah, I could see it. I'm with Corey. The narrative about him has kind of changed a little bit, too, because there was the whole media push about him being just as good, if not better, than Mendoza, blah, blah, blah. But now it seems like it's kind of cooling off. So I'm kind of inconsistent in that thought process, but I still do think so. I do.
Right. NFL overreaction or reality. This will be the last one for the day. The Pittsburgh Steelers need to draft a quarterback. Probably high.
I mean, I think that's just a consistent reality. They got to find one, dude. And with the new era of Mike McCarthy, do they keep the same viability they've had over the last 20 years with Tomlin? The ability to still be good enough to get into the playoffs, still be right there, and not just always be awful. So, yeah, I think that they need to add something, develop that there, and have something to work on. I think they have a real weird talent situation right now.
I could see
that. I'm
that.
not used to with them.
Alec, the Steelers need to draft a quarterback.
Reality. They don't have any answers there. They don't even know who's starting for them right now.
So true.
So they don't have to go find their week one starter in this draft because that's a bad idea in this class. But they do need to address the position just because they can't wait forever. And like Corey said, the talent disparity, it's just weird. It's like they've got some good players and then in other positions they have people you've never heard of. They're in this weird middle ground where they need to decide, are we going to build around somebody right now or are we going to give up and wait for next year's class? They have to make that decision right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day. Plus, I think the internet might have figured out how to stop tanking in the NBA.
Oh.
Next on The Fan. and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. By the way, I'm going to be out at the FC Dallas match tomorrow, just hanging out, watching some soccer. If you see me, please say hello.
See him, beer him.
No, because I'm going to be with a bunch of kids, too, so I don't want them to have beers. And these are the same kids who, I know I've told you last time,
love this story.
Said they were going to invade the field.
Do not invade the field.
Yeah. But so,
dude, can you think you can get Coach Quill to jump up in the stands again?
You know what? That is a good question. I really should have talked to them ahead of time if the boys could come out to the field afterwards, like in an orderly fashion and not invade the field. But I forgot. All right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
Mm-hmm. But what happens if I do touch that dial?
Bad things.
Yeah.
Very bad things. That's why you just don't do it.
Smart.
Yeah.
You guys will switch height.
Yes! Actually touch it! I dare you, Majors.
Mark that.
Nope. I run the segment at 1:30 today, not you.
That's fifth date Alec right there. I don't know.
Nitro Zone.
It's more like third. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Please save me from this. Plus, the internet may have figured out how to stop tanking in the NBA in the most genius way. We'll get to that.
Can I ask you a question of the day?
I'm scared.
When is this going to stop? From the 214, question of the day. Would you trade for Angel Reese? When is this going to stop? This is not the first one. There have been at least 15 variations. Oh, I love your interview with Brian Ray. Really disappointed you didn't tell him about the Angel Reese trade. Just all day. When is this going to stop?
From the 817 touch that dial and Angel Reese gets traded again?
Son of a bitch. See, that's what I'm talking about.
And it's not just Aiden's number either.
Yes, even though I know Aiden is jacking around and doing it too.
Well, I'll mark that one. But we'll get to how we're going to
third date doesn't go well.
Oh, my gosh. We'll get to how we're going to fix tanking in the NBA in just a little bit. But we go to the National Day calendar today, gentlemen. Today is National Siblings Day.
Oh, I have a sibling.
Good, because if you didn't, this question of the day, this question of the day would be kind of tough to answer if you didn't.
Oh, we all have sisters.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever realized that.
And
we do.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's cool.
Is it?
Yeah.
I like my sister.
I think it's neat.
Hold on. You're older?
I am older.
You're younger?
Yes.
I'm older.
Didn't Wolchuk make his sister eat poop or something?
What?
Dude, are you just trying to put that out there so everybody forgets about all the mean things you did to your sister?
Whatever, man. Alec, I am the victim in my family when it comes to the discussions about growing up. They try to blame me that my sister irresponsibly threw her gumball machine off of the second story of our house. I was a little kid. Was I expected to catch that thing? No.
Did you ask her to throw it? Did you tell her that you would catch it?
I did not tell her that I would catch it. I don't recall.
Did you put your hands out like, yeah, go ahead?
I mean, I was going to try, and then I thought she would come to the same conclusion that I did, that was wildly irresponsible. Also, you shouldn't let a 6-year-old tell you what to do.
Saving that one, too. The question of the day,
by that.
The question of the day, gentlemen, is, what did you do to annoy your sibling growing up? 877-881-1053.
Look, Alec, this is another thing I'll tell you, and I just think this was a steal of a deal. Did I go into my sister and I's, we had a shared bathroom, and set up the little, you'd have little paper cups in there. I don't feel like those are not quite as prevalent now. And I set up a pyramid with the cup on the top on the open side, and she could throw her change up towards the cups and win prizes. And if she got a coin in the top of the pyramid, she would win my TV. That's a heck of a deal. Somehow, over the years, my family has twisted that into I was ripping my sister off.
You were playing carny games with her.
Yes.
It's smart.
Don't blame the carny.
Yeah, you're the one that said, you know what, I bet I can do it.
Exactly. She got wide TV eyes and let the greed overtake her. But is that ever told in the story? No.
Because you presented the sin.
I mean,
you were the one.
That's intense.
Like, you were the one that was just like, jump down here. Please.
I was just trying to help her
Jump
potentially
on down here, Jesus.
win a TV.
I like it.
Thank you.
I see where you're going with this. She is the one that did the wrong.
Yeah.
She could have said no.
Just saying.
No self-control.
Come on. Did she throw her gumball machine out of frustration for your lack of Angel Reed trade coverage?
So our rooms had doors that were right next to each other, kind of catty corner. And so whenever my sister would like go out of her room to go to our parents' room in the middle of the night, maybe I would whisper her name. Or maybe I would just whisper her name while we were there, and I would be like, Kaylee.
It was in a creepy fashion.
And just like I did, Kaylee. And she'd sometimes come into my room and be like, Corey, are you awake? And I would be like, and just dead asleep. And she's like, oh my gosh, something is whispering my name in the middle of the night. Well, then also may have convinced her that at night her floor turned into a swamp and alligators were there because I wanted her to stay in the bed, obviously. I was just trying to figure out how to get her to stay in the bed because our parents were tired of her getting out of the bed.
Yeah.
So I was like, Kaylee, alligators are going to get you. So one night I remember looking and I saw her standing on the edge of her bed and reaching to grab the door frame so she could swing to the carpet in the hallway so where the alligators weren't. Dummy, just look down. There aren't any alligators. I don't know how she believed that there were alligators there. And so at that point, as she was in the middle of her swing, I did the Kaylee, and she fell. And so I used to do that a lot. She was fine, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah, nothing broke. But yeah, I would
really
whisper
seem
her.
like you care that much.
I would whisper her name in the middle of the night. There was also that time that I collected all those pecans from our yard and took them up into the fort and told her to come out to the fort. And then as she came out, I dumped one bucket of pecans on her, and then she took off running to the house, and I just bombed her from the top of the fort with pecans. Just choo, choo. I love Kaylee, though.
Gosh.
She's the best.
Yeah.
She is.
Like it.
I want to tell you this. I'm so proud of her. She is, for everything that I put
making
her
it through.
I loved her then, too. It's just, I needed to get that out, And she just happened to be there.
Can you do that sound effect more?
Pew, pew. Boom. I did plenty of things to irritate my sister. Even though she was older than me, I eventually got to the point where I was just bigger, faster, stronger. So I would do everything in my power to make her life miserable. When I was in middle school and she was in early high school ages, I would do something similar, but with acorns, Corey. What I would do is anytime in the backyard, because we had a huge tree in the backyard, and anytime there was it was not a great area. But I'll tell you some stories off air.
Oh no.
Anytime there was a plethora of acorns around, I would just take some of them when she was outside. I would just football punt them straight at her. That was also, that was one of the things that was just very, very fun to me for some reason. I would steal some of her stuff too and just hide it in random places, underneath the cabinet in the bathroom. But, we had one of those mirrors that opens up and it was a medicine cabinet. I'd put her iPod back when those were still a thing. I would put it in there and see how long it took her to notice. I would take the power cable to her TV or something. I was kind of evil. Yeah, I was kind of evil at times, but it was justified because she bullied me growing up. So if you're listening, Britt, all is fair in love and war.
Do you feel, is that a rite of passage for older siblings hearing some of these stories? It feels like everyone's like, you got to do it.
Yes, 100%. And I was on the receiving end of all of the threats and all of the bullying because she was older and she was the golden child for a lot of the time. And then I got to middle school and I just grew up and I was like, haha, I can literally body slam you onto the couch right now if I wanted to. And I did.
What's she up to now? She cool? Do you like her?
Oh, yeah. No, we're like best friends. Yeah. You have to go through that phase. Yeah, you have to go through that phase of just like absolutely hating each other for a couple of years.
Okay.
How does your sister look at you?
Yeah, she
admire you now?
She does. I don't know about admire, but we get along really, really well, and her two sons freaking love me.
Y'all talk politics ever?
Oh,
we have not so much anymore.
Okay.
Well, something that I hope.
made a decision to agree to disagree.
Exactly.
I like it. That's adult.
There you go.
Like you say, Kevin, your new thing.
It's not for me.
Yeah, it's not for me. In 2026, that's how we're disagreeing. Something that I also hope doesn't happen very often anymore. Our own Peyton Russell responded to my tweet, which he does every day. And a lot of them I can't read over the air. This one I can read because it makes him sound like an awful person. He said probably push them down the stairs a couple times a month.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's a little brutal.
That is scary.
It's just a little bit brutal. Tolo Ryan on Twitter said just being alive, which I like. Just the existence alone is enough to irritate the sibling. I like that. And then Tolo Steven said calling her Ash, even though her name is Ashlyn, because she hated it.
Oh.
So something simple like that. I really like that, too. We would come up with nicknames for each other, too, that we just hated. And, like, my sister still calls me some of those nicknames in public and around my friends, and I still get equally as mad as I did 10 years ago. So, yeah. She is a true, genuine one-of-one rage baiter. Yeah, she knows what she's doing. Guys, I think NBA Reddit knows what they're doing, too. Because the conversation has been going for quite a while now, and the NBA is actively trying to address the issue that they believe exists within tanking. How do we fix it? They came up with like 18 million different ideas a couple weeks ago that they're mulling over, and we'll see if any of them stick. But a Reddit user on the NBA subreddit said, "Attention, Adam Silver, I just solved tanking."
Oh, great.
Never mind lottery odds. What if the NBA just tied beer prices to dynamic pricing and wins and losses? NBA mandates all beers at $10 for all teams at the start of the year. Teams can increase prices by 35 cents per win and must decrease them by 20 cents per loss.
Man, what a rowdy crowd you would have for your team that sucks.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
You love cheap beers even when your team is tanking, or do you hate paying $15+ for beers because your team is just badass?
That is a great idea. I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would Josh Allen have already won a title with the Ravens? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I know we've been a bit lax on the shout-outs thus far from the 469. Can I get a shout-out to my wife and I? My birthday is today, and my wife's is tomorrow. That is from Dakota and Heather.
Y'all planned that?
From Greenville. That feels unlikely.
Okay.
But, you know, who knows?
You have to ask the questions, dude.
Yes, that I appreciate that you ask the questions that get answers. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
That's a dip.
Let's go to Australia, where you got 49ers and Rams in Melbourne in week 1. And Roger Goodell, well, and this is right at the time that Australian people have complained that ticket prices were too high and the availability of them was very, very limited based on the size of the stadium. He has already said there's no question we're going to play here again. Our view is coming to Australia for the long term. We are not doing this as a one-off. This isn't a circus. So obviously, you've already seen England. They've talked about keeping it in Germany, Mexico, now Australia. Like the places they're going to, they want to stay there year after year after year, which feeds into our idea of eventually every single team is going to play one international game per season.
Okay. And like, again, they want that. They want the global. People get upset about this. Oh, why can't America have its one? They want it global.
Yeah.
That's what the business wants. And you are in a capitalist society, and that's what keeps business going.
Sure.
Is going bigger and bigger and bigger to get going.
Yes.
So, but I'm curious, will they always have these businesses in America? We talked for the longest time about Jacksonville moving to London.
Yeah, I swear I thought that was going to really happen.
And I wonder if they're like, you know what? It just suits us better to take this circus on the road instead of having the circus there. And so I keep thinking, will they move a team to Australia or create a team there? And now, every year these teams have to travel there because that doesn't make sense because you still have to. That's a lot of travel for everybody. But it makes a lot of sense to just pick destinations, send your teams out once a year, and bring them back home.
I still think their dream, it could be that for sure.
Even more expansion?
But yes, an all-European division. Because that way, with you play each other twice.
NFL Europe didn't work.
No, you're right. And it won't. And it won't work because it was not the NFL. This would still be the NFL. It's just while you have...
How many more teams?
You're going to need 4 more to construct that.
4 more teams.
Yes,
Gotcha.
The lesser-known version of that. But you know how you have East, North, South, West already? I believe their dream is to have a European division, and then that way you could plan out your travel knowing you have all these intra-division games that would be theoretically easier travel-wise.
Do you think that in our lifetime we'll see those 4 teams?
Yes.
Do you think in our lifetime we'll see that expand to 8?
No, because they're going to be too busy expanding the schedule at the same time. But I mean, that would be ideal, right? You'd have AFC Europe or AFC International and NFC International, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of opportunity in the NFL's like, how do we take advantage of it all?
Yeah.
And they can, and they're financially stable enough now to be like, we will.
Well, and from the 945, somebody said Mexico City would work, but Mexico City would just be in a regular division. I'm with you on that. I do not believe that Mexico City would be they wouldn't be part of international, even though I realize it's not in America. I get that, but you have Buffalo that's right up against Canada. I think Mexico City would be the same thing. It would just be a regular trip for a regular team.
What about Brazil?
See, it's
still centrally located, but it's so far south.
Travel, especially, for
I wonder
your
if
Bills, Jets, Giants.
I wonder if they would look at a south kind of thing.
That makes sense. It really does. So I don't know how they would construct that, but I'm sure they have enough people working there. They're already working on it.
It's more difficult with a round planet. We would need a flat one to really kind of sector it out.
Yes. I mean, I bet flat planets have problems too.
Get on that.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
Thanks, man.
All right, let's go to Charles Omenihu. He played for the Chiefs last 3 years, signed with the Commanders in the offseason. He was on the Speakeasy podcast, and he said he believes defenses have figured out Lamar Jackson, but not Josh Allen, and Josh Allen would win a title with the Ravens. Let's say you swapped them. Would Josh Allen already have a title with the Ravens, or would he, let's just say, win one this year if you swapped them?
Well, I mean, Mark Andrews is still dropping that ball, isn't he?
Do you think the argument would be Josh Allen would have either just run it himself, or he would have had the pass higher?
I think the same situation.
I'm probably with you.
I'm sure I can come up with the 1% chance that it's different. Doing my Doctor Strange impression, but I just assume that both of these quarterbacks have had shortcomings that have A, been their fault, and B, been the rest of the team's fault.
Right.
Like everybody's at fault for it so far. It's not just one thing because it's a team sport. If it's an individual sport, then you can blame the one person, but it's a team sport. So no, I don't think that it changes that much. My opinion.
Okay. All right.
But I want to watch that movie where we just go through the scenarios.
Yeah.
Dude, what a fun scenario. Let's do that. Let's pitch this to Netflix. We're going to create a series where we imagine what would happen.
Okay. So a little
if we just put
Freaky Friday
we'll put
action.
Tom Brady on the Cowboys, or something like that, and see if things change.
Man, that would be interesting because back in the day, and obviously this is when we had more limited technology and options.
That series was awesome.
But yeah, they had like the 80s Niners against the 70s Steelers, and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing.
It was fun.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
And so that same kind of deal. By the way, something to keep an eye out on. Tom Pelissero has said that Jerry Jones was one of the people at the meetings for the labor negotiations with the refs. And one of the things that they have proposed is performance-based pay and bonuses, as well as expanded training for referees. So it could be like not only are you're getting bigger training, but maybe the money is not as straightforward, but if you're doing a good job, you could see some bonuses. So if Jerry Jones is involved in helping to get this thing done, it's not a free agent, it could happen.
Damn, dude.
Do you disagree with my statement?
How many free agents did they get this offseason?
Not very many.
You not like Jalen Thompson?
I love Jalen Thompson.
You not like all those Super Bowls?
Not anymore. That's gonna be my stock answer now.
Still my favorite.
Yeah, not anymore.
Kevin, can I present something?
Sure.
I can't remember if you mentioned this earlier in Baseball Nuggets, but the Colorado Rockies have announced that they have added Greg and Kerry Penner as minority owners.
That's true.
Through their investment. Now that is. They have a stake in the Broncos.
Do you think it's because
this is why?
It's because they thought last night was going to be the night.
Yeah, probably. And then on top of that, they're like, well, look, the Broncos have championships.
True.
They know how to win.
True.
They were a quarterback short of going to the Super Bowl this year. And so they said, how are we going to get back to our winning ways?
I mean, I would love to see it. Now, Nick Harris, the Forward Star Telegram and frequently our show, said the Dallas Cowboys and the city of Arlington are finalizing an extension on their lease of AT&T Stadium. It was supposed to run out at 2039. It's being expanded to 2055. So theoretically, at least 30 more seasons of Cowboys football in that building.
Cool.
You said the other day you were disappointed that Fernando Mendoza would not be in attendance at the draft. The NFL has announced 16 players will be at the NFL draft, which that feels kind of low.
Which one will be
Gordon Tyson? The one who might fall and sit in the green room?
No, I was going to say which one will be at the Star and just be like, I knew I was going to get drafted by them, so I'm here.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of names on there that you
Kevin.
like.
Say the name.
Caleb Downs is going to be at the draft, but we'll just send the Jerry Chopper over there. and it'll be fine.
Maybe the plane.
At
maybe
that
the
point,
jet.
yeah, probably a plane is a better idea.
Maybe
but
the PJ.
the one that I saw was Jordan Tyson. That I was like, I wonder.
Him and Keldrick Falk are the two that I'm like, I have no clue.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Keldrick Falk is going to be at the draft as well.
Yeah.
And then finally, interesting kind of low-key announcement for the Jaguars. Travis Hunter is coming back as a full-time corner, and they will use him occasionally as a contributor on offense as a wide receiver. So, I mean, look, it could change, but it feels like that two-way experiment 1 year.
I thought he was best at cornerback, and you could use him like Dion.
Yeah.
Occasional, but mostly I need you to be a lockdown corner.
Well,
which I think he can do.
And that appears to be the direction that they are going. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next with the series against the Dodgers set to begin. Who has been the Rangers' #1 early difference maker? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan with the series against the Dodgers set to begin tonight. Couple of questions. Do you get more amped up as a fan to see them playing the defending world champions? And this is a matchup between the last two teams that have won the World Series. But then also, who has been the Rangers' number one early difference maker? 877-881-1053. Franklin injury attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Corey Majors, I am going to start with you.
I think it's Nemo. He has the most of a lot of the things that I need.
Alec, give me cut number 4 because I anticipated that might be the case.
Wu back to the set. Here's the pitch. Nemo hits a slow ground ball to first base. Joe has it. He's coming home, and it's off the glove of Garver. To the backstop it goes. Here comes Smith, and he scores. 2 runs home on the play on a throwing error by Connor Joe, who threw it over Mitch Garver at home.
That's one of the dudes right there that, he's hitting 340. He's got a 904 OPS. He's leading as far as hitters go in getting on base and doing things. I'd like to see more runs from him, but that's up to the other dudes. That's up to the guys that are behind him to drive him in. And when he gets to third base, know that he can't just be standing there at the end of his your at bat. So finding ways to get him driven in is the most important thing. And being the leadoff hitter, he's doing what I want from him. So I'm gonna say Nemo. I have a couple other people though, but I'll wait.
From the 682, I feel like everyone is going to say Nemo is the difference maker. So I'm going to go different and say Ezekiel Duran is the early difference maker on offense and defense. That's interesting because that's somebody, especially when we talked to him this last Wednesday, that Skip Schumacher was effusive with his praise for Ezekiel Duran. So I get what that person is saying.
I am going to look up is that with an E?
It is. Right. He gave him a lot of praise. If that works better.
That works.
All right. Alec, who do you think has been the Rangers' number one early difference maker?
I'm going to go to the pitching side of things. I think Mackenzie Gore has been the biggest difference maker so far, just because...
You know what's a good sign, real quick, Alec? When you said you're going to go to the pitching side, I immediately thought of 3 people that I thought it could be. And our 3 people might not be the same.
I bet they aren't.
Okay.
Or maybe they are.
Well, we'll find out.
Top 3.
We'll let Alec go first.
All right, fine.
He picked one. That's one of them.
He's on my list.
Me too.
You just made the list.
He brought that back.
He did. For Mackenzie Gore, I think it's a pretty simple reason for me. He wasn't supposed to be here just a couple months ago. He was not on this team, but the team goes out and makes a big move to acquire him. And, you see the number of prospects given up and you're kind of like, oh, but then you see the quality and you're like, oh, this could actually be really cool. You look at some of the numbers that suggested the same thing about Patrick Corbin last year, that he just had really bad defense behind him that kind of reduced some of the impactful numbers in his box scores and everything. So going into the season, I knew that he had the potential, but I didn't think he was going to be as dominant as he was to start the season. I thought you were going to see him kind of ease his way back into that, okay, Mackenzie Gore's back kind of thing. No, he started the season by striking everybody out and consistently getting outs, and he looks fantastic doing it. He looks calm. He looks like he's adapted to his new home. Everything that I could have asked him to do, he's done, and then some.
Yeah, we talked about the stat the other day. 25 strikeouts, I believe, against 9 hits. First Rangers pitcher in his first 3 games to have 25-plus strikeouts and 10 or fewer hits, which is obviously incredible. All right, who's next on your pitching list then?
Well, this is a weird list, dude. Latz is definitely there.
Jacob Latz is a great answer. From the 940, it's Latz. From the 972, I think it's Jacob Latz. Jacob Latz has held hitters to over 28 to start the season. That is the longest start by a Rangers pitcher ever, surpassing Yu Darvish. And it's been incredible. And it's been in different ways. Because one of them was, hey, I know we're just starting the season, but we need a spot start from you. Okay, no problem. And then otherwise, it's been holding it down in the bullpen or literally getting holds. Whatever. He is your Swiss Army knife of pitching awesomeness. And I would certainly listen to that as an answer.
I want to say one person so badly.
Okay.
But he has another start that I need to get done. But Jack Leiter only has 2 walks in 2 games. I think it's Jakob Eunice, Kevin.
No, by the way, G-Bag, we were just having fun with that.
Jacob Eunice has 2 saves, 2 holds, and has given you the hope that you have a closer. And so, again, we need to see this over the season, but he's stepped into the role and said, you need these 2, you want me to win these 2 games for you at the end? I got you.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a huge difference because how many of these other games have gone sour because we didn't have him to be that person. So I'm going to go with Junis right now, the 0 ERA guy, just like Latz, by the way. But I still can't turn away from both Latz and Leiter 2 walks.
So, man, you know what I love about that is Junis wasn't in the 3 that I immediately thought of. But I think we can all agree you could easily see him move into that category. But you mentioned the person that I'm going to go with. It is Jack Leiter. Right now, his ERA, or his xERA, if you really want to go to the next level of statistics, is in the top 16% of baseball. His chase rate, 34.3%. That means getting hitters to obviously chase a pitch, especially outside of the strike zone.
That means that your command of your fastball is getting players off balance and not knowing what to expect.
Yes. That is in the top 23% of baseball, but this is the number. Well, I guess there's 2 of them. The 17-2 strikeout to walk ratio. Look, we talked about
2 games.
Yeah, for sure.
2 games.
For sure.
Let's see if he does this in a 3rd game and he can match Gore's 25 strikeouts and 5 walks.
And that's one of the things that we said. Gore is going to need to do this. Rocker's going to need to do this. Jack Leiter's going to need to do this. You look at the middle and back half of this rotation. If they can control the walks, this pitching staff has a chance to be absolutely astonishing yet again. But for Jack Leiter, 45.3% whiff rate. That is in the 99th percentile of Major League Baseball. So the top 1% of Major League Baseball is the swing and misses that he is getting. And look, we just said it in, I think it might have been his last start, if not his first start. He had a career high in swings and misses. And I think we both feel confident that career high is not going to make it. Through a couple of months.
Yeah, I'm hopefully though.
No, I hope it is not.
How fun is it that tonight's game has Rocker against the Dodgers? Tomorrow's game has Leiter against the Dodgers. Now, I think Sean said this morning they have like a 74% win chance, the Dodgers do against Rocker tonight.
Whoa.
But, man, let's say he goes out there against Glasnow.
That's right.
Steps out there and looks, and he, lives up to the moment. Dude, how strongly are you going to feel about this pitching staff if that's the case? That Leiter and Rocker. I mean, I feel like we're going to get a good game from DeGrom on Sunday, but we kind of know what we'll get out of that. But if you have that young group with Gore, maybe it's Teagues. Maybe that's what the difference maker is that our pitching coach is putting a great plan out there for these guys. They're attacking the strike zone and not giving up walks, because if you don't attack the strike zone, then you're going to give up walks. If you what was it they said about Leiter? He'd been nibbling, and every time he tried to nibble, that's when he missed the most and gave up those extra pitches he didn't need to. Just go at the strike zone with your stuff. Don't nibble. And so that's what they've been doing. So maybe that's the difference maker right now.
So there's a whole lot of feedback here. One person brought up Latz needs to be the closer. I think Latz will close some games this year, but I do not believe he would be your closer. They just seem to love his versatility way too much. And then another person said they just ordered their Jacob Latz City Connect jersey. That's freaking cool. And then I guess this is fair. I hadn't considered it like this.
Latz jersey. That's awesome. It just seems like,
and if they don't, maybe they just design their own.
You can get those made out at the stadium too,
because they had Hurtado one I saw.
Heck yeah!
But from the 4-3-2, I hadn't considered it this way, but this is fair. It's got to be Jock Peterson, but in a bad and different way. He's been awful to start the season. I mean, look, he has 2 games where you're like, okay, good job. And I know the Rangers are very high on his ancillary numbers, showing that he's about to break through. And we all hope that is the case, because you need that to be the case to have a better lineup. Because let's face it, we're all pumped. The Rangers are in first place. They're 7-5. Their offense has not been particularly great.
Good text here. Schumacher's making the difference. His usage of the entire lineup.
Yeah.
Like just being like, you know what? I'm going to keep this rotation, Jock. I understand. I need to get McCutchen some swings, but I'm going to keep putting you out there. We're using everybody. And even in moments, whenever there's a big moment, if it's I'm using the matchup. So McCutchen, you will get your opportunity. But when you're keeping guys engaged, like that definitely is a significant deal. If you have dudes just sitting on the bench being like, why am I even here today?
Right.
Then it's a waste of their time.
And you want to make sure you avoid that with Andrew McCutchen. I know some people are bothered that he hasn't gotten more play thus far, especially in place of Jock Peterson. But I did see somebody go, hey, McCutchen is the difference maker. He just still needs way more at bats. And then if from the 817, if Josh Smith returns to form, we will win 90 games. Josh Smith has had a very
perplexing,
quiet start to the season.
Yeah, he's an example right now of that dude was torching spring training.
He was.
And I was like, oh my, if this is the case, we loved Simeon for the World Series, but okay, we're good. And even that one, like he's hitting 143 right now, Kevin.
Ooh.
He's got 5 total bases. 5 total bases for Josh Smith is not what we need from him.
That's
bad. I was very frustrated driving home the other day and hearing...
Just to put it in perspective, Brandon Nimmo has 23.
Yeah. And there's...
So does Berger.
Okay, let's put it in perspective. Josh Young has 6 total bases.
Oh, and hasn't been playing.
Yeah. So that like there was a moment I was listening and it sounded like Nadell was like, this one's gone, baby. And then it was caught at the wall. And I was like, or maybe it was Hicksy. It felt like that's what Josh Smith's going through right now. I feel like I got one. It's not enough. And just seeing, we watched him in spring training. We were like, dude, 2 home runs right off the bat. Let's go. And he just has not picked it up since then. I hope he finds it, because you need Josh Smith in this lineup to be on base producing. You definitely need that, because he's in a spot in the order where it relivens up.
Yeah.
Like you get down to him. You don't need an out. You need the dude to be on base somehow, because he's a hustle guy. And then that livens up the opportunities for guys like Evan Carter to get on base, put more pressure on there, 2 runners on, and now you got Nimmo coming back up with runners in scoring position.
One potentially positive thing about the runners in scoring position, I think it was Jared who trotted out the stat, which I thought was really interesting. Corey Seager had 2 sac flies in 2024, 2 in 2025. He already has 2 this season.
Good, nice.
And part of the reason, yeah, kind of. Like you'd love.
It feels like there was time when it was a home run, yeah.
But it's part of the reason is he has not gotten a ton of opportunities with runners in scoring position. So early on, it feels like that could potentially be a positive change. And then the other person I haven't seen anybody but if you're going to go after some people, it's Wyatt Langford.
456 OPS, bro.
Yeah, Wyatt Langford is on that list as well. And you need to see him step up. And that's what I think is
He's
a
got
positive.
a negative WAR.
Does he really? That's
negative 0.1, but even still.
But still, yeah, that's weird. But I think that's oddly could be a positive, right? Is Jock Peterson not producing so far? Neither is Josh Smith. Neither is Wyatt Langford. But you're still 7-5. And so I think that is something that
because
is
you're pitching.
Yeah.
You're pitching,
yeah, for sure.
Your pitching is giving you the chance. You're coming through, getting just enough runs. You don't want to be that team, though. Like, you don't want to be the team that's like, we're just figuring it out. You want to be the team that's going, hey, our pitching is going to go out there and put zeros on the board, and we're putting up crooked numbers.
Right.
Good luck.
And by the way, I know people are curious about this comp. Marcus Semien so far, 213 batting average. Although he does have 6 RBIs and an OPS of 602. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Oh, my gosh.
We move into the Expressway.
Yes.
And it's time for the Combo Platter Old School Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what old-timey activity or technology do you wish was still around and thriving? Plus, some Forgiveness Friday. All of it next right here on The Fan.
I'm experts.
Here's back centering pass. Toe drag. Behind. Score! Is that the first goal for Cameron Hughes in the NHL? It is. Go save the puck.
Man, I was really hoping he left it at that so he could come back and I could be like, yes, it is. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have Forgiveness Friday in just a bit. But before we get to that, and that's right, you best believe Wembley Soccer is in Forgiveness Friday.
Yeah, what's up?
It's time for the Combo Platter, Old School Edition. Give us a sports opinion and then... what old-timey activity or technology do you wish was still around? Now, Alec, you should know. Well, I know you remember because it was just the other day. But I was inspired by you to determine this because tomorrow is both, I didn't want to infringe on your territory today. Tomorrow is both Barbershop Quartet Day and National 8-Track Tape Day. Not saying there's not barbershop quartets, but that does not seem to be the prevailing music stylings of the day. So... give us a sports opinion, and then what kind of old-timey activity or technology or whatever do you wish was still around? 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. But remember, got to get that sports opinion.
I got this.
Tell me.
Sports opinion. I think everybody needs to start doing it that way.
Okay.
Emphatically.
I like it.
You should be able to flip off whatever green you want to in golf, and you shouldn't be reprimanded for it.
Who was that player?
Robert McIntyre's reportedly been reprimanded by the Masters officials because he gave the 15th hole a middle finger after a quadruple bogey. After you quadruple bogey, you should be able to show your anger in whatever way you like. That's on you. He flipped off the green. It was a reflection of himself. More than anything else, because he's flipping off the green knowing it's really him, not the green. But you should be able to do that without being reprimanded.
If you flip off or yell at an inanimate object that does not represent a person,
exactly,
you should be fine.
Yes.
And the greens don't represent a person. Unless he was like, damn you, Harold, the greenskeeper, and flipped it off, then I'd be like, not cool for Harold. But he didn't.
Even still, it's not like he threw an axe at him.
I mean, sure. We could probably agree there are other crimes before I threw an axe at you, though, right?
It's just a finger. Why do we get so offended by a finger? This makes no sense. Because of the feeling behind it?
People project their own thoughts, right? It's somebody yelling F you, and you're like, oh, yeah? Let's do this.
It's just like, I don't get it. I don't care. Flip me off. That's fine. I'll flip you off. I flip people off that I love.
Oh, I do that too.
Yeah. Every day. Yeah, you just flip me off. Guess what? Was that on the camera?
No. I tried really hard to keep it below the camera line. That's a fun thing that we all have learned together, especially in the new studio, is figuring out where the camera line kind of cuts off every once in a while to potentially do a gesture like that. But now that we said that, I bet Aiden is going to try to take that away.
It is, yeah. I think you should be okay. I don't think you should be reprimanded for it. I like that. Golf does try to act like they're above everything else, though.
Man, especially the Masters. We don't say back nine. What do they say? You can't say back nine. You have to say something else. It's so
a second nine.
Hoity-toity. Oh, I think that is it. Like, why? Oh, because back nine means it's a trash golf course? The hell are you talking about? All right. And the thing you wish would come back.
Going downstairs at Dillard's to get concert tickets. Because
I totally remember that.
The line wasn't long.
Yeah.
Because nobody knew where it was.
Yeah.
But you knew. And if you knew, you were getting best tickets.
That was the Ticketmaster spot.
Yeah. There was this one little spot, and the lady always looked like, really? Why are you here?
And it was Saturday morning, right?
Yeah.
At like 9 or 10 a.m.
You could also go in on Thursday afternoon. But, yeah, man, going downstairs at Dillard's, also yard darts. I understand how dangerous they are because some kids would just throw the yard dart up in the air and this giant piece of pokey metal would come flying down at you. My cousin did that. My grandma brought yard darts out, and my wife was like, that looks dangerous. And I was like, it's fine. And then one of our little cousins grabbed one and went, Soop! And right up in the air, and I looked up and grabbed all the kids and just ran off. I was like, they're all going to get stuck in the head with that. But it's still fun.
I'm really conflicted about one of these because I love the back side of the answer.
But it's the Angel Reese thing?
Yeah. The Angel Reese trade was massive. That is
not sure if you guys covered it.
That is a potentially legitimate sports opinion. It's the next part that's sarcastic. Not sure if you guys covered it, but the old-timey thing I miss, real tickets coming out of the arcade. And I'm going to take that a step further if we can. No 5 or 10 ticket counts. You need to show everyone what a burden it is, how good you are at these games. You have to carry precariously that giant tower or stack of tickets you have. So don't make them into 5 and 10 tickets. Like, I want to see a kid struggling to get to that kid machine because they kick ass at skee ball.
Did you always tried to have like the longest?
Yes.
I would sit there at the skee ball thing all day. Just to have this super extended version of one row of tickets.
And then you could pretend,
and you fold them up.
I did 2 games, and these are how many tickets I got. When in reality, that is not the case.
You don't like the cards that they give out now, and you get the bonuses on the card.
Yeah.
At some point, they're just going to be like, get an app on your phone, and then come scan that.
It's more efficient. So normally I would like these things, but it just feels so soul crushing because it used to be you had to watch the person at Chuck E. Cheese struggle to do math, and then would they have to break out their little calculator that had the upturn thing for the screen? Yeah, they did, because they're like, you have 100 tickets, you got 3 things that are 25. How many tickets do you have left? They don't know. They have to break out the calculator. You get what I'm saying, Alec?
Yes. The other thing though that was fun was watching them. It was satisfying to watch them put the ticket into the ticket counter.
So you know what I love?
And then that thing would zzz.
Yes.
But then they're like, no, we're going to put one for you to do on your own. That thing didn't work.
That's true.
That thing would get stuck and jammed. You'd be like, I'm losing 6 tickets right there.
I think it was at Nickel-Rama. They eventually got them with crunching noises. And so it sounded like the machine was literally eating your tickets, which I thought was
genius.
Super, super cool. From the 903, man, I got a story about this one. The 903, I believe the Texas Rangers are going to miss the playoffs, and CD players in cars. New cars don't have them. Now, we've established... I have bought many a car.
What do you need a CD player, though, if you're listening to 105.3 The Fan?
No, you're right. I can't explain it. It's a mental thing more than any. Because when I got my first car from Platinum Chevrolet, and I did ask GM Justin Rudd, I was like, do you have another model of these with a CD player in it? He looked astonished. Like, I was like
He pounded his fist on your table
probably.
At that point, yeah.
And he was like, did you just show up here from back in time? And he was like, yeah, this CD players are not standard. You have to special order install them. And I was like, oh, for real? I was stunned in that moment, Alex. Stunned.
As you should be, because why?
I don't know. From the 469, the Dallas Wings are going to make a big trade. Ooh, and I wish Radio Shack was back. That's one of the things I think that, like, we get so nostalgic for Stranger Things and other things is you just see them make a big deal about going to the Blockbuster, going to the Radio Shack, and you're like, yes, I remember those days.
How many movies did you typically leave with? If you were going, and what do you think the average was? 2?
I think it was 3 because you would get the 2 kids ones and then 1 adult one. But I think not like for grown-ups, not that kind of adult. Or you would sub it out with 1 movie and a game or 2. Don't roll over here, Aiden. You know what I meant.
Yeah, the game, and like that was always fun.
And you felt
games were great.
And you
Genius
felt
idea.
invincible, and that's why to this day I still think I love Friday nights, because Friday night was the day you went to the video store, and not only that, I don't know if it played out the same for everybody, but it felt like typically you would have like the family movie watching with the pizza.
Yep.
And then everyone would be turned loose to do their own thing. And at a certain age, it would be you and your buddies, whether it's in the bed, in somebody's in the bedroom or the living room, you would just play games the rest of the night. And then that leftover pizza would be yours. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? And so, yeah, that's a great one. From the 214, the Rangers will face the Yankees in the ALCS. Ooh, very specific. I like it. And electric football.
Is that Broadus?
It could be.
Broadus always talks about his electric football.
It could be. From the 858, this is interesting because GameStop has made some pivots to try to make that happen again. Sports opinion, the Cowboys will get Caleb Downs. And the old-time activity is they wish they were still around was the popularity of GameStop. Now, I know GameStop has done some things to bring that up, but I remember when GameStop also put out that brochure with the trade values of your games. Now we're going way back, and you're like, I can trade in Blades of Steel for how much? And so there was no weird thing. You're like, here is your brochure. Here are the games I've brought to trade in. And GameStop's gotten into cards and everything like that. So they're trying, always looking for a way to reinvent themselves. Mr. Medford, what say you?
I got to do it like Corey said. We have to proclaim now. Sports opinion.
Nice.
I do like that. Not as much as the but that's because that's a 10 out of 10.
Yes, that's perfect, and you can't mess with perfection. I'm actually going to stick with the Masters theme here, Corey. For all of the imperfections that I think the Masters has, including just being outdated in some of their traditions, there's one thing that they get absolutely right. For the people that are in attendance, making everything so accessible and everything so fair value.
Yeah.
Every year, I love seeing the pictures of the merchandise prices and the food prices
and
at
they
the
do
concession
just
stands.
Fine. And Masters does just fine with all of that.
Yeah,
and
letting the rich people buy things for cheap.
Oh, he's saying it's a tournament for the people.
Oh, okay.
Now,
if you can get a ticket.
That's
fair. If you win the lottery system and you're just a normal person like you and I, and you're able to go, you can make this a family trip and not break the bank. And I still love that they have held true to that standard. And they're setting a standard for sports across the country. In my mind, you see, like the Atlanta Falcons are trying to kind of change the narrative at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, where a lot of their stuff is super affordable now. A hot dog's only like $2 or something like that. You can feed a family of 4 for like $50 at an Atlanta Falcons game. I just love that the Masters continues to do this, because if you were to buy one of each item at the Masters, it would run you $78.75.
Wow. I mean, that we talked about that Ohtani cup was $75.
Yeah, Broadus yesterday was like, I remember going to the Masters, and I told my buddies, I was like, I got this round. And he was like, I ordered all the stuff, and they were like $30. He was like, no, I got all of it. And they were like, yeah, $30.
Yeah, which is incredible considering at the most recent Super Bowl, that's cheaper than 3 beers, chicken tenders, and fries, and a hot dog. You can get the entire menu at the Masters.
That's insane.
Which is ridiculous. And that's something that I wish was still around. I'm not going to actually say a technological item, but something that relates to it. Fry's Electronics. I miss that store so much.
Dude, that was the place to go. It's in Dallas going down 635. There still is that Regal Theater there, which, by the way, that's a great theater to go to because the seats are really nice and nobody is ever there. Ever. Like that theater, when it came out, that was the one that was like, we have the largest screen in Texas. That theater was
the Galaxy 9?
Awesome. Exactly.
That's what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
And so there was a Fry's Electronics right behind it with the big old cattle and stuff like that. And dude, that used to be...
It was an incredible universe before that.
That used to be the spot. But if you still want to go out to movies and you're nearby that place, go there. There's nobody ever there, but they have all the new movies and everything. That's where I went to go see Project Hail Mary on the Screen X. There was maybe 3 people there.
A mutual flooring friend of ours got in trouble there for stealing CDs.
Ryan Flooring.
Just air him out.
That's what he's.
Didn't have to say his first name.
Oh, his last name is Flooring. That's what he's in my phone as. Ryan Flooring.
Can I ask you a question, just for the people out there, regarding old-timey things that we used to do? Do people still cruise Galloway? Did you ever do that? Because back in the day, like in the 60s, that was a big deal.
Yeah.
When I would go to like out of town, Carlsbad, New Mexico, had this little strip that they'd go cruise. And then I found out Galloway was a place.
Yeah.
And that was always fun.
Yeah.
We met girls and had fun.
I mean, that is the entire plot of the movie American Graffiti.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I just don't know if kids do that anymore because I know the law stepped in.
Yeah, I would be inclined to say no, but I don't know that for sure.
All right, let me know, people, especially young people.
All right, sorry, Alec, back to you.
Yeah, I just loved it because I grew up around tech because my dad has worked in tech my entire life. So when I was in diapers, I was handing him PC parts to build computers and stuff.
That's so cool.
So I loved going there. Anytime the mom and sister were doing their girls' day, going to the mall, shopping for clothes and makeup, me and my dad would go to Fry's Electronics and dig through the clearance bins and find stuff that we could build.
Back in the day, it was wrestling DVDs, and I was like, I've never even seen this thing before.
And then when we checked out, the one in Arlington off of I-20, it's a furniture store now, sadly, but they had at the checkout area, there was a row of like claw machines and quarter vending machines. So my dad would always save up quarters for me, and he would let me just go wild playing the claw machines and getting the little prizes out of the quarter machines and whatnot. And I was pretty good at those claw machines too, so I would leave like every single time with a new plush.
That's a good point. The saving quarters.
Oh yeah,
saving change. Because now you don't. Now you're asked, do you want to round up and for whatever, and you're like, I guess.
Back then, you're like, no, I need that quarter.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether it's to play Street Fighter 2 Turbo or to try to win on the claw machine, I'm with you on that. I want to go over one of these because I had to look this up to make sure it was what I was thinking. I haven't thought about this in forever. This is a great one from the 214. Forget that other guy. The Rangers will make the playoffs. In the old-timey thing I miss, we're buying those long box CDs from Sound Warehouse. Do you remember that? So I had to look at a picture to make sure it was what I was thinking of. So the CD case is still inside, but it has the outer box that is like 2 or 3 times the size of the CD, and it's long, it's vertical. I remember that, and that is a great freaking answer right there. I love that answer.
Do you keep that?
I bet
stuff
back
like,
in the day, as an adult,
it just takes up
I
space.
would not. Yeah. But as a kid, you always find exciting new ways to decorate things, and you're like, yeah, here's my wall of all those CD cases and stuff like that. Where now you're like, oh my God, we're moving. Get rid of all of this crap. The number one reason we get rid of things is moving.
Yeah, like, do I really want?
Yeah.
I got a fresh start in this new place.
Yeah, it's a reckoning where you're like, hey, I know you liked all those things.
It's wild how every year or two, my boys will go through all right, cleaning the room up, and so much stuff ends up in the garage, and they're like, one of 2 things, or one of 3 things. Trash. Can you put it in the attic? Or go ahead and donate that. Those are the 3 things is, can you put it in the attic?
Yeah.
I'm like, we're running out of attic space, boys.
For sure. From the 214. Sports Opinion. The Stars and Wild will have 6 games just like last night, with the Stars winning the series 4-2, and rotary phones need to make a comeback.
No, they don't. No, they do not.
Because then, how key would it be that you had a 214 area code as opposed to 817 or 972? Because you already got to start by being like, oh my God, whoop. Like, you wanted those shorter numbers so you didn't have to wait for that phone wheel to turn all the way back around.
We didn't have area codes at that time.
That's true.
All we had was 7 numbers.
Yeah.
And actually, at the peak of rotary phone, you were lucky if your number was 4 long. Most of them were 3.
Oh, yeah.
They were just like, because there are 8 phones out there, dude.
We would call the switchboard, and they would be like, KL59723.
You're like, your hair is blue and up in a bun.
Yes. Pretty much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, let's transition over to some Forgiveness Friday. Please forgive me. 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Or are you the Wemberley girls soccer team who crushed the hopes of Sunnyvale yesterday with their 3-1 state championship victory? I know I should also say congratulations, and I do congratulate them, but I'm sad for Abby and the rest of the Lady Raiders.
Can't win them all.
I guess. I just wanted them to win one more.
Oh, man, that's a good one.
You know?
That's pretty good. I like that.
So,
yeah, I wanted that for them, too. That would have been really cool. Being there's awesome. She's a freshman.
That's true.
So
she'll be back.
Naturally, she'll just be back without even trying next year. You know?
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
I mean, look.
You always go back.
If you think about
That's Joe Burrow.
If you think about it, Wemberley was in the state final last year and they lost. And then they won.
Mm-hmm.
So Sunnyvale's in the state final this year and they lost, which means next year, championship.
Over
History
Wemberley.
rhymes.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, you need some other chump school so they can win it the next year.
Oh, were they the chump school this year?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh, man. Sorry, Sunnyvale.
The sports movie.
Yeah.
But then next year, they'll
they
be
beat
the
chump.
school.
Yeah, they beat
exactly.
them. That's awesome.
Now, I have a Forgiveness Friday golfing question for you. Jack Nicklaus's ceremonial Masters tee shot landed in the trees.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking about this. Is it on the golfer or the spectator on the fairway if the ball hits them? So it is in the golfer
Spectator.
for the errant shot or the spectator for not paying attention?
All right, so if you're on the fairway, it's on the spectator. Like, you
Okay.
just keep an eye on that and go, okay, where is the ball?
Yeah.
Like, that's your responsibility. I can understand how it gets lost. But again, at that point, it's on you.
Okay.
If you're the golfer, which I do believe he said he'd keep doing that until he killed somebody. So he was like, I guess if I kill somebody, I'll have to stop.
And even then, tough to hold the golden bear down.
Yeah.
That's his nickname.
I know.
I don't know
That's
why
what
I got that.
They named UCLA Bruins after him, the Golden Bears or whatever.
I don't know about that.
Although
I don't know either way.
Yeah, nobody really knows. But I think that's definitely... Now, if you're near the tee box and someone, rips one right off the tee box, let's say you look behind you right now, Kevin, he pulls that left and hits somebody square in the jaw. Pow!
Yeah, that's on the golfer.
That's on the golfer.
Dude, that's going to F somebody up, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, bad.
150 miles an hour right at your face from 7 feet away. That's on the golfer. I don't understand why they even have seats that close to the tee box, honestly. But I guess it's because these dudes are professionals. If it
Okay.
was me, watch out.
Okay.
My first ever golf shot, I hit a building that was 10 feet away, and it bounced off and came right back at my shin.
Hey, look, I'm not standing right there for the beginner
Right
amateur
there.
golf things. At the Masters, I'm going to trust that Justin Rose knows how to hit the ball straight.
I just don't understand. Why don't they just have everybody behind them? Just behind them, just in case.
All right.
Seems dangerous.
So on the fairway, though, on the spectators.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Now, University...
near the green... Still in the spectator unless it's a chip shot. Then that's on the golfer. What are you doing?
Okay. I feel like if you hit a putt that
but if you're chipping,
flies out into the
if you're chipping and you
crowd.
just knock that one too much, like, are you even good at golf, bro?
Okay. Oh, okay.
Start
I guess
working
not.
on your pitching wedge.
Does the University of Tennessee women's basketball program need to ask for forgiveness? Earlier this week, they had the departure of somebody in the transfer portal. That's fine. Happens. Then Olivia Edwards, the number 2 prospect in the next class, she decommitted and requested a release from her national letter of intent, which at the time left Tennessee with 1 player on the roster for next year. What the hell happened to this team? I know, like, Pat Summitt hasn't been there for a while, but, like, that used to be the cream of the crop. Even when UConn was good, Tennessee was still good. Now they have 1 freaking player.
I'm seeing, and I don't know, maybe we should ask Chop about this. A lot of the people don't like Kim Caldwell. Like, a lot of the players are just like, I'm out on her altogether, the coach.
Yeah.
So I don't know why, dude. I don't know what she's done.
Holly Rowe put up a post ripping the athletic director, Danny White, not the same one, and then deleted it.
Really?
So I don't know if somebody said something to her about that or not. Now, there's a couple more, but I want to ask you guys if there's anyone who needs to ask you for forgiveness or if you need to ask anybody forgiveness.
I want to ask you a question first.
Okay.
My apologies.
Forgiven.
How many tweets do you think you could send out? Like you're done with radio. You're like, you know what? I'm done with everything.
Right.
I'm just gonna torch it all. How many do you think you could send out before somebody like shuts it down? I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I've been thinking about being like, you know what? I'm gonna say what's really on my mind on Twitter and just let it loose.
I feel like I could get at least 4 or 5 well-constructed tweets out before.
With threads or just one post? Like, is it like 4 different threads?
See, yeah, I think I would start 4 different ones, just hoping that if I missed you that 2 minutes ago, I'll catch you this time.
I've been thinking about this too much lately. I don't know why.
Man,
I've really been like, I just want to see it all burn.
Are me and Alec going down?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, that, Alec,
we'll see how the rest of the show goes.
Was not as comforting as I'd kind of hoped it would be. Now, Alec, I go to you before we go back to the NBA. Have you wronged anybody, or does anybody need to ask you for forgiveness?
Honestly, no. I think it's been a pretty clean week outside of my one friend that doesn't like to report on WNBA trades. That one, I think he's wronged me in that respect. Other than that, it's been a solid week of broadcasting, a solid week of sports. I feel like we've run a pretty clean, pretty sweet show this week.
Nice. I appreciate that. Now,
I'm not forgiving you, by the way.
Oh, well, okay.
Miro's getting an MRI today, Kevin.
Son of a bitch.
We'll know more later.
Yeah, so
Bunting might play tomorrow.
Okay, so that's a positive, but with all due respect to him, that feels secondary now. It was...
Hintz is still out for the regular season at least.
He'll be back. Oh, man. Wasn't it? Didn't it? He would definitely be back for the playoffs.
It says at least, according to Leah Simakopoulos.
Of the and she's obviously super plugged in. Yeah. And he might be back at the end of the regular season. Now he's definitely out for at least the regular season. The whole system is falling apart. But yeah, do the Wild, do they need to ask for forgiveness? They were on the ice when Miro got hurt.
They knew what they were doing, dude.
Did you see Gulletson was like, hey, we'll have to just wait for those results. I'm guessing he won't play Saturday, but when we get those results, hopefully it'll be good. Although I guess it could also be bad.
He's just covering all bases.
I was like, oh, no, you're right.
He's making sure the 5 holes covered.
All right.
Let's go. Want one to slip through.
Let's go to basketball. This is crazy to me. Alec, did you know that no player in the history of the NBA has ever led the league in assists and then at another point led the league in rebounds or vice versa? It has never happened ever. Any player that has ever led the league in assists has never led the league in rebounds and vice versa. Nikola Jokic, who is questionable for tonight's game.
So you're telling me like Chris Paul has never led it in assists and rebounds in separate years?
Correct.
That's absurd.
Wild.
Never, ever happened.
Even Jason Kidd.
Not even Jason Kidd.
Or John Stockton.
I think it's more shocking as the game has evolved.
Yes. Like a Luka type player. Yeah, or a James Harden.
Jokic, who still needs to play one more game to be eligible, is on pace to do both this year. He is currently 8th in the NBA in points, 28 points per game, and leads the league in rebounds and assists with 12.9 and 10.9 respectively. So no one's ever done it in their entire career. He's about to do it in the same effing season, and he's not going to win MVP. Do NBA voters need to ask for forgiveness because somebody who is about to do something that has never happened in the history of basketball, and he's going to get it done in the exact same season? I don't always agree with what Paul Pierce says, but he said you will see somebody score 100 points in an NBA game before you see a season like this again.
Ooh. You probably will. And if the voters think anything like Corey does, then it's because he didn't have this kind of season when Michael Malone took them to a championship.
Yeah.
So
Almost
that's
single-handedly.
probably what's holding him back here. It's not the injury or anything.
Yeah.
He's got help.
I say almost single-handedly
He
because
won the
Aaron Gordon was there.
MVP that year.
They had to give it to somebody.
Yeah. That was the 1 year he didn't win regular season MVP because somebody named Kendrick Perkins.
This is interesting. Do you think Magic Johnson could have done this had Kareem not been there?
Maybe.
That
is an interesting
he's
question.
one of those, and because the game was...
He's the point forward
The game was
prototype.
built very differently in that you were good at this and you were good at this. And now the game has become you are the focal point you're the hub of everything.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm looking back at some of his early numbers too. He could, because if you look at his second, third, and fourth season, he touched 8-6, 9-6, and 8-6 on the rebounds. He never got right back there, but he had good rebounding totals. So,
now, granted,
yeah, maybe.
He also assisted with Kareem a lot, too.
Sure.
There were a lot of points there, but he's just one of those guys that I think, we saw him play center. It blew everybody's mind that he was going to go out there and be the center and do a sky hook. That just changed but now the game is, it seems, you are the hub of everything offense and defense, and you're big enough to play around the basket and get rebounds, and guys like that with that kind of skill. What's amazing about him is, as big as he is, that he's as skilled as he is at everything.
Yes, it's remarkable. Somebody just brought up he's about to get Cal Raleigh'd, and I guess that would make Shea the Aaron Judge. I like that analogy quite a bit. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I would like to update you on Josh Spores.
Oh.
We'll see how it goes next on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. As the Rangers take on the Dodgers tonight.
The last two world champs.
Yeah, last two. This is basically the World Series rematch between the last two World Series contenders that didn't play against each other in the World Series.
Would you do this deal? The winner of this series is the 3-time world champion, back to back to back. So you could lose that one World Series, but you could gain 2 others.
Dude, the Dodgers also won a World Series in Texas.
That's true. But if you lose, it would wipe out all your memories of the World Series.
But if I win,
you got back to back to back.
So that being said,
I don't think I can
we're not seeing Yamamoto or Ohtani, right?
That's right.
But they also are getting Rocker, Leiter, and DeGrom.
Yeah, they might think,
dude, this is a fun game.
They're lucking out. And with Roki Sasaki, who the hell knows?
Yeah.
Like, he might go out there and pitch 2 1/3 and give up 8 runs, or he might pitch 7 shutout innings.
877
I don't know.
881-1053. We'll leave it up to the Tolos. Do you enjoy the memories of that one World Series, or in an alternate universe, would you rather put it on the line?
I don't think I could risk
have
it.
3 straight World Series championships.
I can't do it. I can't risk it.
We just don't score enough runs.
That is true.
Like I just feel like they're going to score 4 to 5 at least, and we're going to scratch together 2 to 3. So that's what we got to figure out there, Kevin.
I'll stay tight with my one.
You know what though? If it takes away that Astros World Series right before, I'll take it.
Okay. You know what? Yeah. Okay. Now that's intriguing. I'll be happy with the one we got. But I got you.
From the 601, I'm going to have a World Series party tonight. I love it.
That's a great idea.
Sounds good to me.
What if we took like 2 or 3 from the Dodgers
this weekend?
Yeah, I know people are already.
Which 2 do you want? Who starts?
I want the first 2. I just think
Leiter and Rocker.
Yeah, I think that would do so much more.
And then DeGrom loses like a 2 to 1.
Yeah, I just think that would do so much more, depending on how the games went, for the confidence of those 2 versus DeGrom. Because the Dodgers are off to a tremendous start. They're 9-3, and they were crushing the Blue Jays. So,
it's not like they have a great lineup either.
Their lineup is unbelievable.
Oh, okay.
It's better than their pitching staff, which feels almost impossible. And rough. I know, it's so weird. And so they've been playing phenomenal ball. If you won 2 of 3, obviously you'd stay in first place of the American League West, but now all of a sudden you're 9-6, and you just took another series off a top-notch team, which, that's the expectations for teams like the Phillies. And I feel like we'd be all pretty darn fired up.
I don't think you're wrong, dude. You say we walk in here on Monday morning and we took 2 or 3 from the Dodgers.
How could you not be?
We wouldn't even talk about the loss on Sunday. Like, I'm serious. I think we'd be like,
depending on the circumstances,
I'm
they
with lost
you.
yesterday. That stunk.
Yeah.
Guess what?
But yeah, if it was the way you laid it out, where DeGrom and company, they lose 2 to 1, right? But the first 2 games you win, 6 to 2 and 7 to 1. So not only did you pitch well, but your offense picked it up. You got to be stoked.
And think about this for a second too. If that was to happen, we could send a note to Mike because he's in LA.
Oh,
and that would be news from the future for him.
Ooh, good point.
And he would be reporting it live to the world. Guys, don't even worry about it. We're taking 2 or 3 today.
And somebody brought up, can we just end one of Ohtani's streaks? I believe it was 43 straight on base. And then there was some controversy where some folks were saying his scoreless streak had come to an end because he gave up a run, but it was an unearned run. And so he's great at pitching and hitting.
817 says, nope. 23 Rangers are everything to me. I get it.
I do too. I can't imagine not having that.
As a matter of fact, in a minute, I'll share me bragging about something we got to do to somebody last night. All right, so the Lucas report, if you don't have it, you should find a way to get it. He does the minor league. He checks in on the minor leagues, and it's great content. Saw this come in yesterday. Round Rock beat Oklahoma City. I believe that's the Dodgers, by the way. 6-2. So what a bunch of chumps they are.
Who says our farm system isn't awesome?
Alejandro Osuna, 2
guy.
for 4. He's hitting 289, 340, and 422 right now.
Okay.
Cam Colley, 2 for 4, a walk, stolen base. Hitting 211, 348, 316 right now.
That's disappointing. He was one of the standouts of spring training.
Trevor Hover, 3 for 5, stolen base, 268, 388, 341. And Willie McIver, DH, 2 for 4, stolen base. He's batting 091 right now.
Oh, man.
So
we already have that player on our big team. I'm just kidding. Jock's like 120.
Josh Spores went out there, 1 inning pitch, 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, no runs. Here's the note on Josh Spores. Effective again, if a little less strike prone than usual.
Okay.
The fish weren't biting outside the zone is what he says.
Yeah.
He does discuss velocity at length, probably too much. He did reach a new peak a few days ago, but for at least the short run, he probably is who he is. The question is whether that's enough from him. He's allowed a single run and 5 runners in 5 2/3 innings. That's great.
Okay, yeah.
His walk rate is 9%. Strikeout rate, 22%. Thumbs up.
Okay.
Spores, StatCast, and other markers are at or near the PCL averages. That's not what he's like. You don't want an average dude right now. So basically, the stats are great. The underlying data is fine, despite their 3-8 record. But so what we're looking at here is. But here's the thing: you move him up. Who are you moving out? Crivello, Robert Garcia.
Yeah, that's probably who I would go with.
Latz has his role.
Yeah, Latz is going.
Crivello has his swag, and you got a couple.
I'm excited to see how that goes with him.
With Crivello?
Yeah,
more swag.
Yeah, well, no. Just the progression of his pitching as opposed to Garcia.
Yeah, I'm just hopeful that Crivello's swag just continues.
Yeah, I got
But here's something: Spores can opt out of his deal on the 15th. So
really,
yeah, that's something that he doesn't have to, but he can. According to the Lucas report.
I bet he doesn't.
Why not?
Just
because he's a World Series hero.
Well, and plus, it feels like he's on track to get the kind of role that he potentially wants.
I don't see at the moment that he's been like, shut the door, guys, let me back in.
Yeah.
You know, like right now with Latz doing what he's doing, Robert Garcia might be the only one, but he's a lefty, you know? So that's the only question mark when it comes to that.
Okay.
So that's my update on Spores.
Okay.
You okay with that one?
Yeah, I like it.
Dude, and the way we started this segment with the would you trade, gosh, I didn't expect that curveball, but man, it was good. It was like a Sporesy curveball high in the zone to win the World Series. Last night I got to do something that I thought was awesome. Now, Kevin, you and I have emceed many events.
Right.
I've emceed some events on my own. Have you emceed some of on your own as well?
Yes, not a lot, because once again, lack of desire to do things.
Yeah, I get that. And you know how I am too.
I know.
I get nervous about these things. I hate doing them.
Right.
And then I get there and I'm like, man, I'm actually glad I did this.
Yeah.
And this was another one where...
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I don't know if this will make a difference. Maybe this will make a difference for other people. I have tried to shift it to get to instead of have to, because I would get in a really bad rut of being like, oh, I have to. And I've been trying to be like, I get to.
Yeah, and I definitely can do more of that. When I got there last night, I felt a lot more comfortable once I saw the room. I think those things are important. You see the room, you kind of get it, understanding of it. Well, I was working with a group called To Be Like Me. disability awareness education for students and teachers led by people living with disabilities. So what they do is they employ people with disabilities, and you know how much we care about the disabilities community. So if you're like, hey, I don't care about that, it's fine. Yeah. We appreciate you being around. This is just something we love. They employ people and give them a platform to teach people how to be around and work with and learn from and learn with people with disabilities. So basically, Kevin, you would take a group of your teachers and say, hey, let's go talk to this person who has autism or is living with another sort of disability, deaf, blind, whatever it is. There's the array of disability people that they work with is vast. I love what this group's doing. They have field trips. For an example, they have field trips. They'll bring kids in, a whole classroom of kids, and say, hey, we're going to do an airport simulation as if you are overstimulated. So what we're going to do is we're going to have some flashing lights, we're going to have lots of sounds, and we're going to have you try and do a maze.
So you can kind of get that vibe.
And so then what happens with those kids is those kids then start to go, hey, how would I help somebody that is being overstimulated in this setting? Because airports think about this, airports, emergency rooms, how like chaotic can those be? Yeah, no, you're onto something. And that's the other thing. For a lot of people, they want to help, just maybe they don't know what to do or how. And so their goal is to teach people. We empower people who live with disabilities by providing employment platform, share their individual stories. And a lot of participants go on to have a better understanding and appreciation for people with differences and disabilities, and they impact their futures. Like they spread that empathy the empathy part of it's big. Recognizing that somebody might have something. Right. What can I do? I watched an episode of The Pit recently where a guy came in with an ankle injury. Okay. The first doctor went in and was like, hey, we're going to do this. And the guy was like pounding him with all these questions. And he's like, are you the doctor? Another doctor came in and was like, he has autism. Here, let me turn the lights off. Let me shut the door. Let me quiet things down so that I can listen to him on his floor. Yeah. And so that was like those kinds of things. So this is what they are doing. Now, the rest of the stories go, I was sitting at the table with the man who made the decision to put it's baseball time in Texas clock out in the stadium. His name's Brian. It was awesome. This was a really cool moment because they started asking me about being out at the stadium. I was like, yeah, we get to go out there. We did the show yesterday from out there. And his wife goes, his company did this. He was hired to come in and put some of these touches. They're the ones that put the boxes with the jerseys and the pillars out at the stadium. They're the ones that did that. And so here I am thinking, I'm the MC. I host a radio show, and it was also a fashion show last night, so that was kind of cool. I'll get to that in just a second. But here I am thinking I'm going to talk about me, and all I wanted to do is listen to this guy. What else did you do? Tell me more. The Nolan Ryan stuff when you're going down to the suites, you did all that. Oh, the Pudge stuff. I was like, dude, I just want to let you know that it's baseball time in Texas sign, that clock out there. That is my favorite thing. Oh, is that right? Ever. Oh. I've been saying this for years. I can't wait till the Rangers wisen up and say, promotion night, we're making one of those into miniature alarm clocks for kids. Ooh. You want to come get one of those? Yeah. Bam. And he said when they designed it, they wanted to make it look like, was that at the first stadium? Was that like the old blue one? Yeah. And I was, because that was my first thought was, man, did they get that from one of the old stadiums and bring it over? And so that's a really cool thing that happened for me last night was I had that experience. But then they raised a great amount of money last night. I had a really cool opportunity, Kevin, to watch people on the phone going back and forth with their paddles. They were on the phone with somebody else, Alec. Somebody else going, should I do 30,000? Should you 30,000? Yes, 30. Okay. That is a goal in life. Somebody is so rich, they don't even have to show up to get the thing that they want. They're like, I got a person. Yeah. I'll get them a call. I saw 3 different people on the phone with somebody else going, yep, we're going with the paddle up, and the auctioneer was awesome. Best auctioneer I've ever seen. Okay. But then at the end of the night, I was getting ready to close things down. By the way, there were about 200 people there. About 20 Tolos came up to me last night and men and women. It was awesome to see like that many Tolos coming up and saying hi. Thank y'all so much for coming up. But at the end of the night, I'm getting ready to close everything up, and the auctioneer walks up with Nancy Volpe Behringer. Now, Nancy Volpe Behringer, I believe she was on season 18 of Project Runway. She was the runner-up.
Ooh, I have watched several seasons of Project Runway. I'll have to look into that.
She designed all the fashion for the fashion show. And she came up and she said, Corey, we're going to do one last thing. We're doing it. We're winging it. We don't really know how we're going to do this, but Nancy, will you speak? And she said, it costs $30,000 to build this runway. If we can get $15,000 raised from the room, then I will let To Be Like Me have it. And I was sitting there going, $30,000 for that floor. That is insane. Now, Alec, you think when they say to build this runway, you're thinking the floor, right?
They would chop it into pieces to give people.
Everybody gets one little piece of the floor. I was like, that's weird, but all right, sounds cool. All of the To Be Like Me leaders get to have a piece of this. And then I got in the car on the way. I didn't say anything about it. They ended up raising the money. It was awesome. I didn't say anything about it. I was like, that was just the coolest thing I've ever seen. Thank you so much. I'll see y'all. Get in the car, and I'm like, Adrian, can you believe like they get a piece of that floor? And Adrian goes, no, the models get to take home what they wore. Like they get the clothing that was designed on, by the way, multiple things designed on Project Runway.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's considered a runway in fashion industry? And she was like, oh man, a sports guy.
Alec, Corey told me this story this morning, and I also thought they were either going to give them the runway to use for some other event or chop it up like a game-used floor. At no point did I think they meant all of the clothes.
See, I was about to be like, haha, Corey, you're silly. They're going to keep the runway itself, and they're going to use it for future purposes and shows and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm right there with you. Went right over my head.
So that was last night from the 682 deaf listener here. Interested. This program is amazing, and I will say that hospitals and ERs are probably the worst for my culture. Airports are well labeled, just to go off your example.
Oh.
But that, dude, again, when it comes to this stuff, I think we all can learn a little more, and that's what Kevin and I and Alec, that's what we try to do with Peace-thon is bring a little more awareness, learn a little more, and try and find some more of these programs that do help in this way.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the updated Masters leaderboard and your chance to change your prediction. Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It is a jam-packed segment. Good news for you. It's next right here on The Fan.
been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Really good looking putt. What a putt. What a birdie from McIlroy.
How about that birdie right there?
3 in a row. McIlroy tied for the lead on a Thursday.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, should for the second straight year I end the show by saying that Rory McIlroy can't win the Masters. Also, this is your opportunity to change your pick for the Masters winner. Also, the Mavericks are playing the Spurs tonight. They have 2 more games. In most of the places you look, Con Kneppel has retaken a slight advantage for one of the most competitive Rookie of the Year races we've seen in some time. He's about a minus 125 to minus 130, and Cooper Flagg's about a plus 100 to plus 110. So it's almost as close as it can be without it being a straight-up pick-em. So whoever does best in these last couple games, that could well push it one way or another.
It's going to happen.
You think Cooper Flagg's going to take it?
Yes.
Okay, I like that. By the way, as an aside, we talked about the Luka injury, and obviously Wemby has had some recent injury concerns. The Athletic ran its anonymous NBA player poll, and this is before Luka got hurt. It was shocking how not close he was to being the MVP per the players.
Really?
So for the players, there is a group of 3. Luka, Cade Cunningham, and Jaylen Brown were all at about 8%. So there's that. You know who was even worse than that? Wemby at 5%, which was pretty shocking to me. Jokic, 21.5%. Shea, 39%. So, obviously, unfortunate that Luka got hurt. But if you just go with the players, they did not think it was particularly close for him either way. They were like, it's Shea by a pretty good margin, and then it's Jokic, and then there's a pretty good margin before you get to the rest of them.
Somebody was texting in, Kevin, that Shea is doing something historic as well, and I don't know. They said something.
I think that's the 20 points per game.
Which is really cool.
It is really
winning,
cool,
right?
But can I just point something out? For all of that, Shea is averaging 3 points more than Jokic per game this year.
Okay, that being said, how much, Jokic hates basketball.
I could see that.
What a parade. I have
he's
to go
so
home.
Put out by
I have to go home. So when it comes to that, do you think they look at Shea and they're like, we would love for him to be the face of the NBA?
I mean, maybe.
Even though he's Canadian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I just think it's fatigue, too, because, it took some racial discussions for him to not win it in 2023.
Gotcha.
And then it took Shea to come along to be like, all right, we need to vote for somebody else. Because otherwise, wouldn't you argue, including this year, Jokic just should have probably won 5 of the last 6?
Yeah.
With Shea taking it last year, for sure.
Kevin, according to Alexa Philippou? Yep. 4-time All-Star Enrique Ogunbowale is signing a 7-figure, multi-year deal to return to the Dallas Wings.
Is she really?
Yep. She was eligible for the $1.4 million Supermax.
Yeah.
Is taking less than that for the team to be able to build a quality roster.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know if just some of the frustrations about last year or anything like that would turn her into, somebody that would be moving on down the road one way or another, but a prolific scorer back for the Dallas Wings. Argentina is going to play at Kyle Field on June 6th for a World Cup warm-up.
Against who? The Aggies? Does the Aggies have a soccer team?
That would be really weird.
It wouldn't really be a thing that Aggies would do.
I would actually really like to see that. Actually, Title IX took away the men's soccer team for quite some time. And this would be the biggest stadium that Messi has ever played in, which is just weird, right?
Weird.
Like, one of the greatest soccer players of all time is going to roll up to a college football stadium, and that's going to be the biggest stadium he's ever played at. And then just one more thing to note, keep an eye out on this. The NCAA has had discussions to present 5 years of eligibility to all student athletes. Now, that would get rid of some of the exceptions, but it would also extend out some people's careers by a year. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, happy Friday.
What
How
up,
are
buddy?
We? How are we doing today?
Good.
How are we feeling?
Somebody said it's Argentina's going to play Honduras.
The more you know. There
I
you
choose
go,
to
Majors.
believe that.
Put that on your calendar, Corey. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program here 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. weekdays on The Fan. We don't have anybody that we can pick on that's not here to defend themselves. So that means it's just Kevin, it's just Corey, and for one time only,
Mr. Medford?
Me.
Yes.
We will get to that one later.
Is this the one that Aiden pulled?
We'll find out in a little bit.
We'll find out.
You know what? Actually, in the spirit of togetherness, I'm going to start with one from both of you.
So juicy.
Okay, so he just described that man as so juicy. I get it.
That was about the guy that described that dude as an orange. And then he did.
Dude, just listen to how uncomfortable I am.
All right.
Just go back.
Play it one more time.
Listen to how uncomfortable I sound.
And hear how super positive I am about the scenario. So juicy.
Okay, so he just described that man as so juicy. I get it. Okay, I get it, Art. Oh, hold on. Who was the person being described as juicy, though?
I forgot his name.
Whoever it was is juicy. Matt Olson.
That's who it was, yeah.
Matt Olson's about as juicy as it gets, bro.
Well. Okay, let's see.
I was very uncomfortable, but it makes sense.
Because he said he's not like Corey Seager. And then we said, is he like a pomegranate or?
Yeah.
We had a discussion
He's like
about
an
it.
onion. There's layers.
That's how we got to number one. Is that not?
Allegedly.
Corey had a couple of existential crises this week. So we will start with this.
But I'm a tan white person, and I didn't have any Easter egg hunts growing up until I grew up. I want you to hear back how uncomfortable Kevin was with me saying tan white person. But I'm a tan white person, and I didn't have any Easter egg hunts growing up until I grew up.
I could feel that. I could feel all the emotions I felt in that moment.
I'm very adamant about this. I am a tan white. Not right now. I am not as tan as I will be in like just 3 days of sun. You get 3 days of sun and you'll be like, that is a tan white person.
Do you feel like you're not as tan as you once were, but you could be as tan once as you ever were?
I mean, it's not going to just be once.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I don't know if I can ever get as tan as I was as a child.
Man.
Dude.
Oh, I remember the one day I got sunburned so bad and I thought I was fine the next day and I jumped on the slip and slide and I thought I'd been stabbed like 100 times and I rolled off it on the grass and was like, ah!
Did your slip and slide have bricks at the end to hold?
No, I saw that. That's weird. Like that, how does that not lead to more concussions?
I can make things weirder.
We just ignored them back then.
That is a good point.
I can make things weirder by continuing the existential crisis of Corey Majors.
I'm black. No Easter bunny at my house, just Easter egg hunt. Listen to how uncomfortable I am right after I say that. I'm black. No Easter bunny at my house.
Man. Corey, I know
I was reading texts.
I know it's good to have a lot of diversity. You alone cannot claim all of that diversity.
I was reading the text can, though.
No matter.
And I was reading all the texts.
Well, I got one more in that same category.
Is this just about Corey? Represents all the races?
Yeah, this one is just straight up wrong, I think.
Met my wife, who is brown, and they have Easter egg hunt still to this day.
Dear. I think history is going to judge me rightly on this.
Do you not want me to read the texts?
I do. That was a lot in succession, though.
Yeah. It was a lot.
If you go back and listen to that segment, though, it was spread out. We just happened to play it in succession.
Mm-hmm.
And I seemed to have gotten more comfortable by the end of that. You know? It seemed like I was more comfortable.
Yeah, maybe you should not have been. I think that's the issue.
Well, Kevin got in on it, too.
I will readily admit, yes, I am white. It's true. Despite the fact that I don't like mayonnaise, I am a white person.
The way you said it was just weird.
Yeah.
It's so emphatic.
Because I want to be honest with people.
From the 214, yes, that was my text. I made Masterpiece of the Week.
What does the rest of it say?
And I'm black.
You have learned nothing, Corey! We just said not to do that! You have learned nothing!
I just read it. I just read the words.
God! You have learned nothing!
Corey was on one this week.
You might have murdered a pie.
I had it. What?
Yeah, that's what that pie was trying to kill somebody. That was a dream that I was having.
Clogging your arteries.
There was a pie out there. It was giant, had arms and legs, and was chasing me.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't want to get taken out by something like that. Like, you want to live, of course. Let's establish that. But if somebody were to kill you, they shot you or something, that is horrible. But at least people be like, oh, sure. If you got killed by a pie, that's all anyone is ever going to remember about you.
Oh, gosh.
Is that the guy that got killed by the pie?
Yeah.
It is.
That sucks.
Gosh, did you hear how he went? It was pie.
Yeah.
Kevin, you almost died to a pie once.
What?
When that guy threw that pie at you 85 miles an hour.
Man, that dude decided he was trying out for the majors that day.
Not this majors.
Threw that pie not that far from me as fast as possible.
Well, I feel like this fits a good response.
Is this a white thing? Dude. You know what?
I'm moving on, I promise.
I am qualified to answer that. No, that was somebody who was asking about the Easter Bunny and these Easter egg hunts.
Well, there's a very dramatic pause in this, so just hear it out.
I'm willing to adopt it. Okay, you cut off the rest of that where yes. I feel like I immediately was like, I said that weird. So, yeah, that was a mistake by me.
Oh, this is a mistake, too. I don't even want to play this one.
Well, Choppy's taking it home to bang it or whatever he was talking about. He was. If you missed it earlier on the morning show, this is why you should always Tolo. Not earlier today, earlier this week. He told a weird story about a banana peel. And it's the weirdest story since Doc Brown threw it in the time machine DeLorean and was like, we can go to the future with garbage.
Oh my gosh.
He told this weird story about essentially hooking up with a banana peel.
Kevin, Carter Freeman just sent me a picture of a pie with arms and legs and said, was it this pie? And it's Krusty the Pie, the 2019 mascot from something.
See?
And guess what? Aside from it not being bleeding a little bit, yes, that's exactly what the pie looked like.
And I think Carter will agree with me. If Corey got killed by the human pie, that's all that would be talked about. They wouldn't talk about Peace-a-thon or anything else. They'd be like, is that the guy that got murdered by the big pie? Fact.
I had like 20 things this week. I'm going to end with 2. You guys wanted this one. I'm going to play this and act like it didn't happen. Yes! Actually touch it! And then...
That was Alec Medford, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy crap, that's going to win.
No, it's not, because I have something even better. This actually broke me, and I've rewatched the video of it at least 15 times.
God. Is this going to be that hot dog thing?
No.
Okay, good.
It's a lot better.
And that's really what it sounds like, Kevin.
And no wonder you only have 3 kids.
It's a wonder that I got to 3.
That is a great point. Past 1. What animal is that again?
It's a koala bear.
Oh, okay.
I'm dead serious, dude. From the 442, Masterpiece of the Week is on drugs this week.
Man, more charged than it usually is, too. Hold on. Was that Alec trying to get into the nitro zone?
Jeez.
All right. Corey, that one is objectively amazing. I feel like we don't get this opportunity a lot, though. So,
oh, no.
I'm going for Alec and his third base machine.
Yes! Actually touch it! I hate decisions I've made.
I, too, would like to vote
Stop!
for Alec letting people know where the nitro zone is.
Yes! Actually touch it! Okay, that's getting deleted right now.
It probably should. I don't know if that's going to survive.
Yeah, it's not going to survive. And then because I don't want it to be a sweep, Corey, thank you for being a human zoo.
And that's really what it sounds like, Kevin.
Really wish my name wasn't lumped into that. We're the KNC Masterpiece, indeed. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Lindell walks it in across to Robertson. Shoots. Score! Dallas has the lead.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing well. Can you tell us anything more? I mean, I saw the score, more interested in college or high school soccer than I've been in some time. What the vibe was like for Sunnyvale yesterday.
Man, it was incredible. Salute to all the fans and the band that came down. It was cool.
The band was there too?
Yeah, it
cool.
It was great. You know, it was a festival atmosphere. From the very early moments of the game, it appeared that Sunnyvale was going to have a great chance to win it.
Okay.
You know, they had the first couple of shots on goal. They had a lot of possession for the first half, more possession, more shots. But, you know, in the second half, you're down 1-0, and at halftime you're feeling like, okay, I don't know if we're the best team, right? Wimberley has a hell of a defense. They have an incredible set of strikers and wingers that, you know, we're really connecting passes and starting to break down the Sunnyvale defense. So you're hopeful at half, and then in the second half when they went up 2-0, you're starting to think about, okay, let's make sure we have the right attitude as a parent here, guys.
Right.
Okay, you've been on this incredible journey. It's not about maybe some of the calls that aren't going your way or the disappointment of not winning. It's about appreciating the journey, right, which is the space I was trying to be in. And then old Macy Martin steps up there and makes it 2-1. So then the hope comes flooding back in.
We got a shot.
But, man, these Wimberley kids could really shoot and they could really pass. And a few minutes later, they make another one to go up 3-1. And, you know, you at that point, you're accepting it. That now you need a miracle unlike any miracle you have seen, right? So as a parent, you know, you see the disappointment and the tears after the game. And you hope that the positivity of it is the memory, right? Of the appreciation of getting to that moment and, you know, having those memories. And, you know, that's something you can talk about for the rest of your life, really, is what's number one when it comes up in your high school sports journey. Where did you get in relation to state? And just making the championship game is going to feel like an incredible accomplishment after the disappointment and the tears fade.
Yeah. And all those other chumps along the way that didn't get there.
Hey,
you know?
we've already established Wimberley lost in the finals last year and came back and won the title this year. So Sunnyvale lost in the final this year, which means they are on track to come back in the final next year and beat some team. I don't care who they beat.
As long as you don't get reorganized into the Salina Division 1, you should have a shot.
Right. Yes.
Or you're the
Nasty.
84 Dolphins the Super Bowl Dan Marino.
Second year. Never made it back.
Yeah, never made it back.
No, congrats to Salina for winning their 5th in a row, though. That was the game that was ending right as we were getting there.
Yeah.
And then we watched La Vega. Congrats to Waco's La Vega. They won another championship. They beat Lake Dallas 1-0 in a great boys game.
Okay.
4A Division 1 final.
Some of those games can be just wars out there, and it's really fun to watch.
Yeah. And, you know, with them bringing their bands and all these towns that, like, load up the buses and bring all the kids and all the parents are there, it's really what it's all about.
He said Salina, they celebrated by like a couple of teammates high-fived, and they were like, yeah, it's 5 in a row, you know.
Yeah.
We're used to it.
Yeah, it would have been different if they lost. They would have been freaking out like that golfer at the Masters, flipping off the turf and everything like that. By the way, who is y'all's Masters pick?
Well, we have our own little pool going here where each of us pick 3 individuals.
Oh, is this the $175,000 pool?
That it is.
Yeah.
Yes. And if
Brian's putting up 174.5 of it.
I cannot lose. I just can't come in last on this one.
Okay.
No. That's the main thing.
I got Auberg, Scheffler, and Rahm.
That's who I thought was going to do well, and whoops.
Yeah, I guess he's got a meltdown problem.
Yeah,
he melts down sometimes.
That's really disappointing. Justin Rose.
Yeah, Rose.
Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, you got DeChambeau, Rose, and Aubrey.
And to Walchuk's credit, he picked DeChambeau before he knew he had a 3D printed driver.
Right. right?
Yeah,
I wasn't fully aware of how that even worked.
He's not either.
But
He's learning. He's
trying
learning.
to
He's like, I
figure
got a
that
7 on the 7th hole.
He's back on the science stuff. It's way over my head here. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, last year I definitively ended the show by saying Rory McIlroy would not win the Masters, and of course he did. And now he's off to an incredible start today after a really good first round. So maybe he can make it back to back.
I think he might be able to with the way he's playing right now.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We'll have the latest with the Cowboys and the build-up to the draft right out of the gates here. A snapshot of the entire world of sports. But a couple of big-time guests coming up a little bit later on. Nick Harris at 4:20, talking Cowboys with you, and Eric Nadel at 4:40, talking about these red-hot Rangers.
Love it. Huge series starting tonight against the Dodgers right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will be back on Monday, 10 to 2. You already heard me say it right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say the Rory thing, Kevin.
Rory McIlroy will not win the Masters.
We are back here. Welcome in on a proper NFL Draft Countdown Football Friday. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA could use it right about now. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. The man has it stuck on automatic. Of course, you got Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. You can watch us. You can listen. Download that Odyssey app. Have it in your back pocket. It'll be your best friend. There is a trade rumor development out there. We'll talk Cowboys with you here coming up in the next 5 or 10 minutes. But a very full sports day, gentlemen, as we cruise into this bad boy, wade into this 5-hour sports journey with you on a Friday. How we feeling? Everybody good?
Yeah, great. Hey, congratulations for your guys' run. You know,
yeah, that's incredible, dude.
Let's not go too far in the program without saying congratulations to.
Well, thank you, man.
Your ladies' team, there.
And thanks to you guys, and thanks to Gavin Spittle and Tim Collins for green-lighting me going down there to Georgetown and watching Sunnyvale play Wimberley yesterday. The text pointing out the Raiders were the only team to score against Wimberley in the entire playoffs.
Impressive.
We almost had more. On one of the off days, I went over to the stadium with Abby, and we were working on these runs from outside to the middle where you kind of cut down the defensive line, and then right as that pass is hit, you break in, right? So you stay on side, but you carry a full burst of speed into the box. Okay. And in the first minute, a ball gets played into her on this exact thing that we'd been working on. It hits her back foot, it goes into the space, and another Wimberley defender is just flying in there to take the ball away. So we were so close to scoring more, and, she wasn't the only one. Like, for the first 10, 20 minutes of the game before Wimberley scored, I'm thinking, holy crap, the Raiders are the best team. They just weren't healthy at the beginning of the season, so they were injured. Key players missed games. They should be undefeated going into this game, too,
Wow.
So it actually looked like, that it was going to happen. But as the game went on, it was more of those defensive plays. Like, you really couldn't crack this Wimberley defense open. And then behind them were two incredible goalies. They played a different goalie in the first half than the second half. But I imagine they were both D1 candidates, well over 5'10", probably approaching 6 feet, both of them, and any shot that was put on frame was secured by them. But hell of a job by them, hell of a job by Sunnyvale, and again, thanks to you guys for allowing me to go down there and do that, and doing a hell of a job on the show yesterday. I was listening to most of it.
Well, and kudos to you for not putting your hands on those referees. I saw how close you got, but you held your water on that, dude.
Yeah, it was really a sports moment to remember. So congratulations to everybody who's on their way to state or maybe has already played in state in whatever sport it is. Now I have that appreciation for what that means here in the great state of Texas and why it's such an amazing life experience. All right, we do have Rangers baseball coming up at 9:05 for you. Pregame at 8:30 as they're taking on the reigning champion Dodgers. And what a great opportunity to contribute to the excitement of coming off that sweep earlier in the week. It'll be Kumar Rocker against Tyler Glasnow. Kumar gave up 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 walk in 5 innings of work in his debut. Can he build on that? I would say the chances are pretty good for it. We were excited about Kumar Rocker this time last year. Yeah. Jack Leiter eclipsed him, took all of the excitement. But at the end of what was that, the 2024 season, we were quite excited about Kumar Rocker. Had a good September then. So maybe he's starting to put this thing together. It's the control issues, it's the walks. But he's been really good, really, since the first 2 weeks of spring training now.
Yeah, and again, you're going up against some pretty darn good pitching with the Dodgers. With Glasnow tonight, it'll be Sheehan, and then Sasaki on Sunday. You get the DeGrom-Sasaki matchup. But I think this is a big game for Kumar Rocker. Yesterday we were talking about, okay, what's your panic meter on a slow start for a Wyatt Langford? And I think this is just the type of environment taking on the defending world champions in L.A. I believe this game is going to be an MLB Network game tonight. Mm-hmm. Like, Wyatt's going to step up. I think you're going to see him knock off any type of doubt or concern or worry that you have going into this series. Yeah, I think Wyatt's going to end up having himself a heck of a 3 days over the weekend.
Where are you guys at with Langford? I mean,
we've seen him come out of the gates a little bit slow before. I mean, I thought and maybe that was foolish. The spring training dominance was going to be a window into just the way he was going to be able to hit the ground running this year. And with what Nimmo's been able to do, it's disappointing the start that he has had. But big picture, I'm still super confident that Wyatt Langford is going to be rock solid this year. You just start to wonder, like, is he going to reach the ceiling that everybody has for him, which is quite high.
It's MVP caliber,
right?
And maybe it's unfair for us to put that type of expectation on a player who's in year 3 right now, but he's got that kind of talent. Like, you can definitely see him getting to that level, but it's just going to take some time.
Yeah, he's going to go be a 250, 260 hitter with 25 to 30 home runs. We know that. I'm not worried about the fact that he's 8 of 50 right now. I'm not worried about that. I know he's going to have a really good season and be an above average player. Can he be the star? Work in progress.
Sure.
We shall see. But I don't know that we've had the production from Langford yet that justifies the level of excitement about him. Maybe it's time for me to step up and start doubting Wyatt Langford and hope that it goes about as well as my doubting of Jack Leiter did.
I like this. You might need to.
Let's get Jared on the horn and just go at it. Like, man, why does Wyatt Langford suck so bad?
Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we should do that. You go at him, tell him that Wyatt stinks, then he'll yell at you, and then you tell him, you know what, goodbye, sir. Go F yourself.
Let's do this.
We'll
set this up. I don't think. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
One of the greatest dismounts in
Why
radio
is he still potted up, Lucius?
phone history, bro. I'm willing to do it if it'll turn Langford into a legit MVP candidate, not a pretend one,
not a pretender.
And they're on the road, so I'll have to say this when they're back home, so maybe he can hear it and be fueled by it. 8:30 pregame tonight, 9:05 first pitch.
How much louder is it going to get about the home ballpark here, Globe Life Field, if the offense starts to erupt a little bit and you start seeing a little bit more 6, 7, 8 run games on the road trip?
Especially in LA, because that's a bit of a pitcher's park as well.
And Corey Seager played there for 10 years. And is pretty darn good there. So, I mean, he's been damn good at that ballpark. So it's likely. Langford erupts, Seager erupts. They go ahead and put up 8 runs a game.
I think if you go back and look at our guy at first base down there, Berger. If you look at the ball that he hit, I think it was the second inning. It might have been the first or the third. It was in one of the first 3 innings the other day in the day game, the finale.
Mm-hmm.
It coming off the bat, you're like, it's gone. And then as he's rounding first base, he's got this look on his face that I don't think I've seen since an Ian Kinsler pop-up. Like the look of disappointment and bitter beer that was on his face was legendary.
Yeah.
I think he was convinced in that moment he just got globe-lifed. And I don't know what you do. I
don't either.
You have to change the dynamics of. I think you got to get scientists involved. Obviously, you can't open up the roof all the time. Maybe the easy answer is bringing the fence in. But this is back-to-back stadium builds in Arlington with a critical design flaw. With the Cowboys, it's obvious the fix. Put the curtains up or tint the windows. With the Rangers, this is a damn mystery.
Yes, it's tough, especially since you won the World Series and your offense at home was not an issue.
No.
And then now all of a sudden the last 2 years, now we're going on 3. It's very puzzling. You do benefit it.
But they're doing the science on it. It's not just the Rangers hitters. They're like looking at launch angle and exit velo, and they're just not carrying as far as they used to with the exact same temperatures.
There's something to this. We got to figure this out.
Yeah.
We need to get Einstein's son in here.
Where's John Brinkus when you need him, right? Isn't 100%. That the question?
Yeah, that's the question. R.I.P. to a legend.
We love you, John.
Okay, Dallas Stars cleansed the palate, Wolchuk. That was nice.
Man, that was a feisty, shisty type of game, boys.
Playoff atmosphere.
They were fighting. I mean, it was like we had 4 players in the penalty box, what felt like for a full period. I mean, these guys were trading blows back and forth, boom, 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 physical.
The animosity is real.
You know what? I saw the eyes twitch there. I think out of context, that could have sounded a little bit weird there, Gavin. But, hey, Otter was able to step up and make some big-time saves, 5-4, good scoring opportunities on both sides. Robo stepping up when he needed to. The big thing was Miro leaving the game.
Yeah, that's...
And anytime somebody doesn't return in hockey, it makes me very, very nervous. I guess at this time of year, you're a week away from the playoffs. It's precautionary. He's having an MRI. We'll wait and see, right? We'll know more, I think, hopefully tomorrow. The thing that Leah put out today was Roope Hintz is going to be out for the rest of the regular season at least. That's got me nervous. Like, Bunting's going to be back. Fox will be back. Lundqvist is out sick. Steele's day-to-day. He could play in Buffalo. But Rope hits me. Last year, you started the postseason without Miro and without Robo, and you're able to get to the second round. But with Rope, I mean, that's big. We need to make sure that you're going to start off with Minnesota, and you're probably going to have to play Colorado. And the good news is that Colorado clinched the President's Trophy, so they got no hope to win the Stanley Cup. That's a kiss of death right there. But for the Stars, you really just want to get your guys whole and healthy at the right time. I think you can beat Minnesota without Rope Hintz, but gosh dang it, do we really need him back and ready to rock?
Yeah, heck of a kill there at the end of the game, but then also, too, with the situation with Dallas being down 2 goals. You know, I believe that with Minnesota, they'd win 64 games without a loss, went up 2 goals.
And the Stars now lead the league down in the third period of coming back and winning.
Dallas at least come back 21 times.
It's amazing.
In games like this, which I think is 5th most in the league. But yeah, just great job. You talk about sending messages and stuff like that. The bunch of the people talking about Minnesota, and that Bill Guerin, who was the architect of the Olympic team. Bill Guerin, he built this team in Minnesota. Minnesota hasn't advanced in the second round since like 2015, 2016. That's what's going on up there right now. There's a lot of doubt creeping in, but Bill Guerin said, "Oh no, we built a team to do that." Well, it looks like that Dallas has built a team themselves after what we saw last year. But great job of coming back in this one. Great job of some timely kills there at the end to make sure that they got that victory.
A rare total night off tonight of the NHL. A late regular season rest and travel day to get the guys as fresh as possible before the Stanley Cup playoff grind gets underway. The Stars will take on the New York Rangers tomorrow, then at Toronto Monday, and at Buffalo Wednesday to end of the season. Mavericks are in San Antonio tonight to take on the 61-win Spurs. Wow. Is this team good enough to take down OKC?
I mean, they've proven it throughout the regular season. Like they've done a great job in their games versus OKC. So I do think that they will be playing with confidence if they get to a Western Conference Finals versus the Thunder. I think that they will feel pretty dang good about that. So I mean, if especially if Wemby, like playoff Wemby, it'll be fun to get that type of, like, how much does he take his game to the next level? But the Spurs are legit, man.
Yeah, they are. It's exciting, I think, to see a contender to OKC, an unexpected contender when the season started.
They're 8-1.
I think it's legitimate.
8-1 versus the top NBA teams this season. OKC, Detroit, Boston, like they've played up, and maybe it's a young team who's treating the regular season like a playoff type atmosphere, and these veteran teams are kind of waiting for the real playoff moment. Teams that have been there, but not necessarily with Detroit, but with Boston and OKC, and they've played those teams very well.
He just changes the dynamic so much of a game that it doesn't necessarily have to obey the rules and the timelines of the league that we've known. The biggest event of the day for the Mavs might be in Utah, where the 21-win Jazz are going to host the 25-win Grizzlies. And if Memphis can win this game, the Mavs will be alone in the 6th spot in the lottery. 2 games to go for the Mavs, so if they do lose out, they'll be no better than 7th worst. The finale is Sunday against Chicago. That's 7:30 at the AAC. All right, we're under 2 weeks now to go till the NFL draft here on your home of the Cowboys, and a pretty fun trade rumor development to talk about throughout the day. The Colts and Kenny Moore have agreed to seek a trade to find the veteran corner a new team. Moore is entering the final year of his contract, and sources say both sides felt it's time to explore a trade. He said it's all good and it's all love between him and the Colts, just business. But the Colts owe more than $10 million in base salary and per game bonuses this season, which would be savings if he is traded. But that sum likely complicates efforts to trade him. So this could be a pre-release round of trade talks. A pre-June 1 trade would save the Colts more than $7 million in salary cap space, though. So we might get this before the draft, during the draft, after the draft. But one of the most interesting things about him is that he's played so much of his time in the slot. And he's been a pretty good player. So we'll have more on that coming up for you in the C Note. Cowboys News of the Evening, 3:20.
Yeah, who knows? I guess it'll depend on compensation, but we can pick this back up because I do think that's an interesting player, and that certainly would fill a need. Like if you wanted to get that done going into the draft, maybe you're definitely drafting pure, as Shotty would say.
Yeah. I think it's good to know that there's options out there. And if the Cowboys want to solve that slot corner as much as they said during the league meetings, that's a great example of one that could do it. I just don't know if the price is right.
Sure.
And what the Cowboys are thinking they're going to need to allocate. If you do regret Jordan Lewis leaving for what was that, $10 or $12 million to the Jags, I would hope you're thinking we're going to have to spend $10 or $12 million on this.
Yeah.
Rory McIlroy is 2 under for the day through 5. He was at 8 under, but just took a bogue. But he is 7 under, leading the Masters. Justin Rose is in at 5 under.
Come on, J.
And
Rose.
Sam Burns is even through 10 today. He is at 5 under as well. Nice little group there. And then you have Tyrell Hatton. Wyndham Clark and Jason Day, plus Patrick Reed there at 4 under par. All right, we got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are we going with that?
Happy National Sibling Day. I've got the top 10 most successful siblings. The most successful. Doesn't have to just be in sports. 877-881-1053. We'll do that next in the nation.
But Tolos, it is Pluckers draft time. It is our favorite time of the year in the Pluckers annual draft.
Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay. I understand we have a vacated title.
Vacated title. Would you write that down in your memoirs, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You keep better track of that than I do, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, what you got in that notepad over there?
Yeah, what else is going on over there?
We'll circle back around Christmas time and figure this out, right, Lucius?
I think it's the only thing in my calendar beyond some meetings with the boss. Which, by the way, every time they happen, I'm convinced I'm getting fired when I see that alert coming up.
It's concerning.
Glad you're still with us, man.
Yeah, it's good to make it through today's meeting, and it's good to be looking for.
That's if it's scheduled early, bro. If it's like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's when they get you, bro.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
You know, like if we could get this out of the way before I've done anything today.
Absolutely.
You know,
make you prep for the show and everything.
Yeah.
Get in here ready to rock.
Enough time to get my LinkedIn together for the rest of the day. That type of vibe, you know.
Well, we got the fresh batch of nominees coming up at 5:30 tonight, right before we get to LA Live.
Some John Blaze.
John Blaze, bro. Right. I really got some good stuff because I'm throwing a whole kitchen table at you.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's 5:30 every night.
I call the food on it.
Oh, you sure do. You got it, bro. It's your dibs.
Of course, we got what you're drinking, what you're thinking coming up at 5 o'clock. A lot of sports stuff to react to. So if you're day drinking, go ahead and set yourself an appointment now for our Friday night chat with you over some cocktails, 5 o'clock. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 of 2.
All right, top 10 most successful siblings of all time on National Sibling Day. 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text in maybe a sibling that you want to shout out, but also who do you think are some of the most successful siblings ever?
Earl Thomas and his brother.
They're close.
Very, very tight-knit family.
Very tight. Very, very tight.
The Wayans brothers, the whole family. The Wayans. Oh, my God, it's like 9 of them.
Yeah. Super damn talented.
Just the depth on that Wayne's roster is crazy, dude.
Oh, yeah.
They got guys coming off the bench
putting
up numbers, bro.
They sure do.
I mean, that thing's deep. It is. It's 10 deep, actually.
Would you like to go into why the Addams family, you listed them as the two?
The Addams family?
Yeah.
Did I mention the Addams family?
No, who did you mention? Who did you say? I thought you were. Who were the?
I was just shouting out Earl Thomas as a guy who probably should have worn the star on his helmet at some
not Earl
point.
Thomas. So yeah, who is? Why were you shouting, Lucius?
Just because I know him and his brother love each other a lot.
They love each other a lot.
They've been through a lot together.
They've been through a lot together.
Yeah, they have.
They've been through.
Would you like to expand on that a little further?
No, I just want to give him a little quick tip of the cap. You know,
I said yeah, okay. I said the Addams. It should have been the
you
Tom.
said the Adams. I'm like, what do you mean? Does Jamal Adams have a brother?
I got the wrong Texas family, right?
He was hot out the gates.
He was, dude.
Too hot out the gates, man.
A lot of sharing and a lot of caring there.
Yeah.
Tiki and Rondé Barber from the 817.
Sneaky Tiki.
Sneaky Tiki.
He earned that name, too, by the way. Do you Googles?
Yes, he did.
Brutal.
I'm going to look this up right now.
Oh, yeah, bro.
I'm asking Grok on Twitter.
You're going to end up.
Why is
You've heard this.
Tiki Barber nicknamed
Sneaky Tiki.
Sneaky Tiki? Okay.
Did you really say that?
903, the Olsen twins, most famous from Full House. Shout out to my younger twin. Sorry I stole all the looks and brains from the 903.
They look like little Cameron Diaz's.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
I haven't seen, I don't know, are they even doing anything now? Or are they just living off of the royalties?
They should. They made so much money back in the day.
Goodness, all the movies that they starred in together. I think the
branding.
Yes, their younger sister is now a part of that MCU universe. She's Wanda in the MCU, but I haven't seen the Olsen twins doing much. But those are siblings that are super successful, 100%. What'd you find over there, Eric?
Sneaky refers to the way he allegedly handled or mishandled his personal life. He left his pregnant wife with twins on the way.
Yeah,
for a much younger woman. He met at
Bro.
NBC.
Yeah, for an intern.
Yeah, young gal.
Oh,
collegiate intern.
Wow,
made
dude.
Tiki probably feel appreciated.
And the wife was banging, bro.
Yeah, she was.
Well, she did get
man,
pregnant.
they can get really emotional while they're pregnant. You just gotta bear down.
You do,
through
man.
it. You know, and you gotta understand it. You know,
I wish somebody would have told me that then.
You gotta
I was like, do you want me to leave?
It's a wild ride.
I'll leave. I promise.
It is.
No, I actually went through this conversation today, this morning, in fact.
Really?
I walked by my daughter. I'm like, gosh, you're so beautiful. And then Maya goes, my wife says, like, yeah, you're welcome for that. I made that. I'm like, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
And while you made that, I had to put up with you.
I paid for it.
You know what? I feel like I definitely did my part in this. I know it's 10 seconds of love from us, and then boom, here comes a little bundle of joy. But during the process, man, it's not easy.
It's 9 months.
There's a lot of mood swings going on.
Yeah. So
everybody's sacrificing in that scenario.
Yeah, 100%.
Everybody is. We're in this together.
Yeah,
it's teamwork.
It is, and I think that needs to be.
Yeah, you're on her team.
That needs to be put out there more, so young men will be ready for that.
Chicken?
Oh my gosh, the amount of butter chicken and tikka masala. You guys know this. I was having to put an old crosstalk because I got put in an order. Where you? Hey, what are you guys having for? You know what I'm doing? I'm going home and I'm picking up butter chicken. I have butter chicken babies.
And what's the other one? It was butter chicken and what?
Tikka masala.
That's incredible, dude.
Which is basically the same thing.
Yeah, is it? Just a
slightly different sauce.
Just slightly different. A lot of tomato.
It's amazing. That's a benefit.
Yeah, and I will say it is delicious. But gosh, my wife can eat that every day. I'm like, at some point, I got butter chicken out, girl. We needed to change it up.
But by the time you're 20 or so, you got to be ready for some female passion and mood swings once a month. And then you also might be aware of menopause. It's coming around at some point in your 40s or early 50s.
Why is it so hot in here? It's on 65. It's still hot.
Yeah. You've observed and witnessed and gathered context clues to be ready for those. Guys aren't ready for the pregnancy swings.
No.
And they need to be.
And honestly, you're not going to listen when people tell you.
You might pull a Tiki Barber. You might think, well, I can't believe I'm having kids with this crazy person.
Yeah.
And then you screw up, and you're known as Sneaky Tiki for the rest of your life.
Sneaky Tiki.
Yeah. Fumbling the ball on the field, fumbling the family off. The life of Sneaky Tiki Barber.
Sneaky Tiki.
There's a 30 for 30 on this, boys.
What if I told you a man left his pregnant wife with twins for the younger intern? Sneaky Tiki.
High and tight, Tiki. High and tight, baby.
I mean, happened to Tom Brady, too.
Yeah.
There's an epidemic, a pandemic. There's a lot of it going on.
His wife was actually the pigskin, though. He went to bed at night and he didn't kiss Giselle. He kissed The Rock.
He was dreaming of championships.
He's married to the game.
He's married to the game,
Absolutely.
bro.
Love it.
Yeah, it was expensive, 817, and she wonders why I'm broke. Where did all your money go? Honey, where do you think it went?
Where'd all your money go?
Gosh.
Boy, that is a shot in the chest.
I know. Wow.
Good God.
Get your bread up, son.
I love you, babe. I love you so much. The Stahl brothers in the NHL. The Coors Beer Twins.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Twins.
How about the Kellogg's brothers? Don't they hate each other?
I think so.
I only know Clark.
Yeah, that's another one.
Clark made it
The other one was a weird dude, bro. He was like messing with kids.
Oh no.
Not in the I want to enjoy this way, but like trying to fix you from doing things to yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he was like really messing them up. No anesthesia.
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was clipping them, no anesthesia.
Golly.
Is it Eric Kellogg? That's unfortunate.
Does he spell it with E-R-I-C?
Exactly the same way.
It's Eric's. You got to be careful. The Jonas Brothers from the 903. Shout out to them, local legends.
Yeah. Local?
Yeah.
I thought they were 918.
So they were born in, and I know way too much about the Jonas Brothers. My wife loves them.
Clearly.
They were born in Brooklyn, but they grew up here locally.
Oh, okay.
So they still have family here. I think Frankie, the youngest of the Jonas Brothers, was born in Dallas. I think Nick was born in Dallas. And so, but they do claim like Brooklyn as their home. But
man, you're a good listener.
Trust me, dude. I've heard the story a lot of times. I tuned it out now. The Skarsgård brothers, Shannon and Sterling Sharp, getting texted in.
Oh, very good.
The Menendez brothers.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I don't know if they were successful, but they are very.
They got a whole docuseries.
Well known.
So wild.
They're trying to get him out of jail. I think they got turned down.
Yeah.
But here we have the honorable mentions on the top 10 most successful siblings on National Sibling Day: the Manning brothers, the Bee Gees,
Staying Alive,
and the Hemsworth Bros.
Liam.
Yeah.
Liam.
Actor
and Chris.
Chris Thor.
And there's another one, too, that I don't know his name. The Osmonds come in at number 10.
Yeah. Utah's own.
The Klitschko brothers at number 9.
Boxers.
Heavyweight boxers.
You had to pause on that one, didn't you?
The Klitschkos? Yeah, I just want to make sure I said it right. 8 is the Marx brothers.
Oh, the actors.
Yeah.
In the 20s. 30s.
Thank God
40s,
you knew that, because I
50s.
didn't know who the hell they were.
Yeah. Groucho Marx? You don't know who Groucho Marx is? Harpo Marx?
Maybe I would like if I saw a picture.
Yeah,
but
you
just
would.
reading
Most
the name.
famous glasses
Either
of
the
all
glasses
time.
with the eyebrows and the nose and the mustache.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Those are the marks.
Yeah.
Got it. On it.
They
Knew
were
'em.
killing Brandon back in the day.
Yeah, that's to this day. 7 is Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, known as the Brothers Grimm. They influenced global folklore and literature. I didn't know those were real brothers, the Brothers Grimm. I thought that was just a story.
It's an awful grim tale.
Very grim.
Is that because their name?
The Brothers Grimm. Yeah, I guess.
Grim because you didn't know it.
6 is the Kardashians/Jenners.
Yeah, doing a nice job, I
I
suppose.
mean, they are successful. I
Very
think.
successful.
How many? I mean, we got
We're
what?
doing nothing.
Shout out to that
billionaires?
mom, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to that mom.
I shouldn't say nothing.
Biggest
They
pimp
get
on the planet other than Jocelyn Hernandez.
Sneaky Chris.
beauty products and stuff, right? Isn't that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Beauty
Everything.
products? Okay.
Underwear, everything.
They got athletes wearing the undergarments.
Sims?
Yes. Well, look at you knowing.
Sims? What's it called? Sims?
Oh, what do they have, guys? I think it's called Sims. You can
Isn't that what it's called?
It's
Sims?
Skims, Brian.
Skims. I'm
We've all
trying,
seen the
man.
pictures.
Look at you knowing.
I'm trying. I'm trying
Nah,
to pay
you know.
attention. I'm trying to pay attention.
5 is the Kennedys.
Oh, yeah,
JFK,
absolutely.
Robert, Ted.
That's not what you can do for your country.
Oh, you're going to finish that.
No, I was.
I
just
was
saying.
waiting for the end.
That's not what you could do for your country. Is that how it went?
No, that's how it started. Yeah, he goes. That's what his inauguration speech is, and then he goes, "Why go to the moon? Because it's hard.
It's hard.
It's hard."
I thought you stopped mid-sentence like reenacting the assassination or something.
Oh, wow.
Too soon? My bad. Too soon? Damn.
That show, that Netflix
That's
show,
not what you can do.
with Franco, where they go back in time, and their whole thing is like to try and stop the Kennedy assassination.
Dude, it's really good.
It was good.
Yeah, that
I
was a fun
enjoyed
watch.
it.
Fun watch.
I did enjoy it.
It was good for 3 or 4 episodes.
Did they do it?
I actually have guilt that I told you about this show,
Well,
but I'm happy that you guys liked it.
I liked it.
I like romance, you know?
The ending definitely did not. It didn't fulfill how good it was early
setting
on.
up to be an awesome sci-fi time travel show, and then it
Yeah.
was like 60% of the content went love story.
Ugh.
It did. We took a massive left after 3 episodes.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess like the meaning of it, if you go back and change one thing,
it was a cool premise.
Butterfly,
The butterfly effect.
You're right.
Very fertile grounds.
It was kind of like we had a great idea, but then how are we going to finish it? And they didn't really have a finish point, so they kind of just threw a bunch of.
Let's go love story
But
here.
overall, I
with the
enjoyed it.
crooner.
Yeah, it went very love story.
Crooner.
The Bronte sisters.
Bronte?
Is it Bronte or is it Bront?
I don't know.
Produced some of the most enduring, influential classic novels in English literature.
I'll take your word for it, Walt
Charlotte,
Chuck.
Emily, and Annie. The Wright Bros.
Yeah.
That's not what
Flyers.
you can do.
Yeah, Orville and Wilbur. Man, we do
Airplanes.
not make any Wilburs or Orvils, that's for sure.
Which
Not
one of them
anymore.
actually got to fly the glider?
That's a good question that I don't have the answer to. Number 2 is
He
Venus.
was the pinky version. It was like pinky in the brain. He was the pinky.
Yeah.
You get up there and fly, okay,
It's like,
man?
listen, Orville,
You got this, buddy.
We're going to show them.
Orville, you're kind of a fat ass. We can't put you on the glider.
Fat ass sack of weed. Venus and Serena at number 2, the most successful siblings of all time. But number 1. Number 1.
Come on, bro.
On National Sibling Day.
Come on.
The Jackson siblings.
They did it. Thank you, Walt Chuck.
Thank you.
Top 10 in the books. We got L's and dubs coming up, Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly,
My
where have you
three
gotten those
golfers.
personal victories next year in the nation?
Okay, I want
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on a Draft Countdown Football Friday. We got what you drink and what you thinking coming up at 5 o'clock. Maybe you want to touch on that. Or do you think the Cowboys should trade up? Do they need to trade up? We'll talk more Cowboys content with you throughout the day, including the C-Note coming up at 3:20. We'll give you the latest. Here's the Chief with your L's and dubs.
Yes, sir. Thank you. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Huge victory for all of us tomorrow attending the Alliance Hyundai 1-year celebration. It is the Fan Jam on remote. We're gonna plant the G-Bag flag out there as well. Will Chambers, Fred Davis doing their show from 10 to 2. We got local craft barbecue coming through with some free of charge barbecue. Okay, 10 a.m. Take it while it's hot. Get you some awesome Texas barbecue from the good folks at Local Craft. And Steve Blunt will be there, all-time pitmaster. He will be there. He will be serving it up, and it's all for you. The Tola will also have giveaways all morning and afternoon long. I got grocery cards, gas cards. Who needs a gas card right now? Are you kidding me?
Yes,
if
please.
I hit you with a $50 gas card right now, wow, the smile that I would put on your face because of that.
12.5 gallons. Let's go.
That's the opportunity for the Tolos tomorrow at Alliance Hyundai for their 1-year anniversary celebration. 35 in Golden Triangle in Fort Worth. I will be there. We got multiple pairs of Tim McGraw tickets. We got a 50-inch 4K smart TV, all giving away just as a high five and an attaboy butt slap, perhaps, to the Tolos tomorrow. Looking forward to that party. We're going to have a DJ and everything, so cannot wait for that tomorrow.
DJ?
Yeah, we're going to have a DJ
That's
out
gonna
there.
Be a party, dude.
That changes everything.
Yeah, it's going to be 10 out of 10 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. tomorrow, and we'll have Fred Davis and Will Chambers live on the air. And
White Guy Radio.
I'm gonna hop on with them. Okay, I'm gonna set them guys straight on the draft and everything like that.
Damn right.
So it's gonna be great.
Tell them about that positional value.
I'm gonna talk about that positional value.
I know you will,
and I look forward to it. Okay, we have
It's not talked about enough.
It's not. No, it's an important conversation, and I'm glad we'll be having it tomorrow live.
Somebody's got to do it.
Brian went viral the other day talking about just give me BPA. Just give me a damn good player. The Tolos were eating that up.
Yeah, it's like, hey, Jets, like at 2, take Jeremiah Love, dude.
Just do it.
Just take Jeremiah Love.
Screw it.
He's the best player on your board. Okay, don't window dress this thing.
Don't do it.
Just take the best player. Bleep you, Breece Hall.
You should
it ain't
take
about
him
you
at 12
right now.
if you have a chance.
Yeah,
well, yeah, you should.
But there won't be a chance.
There won't be.
Teams are too smart for that.
It's too good.
All right, we have our buddy Woody in the 214. Big dub for this week. Still going strong off the benzos and the opiates. Okay, this is like multiple years and counting now.
That's my guy.
For Woody.
Cruising.
He also is excited for OU softball, who's going to put a beat down on UT this weekend.
Haven't they won like
tonight.
about 110 straight games or something like that?
It's not that at this point. I think their record, maybe they've lost like 2 games this year.
How many national championships have they won in a row? I want to say it's like 3.
It's definitely more than me and you combined.
There was a time there where our show was always watching that, right?
Yeah, they're 38-3 this year.
Okay.
Number 2 in the country.
They did win it last year.
It's Texas Tech and the Red Raiders that's number 1. They're also 38-2.
That's right.
Who's number 1?
The Red Raiders. That's right.
Yeah, OU won it in 21,
That's my
22,
school. My
23, and 24. But
Yeah.
Tech got them last year. Don't they have $1 million player?
They do, from Stanford.
Yeah, it's the pitcher.
Pitcher, yep.
Let's see. We have the 2-1 the Mendez brothers taking an L for not being on that list, Walchuk. Guess they should have been.
The Mendez brothers.
817, biggest L. I was 2 hours late to work this morning. Biggest dub,
Don't worry
though.
about it, Bobby. It's okay. They did the show without you.
He says he won free luggage from WinStar, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Some fresh luggage. The older you get, the more you appreciate like a nice bag roller.
Stop.
Serious.
Stop.
I like
Stop.
I like luggage.
Stop.
Man.
Do you?
As a guy who travels,
Do you?
once or twice a year, I'm a luggage guy.
I love that duffel bag.
You're talking about going to the Shell station. Oh, I fill up. Here, have a bag. Oh, wow, I think I'll use this on my next trip to Vegas. Wait a minute, I'm going to San Francisco? Like, Eric gets on the plane and puts a bag in the overhead. I just look him down on the ground like, I'm not with this guy.
I do look like how did the homeless guy catch a flight?
It's like, the hobo. This is my hobo radio partner here.
Goodness gracious. Let's see.
Got a trash bag and a Kroger's bag together.
Pretty close.
Like he just got out of prison.
That's because I wasn't as fortunate as this guy winning luggage from the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys.
Here's $147 in a bag with your clothes.
817 biggest sell. How about this one? Split the 401k with the ex-wife this week.
Oh, that's a toughie.
Gosh, doggy, dude.
Yeah.
That's
where you got to cue that Chris Rock a bit about what she's going to be splitting with you.
Yeah.
What have you become accustomed to over these years?
That's right, dude. Biggest dub, by the way, and just add it to the list here. 61 days alcohol-free for Brandon in Arlington.
Look at
He's
that.
got the 401k, the split, and he can't even enjoy like a nice scotch.
There's a story there.
Yeah.
There's 100%
Somewhere story there.
I went sober, lost my family, and half my 401k.
Somewhere Rod's toasting you right now.
We love you, Brandon, and we're pulling for you. 9:03, big dub. Been off work since Monday. Oh, nice,
good.
dude.
Hell yeah.
Snow days?
Biggest L, because I got fired.
He says, biggest L, daughter has been sick, so been taking care of her. That's Tolo Reginald, having to take care of the daughter all week long.
Hang in there, Reggie.
Some of these sicknesses lately,
Yeah.
these viruses, they put these kids down for
Seriously.
like 4 or 5 days for sure.
Yeah.
You're like, what is going on right now?
The kids, I think we were a lot tougher as kids. I think our kids aren't as tough as we were when it comes to sickness.
I don't know. I was always trying to play it up on my end. I was like,
yeah.
I don't think I can go to school.
Yeah, I don't want to get everyone else sick, Mom. I'm going to fall
I was breaking
asleep.
up raw hot dogs into the toilet. Like, look, I just puked everywhere, bro. You kidding me? I can't go to school today.
Where's the blender?
Where's the blender?
Now, do we all agree, like, when I say biggest L of the week, we all would say the same two names, right?
Oh, yeah. Diana Russini's husband.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true. There's probably 4 names involved.
Man, she's in a high-profile job. I understand.
Mr. and Mrs. Russini and Mr. and Mrs. Vrabel.
I think Mrs. Vrabel doesn't
She's
give
okay, yeah.
She didn't give a damn.
Even if it does fall apart, I'm going to get that bread, bro.
She does not. She's so used to him being gone, she doesn't care.
Which one do you think
401k up?
hired the private investigator to get these photos?
I mean, I would think it was the dude. I think it would be Russini's husband.
I think
But didn't he come out on Twitter like with a full?
That's
this
got
is
to
my
be
gal?
AI, bro. That's got to be fake, right?
I don't think so.
That was a
covering.
fake. I got butt cracked.
Yeah,
Nice.
he's covering up.
That's got to be, right?
I don't know. I thought
'Cause if
he
he
came out
like
saying
that,
like
bro.
this is a strong, independent woman.
Absolutely not. That's got to be crazy. That's crazy.
There's no way. Strong, independent woman. He would win Simp of the Year for sure.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Simp of the Decade.
Yep.
I mean, that is
See if I can confirm this in some way.
Simp of the day.
historical.
My man from No Jumper interviewed you. Like, come on, man. Show me your game.
Him and Adam 22 chopping it up right now. How about the L? I mean, the Georgia driving epidemic has seemingly spread across all sports
In Georgia?
at the university.
Yeah.
As you have now a men's basketball player being arrested for speeding.
We got a NASCAR class being taught there.
There's something going on. Problem with this guy, though, he's 18 years old. He gets pulled over, and he doesn't actually have like a real driver's license. He has a learner's permit. He's supposed to be accompanied by an adult when he drives his vehicle. He was going like 87 and a 65 or something.
He was hammered. I just dropped him off.
Okay, that was
I was his DD tonight, sir.
Yeah.
I promise.
Yeah.
confirmed butt cracking there
Okay, very good.
on the Mr. Rossini.
Confirmed butt cracking.
Confirmed.
On both counts.
Kind of smelly, huh?
It was really good. A really good parody content, though. Let me just say that.
Yeah, I guarantee it was. I would like to hear you read that, actually.
A lot of people still struggle to accept a strong, independent woman thriving in what traditionally has been a male-dominated industry. Instead of celebrating her success, they try to tear her down with misinformation and noise. But I see the work she puts in every single day, and I couldn't be more proud of her. She's earned everything she has. That's exactly why we supported leaders like Kamala Harris, because empowering strong women isn't controversial. It's necessary. I mean, he even ventured into politics.
Signed the simp of the millennium.
Yeah.
Incredible, dude. That is good. That is good butt cracking right there. That's just good wholesome. That's just good wholesome butt cracking right there.
Well, for his sake, I'm glad that's a butt cracking, because I was like, dude, he's defending this. You know,
he's in deep here.
Like it's sometimes it can be hard to tell somebody, hey, your significant other is being unfaithful to you. They go into a denial phase.
Yeah, and that's the most down bad
They say
portion
adios.
of the whole process. Glad that's not Mr. Russini. Biggest dub, though, goes to all people who hope their dogs can live for at least 1 or 2 more years, because apparently scientists have come up with a beef-flavored pill that can extend the life of a dog by several years, and it's going to hit the market next year.
Wow.
Okay? So if your dog, if you've had that dog for a long time, you want to extend that out by a couple more years, you're going to have the chance with a beef-flavored pill.
You got to get that for our golden
in 2027.
Okay, now
I might try it.
How
Broadus eating beef-flavored pills.
Get the beef-flavored pills with some
Ryan, what you eating over there?
Like twice-baked potatoes on the side.
I'm just gonna say my dog made it to 22.
Wow!
And I don't think he had any good years after 15. Spud.
Gosh.
He was blind. He would just stop moving and go rigid. We thought he died multiple times when he was around 18, 19. I don't think you want your dog to live much past 14.
What's the quality of life at that point?
Yeah,
that's a good
fair
question.
point.
We got 1 hour down, 4 to go. A mixed bag coming up, Wolchuk.
Yeah, let's do it. What is the one Cowboys pick that still haunts you to this day? 877-881-1053, and maybe the anonymous NBA poll. If you want to hear any basketball at all, let me know. That's next to the Nation.
America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Solo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much for making us part of your day. We have Rangers and Dodgers coming up pregame at 8:30. First pitch at 9:05 tonight. So, 5.5 hours to the pre with Sands. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to the test. You know, we got 4 series in. Big road trip coming up. They're going to be on the road for the next 10 games. I believe they played 10 days in a row starting tonight, but the first 3 are against the 2-time reigning champs. And it would stand to reason this is a good barometer type of series. Where's your confidence level right now for this Rangers offense? They did sweep the Mariners, but would they score 6 runs? Was that a 6-run sweep?
Yeah.
Is that all it took?
I think it was like 2-1. Yeah, I think you're right. And then 3-0 they won. So yeah, it might have been 6. Yeah, it wasn't great.
So I don't want to bring up the bad stuff.
You don't bring up the bad stuff. What the hell are you doing?
It's a sample size deal. It was 8 runs.
It was 8 runs, dude.
Okay,
big difference. Math. Don't ask me numbers. You know I can't do them.
It did seem a little low when I said it.
Very low.
You know, and as you were going through the games, they got 8 runs. Are we confident right now? Go ahead.
I'm confident.
Call your shot. Put it on the board.
Confident with this particular series versus the Dodgers?
Is the offense right? Is this at least an average offense?
I think they take 2 of 3.
I do think it'll be an average offense. I do think it could be an average offense.
So like 5 runs a game. Average 5 runs a game.
Yeah, I would feel really good about that.
Me too. That's all I'm asking.
I just wonder, going on the road, is that going to make a difference? And this is a good pitching staff. They're going to go up against some guys like Glass now tonight. That's not an easy out.
Yeah, that's
a good
for
point.
Sure. Might not be the best time to evaluate them.
But just being outdoors, how much does that help you?
I think a lot. And your bullpen's
breathing
really
that
good.
fresh air, all that oxygen in the air. Broadus, you understand?
I do.
It's hard to hit when the AC's blowing.
Yeah. Especially blowing against the ball flying out of there, right?
I know. That's what I'm saying. We need stuff coming out of the batter's box from a wind standpoint. We need to get some air push.
Yeah, we need fans. We got to do some type of cheating.
If you were to design a baseball stadium, would you
Straight
make
up
one
cheating.
that's all you do is hit in it well, or one that you pitch really well in?
I would go hitting just because it's at least more entertaining.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to go with that. Let's put on a show for the fans here. Now, you don't want to be a punchline. You don't want to be like the Rockies, where pitchers are looking at you and everybody knows you don't want to go there.
Yeah.
You want to lean offensive a pretty good amount. So if you got a guy that's capable of hitting 50 home runs, maybe he hits 55 for you.
Does this thing really have a flaw to it?
This stadium?
It's
absolutely.
starting to trend that way. Yeah, it is. I mean, you're on now over 2 years of balls are dying.
How do you?
Nobody wants that to
How
happen.
do you, if you're a stadium builder, I think that company's called KOI or something like that. How do you get around that? How do you get around the fact that your stadium is the way you design stadiums are not conducive to hitting baseballs?
I really think you got to bring in an HVAC team. I think this comes down to airflow.
I do think there's something about the cooler air sitting at whatever it is, is it 70 degrees in there, 72 degrees in there?
72 degrees usually.
What if you just played a game where guys, we're gonna crank it up a little bit. Let's put it on 76, 77. It's gonna be a little bit more uncomfortable. Let's see if the ball flies.
I'd like it. You know what? And I think as fans, I'll sit in 77 instead of 72.
But right now with this
Better than
team,
sitting in 97.
Damn right, or 110.
With this team that CY has built, though, you kind of want to let the dogs go hunt with your pitching staff, don't you?
I kind of thinking you want the stadium where the pitchers are winning this thing, and if you're playing really good defense and scratching some runs.
It is amazing because we're used to, my entire life, and I think most of us that have grown up in the Metroplex, you're used to the Rangers just being a smashing team. Yeah. They score a bunch of runs. They hit home runs.
Never had pitching.
That's the identity, but never had pitching. Now we finally get it, and we're what the hell? Where are the runs?
Just be average. I think an average offense would be really, really exciting in the postseason. Scoring comes down quite a bit in the playoffs anyway. The average offense last year did score about 4.5 runs per game. Okay. 5 would put you in the top 3 off last year's numbers. But right now, through just a week and a half of the season, the Dodgers are averaging 6 1/4 runs per game. So maybe pitching is going to be the more important factor, and that starts with Kumar Rocker tonight. Here's Wolchuk on your mixed bag.
All right, let's do it. 877-881-1053. It is 2 weeks away from day 2 of the NFL draft. So I asked the question, what is the pick, or maybe non-pick, that still haunts you to this day when it comes to the Cowboys draft? And just racking my brain, obviously the Taco pick over TJ Watt, that stunk. I go back to, you were working with the team. I was thinking Steven Jackson was going to be a Dallas Cowboy, the running back. I believe he was from Oregon State at that time.
Mo Cawthon killed you on that one.
I was like, yes!
Mo Cawthon was in the room, and matter of fact, Marilyn Love, Jerry's administrative assistant, longtime administrative assistant, knocked on the door and goes, Jerry, Steven Jackson's father's on the phone. Father or uncle. It was one of his family members, and Jerry's like, I don't have time to take this. And this is when we were on the clock. And Mo Cawthon basically said, hey, if you're thinking about taking this guy, you could get the same type of player in the second round.
It was Julius Jones.
And that's where we were talking with Buffalo, Tom Donahoe at the time. We're talking to Tom, and Buffalo kept calling us about the pick, and we weren't going to trade. And then when Mo said that, we traded.
Yeah.
He was the one that put it over the top on that one.
I mean, hey, Julius Jones had a heck of a half rookie season, and for a while it looked like he was going to be good, and then Marion Barber showed up, and his career didn't end up going the way that I think that we envisioned it, but Steven Jackson ends up having an incredible career with the St. Louis Rams at that time. Mm-hmm. Now, it did work out.
We had a back problem with him, by the way, with Steven Jackson.
Oh, he was flagged?
Yeah, he was flagged, but not to the point where we took him off the board.
Yeah, he was fantastic, but I mean, hey, you don't get Marcus Spears, without that. Yeah. That's the pick that the Cowboys used the following year. Was it J.P. Lossman?
That's who they took out of
Tulane.
Tulane.
Bills traded up for?
Yep.
That was crazy. A lot of techs could have had Ramsey in the first and King Henry in the second. Instead, they took Zeke and Jalen Smith.
Man, that would go down in history as an all-time haul.
Yeah.
If you had Jalen Ramsey and Derrick Henry.
Goodness gracious. I wonder if they were really interested in Derrick Henry. It's fun to say in hindsight, that would have been the pick. But because I don't remember the Cowboys being connected to him, but
he's always wanted to be a Cowboy, it seems.
Yeah, and they've never wanted it.
That was the Ramsey draft?
Yeah.
Derrick
16?
Henry went,
It was 16? Is that right?
Yeah.
2016?
Yeah, and then Henry goes in the second round. And,
Let's ask.
It was passing Miles Jack. Miles Jack,
I loved
was my
Miles
favorite
Jack.
player in that draft. Yeah,
Miles
he was
Jack,
awesome.
He had a bad knee, though. That's what they were telling me.
He was a linebacker and running back.
He was everything.
He was a stud,
crazy.
dude.
And then he fell to the second round because of the back that Brian's talking about, and Jacksonville takes him, and the Cowboys ended up going with Jalen Smith.
It was his knee.
The knee.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell? But
Degenerative.
Yeah.
Those degenerative knees, dude. That's an issue. Nothing against Greg Ellis, but really Greg Ellis. Taking him over Randy Moss from the 214.
We all did.
Yeah.
We all did. Cincinnati passed on him twice.
The entire league, basically.
I will say this, and I've said it. Well, I've said it a bunch. I always do that. I repeat myself way too much.
Yeah.
Jeff Lurie said, "I don't want Randy Moss here. I do not want Randy Moss here."
What'd Jason Garrett's dad say?
That was Jason Garrett's dad basically said he was telling Chan Gailey and Dwayne Painter, the receivers coach. Dwayne Painter was kind of going off and on, going on and on about, it was a bad visit. This kid, he doesn't pay attention. Da da da. He was just going on and on about Randy Moss in a bad way. And Chan Gailey was doing the same thing. And Jim Garrett looked at him and says, "This isn't the Boy Scouts. This is the NFL." And the scouts were lined up. Oh, you want me to do the voice?
I do.
Oh, the Jim Garrett voice. Jim would, let me do it real quick. I'll tell you the story real quick. When in the Cowboy grading system, when it's a high number, the player's not good. So Jim had a habit. Jim had a habit of this guy is the next Troy Aikman. He's one of the best players I've ever seen. Jim, what grade did you give him? I give him a 198. That's it's like a free agent grade. Jim would this guy reminds me of Michael Irvin, the way he plays, the way he runs routes, the way he gets in and out of his breaks. Jim, what's grade him? I gave him a free agent grade.
I'd take him in the 6th.
I'd take him in Jim would go on and on and on, and you're like, God dang, this sounds like a pretty damn good player. I'm listening. Jim, what do you give him? I give him an undraftable grade. Seriously, I was taking notes. I swear to you. I'm taking.
Jim, where do you got him?
I would every single time. I'm like
7th round.
Jim, I would. I'd be taking notes and looking down, listening intently, taking notes, and then I would go, Jim, what do you got him? I've got him undraftable, Brian. And I would look at my notes, and it's like Hall of Famer, can't miss. One of the greatest players I've ever scouted. And then he would.
It's undraftable.
It was crazy. Since we'd sit in that room and I'd look at the other scouts. I go, what are we doing? I did. I said that one time. I go, what are we doing? What are we doing? And they asked me to leave after that. They did. They asked me to leave. They asked me to step out of the room, and
Wow.
An undraftable grade.
I'm telling you, Eric,
undrafted free agent.
Eric, I'm telling you, this guy reminds me of Larry Allen and Eric Williams combined. Jim, where do you got him? I wouldn't take him with a 10-foot pole.
That's incredible.
And that's the crap we dealt with, man. Seriously, but those scouts would line up, those old scouts.
Incredible.
They lined up for Randy Moss, though. I do give them credit for that. They lined up for that, man. And they told Chan Gailey and all them that and Jerry went with Chan Gailey. See, that's the kind of crap you deal with, man.
Yeah,
the scouts are out there every day. I know it's Jim Garrett. I love you, Jim. But I mean, they're out there every day doing the job, and you look at Dwayne Painter, who's like, I just don't like the kid's personality, and you're like going, okay, what does that have to do?
Fine.
You watch him at Marshall just running through defense here. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing here? But that's what you deal with the Cowboys sometimes.
Yeah. Well, he taught Jason how to scout pretty well too.
I'll tell you what. Listen, I fought 3 years to get Jason Garrett fired. I really did. Yeah, and I was working for .com doing it, and I was coming on this airwaves doing it too.
We appreciated it.
And so,
it's good work.
But I'll tell you this: I would have loved to have worked for Jason Garrett if he was doing as a coach and a scout. He had a good eye for players. He really, really did.
We got others texting in Bobby Carpenter.
He's undraftable, Woolchuck. That Bobby Carpenter.
I can't take him.
That's a bad one.
Yeah, but Bobby had a really good Seattle playoff game when he played 3-4 outside linebacker. The Cowboys just tried to make him an inside linebacker. They played him out of position.
That's Parcells.
Well, what the hell was Parcells doing?
Parcells was thinking
that guy knows football.
Parcells was like, he's thinking he's getting his dad as a player. He ended up getting the mom.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Getting the mom.
Bobby with an eye.
The Mo Claiborne draft is one that a lot of people look. Hey, that was a toughie.
That was a trade up.
I think it was 14-6. Right?
18-6. 18-6.
Yeah, that was a big trade up there. Okay, other stuff. Did you guys? Man, the IRS is coming after Floyd Mayweather. He owes $7.3 million. They're attempting to collect his home as well in Las Vegas. A lot of Las Vegas properties. Well, that's probably why he's doing this boxing match against Floyd or Manny Pacquiao.
It's a get out of financial stress card.
It's like the Willie Nelson concert.
Yeah.
Pay off the IRS.
I guess this is unpaid taxes from 18 and 23 that he still owes. So Mayweather's attempting this boxing comeback on Netflix. This makes a lot of sense. Why? But can you imagine how much money this dude spends? How much he's made, and he still now owes $7.3 million. I guess the IRS.
Does he still have money? Does he still have money?
I guess if they're going to end up taking properties of his, he can't pay it back.
He doesn't have money then.
That's why he needs to fight Manny and try and earn it. Bad news for the Texas women's basketball team. Major roster turnover. They just go to the Final Four. They got 7 players that are hitting the portal right now. So the Lady Horns. Hit the road, Jack. This is going to be an exodus right now. Crump is hitting the portal. She was one of their best players. So where does Texas
Where's she going? LSU, I hope?
We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Addison Bjorn's another one that's hitting the portal. They're looking at trying to go ahead and add through the high schools. They're what's it called? Like the
Recruiting.
Recruiting.
Well, that's a novel idea. We've never done that before, have we?
They're adding in recruiting.
We're going to have to go after some high school players here, guys.
It's recruiting. Yeah. That's what they're trying to do there.
Cheap free agents, huh?
Yeah.
It's nothing compared to what you guys did to their softball team last hour, though, taking the UT 2025 championship away from them and giving it to Tech.
They did beat Tech.
I was surprised you guys didn't remember.
In Game 3 of that series, I did remember watching.
Oh, wait, we lost Tech?
Yeah, Tech didn't
lost
win
in the
last year.
championship, but they're number 1 this year, and they're going to kick their ass this year.
Oh, you tried to give it to Tech?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
He's a Texas
Red Raider.
Oh,
throwing me
did they
under the bus.
light us
the
up?
national champion.
They didn't light him up.
It was a great series.
Yeah, they did, actually. The pitcher got destroyed.
Yeah, Tech's got
They were like,
Tech's got
Eric,
after
how can you get that wrong? What the hell, Eric?
Sorry about that, guys.
What's wrong with you, Eric?
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Mixed bag in the books. We got the C note. How about a mock draft consensus?
Can't do the job very well.
We're the most mocked players to the Cowboys at 12 and 20. We'll get that and the other headlines from the day of sports here for your Cowboys coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
But first, fellas, let me tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in North Texas. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Brand new year, same old story with Greystone being number 1, and now we inch closer and closer to storm season. You got to be careful of those storm chasers knocking on your door. You need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you go with Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining, fantastic people, been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique, and they always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. No cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today and schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Midlothian, are you ready? Midlofest is back April 25th from 1 to 8 p.m. Enjoy a full day of live music, great food, local vendors, and family-friendly fun. There's something for everyone. Plus, 105.3 The Fan brings the Fan Hang from 2:30 to 5:30. So grab the crew and score some limited edition swag. Midlofest is supported by Midlothian Community Development. Don't miss Midlofest, April 25th in downtown Midlothian. Free admission. Purchase VIP totes and get details now at midlothianchamber.org.
Fast breakthrough checkout with EECU's new TCU Debit MasterCard. As the Horned Frogs official credit union, EECU helps frogs make their best financial plays and now ups the game. Use EECU's new debit card to round up and support TCU NIL and help win Horned Frog championships. Plus, you can win TCU tickets, merchandise, and enter monthly gift card drawings. Get your card today. Call 888-853-5548 or visit eecu.org/TCU. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership requirements apply. For additional terms and conditions, call 888-853-5548.
Hey Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and owner assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
The word trust can mean different things to different people. But the security that comes with having a partner you truly trust has always been a constant. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand that no matter who you are, where you are, or what kind of support you need, having the right people by your side makes a world of difference and lets you face all the ups and downs with more strength, more confidence, and a whole lot more well-being. At Blue Cross, we are committed to ensuring you and the ones who put their trust in you the widest access to the best care at the best value, where you need it, when you need it. So as you move forward on your health and wellness journey, count on a bond that forever keeps us at the center of trust. Blue Cross and you, together, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Kalshi partner Bryson DeChambeau is trading at 7% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $1,341 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs Wine Spirits and Finer Foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
It's Tiki Barber with 2 words any business owner wants to hear: extra income. Amazon Hub Delivery is looking for ambitious business owners in your area to assist with local deliveries. You get paid for each package delivered. Amazon Hub Delivery has no startup costs, no long-term contracts, and no delivery experience required. If you're a local business ready to assist with Amazon deliveries, sign up today at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Eric Chiafalo. Frontier is joining Verizon. New Frontier and Verizon customers can get 6 months of 100% fiber internet for free, up to 1 gig, by bundling Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber. Plus, get 2 new mobile lines for $50 per month on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store to switch. $25 per line after $60 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Eligible new Frontier fiber plan required. Availability varies. Additional terms apply.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Texas 811.
Digging without contacting Texas 811 first could cost more than you think. Texas 811 helps avoid damages to underground utilities. It's the law. Visit texas811.org for more. Safe digging starts with one simple step.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I got a consensus mock draft here for the Cowboys at 12. The most consistently mocked player to the Cowboys right now is Jermod McCoy. He is the pick in 26% of the the mock drafts, followed by Dylan Thieneman at 11%, and then Caleb Downs is the third most common mocked player to the Cowboys at 8.2%. That'd be the one that I think a lot of folks should be celebrating. The likelihood of McCoy from Tennessee going to the Cowboys right now, Brian, after this week or last couple of weeks going back to his pro day, it seems like that's much closer to 0% than 26.
Yeah, I would say, Zach, are you going to concur with that one on McCoy? Probably 0% on that one?
For the Cowboys, yeah, the Cowboys are not taking him in the first round. I mean,
Bobby's been adamant. Bobby's been all over this too.
Would be an all-time smokescreen if they take him.
If they take him, man, great job on their part. I'd be happy with him myself.
Do we trust the Cowboys' evaluations of injured players?
I think for the most part I do, but I do. I think that they've gambled before, and I don't think, and really in the first round they don't. The first round, they don't. It's a second-round gamble. It's the Blue Star Special that they'll do this. So, like with Revel was in the third. If for some reason maybe McCoy slid to the second, do they like him enough to say, you know what, we'll move up for him? Possibly. Mm-hmm. But I don't think in the first round, they don't really gamble with the hurt project guys. And there might be another team, maybe Kansas City at 9. Maybe they're medically, he's cleared. He's good to go. Yeah. And they're saying, we'll take him. But it's not just Dallas. I know there's other teams in the league that have removed him. And Dane Brugler's been on this too because of the knee.
There's the medical rechecks of this weekend. We get something with Mao and Noah. They bring all the guys in who've been kind of struggling, with injury. So I'm sure he went back in. I mean, after he ran the 4.39, there's some people that maybe are saying, maybe thinking that he might need a redone, maybe?
Yeah, he might have to go in there and get another surgery.
Yeah.
Wow.
I need to circle back with my trainer guys and gals.
That would be very interesting information. Yeah. How could you go sub 4.4 and need a redo on your ACL? That's crazy.
I don't know.
But
I don't understand it either.
But the whispers are that something might not have been right.
Okay, now is Dylan Thieneman a likely pick at 12? What do you think about all the mocks presented Thieneman?
I have not heard one bit of
no 30 visit, no combine visit.
But they did that with Ware. Didn't they?
Okay, you tell me.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I was there last year.
I don't remember.
But I just remembered that it wasn't a 30 visit. There was not a lot of.
I think Morris Claiborne was like that, and then they moved up for him.
Yeah.
I don't think they had a lot of contact with him. They might like Dylan Thieneman, and
they're just keeping it a hush.
And we might just not know about it. But to this point, I know they've met with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, your guy, Eric, and they've met with Caleb Downs. And Stooks, they've met with the Arizona guy. But I don't believe that they have visited with Dylan Thieneman, to my knowledge.
But out of these first two names here on the consensus picks at each spot, I would say the biggest takeaway here is that a lot of mocks suck because they don't know enough.
See, that's the problem, is that the locals know the Cowboys situation on McCoy.
Yeah.
If you're paying attention to Love of the Star, if you're paying attention to all the various platforms that we're on, including our own show. I know our morning show talks about it quite a bit.
Yeah,
Bobby's been on that one.
Yeah, so to me, if you're kind of following along with the people who live with the team every single day, you would know that, hey, Dallas does not really fancy taking McCoy because of the knee.
It's too difficult to cover all 32. As one person, you need a team of people. I think to accurately put something like this together, and I would say it's between 4 and 8 people, somewhere in there. It would just be a massive undertaking to learn the team on this intimate of a level. Okay, at 20. You got Mesidor, the most consistently mocked player to the Cowboys, but only 15% of the mocks. C.J. Allen is the second most with 11% of the mocks. I just really need to lean on my medical staff here, but I do wonder if the Cowboys have taken too many injury risk players over the years, and like Revel was the straw that broke the camel's back, and now they're saying we're going to swing it the other way and not do any injury risk players players. So
Very, very well could be, Dawson. Very well could be.
I'd be okay with that. If you spend decades drafting injury risk players thinking you're going to get ahead, and then you look back on the last 20 years and say, man, injuries keep holding us back from hitting our potential. And I would say there's a strong argument to be made that has happened over the last 6 years. If you look at all the players that have been injured for this Cowboys team, some of them beyond their control, which just goes to say you're going to have a bunch of dudes get hurt. Don't take guys who coming from college are going to make that problem worse. You got to be playing defense against injured dudes on draft night like it is the most important thing in the world. You're coming into that draft room slapping the floor saying, we're not taking any medical red flag dudes today.
Yes.
We're not falling for that BS trap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's so many guys. Like it's not like you're pigeonholed and it's free agency. It's like, man, there's only one good player at this position. He's got some more. It's like, we're just going to go for it. It's like, dude, you are in a draft that is littered with tons of different players at each position. And especially when you talk about C.J. Allen, it's like some people would argue he's not even better than Rodriguez or Anthony Hill. And if he is, it's by a hair.
Yeah.
It's not like he's so much far and away better than the other linebackers that you're like, no, we got to just take this guy.
That knee swelling at his pro day really has me hung up.
I don't even know. I might end up having Josiah Trotter out of Missouri.
Ahead of him, really. Wow.
Yeah.
And I loved watching him play. Okay, I was a huge C.J. Allen fan.
He's a fun player.
I don't mind a guy that's not the smoothest of athletes. If I can tell that you have the physicality and the instincts and you can overcome the lack of physical quickness with your processing speed and you're a leader and you're a communicator at middle linebacker, I love C.J. Allen. Okay, Colts and Kenny Moore mutually agreeing to seek a trade and a new home for the veteran corner. He is entering the last year of his contract. Both sides feel it's a time to explore a trade. Had a few TFLs last year, a couple of sacks, a disruptive player, a couple of takeaways there. Slot corner for 72.4% of his snaps last year.
This is true.
This is Kenny Moore. He actually played 75 plays at linebacker, used in some hybrid box roles. Outside corner about 4.5% of the time, very occasional. Did play on the edge as a bit of a rusher about 3% of the time in pass rush situations. 4 plays as a free safety and just 2 plays as a strong safety. So this is pretty clearly a slot corner candidate that's got some ability to tackle. What is this, nearly 60 tackles last year out of a corner? That's pretty dang good, Brian.
Yeah, I've been kind of watching him. I have a report for you about him.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. There's some things when you're saying about the tackling that's actually pretty good in space, but man, there are some Olay plays too you're going to have to worry about as well.
Okay.
Probably could have had maybe 70 tackles from some of the ones I've seen him miss here so far.
Okay, he's missing tackles. This is Colts and Kenny Moore the second, if you're wondering, again, on that name. Cowboys just last week, the league meetings talking about finding an inside player that would allow Deron Bland to stay on the outside, but pretty significant contract when you're looking at it. So I don't know if they're looking financially at that caliber of a player, or they're trying to get this done on a budget. But if you want to win, you want to get the general on 105 through the fan excited about you winning, about me believing through the summer, going into training camp. Go get Kenny Moore. I'll change my tune.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of aggressive move you want to see. Like, you want to see them go out there, and I don't think it would cost a ton to get a guy like that.
Maybe pick 112, that 4th rounder, or could you even give up one of the 5s? I mean, in a perfect world, I'd give up one of the 5s for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be all on board with that.
Yeah,
for sure.
I would do that. Now, as we get closer to the draft, I just wonder now if teams are like, we got our boards, we want to keep these picks now. And then we're going to let the first round play out for the Cowboys, and then we'll circle back, and maybe on day 3 we make a move. So I don't know how aggressive teams would be to go and make a move like that. But if you're talking about a day 3 pick and you can get a player that has no guaranteed money remaining on the deal, it's a $9.5 million base salary. Maybe the Colts can help you out with some of that stuff. It's a $13 million salary cap hit. I mean, yeah, it's a ready, proven veteran player. I guess to them, they'd have to decide, is he better than what we have in-house? Because I do think they like Kobe Durant as a nickel player more than we did when they first signed him. I think they think that he's got the skill set to do that. And he did do it early in his career. But, yeah, I'm interested in Kenny Moore. I'm interested in what Brian has to say about him coming up next.
All righty, a lot going on here in the world of sports on a proper draft countdown. Football Friday with you here in the G-Bag Nation. Rumors flying around Pittsburgh with T.J. Watt. Rumors flying around Philly with A.J. Brown. And we got our own rumors to talk about here. Brian, where are you taking us next in the corner?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to give you a scouting report on our nickel corner from the Colts. We'll talk about that next.
All right, I want to talk about Twin Peaks. Gosh, I love Twin Peaks. I know you will as well. If you haven't been, which, let's be honest, who hasn't? You got to go check out Twin Peaks. Great place to be able to watch all of the sports this coming weekend. We've got a tremendous weekend with baseball, of course, the golf tournament that's going on right now, hockey, the playoffs are right around the corner. They got 29-degree draft beer served in frosted mugs. Who doesn't love a delicious draft beer in a frosted mug? Made from scratch comfort food, wall-to-wall TVs with every game, every big moment. Heck, we got fights on tomorrow night. You can check that out at Twin Peaks. Plus, a gorgeous Twin Peaks girl delivering the signature lodge experience to you. The smoked wings are outstanding. They've got brisket as well, signature cocktails, and seasonal specials with that limited time menu, plus the happy hour deal. So, you got plans? Make them at Twin Peaks this weekend. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Go check out your local Twin Peaks.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Rangers do in L.A.? Plus all the latest draft news, and we have a Masters winner. And don't forget about Best and Worst of the Weekend at 7:40. A loaded Monday on The Fan.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's top leasing company of the year by Cars.com. Ranked number one in the Southwest for service and customer experience, D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's leasing company of the year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hello, Dallas. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
New Bluebell Brookie a la mode ice cream brings brownies and cookies together like never before. Big chunks of brownies, soft chocolate chip cookie pieces blended into a rich, creamy brown sugar ice cream. It's not too good to be true. It's just that good.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local Tom Thumb stores and all Walgreens.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Come see the Bynum Springs Club this weekend, the Dallas Metro's newest resort community. Open house Saturday and Sunday, noon to 4 p.m. Pools, sports courts, fitness centers, and more. BynumSprings.com. That's BynumSprings.com.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Follow here, Tolos, and like you, my home has become my happy place. But I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention, and that's when I reached out to CertaPro Painters and CertaPro.com. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And here's the deal. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Thanks for making The Fan DFW's #1 rated sports station so far in 2026. To those of you that Tolo, which means turn it on and leave it on The Fan, you're appreciated.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. Thank you guys also, too, for out there for listening to our Love of the Star podcast and stuff like that. With the draft just being around the corner in a couple weeks here. It's only going to get better, I think, with the players we're talking about, some of the information. Our shows are going to get better, too, here on 105.3 The Fan. I know with the information, the closer we get to the draft, the more I start to hear things, the more I think Zach starts to hear things. You guys would definitely want to be tuned in. We got you covered for all things NFL draft coming up here real soon.
No doubt about that. Might even tell you about some stuff we're not supposed to here and there.
We might occasionally do that.
Known to do that on accident.
Eric, I got to go out and see you tomorrow. Where are I going to see you?
Yeah, Lion Tunde in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle 1-year anniversary celebration.
That'll be a party for
If you
sure.
like barbecue and a bunch of free stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe a fist bump with Fred Davis and Will Chambers.
Eric's a nice guy, too. Eric will, like I say, Eric
love
will,
you, man.
He'll go, yeah, Eric will get.
Hey, buddy.
He'll make you feel like you're the greatest person.
I love fellowshipping with the Tolos. What can I say?
Yeah.
It's a party out there, dude.
Get your butt out there tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Absolute party for sure. All right. Had a chance to do a little Kenny Moore work, the slot corner from the. So what we're doing is we're talking about a trade here, right? So we're talking about, boys?
Talking trades, baby.
Talking trade.
He's got trades.
He's got trades. This guy does play a slot. That's what he does. He's a slot player. Don't see him playing any other position other than the slot. So if you're thinking about slot or could this be slot safety dude? Could it be hybrid dude? I didn't see him playing any safety, but I did see him playing a lot of slot. And I think what's interesting about him is he's kind of like one of those, the old school, if we remember, and it's funny, we were talking about Rondé Barber and Tiki Barber and that kind of stuff. This guy blitzes. He's a blitzer from the slot. So there'll be that occasional, you line him up, and the next thing you know, he comes running in there. And actually, he's pretty good at it. He's got kind of a feel for doing those things.
Is it blitzing and making plays versus the run, or mostly trying to get after the quarterback?
Doing both.
Yeah.
Actually, you could see him he will line up in the slot, and then all of a sudden he'll be the ball will come. You can see him kind of cheating down inside, kind of walk, and then boom, go. And so, they'll cover the back end with safety over the top, and then he'll come running in there. So this guy's willing to do that. He's willing to do the physical side of the things. Chargers tried to throw a screen to his side. He was able to kind of blow that up a little bit, get into the ball. He did miss a couple of tackles in the Tennessee game where he got in space and the ball was on the outside there, and he was trying to kind of get in there to make a play. It was a one-on-one situation, and the receiver was able to get around him, and it happened a couple of different times. But then there was another time where they threw the ball in the flat, and then he came up and was able to make the play in space. So this is one of those things, you see him miss one, you see him make one. But I like the physicality he played with. I don't think this guy has got very much of a burst when it comes to, me, one of the big criterions I have is if you get carried inside, you got to be able to run, you got to be able to stay. You could see some separation with him inside, and you could see some separation up the field. They got into a game against Jacksonville where all of a sudden, was it Jackson? Oh, it was the Dolphins. Excuse me. Where the ball, there was a double move, and then he got caught in the double move, and all of a sudden, then he went into catch-up mode, and he never caught up.
Yeah.
I mean, you're waiting for him to run the balls in the air, and he's never getting close to the receiver. I mean, it's just and the receiver's actually slowing up, waiting for the ball. So maybe there's not a big catch-up speed with this guy. Maybe there's not much of a burst.
Makes sense. He's had some injuries. He's 31 years old. The athleticism probably isn't quite there.
Maybe that's why they're moving on from the guy.
Yeah.
Maybe this is why they're moving on from the guy.
I mean, they brought in Lou Anaromo to play, to be their defensive coordinator. I think he played 20% less snaps in this new defense. So maybe kind of falling out of favor a little bit there.
I will say this guy's super aware, though, when it comes to what's going on around him. That there are things he's not getting fooled. Now the double move stuff was he just got baited inside. They just ran it on him, and they're they kind of went the out and up on him, and he got caught. But they threw the ball his direction. He just didn't have the catch up speed that you like. I thought he'd be able to run that thing down, but he wasn't able to do that.
He missed about 10% of his tackles this year.
Yeah.
Missed quite a few more last year. The contract around $9 million. The Colts have a cap number on him this year for $13 million, but just $7 million if they let him go. So they're going to have to eat $6 million to let him go. And the way you've been kind of talking about him kind of makes me seem like maybe this isn't a player that could help the Cowboys right now.
I don't think he particularly can. If to me, Zach, I know you've done a lot of great work. If you're going to just go corner slot, not hybrid slot,
legitimate corner slot,
corner slot,
got a lot of good options.
We got a lot of options here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chris Johnson could do that.
Yeah,
out of San Diego State.
Chris Johnson. Yeah, I'm gonna tip of the cap to you. By the way, talking to guys around the league, there's a lot of folks that love Chris Johnson like you do. And so I could see there are people, if all of a sudden there's not as much love for McCoy and we start to find that out because of the injury, I think you're starting to hear a lot more about Hood, his teammate. The question you have to ask yourself about Hood is, can Hood play slot? Today on the stack, Zach and Aisha and I got into it a little bit about Hood is a boundary corner.
Yeah.
Boundary corners play towards the sidelines. Usually if you're playing slot, what is the one thing you need to be able to do? You need to cover the whole field. You need to be able to go wherever that route takes you. You got to go. So if you're a boundary corner, and he might be playing boundary corner because, McCoy didn't play last year, but they've always played him. They felt like that maybe McCoy could handle more of that, and that maybe that Hood couldn't. So there's some guys, like I say, there's our Indiana guy with Pons, Rivers, our guy from Arizona State.
Keith Abney. I mean, Kennedy from Oregon kind
Yeah.
of sounds a lot like Kenny Moore.
Right.
You know, a guy that is a little smaller. He'll tackle, but he's a guy that might give up some tackles because you can run through him a little bit, but he's a good, scrappy cover guy. I mean, you could probably get Kennedy. I've got him in the 4th round. Could he be there at 112? Could you take him at 92? That might be just a cheaper, younger option, and you're getting a similar type of player.
I think so. If you're talking $13 million for a player, I think I could find you one. I think I'd find you one in that day 3 group that could probably make a difference for you, more so than spending $13 million on this guy or making a trade for a guy like this. Is just what I would think.
Sounds like maybe the Colts are looking at it like, let's try to trade him, and if nobody does, then we'll release him.
We'll just,
It's one of those deals.
Yeah, we'll do that. All right, my last few minutes, I like to always play games on Fridays with the Masters going on right now. Can I just play a 2-3 minute game
Please
with you
do.
guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you guys this question. Thank you for allowing me to do the scouting report there. I appreciate that, too.
By the way, we're tied at the top right now. McIlroy and Reed, both on the back 9. Rory came out on fire.
He was.
He was 3 under through 4, got to 8 under for the tourney, but he's given 2 back since then.
Yeah, that's what you always have to kind of worry about a little bit with him. He'll have those moments where, man, he's playing really well, and then he'll have that hiccup along the way. All right, I'm going to give you a name of a golfer, and I want you to tell me, was this guy actually a Masters champ?
Oh.
It's a very selective group. I think we're right now in that with the 90th Masters, I think is what we're dealing with right now.
Wow.
So I think I've got that right. You look that up for me if you would. Fact check me on
Masters.
Masters and what Masters this is. Am I way over? This is the 90th.
This is number 90.
Number 90?
You're crushing that.
Okay. The 90th Masters. All right. I'm going to give you a name.
Okay.
In the next 2 or 3 minutes here, I'm going to give you a name.
Jack Nicklaus.
Tell me if this guy was a Masters champ or not.
Oh, crap.
You ready?
Yeah.
Art Wall. Art Wall.
I could see an Art being a golfer for sure. But does that sound like a Masters champion?
I think that he just looked up at his wall and said, look at this art wall, and figured I'd make this up.
I think that's how Jan Brady
name, dude.
named her boyfriend back in the day in the old Brady bunch.
You just say that you're ball sacking us with this one. I don't.
How about you,
it's a
Chief?
wall
Is this
sack.
Art Wall you think was a Masters champ?
Yeah. Give it to me, man. I think Art had it in him.
I'm going to say butt crack, ball sack. I don't think Art Wall even played golf a day in his life.
What's a ball sack?
Lucius, you with me today?
GP, are you with me?
Are you with me today,
yeah.
Lucius? Lucius, we're talking about, is this
Art
guy
Wall.
a Masters
Absolutely
champ?
not.
Absolutely not, says the great Lucius Alexander. Zach Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with no.
Wow, I'm on an island over here.
Wow.
I hate to be the only one that's right.
Are you saying that he is the Masters champ?
Yeah, I am. I'm the one guy. Lone wolf.
Eric?
You are not the father.
You're absolutely right.
There you go, bro.
1959.
There you go.
Nailed it.
Sticky shuffle on us, bro.
What year?
Well done.
1959.
Yeah.
This is one of the first ever winners.
Yes.
That's
All right.
awesome.
Way to go, bro. Show the ball before you score.
Good job.
Appreciate
Lucius.
that.
Taunt us.
Lucius, how about this one?
Yeah.
Lucius, how about this one? For you, George Archer.
Archer.
George Archer.
George Archer. Well, you just got... No.
Lucius says no.
Shoot.
How about you there, Woolly Chuck?
Archer sounds like he's pinpoint, dude. This is Todd's great-great-grandfather. We know how much of a golfing
George
background the
Archer.
Archers have.
I'm gonna go opposite to my gut in this game because I think my gut when it comes to golf is wrong. So I'm gonna
That's
say
gas.
yes. It could just be gas.
You're saying yes?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say no now.
No.
I'm gonna say no.
No or yes?
I like what you're doing, man.
Yes.
I like the way you're going here.
You're saying yes. Okay. How about you there, Chieftain?
Playing with confidence. No, this is definitely not a Masters champion. Hell of a golfer, though.
Yeah.
Like scratch golfer. This guy had it. Not a Masters champ.
How about
I've
you
never
there?
heard of him, Brian.
Never heard of him?
Never heard of him.
So yes.
Gentlemen? So you're saying yes or no?
I'm saying no.
You're saying no?
I don't want to get my assed.
He'll block you. Watch out.
Gentlemen?
Come on.
Yeah. In the year
Oh, come on, bro.
1969,
Golly. Now you're doing bits.
George Archer did win the Masters.
Oh,
my God.
1969.
Go way back.
1969.
Way back music.
And the last
one,
one.
right, Eric? You got that one right?
No, I was wrong on that one.
Right.
And here's the last one.
No, shoot.
Let's go with Dawson.
Yeah.
Craig Wood.
By the way, speaking of going way back, Eric Nadell is going to join us coming up at 4:40 today. Craig Wood, never heard of him?
Craig Wood.
That's a butt crack.
How about you there, Chieftain?
If anybody could win the championship, I think Craig would.
I like what you did there.
More of a Craig Way guy myself.
Yeah, I do love Craig.
Yeah, I think you're trying to do the thing where it's like, oh, no, we've had 2 Masters champions in a row. There couldn't be a third one.
Sure.
But here we are. Yeah, he's a champ.
The great Lucius Alexander.
The Craig Wood. That sounds like a Toyota dealership name. Come out to Craig Wood Toyota. No for the third time.
No for the third time.
Come on, no.
I'm going to go with yes. He's got a club named after him.
Oh. Let's see what you do.
Craig 3 Wood.
Craig Wood. In the year.
No.
Wow. 1941.
Don't do that, Waters.
Craig Wood did win the Masters Championship.
Winner!
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon.
What a sneaky little game that was.
Here in the G-Bag Nation. He loves it. That devilish smile on his face. We got 2 down, 3 to go. Little football fix coming up, Chuck.
Oh, let's do it. We will talk about more of these trades in the NFL draft. And what is the one thing the Cowboys must accomplish 2 weeks from today? That's next in the nation.
But first, Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future. But some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Knicks beat the Celtics last night, 112-106, and are now 2 games back of the Celtics for the 2 seed in the East with just 2 games left to play in the regular season. If the Knicks have any hopes of advancing deep into the playoffs, they're going to have games like they did last night with Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, combining for 51 points and, most importantly, limiting the Celtics to 23 points in the fourth quarter. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Tired of overpriced energy drinks? Ditch the can. Meet Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Whip is made with clean caffeine and great tasting flavors. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just pop it in and go. Whip is the best way to stay focused without chugging another expensive energy drink. So next time you need energy, try Whip. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
9 games in 9 days. Already, the Rangers' most action-packed homestand of the season is here. It starts April 21st with 3 games against the Pirates, then a 3-game weekend series with the A's, and just when you catch your breath, here comes Aaron Judge and the Yankees. There'll be bobblehead, jersey, and cap giveaways, dollar dogs, and the all-new City Connect jerseys. So pick a game or come for all 9. Tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Attention everyone, this is for anyone who owns a car in the Metroplex. If your car has been hit by hail over the last 2 years, call Dent Society, 214-919-2237, 214-919-2237. We will repair your car at no cost. Deductible, no problem. We offer deductible assistance. We will handle the insurance company from front to back, no headache. We will provide you a rental car while we work on your car, even if you do not have rental coverage. Visit us on Instagram at The Dent Society and check out our work.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sean and RJ here with the greatness of Base Power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, Base Power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, a draft countdown football Friday. Nick Harris coming up in 20 minutes. We'll chat with Nick Harris at the Star Telegram here coming up at 4:20. Then Eric Nadel. Then what you drinking, what you thinking, you found the right spot. Congratulations. Thanks for making us part of your day. Here's Wolchuk with a football fix.
All right, let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side!
Left side!
Wrong side!
Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Well, we already had ourselves a trade today, fellas. How about this? It's in the division. As the Eagles are trading with the Packers, Dontavian Wicks, I should say.
The conference or the division?
Well, the Eagles are in the division. Yeah. So it's a trade.
I see what you're saying.
That might have been confusing.
I was thinking maybe the Giants and the Eagles or the Giants.
No, I apologize for that.
Okay.
It's a team in the division making a trade, but it is within the conference. So it's the Packers sending Dontavian Wicks, their wide receiver, to Filthy in exchange for a 2026 fifth and then a 6th-round pick in 2027. Wicks will sign a 1-year, $12.5 million extension with the Eagles, per his agent, David Mulligetta. Schefter also adds A.J. Brown's future in Philly remains a topic of conversation, and in the meantime, the Eagles add another wide receiver in Wicks. The belief remains that if an A.J. Brown trade were to happen, it would likely occur after June 1 when the cap burden would not be as big for the Eagles. And this is why, shout out to Diana Russini for reporting this, there is a belief that maybe there's a handshake agreement already with the Patriots.
And how would she know that?
Go to the Patriots. I don't know. I don't know how she would know that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
She scratches and claws for...
Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Every piece of information.
Funny thing about my back is. All right, so that now means the wide receiver room for the Packers, because Romeo Doubs, he left, he's gone. They got Christian Watson, they got Jaden Reed, they still have Matthew Golden, their first-round pick from a year ago. Savion Williams of TCU, who I actually think should just be a running back. Sky Moore, Bo Melton, they got a lot of different wide receivers, but now you add Wicks to Philly. Now, I thought this was interesting this happened today, because earlier there was some trade buzz that the Eagles were looking to move up in the draft, maybe as high as number 8 to New Orleans, to go and get Jordan Tyson, Allen's own, from Arizona State, the wide receiver.
Yeah, which is interesting because the Saints could be taking a receiver. Like, would they want to trade out of that spot and know that one of the receivers they like is about to go here? But Howie being aggressive makes a ton of sense.
It does. But, man, I guess maybe not so much. Like, there's a lot of smoke screens right now. Like, Jordan Reed put out the Cowboys could be interested in moving up to go and get a Reuben Bain Jr., maybe a Caleb Downs. And I could definitely see the Cowboys being interested in moving up. I mean, Brugler was on with Rich Eisen, and Dane was discussing Sonny Styles. And so we actually have this exercise today on the Stag. Okay, out of those guys, the Cowboys are looking to move up for, whether it's Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, Reuben Bain Jr. from Miami, which I can't get a feel for if the Cowboys actually are interested.
What, Bain?
In Bain or not.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe there's some people that like him. Maybe there's some people that don't. I don't know what the consensus is.
Jordan Reed saying they love him.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean,
he's one of the guys they'd go up for,
and maybe he is. Maybe Reuben Bain is one of those guys. I'm not sure. That's one of the names that gives me a little bit of pause. That I'm not sure that is one of the names that they would go for. Caleb Downs, I believe, is. And I think Sonny Styles is. But the guy, you might be able to sit at 12 and Downs comes to you. I don't think you're going to be able to wait to go get Styles. So if Styles is the guy that they really want, and that would check off, and what's the Cowboys' biggest need? I think we would all say linebacker right now. That's, to me, the best linebacker to go get. He can be the green dot guy. I know you think there might be some limitations in the physicality. I think that's fair. He's a converted safety. I think that he's just a guy, his best football is ahead of him. He's only played it for 2 years. But in terms of the athleticism, the speed, the coverage, the ability to read, diagnose, you saw the improvement through the year, being able to shed and navigate, avoid tackles and blockers. I like him a lot. I think that's the guy you'd have to move up to get. Whereas if you wanted to just wait and see, maybe Downs can come to you at 12.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the read at this point. Like, Styles is going to be a guy that is going to be off the board within the first 7 picks and maybe in the first 5 picks. So, I mean, I guess you really have to cross your fingers that he gets past the Giants.
Yeah.
And then you could go up with Cleveland and go make that move. But obviously the Giants aren't going to be trading with you right there.
No.
And so, but I love the idea of that. And the Cowboys have clearly been a little bit picky, choosy on the linebackers that they like. I think they do want a little bit more size and length at that position, and Styles fits that bill. Man, his upside is massive, right? With the number 1 linebacker RAS score. I guess I just don't see it enough when it comes to the physicality and the violence and whatnot. And so I don't like any of the players more than what might fall to me at 12. I'm just happy falling to 12, unless I can give up like a 5 to move up a couple of spots. Okay, like the loss of the extra draft capital is a lot here.
Can I run something by you real quick then? Yeah. Just tell me yes or no. Teams you think you could trade up with ahead of you. Arizona at 3.
Like, are they interested?
Do you think they're interested?
Yes.
The Giants at 5.
No.
No? Everybody saying no?
I think the Giants would be open to moving, but I think ultimately no, they're going to stay and pick.
Dawson?
I don't even know how to evaluate this. Based on what? I just don't think they'd want to trade with.
You don't think they
the
want to trade
Cowboys.
back?
Would want to trade with the Cowboys
Or trade back? How about trade
Just
back?
trade back. I think
Just
they'd be
trade
interested in
back.
trading back to get more picks, but ultimately I think they're going to stay. And there's going to be a player there that they like a lot.
Cleveland
Yeah,
at 6.
I think a lot of teams would want to trade back. Yeah,
Cleveland at 6.
Sure.
Cleveland for
Washington at 7.
Again, I just don't think they would want to do it with you. I don't think they'd want to allow you to go get the player you love most in this draft. So probably not with you, the Cowboys.
Saints at 8.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. See, there's only really a couple of spots you could really go now, if you really think about it.
Yeah, 6,
Right?
8, and 9, I think, are the spots that you could.
You think Kansas City is going to come out of
Kansas City might.
You were talking about today, we thought Kansas City might be a go-up team.
Kansas City, that's been floated around too. I also think Kansas City might be a team that would take Reuben Bain Jr. or Jamad McCoy. I think those are the two names. If they don't go offense, which is also a possibility, Kenyon Sadiq's been floating around, the tight end from Oregon, maybe future Travis Kelce replacement. But they need a defensive player. Those would be two names there. But Kansas City, maybe they're willing to move back. Or maybe that's you swap. You go up from 12 to 9, you give them 20, but you get back 30.
If the Cowboys, if all of a sudden we start to hear more and more and more they don't like Bain, they don't like McCoy, then we need somebody ahead of us to take both those guys.
Yeah.
You absolutely do. You need if they don't like Bain, if 5-6 days from now we hear, man, they're not taking Bain, they're not taking him, like we did McCoy, then you need McCoy and Bain both to go. You need
or
Cincinnati.
get ready to take an offensive player.
Yeah.
If Bain and McCoy are going to be there and they don't want them,
Sure.
We're getting a tackle, boys.
Bold predictions for the draft, courtesy of ESPN. They got Field Yates, they got Matt Miller, they got Jordan Reed. Jordan Reed's is Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech linebacker, will be the second linebacker off the board inside of the first round. Yates is saying we wanted bold, so how about this? Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain Jr. will go outside of the top 12 picks. That'd be a big slide.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe he knows something that the Cowboys aren't crazy about him.
Matt Miller saying Arizona State receiver Jordan Tyson will take a draft day tumble outside of the top 20 picks. So something's got to give here. You're hearing rumors of a move up for the Eagles for Tyson. I think a big thing will be next week when Tyson runs. Now, how does he look? Because physically, I mean, that's my big question is the injury history with him. And there's just other receivers I think I'd take chances on. It does seem like David Bailey, all the buzz is number 2 right now to the Jets. And there's growing buzz. Matt Miller saying 75% confident that Jeremiah Love is the pick to the Titans at 4. So Tennessee, I mean, that'd be good. You want as many offensive players to go. If New Orleans takes a receiver, heck yes. Miami takes a receiver, let's go. Jeremiah Love going to the Titans, heck yes. Maybe you get an offensive lineman going to the Giants at 5, sign me up. What's Washington do? Can we get Washington to take a Carnell Tate or one of these wide receivers? That'd be fun. That's going to help you out if indeed that happens. Maybe more offensive players go than we think in round 1.
Yeah. Well, you better be sure that Jeremiah Love is going to flip the dynamics for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a help to your quarterback, but I do agree with you that it's kind of a strange pick for Tennessee.
I need protection and targets as a quarterback.
And
a super talented running back without a great offensive line isn't taking a lot of pressure off me. The boxes aren't going to get heavy all of a sudden just because Love is back there.
You're right. Look at Ashton Genty and the Raiders this year.
Yeah.
And I think Genty's really damn good. I think he's still going to be good, but that offensive line was terrible, and the poor guy couldn't do anything with it, right? So, you got to get some help there. You got to at least have some sort of serviceable offensive line to give your running back a chance, and then the elite running backs can make chicken salad out of chicken poo. But if you have an atrocious line like the Raiders just did, then you're going to get a season like Ashton Genty put out last year.
Yeah, and the second contract-wise, when I take a running back, I need to win right now. I don't want to waste 2 years of his youth because by the time he's 27, 28 years old, it might be over. There might not really be a strong free agency by the time we get there because of injuries and performance. There's just so many ways these things can go bad. I think that pick makes no sense for the Titans.
What's the one thing the Cowboys have to accomplish over the course of the draft? NFL.com has this out for every single team. Theirs is very broad.
Get starters. Get defensive starters.
Yes. Okay. So that's kind of what they said, give new defensive coordinator Christian Parker a fighting chance. I think they've got to come out of this draft with a starting linebacker. And whether that's they trade, like David Hellman told us yesterday, trade pick 92 to go get Jordan Brooks, or you're drafting, whether that's moving up for Sonny Styles. Maybe it's taking Jacob Rodriguez at 20, or you're moving back and taking him or an Anthony Hill Jr. Maybe the draft gods will smile on you and a Josiah Trotter from Mizzou can fall to 92. I don't see that happening, but I think they've got to come away out of this weekend, even more so than that nickel. I think they've got to find a starting linebacker, or else you're in a world of hurt.
I agree.
Yeah, you just have nothing there right now, man. Just got nothing there. And I would say because of that, they need both. You maybe need to trade for one and draft one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could get two of those for sure. They could use it. By the time you come out of the draft, you better have one of them taken care of. After Overshone, they have nothing to be confident in or to believe that with time they're going to become, really good impact type of players. So you got to look at what's left of this offseason and really put your head down and just try to add linebackers. 2 or 3 isn't crazy. Adding 3 linebackers between now and the start of training camp isn't crazy. You need at least 2.
No, absolutely. Because to your point of the Overshone injury and the depth behind him, they can like Justin Barron, but you don't know. And then Shamar James, I kind of think he is what he is. And that's just like an okay player, really good special teams guy. Mm-hmm. We'll see. Let's go to Oregon real quick. Their quarterback coach, Koa Kai. He has a unique method.
Did you say Cobra Kai?
Koa Kai.
Close, man.
Very close.
Strike first.
He played at Oregon, and now he's been moving up the ranks. He was at the University of Hawaii as a coach, and now he's coached running backs, wide receivers. Now he's the QB coach there at Oregon. He's been there since 2024. But this was him when it comes to what is he looking for in a quarterback.
Oh, this is ice cream guy.
Yep, he's got a simple question. Tell me what you think about this.
Because it comes down to the cognitive aspect. You can go back through the years. Would anybody have taken Phillip Rivers out of high school with emotional intelligence? What is his football intelligence? That is one of the top things. You have kids. I ask them a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses, I don't really want that kid, right? Because you need to have some type of conviction, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay, so whether you like chocolate or you like vanilla, I don't really care. But if you sit there and say, coach, I don't know. Is it melted? Is it not? What's the brand? So on and so forth. What is this kid going to do on third down in front of 110,000? He's probably going to think about it more than he should. He's not going to have conviction, right? So it's, like I just said, long-winded, I understand, but it's the mental aspect is really what we're after.
So don't pause. I mean, if you're a recruit and you're going to Oregon, you get asked chocolate or vanilla, you better have an answer ready to rock, or else I don't want that kid. And I kind of get what he's saying there.
What if you're a swirl guy though, and you're like, I love both. I have that option. That's the right answer. At the ice cream shop, I'm not just pigeonholed into one flavor. That's the beauty of the ice cream. Yeah, I mean, it's too simple to have just chocolate ice cream or just vanilla ice cream.
I think as long as you say both, and it's with conviction,
as long as you're
say
snapping
quickly,
with it like that. Yeah,
I think it's okay.
But could you imagine the ideal quarterback? He's running a 4.4. He's got the quick release. He sees the entire field, but can't answer the ice cream question. You really passing on that? I'm calling BS on Kai. Yeah. Yeah, come on, dude.
I might have totally said his last name wrong, too. I'm so sorry about that, but I said it with conviction.
Well, I appreciate that, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Confidence goes a long way in an Oregon quarterback huddle.
Get the ball out quickly, please.
Okay, we got Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joining us next here. We'll get the very latest on your Cowboys with under 2 weeks to go to the draft now, and we're back with that here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at Permapeer Foundation Repair, though. Hopefully your foundation is in great shape, but if you have any concerns right now, my friends at Permapeer Foundation Repair are ready to come out to the house and give you a free evaluation, right? And you know what can concerns look like? How would you even start to wonder about your foundation? We're talking about cracks in your walls, sticking windows and doors, maybe uneven floors. Permapeer Foundation Repair at 214-466-1496. They are standing by to put any concerns you have at ease, to give you real solid answers that you can make quality decisions based on. Permapeer Foundation Repair, dirtnerdsdfw.com. These guys are the best. They're also Tolos, okay? You can trust them. They're Tolos, and they have all of the tools and the knowledge that it takes to have all of the foundation solutions that you need. Seriously, any kind of foundation that's out there, Permapeer Foundation Repair is the absolute best at fixing it. So have them out to the house. We like to say when shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at Permapeer Foundation Repair of Texas, 214-466-1496. Go to dirtnerdsdfw.com, at ease.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up a size 10. That's not magic. That's expensive. Unless you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They've got undefeatable prices on all the best brands in sports gear, like Nike, Easton, and Baseball Lifestyle 101. And on the off chance that you find a better price at a competitor, Academy will beat it by 5%. That's their best price guarantee, which kind of is magic. Academy. Fun can't lose.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
Which way to Specs?
Come on, let's go.
Specs Wine Spirits and Finer Foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you.
Shout.
Cheers to savings.
You love your land. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love all the great deals. With versatile compact tractors, professional-grade mowers, and durable utility vehicles, Kubota equipment can help you turn dream projects into reality. Kubota Orange Days is here, and so are the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com or stop by your local dealer for more information.
Hey, it's Eric Giafalo. Frontier is joining Verizon. New Frontier and Verizon customers can get 6 months of 100% fiber internet for free, up to 1 gig, by bundling Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber. Plus, get 2 new mobile lines for $50 per month on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store to switch. $25 per line after $60 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Eligible new Frontier Fiber plan required. Availability varies. Additional terms apply.
Feel stronger than you've ever been with Men's Tea Clinic. Melt visceral fat. Get your energy levels back and become the version of yourself you've always wanted to be with a complete program catered to your body. Call 972-GO-MEN'S Tea today or visit mensteaclinic.com. That's mensteaclinic.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
TXU Energy is the trusted 5-star provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
Need a sitter? Fast? Sitter City makes it easy to find qualified local sitters right when you need them. Tell us about your family. Browse caregiver profiles and connect today, whether it's last-minute plans, work travel, or just a well-deserved night out. There's a sitter ready to step in. From high-energy playtime to bedtime stories and lights out, Sitter City helps you find your family's perfect match. Don't wait. Get the extra help your family needs now. Visit sittercity.com and find your perfect sitter today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic. It is time here in 2026. Mention me with your first appointment. Get a free in-body composition analysis and a free B12 shot. If you're tired of feeling off, low energy, weight gain, lost drive, you are not alone. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what is next? Let's stop the cycle. Do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, the local experts in testosterone and total male wellness. Real labs, real data, personalized plan. 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Men'sTClinic.com. Get back to being you with Men's T.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
Men'sTClinic.com. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's. We're celebrating 50 years of serving DFW. Save $19.75 on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to chat Cowboys and draft with Nick Harris. Star Telegram segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here he is from the Star Telegram, Nick Harris on the Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. How are y'all?
We're doing wonderful, getting excited about this draft, and of course it's a Football Friday, so we're excited about the weekend and all that. But I saw you just posted 5 realistic trade down scenarios for the Cowboys. What do you think's the best opportunity out there right now?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying there's opportunities out there right now, but some realistic ones. You look at the draft chart and you look at how first-round trades have worked over the course of the past decade or so in comparison to that trade chart, and you start to see some possibilities that I think this team could slip down from either 12 or 20, depending on how the board falls. But I think there's going to be a couple opportunities for them even at 12. I pointed out the Detroit Lions at 17. I think the capital that they have could make that interesting. And then I've looked at the Kansas City Chiefs as both a trade up or trade down possibility with what they have at 9 and 29. And those two front offices obviously have a strong working relationship, so I look at that as well. I also look at, potentially seeing the Texans move up to that 20 spot, the Cowboys being able to pick up a third-round pick as a result. So, go ahead and check that out. I think there's some possibilities that people should at least be aware of going into a draft night. We had a 5 trade-up possibilities that I put up yesterday as well. So, the more and the closer that draft day gets, the more that I think that, moving around in this draft is a strong possibility. So, good to know what those possibilities look like.
Nick, what's the most ridiculous thing you've heard that you honestly believe?
About trades or just
anything? Just anything, man. Just anything. Most ridiculous thing you've heard that you might actually say that's believable.
Man, that's an interesting one. I've heard that a lot of these corners that we talk about might not even be going in the first round. I've heard Avion Terrell
I believe it.
going down into round 2, which I'm like, okay, and this was before he ran the 4.64.
Wow.
And then since then, I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess somebody knew about the verified speed a little bit better than I did. But granted, I the hamstring's a big part of that too, so we'll see if he ends up updating that time, whatever. That was one that I heard initially, and, the more I started to dig into it, I was like, I guess, and so – I really like Chris Johnson out of San Diego State. Yeah. So, that's a guy that I think has a lot more, reliability. I like Colton Hood more. But, if you're talking about slipping Avion Terrell into the second round, then how are we feeling about Jermon McCoy overall? And so I don't know. It's going to be a weird first round, but we've known that this entire process.
There was a lot of buzz about the Cowboys moving up and maybe going after a pass rusher. We heard David Bailey, and now it seems like maybe he's going to go 2 to the Jets. How do you think they feel, and how would you feel about going up to get Reuben Bain Jr. from Miami?
Yeah, moving up to get him, I don't necessarily think you're going to have to. I think there's a reality where he might be there for you at 12. That seems to be what has trended more over the past couple of weeks. I say that with the caveat, again, this first round's going to be wild. There's going to be some picks even in the top 11 that I think will surprise everybody. And so, how surprising those picks actually are will certainly determine, what the board looks like at number 12. But, if this team is moving up to draft a guy, I look at Sonny Styles if he's somehow available there for you at 6. I look at Caleb Downs or Mansour Delane if they're available at 9. And then past that, I'm not sure that Reuben Bain would be a guy that they would move up for, but that's just me theorizing. That's not me, necessarily reporting anything.
Sure.
But, we still got, what do we have, 13 days before this first round. There's going to be a lot between now and then.
Nick, when you look at this draft, would you trade up now, or are you going to wait till this thing's on the clock?
Oh, yeah, absolutely wait till it's on the clock. First off, I like chaos. Second, I think this front office has proved time and time again that they have been able to get really good deals out of being on the clock and working those phones. They've done it so many times over the past 15 years. Some of them have not worked out, granted, but I think the ones that you can point to and say, hey, at least they picked up draft capital on that instance, I think it has worked out for them. I think just back to 2 years ago with Tyler Guyton, they were able to pick up Cooper Beebe as a result of a draft day trade made while on the clock. They went into the entire process that year saying, hey, we want to trade back, and they waited until they were on the clock to do it. And I think that's a comfort area for them as well.
Nick Harris with us on 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned Colton Hood's name. Do you think Colton Hood is a player that could kick inside and play the nickel? And do you think we're making too big of a deal about that, having to find a corner that can play that nickel spot?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of like how we look at Tyler Smith as the guard tackle situation. Like Tyler Smith, I think, could be, a Hall of Fame guard and a really damn good tackle, whereas Colton Hood, I think he could be a really damn good outside corner, and I think he could be a serviceable nickel. So it's like, yeah, I think he can play the inside, and I think with this, with what Christian Parker has at least shown during his career and being able to develop nickel corners, if Colton Hood is asked to fill that role for this defense, if he's drafted to Dallas, then yeah, that would probably help expedite his development a little bit more. But I truly do think his best long-term fit would be on the outside. But again, that's me saying that he does have the nickel flexibility. I just think outside would probably be his best long-term projection.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram here with you on The Fan. Where are the Cowboys for you right now with the idea of taking an offensive player at either 12 or 20? How realistic is that conversation?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a percentage on it. The amount of resources that they have dedicated to scouting these top defensive talents this year. I mean, you can't overlook it, right? And yes, they did bring in Omar Cooper for a 30 visit. They brought in Chris Bell for a 30 visit. There were a couple others that trickled through with formal meetings and whatnot. But when it comes to 12 and 20, unless Stephen Jones has said it many times, unless there's a blinking light right there, I don't think that they necessarily swing on one. If they were to swing on an offensive player, I would think it would have to be a tackle like a Malangoa if he was somehow there at 12 and you're wiped defensively. Maybe that makes a little bit more sense. It's a really good right tackle draft, and you have questions about your right tackle right now, and so that would be the one that I would look at first more than anything. But I think I would put a bet full on right now that they take 2 defensive players if they keep both first-round picks.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, with us here on The Fan. If they were to double dip at a particular position, do you have one in mind that you think, yeah, they might want to double down here?
Yeah, linebacker for sure, right? And maybe not even in the sense of like, hey, double dip and maybe one of those 2 guys ends up being your starter. They could add in, they could still add another one, whether it be in the trade market or still what's available in free agency, and still double dip at linebacker. That's how bad the depth is there right now. Or not bad, I shouldn't say bad, more so how thin it is. They only have 3 off-ball linebackers on the entire roster right now. They need to go into camp with, at least 7, 8 just to make the room viable. And so linebacker for sure is one I look at. You can make a case as well for edge. I think you could go in there with more pass rushers and just see what that looks like and what kind of benefits it could provide you on the back end. But, I think there's going to be a couple of defensive positions you can make a case for.
Nick, do you think there's a player that the media scouts like a lot more than they like?
Oh, man. Gosh, you have me on the spot here. Jermon McCoy. Can I say that? Can I get away with that one?
Sure.
I would look at that.
Is there something really
Cowboys specifically?
Is there something really in the works with Bain and the short arm stuff? Are a lot of teams thinking that, or can you get anyone from the Cowboys to admit that to you or anything like that?
Yeah, no, I necessarily haven't heard, short arm being the biggest concern with Ruben Bain. I know there's some off-field concerns that he's going to have to clean up and get right before, before draft day does come around. But, nevertheless, I think, with Ruben Bain, you see the production, you see what he's been able to produce. I will say, though, talking to some teams have Akeem Mesidor higher than Ruben Bain.
Sure.
And that's purely based off what they see on the field. But, Mesidor is going to be, what is he going to be, 25, and a 25-year-old hasn't been drafted in the first round in a long time. So, I'm curious to see how that manifests on draft night as well. But, hey, man, if they end up getting to draft day and we find out that Mesidor is higher than Bain on their list, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised just based on, league opinion. But I think from this team specifically, and knowing the type of edge rusher that they've pursued in the past and the type of pass rush plan that Ruben Bain attacks every snap with, it seems to line up with what they have been building around here. And so I would think Ruben Bain would be a seamless fit in Dallas. But again, 13 days, a lot can happen between now and then.
What do you think about Kenny Moore being made available from the Colts? And is that something, if the Cowboys were interested, could that be pre-draft or most likely post-draft, depending on what they're able to get during that weekend?
Yeah, just knowing how they've approached this month in general in the past is they'll head into the draft with, their list of needs and what they want to get out of it. And if they come out on the other side without a starting nickel or a guy that they feel comfortable rolling in as the starting nickel, then I think that could make sense. And I think, Kenny Moore, I think that's a great add. He only has 1 year left on his contract. It would be a cheap trade, in my opinion. That's a late day 3 pick, maybe even a day 3 swap. And you'll have 1 year left on the books. If he's great, cool, then you keep him around. If he's solid, but you don't want to re-sign him, you have that flexibility. And if he's not great, then, hey, you're only on the books for 1 year and then you're out of it, And so I think that's one that would make a lot of sense. But I do think you can get a better guy in the draft, but you can only fill so many holes with those picks that they have. So if they don't come out with a nickel, then I think Kenny Moore would be a great plan B.
Have a great weekend, sir, and we'll look to catch up with you next week.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
There he goes, Nick Harris, Star Telegram here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to come back and chat with Eric Nadel, get his thoughts on a big Rangers-Dodgers series next here on The Fan. I want to chat about a different nation with you altogether, though. That would be my friends at Window Nation with an incredible deal going on right now. WindowNation.com. Hit it up. Put all new windows in your home. Save big time on your energy bills, up to hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year on your energy bills with new energy-efficient windows from Window Nation, home of the best windows. And right now, to get you ready for summer, and the hot scorch and stuff is coming in, Window Nation's the more you buy, the more you save sale is going on right now. Save up to 50% off all the windows for your home and get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. WindowNation.com. And hey, during uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value. So investing in our home is the best place to put our money, and Window Nation is the best window company in the world. So if your home's got any amount of age on it, 8, 9, 10 years, something like that, or if they put builder-grade windows in your home when they constructed it, you might have suspicions or concerns about your home's energy efficiency, and our windows are our number one line of defense. So if you want, you can have a Window Nation guide to the house. They'll do a free evaluation of your existing windows and give you a no-obligation quote that's good for up to 50% off with no interest for 5 years at WindowNation.com. Salute.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, the final Stars and Mavs super segment of the regular season. Plus, did the Dallas Cowboys trade into and out of the wrong drafts? Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Chris Mack here here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Knicks took care of business against a Jaylen Brownless Celtics team last night at the Garden. And while Jason Tatum looked rusty as well, it was a preview of a likely second-round series in an Eastern Conference playoff field that's wide open. And the Knicks, despite all of their playoff experience, are still nearly 5-1 to win the East, with maybe just the Celtics standing in their way. Is it hard to see New York getting hot and going on a run? I don't think so. Knicks plus 450 up at BetMGM right now to win the East. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
H-E-B is making price cuts across the aisles to help Texans save even more when they shop. From household essentials to daily must-haves, you'll find thousands of low prices are now even lower, with hundreds more price cuts added every week. Just look for the yellow and black price cut tags in-store and online, and add up the extra savings every time you check out. Save even more with price cuts. H-E-B, another reason why here, everything's better.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
You love your land, and you have plans for it. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love the great deals on our versatile, reliable lineup, helping you turn dream projects into reality. Visit your Kubota dealer today for the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com for more information.
TXU Energy is the trusted 5-star provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Scotty is trading at 14% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $673 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th.
and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by PermaPure.
This time of year can be pretty tricky with all the moisture in the ground. Noticing cracks in your walls, sticking windows and doors, or uneven floors? PermaPure Foundation Repair is who homeowners call. Call PermaPure at 214-466-1496 or visit dirtnerdsdfw.com.
Working the phones, at the practices, and covering the biggest events, we call it The Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Lucius. Couple birdies for Rory. They're now playing the second 9 at Augusta there, the Masters. He's 8 under through 14, 2 better than Patrick Reed and Fleetwood. Plus Burns is sitting there at 6 under as well. But Rory's on a bit of a run. It's time now for the Eric Nadel Show. Brought to you by Kubota and brought to you by TXU Energy. And a good afternoon, Eric. How we doing?
We are doing great. How are you?
Doing awesome. Looking forward to tonight's Rangers game. Pregame coming up at 8:30. And I'm enjoying these new City Connects, man. I think they nailed it.
They're a lot better than the old ones. I will definitely say that. I was not a fan of the old one. Using the red, I like the Tejas. The only objection I have to these is I wish that the numerals were white rather than red outlined in white. It's very difficult to see numerals like that, I know, because the Angels have had those on their red jerseys for years.
Okay.
And it's really hard to see the numbers.
See, that's why we asked you. The discerning eye of Eric Nadel and his play-by-play would always have something for you, a little nugget there. Now, what do you have to say about this offense? We're just 4 series in, 12 games, but based on what you can tell so far, have they improved?
I'm going with Skip Schumacher on this. We've only played 12 games. It's been the answer to just about every question so far. We've only played 8 games. We've only played 9 games. You've only played 12 games. And he's right. The sample is just too small to have any idea, other than Jake Berger has continued the strong hitting and great approach that he had in spring training. And I think that's very encouraging. And Brandon Nimmo is doing what Brandon Nimmo has always done. Trying to draw conclusions at this point about the bounce-back guys other than Berger, they being Carter and Young and Peterson, I think would be extremely premature. But I do like the fact that Ezekiel Duran is hitting the ball well and really gives the Rangers another option if Josh Young and Josh Smith continue to struggle.
Eric, the Dodgers have really kind of become the evil empire over the last couple of years. What do you think about them and how they've gone about adding to their team and the talk about possibly implementing a salary cap in the future?
I think they should be thrown out of Major League Baseball. They've clearly ruined the sport. I think that this technique they have of paying Ohtani $2 million and so deferring everything else, and it doesn't count against them, is ridiculous. And Major League Baseball can't permit that to keep happening. But I do think that they have helped prove that we need a salary cap. We also need a salary floor. And that's the thing that gets left out a lot of the time when people mention a salary cap. And actually, I think the average player would be much better off. The average guy who doesn't play for the Dodgers and make $60 or $40 or $20 million, the average guy around Major League Baseball would be better off with a system that has a salary cap and a salary floor, because the average guy who makes only, $1 million or $2 million, or whatever it is, he's going to get more money when the Pirates and the Guardians and the Marlins and the Rockies have to start spending say $120 million on their payroll instead of the $80 million that they're spending now. That's going to help the rank and file player. It's not going to help the superstar, but if those guys take a cut from $40 million to $20 million, I think they'll survive.
Eric, where do you stand on architectural talk when it comes to baseball stadiums?
I'm into it. What do you got?
Well, I'm going to ask you the question because there seems to be a lot of talk about when the roof's open at our place and when the roof's closed, and is it a dome? Is it not a dome? Is it retractable? But it just seems like to me there are a lot of things about the stadium early where the ball carrying, not carrying. Is this all about a lot about nothing right now, or is this something that we just got to live with going forward?
Well, I think we have to live with it. It's clearly not a hitter's park. How extreme a pitcher's park it is, I think, remains to be seen, and it has varied from year to year. The one thing that's been pretty consistent until this year is that the ball carries better when the roof is open. It hasn't really happened this year, but we've had some pretty windy days, and maybe without the wind, it wouldn't be that way. As far as calling it a dome and not a retractable, well, there are a lot of variables that go into keeping the roof closed or opening the roof. And a lot of it has to do with safety for the spectators. And if there are high winds or if there's high humidity, which causes condensation on the concourse, it's just not safe to have the roof open. Maybe these are things that should have been anticipated before the building was built. I'm not sure. But, when the Rangers don't open the roof, they've got a good reason for not opening the roof. They'd rather have it open.
Eric Nadel with us here in the Nation. Eric, what are you hoping to see from Kumar Rocker tonight?
I want to see what I saw in spring training, what I saw in his first start, which is the ability to throw strikes. And his stuff is so good that as long as he can throw strikes, he'll be okay. You want to see him being able to get ahead of hitters. And, of course, if guys get on base, you want to see him pay attention to the runners and not just let everybody steal, which has happened at times in the past. But the most important thing is just throwing strikes, especially strike one.
Is Junis the answer at closer, you think?
That's a really good question. He certainly is not the classic closer in that he doesn't throw super hard. But, over the years, there have been guys who are closers who don't have the best fastballs, but they have at least one other pitch that's a really plus pitch. And he's got that slider. He's always had it. It's always been, the key for him to his success. Even when hitters know it's coming, they seem to have a hard time in hitting it. It reminds me of guys from farther back. Guys like Sparky Lyle, who threw sliders on almost every pitch, or Mariano, who threw a cutter on just about every pitch, but wasn't throwing 98 miles an hour. It can be done at that velocity. And the thing about Junis that I like, he's extremely calm. He takes everything in stride. He doesn't get overexcited. And I actually have a lot of confidence in him out there.
Now, how about our struggling Rangers at the plate? What does the foreseeable future look like for Jock Peterson and Josh Smith and I guess Wyatt Langford as well if they don't start producing more?
Yeah, again, it's early, and, it's a cliche, but it's true. If you had a 12-game stretch like this in the middle of the season, nobody would be making a big deal out of it. I think we just have to wait and see. And, the Rangers have been facing incredible pitching. On the road trip, things will lighten up a little bit. You think, you say, well, they'll be facing the A's. Their pitching isn't that good. But the A's have two great starting pitchers in Jeffrey Springs, the way he's pitching now, and Luis Severino. So it's not exactly going to be soft touches there. But I think it should be a little bit easier on this road trip for guys to come around offensively. We're missing Ohtani and Yamamoto in Los Angeles, and that certainly should be a break.
We've been watching the Masters, had that on here, Eric. I did a top 10 list yesterday. Is there a bucket list sporting event that you would love to go and see live that you haven't been able to attend?
I'd love to see the seventh game of the Stanley Cup Final.
Yeah.
It used to be I would wanted to see a World Championship heavyweight bout.
Yes.
But, that was back when, you had Ali and Foreman and, even Mike Tyson. There isn't anybody now who excites me to the point where I'd really want to do that. So I'd go with Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, and I want the Stars in it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. And this isn't a question, Eric. I just want to say thank you for the great content this week. Not only what you've done on the air, but also your bobblehead and your ability to imitate the bobbling head on screen is amazing. And your lasso. I give you the 1 seed. I think you got the best lasso in the organization.
Oh, I don't know. I thought my lasso was pretty weak. It was all arm. It was all arm and no body. After seeing the others, I'd actually rate, you're kind, but I would rate mine pretty low.
You want to redo?
Eric, do you remind them that you're a Hall of Famer and you don't have to do that crap? Yeah. You ever just look at Jarrett and say, "Hey, I'm a Hall of Famer.
Hey, I got a bobblehead, Jarrett.
I don't have to do this." Do you ever do that to him?
We got to be a good sport about this stuff. Got to be able to laugh at ourselves.
Yeah.
Before we let you go, speaking of that, what you drinking and what you thinking?
Well, what I'm thinking is it's time for people to start buying tickets for my birthday concert. Mm-hmm. The benefit is on May the 14th at the Longhorn Ballroom. Tickets at longhornballroom.com. I'm bringing in 2 bands who people probably haven't seen, but they're extremely high-energy, great show bands. Chuck Prophet and his Cumbia Shoes from San Francisco, Sammy Ray and the Friends from New York. All the proceeds go to the Grant Halliburton Foundation. It's at the incredible Longhorn Ballroom. And it's a Thursday night. Rangers aren't playing that night. So get your tickets, longhornballroom.com for May the 14th.
Thank you, sir. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes, Eric Nadel with you, Hall of Fame voice of your Texas Rangers every Friday afternoon here on The Fan. And after hearing what he's drinking and thinking, it's time to hear from you at 877-881-1053. We're back with your phone calls and texts here in the nation.
But Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. Here's the deal. It is so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is in Australia telling fans and the rest of the NFL that this year's game down under won't be the first or the last time the NFL has a game below the equator. Despite the horrible travel, head coaches saying that they are dreading the trip. The NFL is dead set on making this game a regular occurrence. This will already put a toll on players' bodies, and it contradicts a league that likes to preach how much they care about player safety. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk to John D'Angelo. John buys houses, usually older homes that need work. Condition is not an issue. John will share current market information with you so you can make an informed decision, and you'll feel at ease dealing with John. You'll notice and appreciate the considerate way he does business. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit JohnD'AngeloInc.com.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's Leasing Company of the Year by Cars.com. Ranked number 1 in the Southwest for service and customer experience, D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's Leasing Company of the Year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Come see the Bynum Springs Club this weekend, the Dallas Metro's newest resort community. Open house Saturday and Sunday, noon to 4 p.m. Pools, sports courts, fitness centers, and more. BynumSprings.com. That's BynumSprings.com.
The 2026 PBR World Finals Unleash the Beast returns to Fort Worth, May 7th through 10th at Cowtown Coliseum, and May 14th through 17th at Dickies Arena. Ready to beat Cowboy? Tickets at PBRWorldFinals.com. It's bowl time.
Hello, Dallas. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you get automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan, and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Welcome in. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here in time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. It's the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. As we do every week, we go around the room. We talk about what we're drinking and what we're thinking, and then we get out to your phone calls and your text messages. There's only a couple of rules of this segment. Number 1, you got to answer the questions. And number 2, no operating heavy machinery at the time of the phone call. That does include an automobile. Currently, I'm drinking a 12-ounce Diet Coke, and I'm thinking about all the players at Sunnyvale who came up just short in the girls' soccer final yesterday, especially the seniors who played their final game. It's always surreal. It's the transitioning from one life to another. So they have a lot to be proud of. Thinking about the boys' Walnut Grove program from up in Prosper, they won the title this afternoon. Undefeated back-to-back years. They entered the national win streak leaderboard. I think it's 46 wins in a row. So they have one of the best streaks in American high school soccer history. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. Also thinking a lot about the draft, though. You know, are the Cowboys going to trade up? Do they need to? The Stars winning last night, now 2 in a row. I think we have some other breaking Stars news here in just a second. And speaking of breaking news, The Athletic has sidelined Diana Russini.
Yeah, man.
So it does not look good for her.
Evidently, there's more pictures coming from her and Mike at a bar in Indianapolis during the Combine.
Oh, no.
Just getting some Combine intel, boys and girls.
Just feel horrible for that husband and those kids. You got to be aware of the party chick. You do. Can I just say that?
Yes.
You know,
say it.
We're getting into this mode in the world where it's like, oh, no, you know, just don't be jealous of her. Like, let her go do her thing. And, well, okay, that's fine. Let her go do her thing. But as a man, like, trying to find a gal to start a family with, you got to be aware of party chick. You got to be aware of, oh, I've dated so many of those kind of guys, you know. You know, I think it's fun. Maybe you're thinking I'm being a female empowerment type of dude here. I'm not trying to judge her for her body count, you know. We're living in a new era. It's a free love era. Well, just don't be surprised if this kind of thing pops up down the road.
Yes, dude.
You're going to hell, Shonda, because you're a hoe.
I mean, if she's in her early 20s, she's party girl. Okay, like you're hoping like maybe she can grow out of that. But when she starts dipping into the 30s, mid 30s, I mean, Russini's 43. Like that is who you are.
That's prime age, baby.
I mean,
that's prime age.
That is like if she's not getting off the party train before she's like right there getting out of the 20s. Come on, dude. You got to know this is who she is.
Yes. At the very latest.
The very latest. You'd like to think by 25, 26, we're in a different world now.
Yeah.
Okay? But certainly before she's 30.
If you're a hoe, stand up. Laura, stand up.
Stand up. Chief, what you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm drinking some of this Coke Zero, which I've become a huge fan of. Holy crap.
Product.
Ice cold Coke Zero is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about how excited I am for tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Alliance Hyundai, the 1-year anniversary celebration. It is going to be an absolute party. Shindig for the ages. You got the remote show with Fan Jam, Will Chambers, Fred Davis going to be out there, live DJ, all sorts of giveaways. I'm just going to be there giving away free crap left and right. And it's not crap because it's grocery cards, it's gas cards, it's Tim McGraw tickets. It's a 50-inch 4K television and local craft barbecue. All on the house. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Alliance Hyundai tomorrow. Plant the G-Bag flag in a big way, and I cannot wait to just hug it up. I'm a hugger. You guys know that.
He's a kisser, too.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, a little cheek action.
Just a
bald
baby.
head. Do like kissing a bald head from time to time.
Likes to rub it.
Go party with the Chief, but don't take any pictures, especially if it gets into Vrabel Russini territory.
Hey, I will do finger lock pictures with you tomorrow. Okay, we can finger lock tomorrow.
Look at that.
All right,
put them on social.
Finger locking good.
That'll be a giveaway tomorrow as well.
469 says S-word shaming is never okay unless it's towards Russini. And I'm not shaming. I'll celebrate it a little bit. The world that makes the world go round.
Hell yeah, it does.
Just don't be surprised
Hoes
if you
know how
marry
to party, bro.
Thank you, Lucius.
I say that respectfully.
Wiser words have never been spoken.
I love it.
Say that respectfully.
Probably let you bum a cigarette too.
Yeah. You need more kind of gals, huh?
Yeah, I got a light.
Yeah.
I got the good stuff for you.
Wolchuk drinking. Thank you.
Sipping on this delicious espresso. I went with the triple.
Attaboy.
Or did I go with the sixer on here? Who knows?
Double trip.
Double trip. Out a little bit later.
Crazy son of a gun. Must be Friday night.
I'm trying to get wild, but yes, we do have some Stars news. Glenn Gulletson giving an update on Miro Heiskanen, saying he will be out for the last 3 games of the regular season, but they are certainly hoping to get him back in the first round. Thank you to Robert Tiffin, friend of the station, for sharing that. So, gosh, I'm thinking, please let this team just be healthy so they can go on the Stanley Cup run that has been now 4 years in the making. We want it. We need it. Let's hoist Lord Stanley's Cup. Please, Miro, be okay.
Just get healthy. It's going to happen. Brian, what are you drinking? What do you think?
Yeah, drinking my green tea, iced tea, and thinking about our Masters pool. Every one of our golfers has made the cut.
Okay, heck yes.
Right now. So we're in a situation now where it's going to come down to who plays the best golf on the weekend, on Saturday and Sunday. We've all contributed. This isn't a bet payoff situation. We all agreed that we'd all contribute money to this thing, right?
Yeah, this is a straight up wager.
$20.
This is a straight up wager. So yeah, every one of our golfers has made the cut. There's some guys that are going to have to do some work. If you have Bryson DeChambeau, and if you have John Rahm, you're going to have to do some work.
Homemade 5-iron man, DeChambeau, not going too well.
So it should be a good weekend, and it should be exciting for all of us trying to get our golfers home. With the 3 golfers combined winnings from the tournament will determine the winner. So good luck to my guys.
Let's rock. Lucius drinking.
Yeah, Topo Chico right here with the twist of lime. They're getting harder and harder to find nowadays.
Cheers.
With the lime?
With the twist of lime.
Oh, yeah, those are the best.
These
Are
the
they
best
coming to
ones.
the Strait of Hormuz? What's going on with them?
I don't know what's. Yeah, they must be.
Running out of
bro.
limes?
They must be. They're getting harder and harder to find. But I hope to put some reposado in it later. But there you go. And I'm thinking, that new gas out here, it burned too fast. I think it stepped on.
I think so too. I think you're right.
It's burning way too fast. I filled up the truck this week and it's already putting on the lights on me.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's bad, dude.
Something's going on there.
It's miserable.
It's watered down.
Yep.
I hate having to go to the pump now.
Yeah.
It's like, son of a gun.
Can you imagine if you had diesel? Maybe you have diesel.
Say that.
What is that, $5.50?
Yeah, high as hell.
The diesel's crazy.
Ridiculous.
We're having to pay a toll to get through that straight now, right? Is that what we're doing?
If they're letting us through. I think it's $2 million every time you go through or something like that, but I don't think they're letting us through, bro. They letting everybody else through, but they ain't letting us through.
How do they control it so good? Do they just have missiles lined up on either
sir.
side?
Absolutely.
They got ready
You
to
bring
go.
a boat through here, it's on.
It's like a video game. Your big old boat going through there.
Yeah. And they got these little guys on little boats that just come up beside your boat and just blow up.
Yeah.
Man, anxious times. All right. At 877-881-1053, keep the texts coming in. We'll get our phone lines fired up here. What you drinking, what you thinking on a Friday, Lucius? Where are we going first?
Let's go to Harrison. My man Harrison in Mesquite. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro? Let's go.
What's up, fellas? Say, man. Hey, man. I'm drinking on a cold Miller Lite. I got off work early. And what I'm thinking about, Gavin, you hit on it.
Okay.
Wyatt Langford, it's time for him to step up and be a stud.
Thank you.
I'm disappointed. You hitting on it. You hitting on the right direction. Josh Smith, when he had a chance to not earn a position, he was hitting the ball like crazy. They gave him a position this year, and we can't get no production. I think he'll turn it around. Another thing, we got to say, protect these troops, man. Try to get them home as quick as possible.
Sure.
I believe in some of the stuff we've been productive in. The Venezuela takeover and building that wall. I would support that. But this here unnecessary war, no, it's different. You're different with different kind of people, enemy. They hate Americans. Bring them kids home. Brian, do something about that for me.
I'll do my best, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Harrison. Opens the line at 877-881-1053. Yeah, it's an anxious time to have family in the military. Maybe you thought they were coming home for the summer vacation, and now they're being stationed. They're here, they're there. You know, it's not fun at all. So appreciate that, thinking about the troops with us, Harrison. And yeah, Josh Smith, he was 2 of 3 on Wednesday afternoon. So hopefully that's a springboard. He needs a big week. He needs a big month to lock in this position and give us confidence in the offense, because the defense definitely is not as good. Lucius, where are we going next?
Hey. Friday night. Let's go to Trevor. Trevor in Arlington. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Trevor?
Oh, man, I'm drinking this Ghost Welch's Cran Great energy drink, delivering for the Amazon out here in Italy. But what I'm thinking is we got some fair weather fans, folks. We are not like Philadelphia fans or New York.
What sport?
Really all of DFW.
All of DFW. What way?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In what way?
We're not mean. We're not getting on the other players for hurting our players or anything like that.
Okay.
We're just fair weather.
All right.
Well, is that the definition of fair weather, Trevor? I mean, I think fair weather would be like
not showing up.
We're on the bandwagon. We're off the bandwagon.
I'm from Dallas, and I believe that we got some fair weather descendants, but that's not showing up for your team.
Yeah,
that's like showing up when the Stars are in the playoffs.
We probably are a little bit nice at times. Definitely not as hardcore as Philly or some of those East Coast people.
I think Trevor's got a pretty good point. I think we're pretty fair weather. We're
a little passive.
Yeah, we're just. I don't think we're that mad when we lose. At least the people that are in the building.
I definitely think we're a front-running city.
Front runners, yes.
Front runner, I'd absolutely agree
we're a
with.
front-running city. I mean, you can tell. I mean, I think Stars fans are loyal as hell, and so that place is always really rocking nicely. But as soon as you start to see a deep playoff run going, we're a championship type of city. Everyone's jumping on the bandwagon. So I kind of get where you're coming
when
from.
The weather's perfect.
Right.
When it's good, we're in there. But when it's bad, it's like we can't be bothered for average.
Yeah,
let me know when you're in the playoffs, type of deal. Other than the Cowboys, but a lot of people at the Cowboys, like the opposing fans, will tell you they're not cheering that hard. The decibel level thing. We're not getting anywhere near Seattle, New Orleans, Kansas City. Like 30 dBs lower is our
wine
peak.
and cheese crowd is a real thing.
Who's next, Lucian?
Let's go to Walt in Waco. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Baller on a budget.
Drink that ice cold natty light, baller on a budget. And what I'm thinking about is how great of a weekend I'm about to have. It's my girl Becca's birthday weekend. Her birthday's on Sunday. So just to have kind of a little Fort Worth staycation. We got us the Marriott over in Alliance, which happens to be across from Alliance Sunday. So I'm looking forward to swinging through tomorrow morning about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Nice.
Hopefully you guys have some ribs. And I'm also thinking about what a great time in life this is for the Dawson household. Man, I chased my sons around for about 10 years, all over the state and surrounding states playing baseball. Made a couple good runs in the playoffs in high school, but never sniffed a state championship, man. So I hope that your daughter truly appreciates what an honor that is, and a great honor for a freshman for that. You guys have a great weekend.
Right on, Walt, in Waco. Man, I can tell by your voice how much fun you had watching those kids play baseball all those years. We drove through Waco the last 2 days, Wednesday going down to Georgetown, then last night on the way home. My only request is, can we get that freeway finished?
Nah, bro.
It's never
my whole life.
Never.
My whole life.
Yeah.
Beautiful stadium when you swing by. They got that thing finished. That thing looks beautiful. It's iconic.
Yes.
From both directions. All right, who's next, Lucius?
It's the Marriott. By the way, it's the Marriott.
Marriott.
Polo and Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Polo?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm drinking a dirty Mountain Dew cream soda. I've never heard of it, but I bought it anyway. It's three things I'm thinking about. Hopefully, the Artemis crew makes it home safely tonight, coming from outer space. 30, 40 years ago, that'd been the talk of the town. Nobody even talks about it, really. That's crazy. The second thing I want to talk about is the University of Texas women's basketball. I love my Longhorn basketball team, but Madison Booker, you had a bad game. You should have just passed the ball to Jordan Lee when that tall girl blocked your shot from UCLA. I think Jordan Lee would have hit that three-pointer and tied the game up. Man, she's gone. The prettiest girl on the team is gone.
No.
Now, another thing I'm thinking about is Josh Young. It's been 3 years in a row, man, that this radio station has got out here talking about Josh Young can't hit the ball. You built just like Mike Trout and can't hit the ball. I mean, Ezekiel Elliott, but Ezekiel Duran.
Yeah.
I give it to you, man. You've been on this team 3-4 years. You hitting the ball. You got good defense. What can we possibly trade for Josh Young to get him out of here? I know it's only 12 games to the season. This is a trickle of a rain. But it's been 3 years. I've been talking about this. Even when we won the World Series, Josh Young, you was not that dude, man. And Brian Broaddus, my son's birthday is on the 15th today. I think you said your birthday is on the 14th, so I guess y'all both Tauruses. But, hey, Gavin, congratulations on your daughter getting to the soccer, wherever you're going to. You know I have a stroke, guys, so I can't
Yes, sir.
talk
Yeah.
about what I want to.
Sounds like you're getting there.
I got to go.
Cheers.
Bye.
There he goes, Polo in Garland, 2 weeks and a couple of days post-stroke. He called us a couple of days after it. He was really struggling.
Yeah, he was.
Took last week off. He's on his way back. I'd say that's 90%.
Yeah, back on the soda.
Yeah,
I'll be scared.
Josh Young, 188. You're right.
Yeah, there wasn't a market for him.
Out of all the struggling Rangers, I think Jock Peterson is the saddest case right now. Josh Young's in second. Lucius, who's next?
I like the way Polo says bow.
Bow.
Eat the bow.
Oh, the bow.
Yeah.
Jacob in Roy City, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
I'm just drinking a Dr. Pepper. But I'm thinking, I've been a Stars fan my entire life. My mom was a teenager when they moved down here from Minnesota. They won the Cup 5 months after I was born.
Wow.
But, the more that I think about it, the more that I watch the Stars. Me and my wife watch just about every game. This is probably, out of the last 4 years, the least confident I've been that they'll actually be able to advance to the final, just because of the inconsistencies. And, you got too many games, with the exception of last night where their goal scoring just dries up and they can't do anything.
Love it, Jacob. That's an honest assessment.
You have had some bad ebbs and flows with that. Their offense has been on fire with the power play, and then there's times where it's like you can't buy a goal. I also think this has been the most inconsistent season he's put together out of all of these runs. So you're going into a postseason now where, Otter, I think, does a great job against Minnesota. That's his hometown team. I think he'll be good, but I think you do have to look at is there possibly some times where you'll play a little Casey DeSmith in this postseason run? And it's not a knock on Otter. Maybe that will help him stay a little bit more fresh, keep the mentals going. But, yeah, I think you bring up a point. I think gritty-wise, like in terms of physicality with Rich Kovian and Maverick Bork, like I think they're going to be in a better position to play winning hockey in the postseason. But it's going to be a gauntlet.
That was some strong sports passion from Jacob in Royce City.
Yes.
That's
Did he
definitely
say he
not
was born when the Stars won the Cup?
He did.
He sounds older than
after.
that. That man sounds 60.
Yeah, he
He
did.
sounds like he's my age. Yeah.
With a thick Texas accent.
Yeah.
He's got a veteran presence around him.
He does.
I love the thick accents from the South talking hockey.
I do too. It's a funny.
There's a funny
It's a little
juxtaposition. Lucius.
Dio in Arlington. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
Hey, fellas, I'm drinking some water. I have a question for Broadus.
Go ahead.
Broadus, do you think this Uar Bernard guy is going to get a GM fired? I mean, there's so much hype around him. We have no tape on him. Do you think a GM is going to get fired if they just go and decide to draft him early just based off of his abilities?
What was the name again?
Name again, please.
Yeah, this is the like
Uar Bernard.
yeah, the Nigerian guy
the
or whatever.
300-pound guy. Who's like the most moves like a
athletic
running
dude
back.
you've ever
Yeah, I haven't seen him
Well,
at
he's
all.
going to South Carolina. So
Yeah, he's going to school.
gonna-
That's what I thought. I thought he was going to school.
No, that's a different guy.
Is there a different guy? Is there two guys?
Yeah, he's 21 years old.
Is this the guy that we kind of did all the combine measurables and stuff like that?
Last weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
He's from the international program that NFL teams.
So they'll put him on a practice squad and stuff.
Yeah, you don't
remember
really
the one
get
year
knocked
that
for
you
that.
remember the one year that like Mike Zimmer them drafted the guy from from Germany, the wide receiver.
Germany.
The Vikings did.
Yeah.
So yeah, this probably has.
Yeah,
the same
you don't really
thing.
get knocked for that. I think.
But
he'll be
he's
fine.
6'4.5", over 300 pounds, like 36-inch arms. He ran a 4.66,
Yeah.
1.60. It was his 10-yard split, 39-inch vertical, 10-10 broad.
It's amazing.
Like dude is as
6%
freakish.
body fat at 306 pounds. It's like he was made in a lab.
Yes.
So the NFL is like scouring the world for the biggest athletic freaks and then putting them in their international
I've
player
not
program.
seen this guy. Did he? I mean,
you can't
did he
see
I don't
actually
think there's
play-
any.
There's no
That's what I'm
film.
saying.
I don't think
He's
there's
never
just a
played.
vert from him,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, he's never played football.
The Broncos have shown interest in him. I mean, if he gets drafted, that's going to be a hell of a story.
His broad jump is 14 inches longer than any other defensive tackle, I believe, in this draft class. Like explosive as all hell. He's the leanest 300-pounder you've ever seen in your life.
Where are we going next, please?
Every time I hear the name Germany, I think of this clip.
These are young people from I would use the term from Germany that came in with Mercedes. From Germany.
From Germany. From Germany. Black and Gold B, wrap us up here, sir. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? I'm just drinking water right now. I just pulled into the driveway, but I'll probably crack open a couple of cold Miller Lights. And I'm thinking, man, I've been kind of down and out this last day or two. Like, honestly, I ain't never felt less than a man than I have this last day or two. It's like I almost had to start drinking Bud Light again. And it all started yesterday when I heard Chia Fowler tell a story about the quad amputee who's hanging upside down, snorting cocaine, shooting target practice. And then it just dawned on me. Like, this dude has no arms and no legs, and he's more athletic than I am.
That hurts, dude.
Yeah, man, I'm in the same
No, but
boat.
seriously, like, if this dude don't go to jail, he should be in one of those Dos Equis commercials. He's got to be one of the most interesting men in the world. And before I go, the song I'm gonna recommend is by Def Leppard because their drummer only has one arm.
He does.
It's Too Late for Love. Y'all have a great weekend, fellas.
Cheers.
Great. Thank you. There he goes, Black and Gold Bead, wrapping us up here on a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday in the Nation. We got the G-Bag of the Day coming up on the other side, then some L.A. Live. Thanks to everybody for calling in. We'll be back with you next week right here, the G-Bag Nation. What You Drinking, What You Thinking. Okay.
All right, guys, it's time to talk about the one and only, the best place to go, and that is Twin Peaks. All right, I love Twin Peaks. You're going to love them, too. Right now is the best time to go. It's happy hour, baby. Go ahead and get yourself one of their delicious signature cocktails, one of that 29-degree draft beer served in that frosted mug. There's no better way to have a beer when it's quitting time on a Friday than in a frosted mug, all right? Made from scratch comfort food. They got the burgers that are stacked high, cooked to order. There's going to be something on that menu for the entire family. So get to your local Twin Peaks right now. Get those smoked wings. I love those. They're delicious. They got brisket. They got wall-to-wall TVs with every single game on. They got every fight tomorrow night. UFC going to be in action. They'll have that available for you every big moment. You're not missing a thing when you're at Twin Peaks. So you're eating right, you're drinking right, and you're having a great time with those that you love. It's the perfect spot for a guy's night, after work hang, or a weekend escape. Go ahead, hit up your local Twin Peaks. Eat, drink, scenic views.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs Wine Spirits and Finer Foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you.
Shout.
Cheers to savings.
Follow here, Tolo's here to invite you to a huge celebration going down tomorrow at the all-new Alliance Hyundai, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. You just heard Walton Waco. He's going to be showing up to get some free barbecue from local craft. Looking forward to you guys trying that. It's my favorite spot here in the Metroplex, and it's just going to be a big-time party. The one-year anniversary celebration of Alliance Hyundai, the best place to get a vehicle brand new in Fort Worth, and it's going to be fantastic. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're out there partying with you. We got a DJ out there, live DJ, and we're going to have the Fan Jam. Will Chambers, Fred Davis doing a live show on remote, and it's free barbecue. It's grocery cards. It's gas cards. It's Tim McGraw tickets. It's a 50-inch 4K smart TV, all of it for free for you, the Tolo. Looking forward to hanging out with you tomorrow at the one-year anniversary celebration. Alliance Hyundai in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. Come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai. I cannot wait to see you there as we plant the G-Bag flag. Check them out online at alliancehyundai.net. That's alliancehyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
When shopping for a new auto insurance policy, AAA could help you customize your coverage to fit your unique needs and budget. Trust AAA Auto Insurance to help you find the balance that works for you. See how a simple switch could make a big difference. AAA, we're always with you. Visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Sean and RJ's 2026 Firehouse Tour is off and running. Your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Tolo item. Where are we going to be next Friday, Chop?
We'll be in DeSoto, 261 East Wintergreen Road, Fire Station 261. Bobby, what is that one-of-a-kind giveaway while they last?
Balls, Chop. Come grab your one-of-a-kind 105.3 The Fan golf balls because we know I'm the show golf expert. Huge thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters for supporting our local firefighters.
We'll see you next Friday morning in DeSoto at our Firehouse Tour with The Fan.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought it was too expensive to start. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23, this removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it most. As I've discussed a lot on these airwaves, therapy has been a game changer in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this as the largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists and having served more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it works. BetterHelp does the initial work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs, and with BetterHelp's 12 years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate, they typically get it right. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at betterhelp.com/KRLD. That's betterhelp.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it.
Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com. This segment of The Fed is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel, the injury attorney.
Unexpected accidents can turn life upside down. Frankel & Frankel are the trusted car and truck wreck attorneys in DFW. When you or someone you know is in a wreck, call Frankel first. Visit frankelfirm.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333. The consultation is always free.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Mavericks in San Antonio tonight taking on the Spurs. Then the season finale is Sunday against the Chicago Bulls. It's a big night for scoreboard watching as the Grizzlies going to take on the Jazz. If Memphis wins, the Mavs could be by themselves sixth spot in the draft lottery. Big weekend for the Stars coming off last night's win against Minnesota. So it is a very robust sports day. Broadus did a film report earlier in Krusty's Corner on the Colts slot corner Kenny Moore, as he and the team have mutually agreed to seek a trade, and we were wondering, should the Cowboys be looking at solving their nickel quandary there with a Kenny Moore from the Colts who's coming up on 31 years old. But Brian, you didn't seem too optimistic about him helping.
Let's I tell you, Wolchuk will give you somebody in the fourth round that probably, if you want to play nickel corner, and I think maybe you're better off probably drafting somebody than spending $13 million on a guy. I think that at times was what I saw kind of a 50-50 tackler. I didn't think he had much of a burst. I worried about his catch-up speed a little bit. So, yeah, I know he has a lot of experience, but, man, there's some guys in this draft, I think, that probably some younger guys that way, less experienced guys, but guys that aren't going to cost you $13 million that could play at a pretty high level.
Sounds like Kenny Moore got washed up. But
I think the Colts are ahead of this one. I think the Colts are ahead.
Okay, we got Rangers baseball coming up at 8:30. Hopefully they can get ahead of the Dodgers over the weekend. LA playing great baseball, back-to-back defending World Series champions. So a heck of a test for your Rangers. And Kamar Rocker's going to get the ball tonight. So should be fun. Can't wait. Start of a 10-game road trip, as they'll be on the road all next week as well there against the A's in Sacramento, and then the Mariners up in Seattle. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius, the G-Bag of the day.
Okay. You need to stop it now. You need to stop it now. Drop it. Hey, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. My name is L.A. Welcome to Friday, baby. We made it. Oh, yeah. If you see anything trending over the weekend you think I should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. You can keep your memes and all other stuff. Just give me the good stuff, bro. Just give me the good stuff. Vacated title right here because Miss Mary called in a QVC about her tassels and pasties and went 5 times. So, got some good clips for you right here. Let's go see the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Sean is not a fan of this sports rivalry list right here. Not a fan of it. He lets it be known. Pretty cantankerous. Long cut, but it's kind of worth it because it's Sean being upset.
Why would I care about the
Because that's how
best
rivalries are.
all-time rivalries? Why would I care about that? What do I care what happened 20 years ago?
Because that's
Why
what
would I make a
rivalries
list
are.
about
You're
that?
a sports fan. You know what
currently
rivalries are.
today, the rivalries
But you
can take
know what
place
rivalries
currently
are. See,
today
this
as
is
well.
why this list is good.
No, it's stupid list.
Well,
Or you did a
that's why
bad
it's on the
job
worst
of
take.
describing it.
That's why
or
it's
you
on the
have
worst
bad
take.
opinions on what should
Well,
be
no,
on
I
there.
mean, you don't. Your rivalry list. You're a sports fan. You know who your rival is. Your rival doesn't change
Right.
year to year.
But they change over decades.
Over decades? We're not talking about over decades.
I think
Year to
we're
year.
talking about right now.
Yeah.
I think you're. I think. Send me the list.
Michigan, Ohio State. I said that was in my email. Michigan, Ohio State has been a great rivalry, and it's always going to be a great rivalry. Auburn, Alabama is always going to be a great rivalry. Texas, Oklahoma is always going to be a great rivalry, even if it's hammer versus nail for a decade.
Disagree. To me, the quality of the matchups matter.
Quality of the matchup matters.
Like Ravens
Yes, it matters.
Steelers was great.
Yes,
You
it
didn't
matters.
like low scoring defensive football, but Ravens Steelers was a great rivalry. It also helps that you face each other in the postseason, which the Cowboys don't get to the postseason enough
You
to
would
make
like
the Eagles
you would like
game
to add
a
that
rivalry.
In. You like to add that in.
And Bobby, you can make all your dumbass faces.
Damn!
I'm
Come
making
on.
little stupid side eyes to Peyton. I'm still right about the whole topic. It's the current list of rivalries today in sports.
Can someone get Sean a Snickers?
So they think Sean's
I just don't like things being like, don't tell me what the list is. I know what the list is.
I know what it is. Don't tell me.
Yes.
Sean's out of control.
Oh, man, I love when he gets feisty.
PTSD
Can
to that
somebody
Michael
get
Jackson
Sean a Snickers? It's a great line from my guy Chop.
Man.
Almost as good as the chip Rory just made on 17
Yeah.
to birdie it.
It's very Larry Mize like, if you remember back in the 80s when Mize in a playoff off the green got Greg Norman on that one, but basically same spot.
Man.
And boy, he hit that thing right up on the shelf and it found its way down to the hole.
Rory's running away with this thing, Lucius.
11 under.
11 under.
Somebody out there has a white hat with a P on it. I want that hat so bad.
Oh, that's okay, I got you, Lucius. I got you covered.
I gotta
know
find that hat. I seen it
got you.
earlier.
I know it's actually a Puma hat.
Oh, okay.
It's Puma. And it's Gary Woodland.
Okay.
Is who wears it.
Shout out to Gary. You sauced up today, bro.
Yeah.
Listen to Sean right
white
here.
one?
Yes, white.
I
There's
got
like
you.
a blue P or a black P on there.
Okay, so
Beautiful.
I got you covered.
Beautiful. Listen to Sean, bro. He's so mean.
No, it's stupid list.
Well,
or you did a
that's why
bad
it's on the
job
worst
of
take.
describing it.
That's why
or
it's
you
on the
have
worst
bad
take.
opinions on what should
Well,
be
no,
on
I
there.
mean, damn, bro, he's so mean.
You have bad opinions.
This is one of our better shows in the station, huh?
Woo,
Yeah.
so mean.
Fire.
All right.
Okay, where we at? All right, let's go to this little league hockey girl right
Very
here.
toxic.
Her team is the Vancouver Angels.
Oh.
She was at the Canucks game, and I believe they probably played during like one of the intermissions or something
Those
like
are
that.
the best.
And this 6-year-old, she's really good at interviews already. Her post-game interview, she didn't waste any words.
I'm here post-game with one of the superstars from the Vancouver Angels. What's her name?
Kira,
How old are you?
6.5.
She's 6.5. How did you feel playing out there?
Great.
How do you think you did?
Good.
You did really good. How long have you been playing hockey for?
1 year.
And what is your favorite thing about playing this game?
Getting goal.
Getting goals. I can tell you're a goal scorer. Now, what would you say are some tips or advice that your coaches or your parents tell you before you play hockey?
Have fun. Pass to your teammates and get your goal.
Hey, that's really good advice. Give it up here for Kiera. She knows what she's talking about. And only 6.5 years old. Now, Kiera, do you have any family or friends that are here today watching you play?
My cousins, my mommy, daddy, and my sister.
I love that. So we got the full family in the house. I'm sure they're really proud. Anything that you'd like to say to them?
Hello.
Anything else?
No.
No.
That's adorable.
Yeah, that is so cute.
Echo almost got her.
Yeah, it did almost get her one time. She was so focused. She was locked in, bro.
Sound like Rob
Crushes
Manfred.
me when it happens on a remote.
Hello. Yeah. All right, let's go to CBS 58 News Milwaukee. Have you ever heard of this team called the Madison Mallards? Baseball Squad?
No.
Okay, well, Google them up. They have a new hot dog promotion.
Uh-oh.
They're going to be giving away a hands-free hot dog holster. Hands-free hot dog holster. And 58 News up there in Milwaukee talked about it.
Well, listen up to this. The Madison Mallards are introducing some new wearable food fashion.
Okay.
This is the Wiener Wallet.
I'm sorry, what? Can you say it again?
It is the Wiener Wallet.
Okay.
They say it's a holster for your hot dog. A place to tuck your tube steak.
No.
Carrier for your coney.
Oh
my gosh.
Is that what they're calling
The Mallards are including a Wiener Wallet breakdown. It's an expandable belt with a condiment pouch.
Always got to have a pouch for your condiment.
Gotta be safe.
And a place for your hot dog.
Yep.
Will be given away at the Mallard Games on July 18th.
I'm not
Okay,
mature
is
enough
this-
for this.
Are we sure this is not an April Fool's joke?
This definitely could be, Justin.
This has to be.
This has got to be.
But you know
the
what?
innuendo is just too strong.
The
you know?
wording of all of this.
A condiment pocket?
Question.
A place
I'm
for your
also-
hot dog? Come
I'm
on.
afraid to ask.
Come on.
Don't. Then just don't. It's okay.
But do they have different sizes of these?
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna need them. Depends on how much condiments you like on your hot dog, you know?
That is true. And other
Do
questions.
you want mustard, ketchup, you know?
Gotta wrap this up.
Yeah.
Wow. Ma'am. You're fired.
She did say she's not mature enough to handle this one.
That is crazy.
That is wild.
Sure is.
It's wild stuff. Wild stuff.
Wild stuff right there. Wild stuff.
Hey, this
Weird,
is not
wacky,
one.
wild stuff.
Yeah, this is not one. This is not one. Let's go to the fan after dark, though. What do you guys think about Sandra Bullock?
Oh gosh, in The Blind Side.
7.
7, bro?
Yeah.
I think she's one of them.
Yeah.
I think she's one of them.
She had some
lower,
some great years.
Good IMDb.
She kind of has like the Michael Jackson in the 90s
She has
face,
the nose,
but she's beautiful
yeah.
still. She's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Miss Congeniality when she walked out of that hangar on the. Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh, hey now. Anyway, listen to how Fred says Sandra Bullock's name.
I mean, when I think of the net, I think of Sandra Bullock. And I want to say, who was in that? Was it her and Denzel?
No.
90s movie.
That's what I'm saying.
877-881-1053.
He said that's what I'm saying, but he didn't say anything before.
No,
that.
he's thinking of it. He's thinking of it. The net. I'm almost positive it's Sandra Bullock and Denzel. Or maybe it's like Sandra. I know Sandra Bullock's in it.
Why are you saying her name?
I don't like you saying her name.
You're saying your name wrong.
Sandra.
Sandra Bullock.
It's all over the place.
Bullock.
Bro. Yeah, that wasn't one. Hey, a guy named Robert Williams Films. He does like little parody songs of sports situations and whatnot. He did a Diana Russini song.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
We hear your name every day when we are watching TV. Reporting you have the scoop and that you have all the tea. You said that A.J. Brown just might be leaving Philly. Then you were all booed up upon a double floaty. Now we are all confused about everything that you wrote. Thought you were doing your job, but looking him deep in his eyes, you said it's not a romance, but that's a flag on the play. Illegal use of the hand. Dirty Diana. Oh, Dirty Diana. Oh, Dirty Diana. Oh, Dirty Diana. Oh,
Man, Michael was in his duffel bag when he made that one, bro.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, my God.
Hell of a song.
Yeah.
Maybe his finest work.
Relax.
Really?
Yeah.
Relax on that?
Yeah, not
Dirty
his
Diana?
finest. It's up there. But, I mean, that's an argument, bro. Like, we're going through the Michael Jackson songs. We can really lose ourselves.
There's so many good ones.
Yeah, won't talk to each other for 2 weeks. Oh, like where you got bad at, bro. All right, that's it.
Okay, can somebody get Sean a Snickers?
Yeah.
From the morning show there with RJ and Sean. 6-year-old to the Vancouver Angels game. Hello. Madison Mallard's promotion there with the Wiener Wallet. You got some news commentary coming in. And
Sandra got that Adam's apple. What? Sandra Bull got it. Hey, she's beautiful, bro.
She's beautiful.
Beautiful.
One could also say handsome. She's a handsome woman.
I kind of like them a little tough looking. Apparently.
A little rough around the edges.
Yeah.
And you got Robert Williams there with his Dirty Diana parody song there for Miss Russini, who, if you missed it, has been put on leave from the Athletic / New York Times. I don't know. As I said last night, very credible information. Her reports are good. I saw one theory that floated, maybe the idea that it's ESPN, maybe ordering the code paparazzi on Diana. Oh. Because she's kind of blowing up their insider spot. She's doing work in ways that aren't in approved NFL breaking news channels, if you will. She's got her own channel to breaking news.
I like that. I like that theory.
Okay, I'm gonna go with I'll go with the morning news here with Sean and his Snickers kneading with Choppy.
Yeah, same here.
Chief. Lucius?
The hockey girl.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm going to take the hockey girl as well.
It's 2-2, Brian.
Yeah, I've always got a problem with everybody on these shows. Nobody likes me. Nobody cares about. I'm the only damn person in this station that gets any ratings. I vote for myself.
Yeah.
A bunch of you-know-whats.
Congratulations to Sean and RJ. They've done it once again. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the day, Lucius replays the chant for you daily at 2:20. Here he is with LA Live.
Yeah, it's a feel-good Friday edition of LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. I gotta call the funk man. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
It's so hard for me to sit back here in this studio looking at a guy out here hollering my name. When last year I spent more money on spilled liquor in bars from one side of this world to the other than you made. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down.
This is LA Live for April 10th, 2026. It's a feel-good Friday here in LA Live, people. We made it, yeah.
We're busting out on the funk. Hey! We're busting out on some serious funk, y'all.
If you can hear the sound of my voice right now, you are blessed. You are blessed. Another historic week of 2026 in the books. It is wild out here, people. So wild. Even Hunter Biden says he wants a cage match. Y'all see the cage match?
Cage match.
Hunter Biden wants the cage match with Eric Trump and Don Jr. It's wild out here.
Oh, little 2v1?
He wants the 2v1 in the cage. I want to see him with their shirts off, all greased up, fighting each other on the White House lawn. Let's make it happen. Make it happen. What a time we're living in, folks. But let's enjoy this weekend safely. Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. Follow at a safe distance. Please follow at a safe distance. Respect the yield sign. You guys are not respecting the yield sign. Respect that yield. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you lose your life over a heated moment or a misunderstanding. Use conflict resolution. You're an adult now, baby. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend or that other one, DFW mugshots. People looking crazy on that, boy. In other words, keep it together, people, and don't crash out like this warehouse worker in California. Now, we all have our gripes and complaints about our jobs, for whatever reason it may be. This guy took it to a whole nother level. This man was a third-party employee at the Kimberly-Clark Distribution Center in California. He tried to burn the whole place down.
He did.
He tried to burn it down.
tried.
He even recorded it all.
He did.
The distribution center was filled with paper products, so it's flammable, baby. Kleenex, toilet paper, paper towels. Oh my God! And he was arrested.
He torched it.
He torched it and recorded it. This is crazy. Like, when you commit crimes nowadays, people put it on social media.
Yeah.
You don't tell everybody.
You don't want those views.
You don't want that view,
you want
man.
nobody to see it.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go to this right here. Let's go to WKRC Local 12 Cincinnati, where they have the report for us real quick.
The fire was reported around 12:30 Tuesday morning at this 1.2 million square foot concrete warehouse owned by Kimberly-Clark, and it burned for hours.
It is a paper products warehouse, so there was an extremely large fuel load.
Fire officials said they knew immediately the fire was suspicious because of how out of control that fire was burning. 20 employees were inside and able to safely make it out. But police say one person was missing.
There was an employee reported missing. That employee was later found. We did make a connection that employee that was missing and found was confirmed to be the suspect.
He should have mustered on up with the rest of the employees and played dumb.
Yep.
He should have played dumb, man. He should have played dumb. Yeah, this man is some type of vigilante for the common man, apparently. He said in that video that he posted while he was burning down the place, all you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
Joy making license plates, bro.
Boy, he compared himself to that Luigi Mangione guy. If I'm saying his name right? Yeah, he says he's a new guy coming after the CEO and hey.
A crash out Robin Hood.
That's a crash out, right?
Yeah.
That's a crash out.
Yeah.
All right.
This fire is crazy, dude.
You talk about a fire. It's burning the trucks.
It's like a cinematic.
It is. Yes. It doesn't look real. It looks AI. I thought it was for so long.
Well, is it attempted murder now, too, because of people being
There was like
in the
20 people there.
in the building?
Yeah, I believe so.
That is wow. That's a crash out, man. I get being frustrated with your gig and whatnot, but you got to Google jobs near you. You just got to do something different, man. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish atonement.
Oh, yes. 'Tis the season to get outside and travel a little bit, maybe staycations or whatnot, little weekend vacay. Big changes to the travel season. Most major airlines have increased their baggage fees if you have not seen this.
Saw that. Yeah, 40, $50.
Pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. Give or take the airline. But Delta is charging $200 for the third bag.
Yeah.
So if you carry a lot of stuff with you, you better chop it down, fam.
Pack light.
Pack light. $200 for the third bag. Wow. Yeah, how about that? And I like what's going on in Vegas right now. Vegas, I'm feeling your vibes. I saw smoke a bag of what's going on in Vegas.
What happened?
Vegas is going all-inclusive.
Okay, there we go. Let's go.
Whoa.
Stop nickel and diming me. $15 waters.
Yeah.
Going all-inclusive in Vegas. Hold on one second. Right there, baby. That's that groove. MGM Grand, $330 for 2 guests, 2 nights at the Luxor or the Excalibur. I like the Luxor, I do.
I do like the Luxor.
I like the Luxor. Yeah. 3 meals per day, per guest. It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah.
With 1 beer or wine per meal. 2 show tickets. 2 rides on the Big Apple Coaster right there. 2 guests, 2 nights. At the Luxor. I like that. $330. You can make that happen.
Make it.
Caesar's Palace. They got Harrah's, the Flamingo, and I think this Link. The Link?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we stayed at the Link for the Super Bowl.
We did for the Super Bowl.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah. Starting at $200 right there. 2 meals per day. Plus bottomless well drinks.
There you go. Oh, that's a hangover.
There you
Bottomless well drinks. You can stop at the little ABC store down the street, get your little mixer, and go crazy. House wine, get some house wines, beers. 2 tickets to the High Roller Observation Wheel. Come on, baby. I'm liking this all-inclusive situation. And I think this is Circa. This is what I want to do right here. $400 for 2 nights, all-in package. $100 dining credit. $100 credit for on-site bars. And it includes a reserved day bed at Stadium Swim.
Oh, never done
that's
that thing.
nice.
Never done that one.
That Stadium Swim looks cool.
Is it?